advisory, where we're expecting to see mostly rain there with some freezing rain mixing in at times. Temperatures are in the 30s starting off this morning. Got some 20s out there as well, like 29 degrees in Marietta. We got 28 right now over toward Georgia's Rome. And so, yeah, pretty cold on the outside, cold enough to support the snow that we have that's coming down. And again, expecting some warmer air to get in here as we head to the afternoon, which will allow for more of that mixing. Now, the mixing will lead to more slick spots on the roads and on the sidewalks out there, so you definitely want to be careful. Hopefully you have plans to stay inside for this afternoon. Just stay on inside, folks. We're watching a huge area of low pressure that's going to continue to slide its way over toward the east, continuing to keep that precipitation in our forecast pretty much all day long. This is an all-day event for us, and so we'll be dealing with this pretty much all day. Watching the ice on the forecast showing that we could get up to about 1/4 of an inch, and that could lead to power outages in the area. So again, be very careful and get yourself nice and prepared. Let's get a check on the roads out there with Jerry Carnes.
And it is a mess. Nowhere is it a bigger mess than in Clayton County. Take a look. There you go. I-75 north, this is I-75 southbound. We've got a crash southbound and northbound. This is the southbound crash. You can see it's got everything shut down except one far left lane, and look at all of that snow. You know that had to contribute to the problem. We're talking about I-75 southbound just before Mount Zion Boulevard, and then a separate crash is impacting I-75 northbound just before Mount Zion Boulevard. Only one lane open in the north direction. So what you're going to want to do is jump on I-675 and you can avoid all of the mess there. We've got another situation, this one in Gwinnett County, a crash that is blocking some lanes up in that direction. But now I'm pulling up a camera and it is showing that crash has cleared. You see response units are on the scene there, so that has cleared. But just look at all of the snow that is falling. I-85 southbound, that's what you're looking at to the right there. Only a couple of dry, I don't know. That's where the tires have been going over the highway there and creating a little groove that you can drive on, but you can't even see the lanes anymore. I mean, you can't see the lanes on southbound traffic. You can barely see them on northbound traffic. So this is just absolutely worth avoiding at all costs. Stay off of the roads, folks. This is a great example of the situation that you're going to face if you're out traveling anywhere today. The roads are simply covered in snow, and the conditions are going to only continue to deteriorate throughout the morning. Aisha.
All right, Chesley and Jerry, thank you. This is Aisha Howard. We're here with 11 Alive. We are interrupting your programming now. You can watch the Today Show on WATL. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil. We have Nicole Hartford standing by as well. Multiple reporters scattered about the area, trying to make sure we bring you the most accurate, updated information, as a lot of people may be starting your day right now. We want to bring you this live on air, alerting you to a situation that can surely create danger out there on the roads, as Jerry has already given us a preview of. Multiple cars are stuck on the interstates. We also have a lot of city streets, especially as we take a look at our cameras. Our producers are working the cameras in Cobb County. This is a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Producers, if you guys can work on FlightAware to get me the latest outages. This morning at 7 a.m., we were at more than 600 cancellations there in and out of Hartsfield-Jackson today. The world's busiest airport will be brought to a standstill. We are taking multiple looks for you across the area, and this is how we want you to experience this system from the comfort of your home, trusting us here. This is a service job today, especially today. We are working for you, bringing you the latest information, taking you across the area as safely as we can. You can barely see the tarmac here. You cannot see the tower there at the airport. This just gives a look at what it is like right here in Atlanta. More than 800 cancellations coming in right now at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. This started early on this morning. We've been telling you guys about the processes from the airlines to go ahead and waive those change fees, because this is a clear indication no one is getting in or out under these conditions. We want to make sure everyone stays safe out there. A live look this morning at Douglas County there on the left. We're looking at Buckhead on the right, where we see the snow has tapered off a little bit. But let's focus right here on the left side of your screen here in Douglas County. We see these semis out there. We know they're doing their job, but we do like to report and see here that the roads are pretty clear of drivers because they are absolutely covered. You can barely see any of the tar out there, any of the actual road. It is completely covered in snow. Looking at the bottom of your screen, it says 30 degrees. That will create a situation for this to get very icy and slippery for your drive. So these are the reasons, just showing you up close photos of why it's so important to just go ahead and stay inside. This is Centennial Olympic Park, looking like a winter wonderland there. A lot of people saying, oh, you came a couple of weeks too late, but here we are in any event. Looking live at Centennial Olympic Park, we can see the Ferris wheel off in the distance, that precipitation sort of covering the camera right there. Downtown Atlanta, you are covered in snow. We know this is a rare sight for a lot of people, so we want to take you through this experience. And hopefully, if your kids are out of school, most are, you're off of work, we take this in to enjoy it safely. You know, a rare chance for the kids to build a snowman. But as far as driving and navigating, none of that. We can't afford any of that today. A lot of people, you know, talking on social media about Snowmageddon. Chelsea, what was that, 10 years ago? No instant replays of that, because we warned you about this system. We knew it was coming, and we knew the extent of which it could present danger with what we're seeing. Meteorologist Chelsea McNeil joining me now to give us an update on what we're seeing, and especially we talk about that ice. These temperatures are really going to add an extra layer to this.
Yeah, you know, the models are showing that we could see warmer air begin to work in. And if that warmer air comes in, we're talking about more mixing with freezing rain. That's not something that we really want. Snow, I think we could handle. No, hopefully you're inside, you're staying away from this. You can get some traction in snow. Not that you should, but you can get some traction. When you talk about ice, it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you drive. That's just going to be a terrible situation for us. Plus, it weighs down the trees and also the power lines. So you get more power outages when you talk about freezing rain. But I think we'll see a little bit of all of it this morning. We had some sleet earlier this morning, snow now. Freezing rain comes to us as we head into the afternoon. That's when we'll start to see more of that throughout the area. I also just want you to stay off the roads, especially on this 11 Live Weather Impact Day. Here's a live look once again at the airport. As you can see, or not see, the building's back behind it, but there are some trucks, some folks getting around, as you can see, trying to work this area here. Another live look at George's Rome, and you can see where the snow is starting to stick on the sidewalks there, also on some of the roads. You can see where we have some trails there from some of the cars that have been going through. Looks a little bit different on highways. Now, these are back roads, folks, where the roads probably have not been treated at all. That snow is going to start to pile up. I mean, looking at road temperatures, and they have been close to the freezing mark, maybe a little bit above in some spots. So with the snow coming down at this pretty decent clip, it just kind of piles right on up. Now, if the temperatures were to remain where they are right now, it would stay all snow pretty much all day, and then we'd be talking about higher totals. But because of the mixing that we think that will take place, we're looking at maybe 1 to 3 inches, generally speaking, from just north of Atlanta all the way up into the North Georgia mountains. That mixing will likely start to take place by mid-morning, and then as we head into the afternoon, and that's going to bring those totals down a little bit, and then we could be talking about ice accumulation. So something that we'll watch out for. A heavy band right now, you can see from Carroll County that stretches into South Fulton County over toward northern parts of Henry County as well. That brighter white that you see in there, those are some heavy snow bands that are coming down. Where you see the gray in here, for example, over north DeKalb County, heading up into Gwinnett County, the snow has been a little bit lighter there. Back over into George's Rome, where I was just showing you that, pretty good clip coming down. You got some nice bands coming down here. Also into Paulding County near the Dallas area. In Cobb, you see this little pink area right there. That's where some sleet probably is mixing in with some of the snow that's coming down. It has been on the light side, even around the perimeter right now. We have some light snow that's coming down. But again, expecting some mixing to begin to take place as we head further into the afternoon. So you can pick your spot really where you see the brighter white. That's where the heavy snow is coming down. Where you see the gray in there, that's where it's a little bit on the lighter side. We are under a winter storm warning. This will last all the way until 7 a.m. on Saturday. That's where, even though the snow and freezing rain or sleet will begin to taper off by 10 o'clock tonight, we're still looking at the impacts of the area from the snow, and so refreezing certainly could take place, and so the roads are still going to be a bit hard to navigate through Sunday, I'd say Saturday rather, mid-morning, maybe even into the early afternoon. So hence the winter storm warning that's in place. Rome, Atlanta over toward Athens. You get a little further down to the south, headed toward the Macon area. That purple area there is for a winter weather advisory, okay? So we're expecting to see a little bit more in the way of rain there, with some freezing rain beginning to mix in. But so far, even down toward the Macon area, we've been seeing a little bit of snow. And we said that. We knew that the onset of the precipitation would come down as snow. We started out seeing it sleet first, right? And then the snow began to fall and coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. We're looking at temperatures below the freezing mark just about everywhere you look on this map. You're right at freezing down in Thomaston. And so you may hover there through the morning. We started out around 35 degrees this morning here in Atlanta, but as the snow began to fall, it dropped that temperature. Now we're down to around 30 degrees. We're going to watch these temperatures right on through the day, because as those temperatures begin to warm up a little bit, that's where we'll start to see some more of that mixing taking place, and maybe even some models showing us some rain even moving in as far as our southern counties. So that's something we'll watch out for as well, but the mixing could be a problem for us, so we'll continue to watch that. Out live on our patio is Nicole Harford, meteorologist Nicole Harford, and she's out here to tell us what the conditions look exactly like outside right now. Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning. It's been steadily snowing here at our station in Midtown for probably about the last hour. I was just measuring some of the snow that's accumulated on top of the railings and the ground, and we've got nearly 2 inches so far here at the station. Now, these snowflakes are coming down big, they are heavy, they are wet. So at this point, what we're seeing on the ground is mostly packed snow. We're not getting too much of an issue of ice at this point, but as we start to see that transition, we certainly could see a little bit more of ice accumulation on the roads, on the sidewalks. I will also say that as far as the roadways are concerned, especially anything that has a little bit of a slope or a hill, this packed snow is going to make it very difficult to properly navigate that and to safely get up as far as your car is concerned. Now, this snow right now, at least throughout much of Metro Atlanta, this is what I would consider perfect conditions for the kids to get outside and play in it. Yes, it's cold out here, but temperatures are hovering in the upper 20s, low 30s. This is still a pretty good falling snowfall, at least here in Midtown, and it's a very loose snow. I can grab a little bit of it. You can see the nice fluff that it has. This is definitely, as I said, going to get a lot messier as the day progresses, as we start to see a little bit mixing across North Georgia. But for right now, at least here at our station in Midtown, this is a steady, I would say kind of moderate to even heavy snowfall that's coming down. We've got those big flakes across this area, and we'll continue to see some of that snow accumulation before we do get that change over to more of a wintry mix. Aisha.
All right, Nicole, thank you. So viewer Dana Banks sent us these photos earlier this morning, and even though it was still kind of dark at the time, you can still see it started out as sleet gathering on the cars there in Head County. Check out this picture from Faith Spivey, who sent us the photo of the wintry mix gathering on the patio there in Fayetteville. This is a widespread system. We're all going to see a little bit of everything. So if you look closely at this photo from Stephen McGuinn, you can see the ice falling past the camera there in Hampton. All right, 11 Alive's Jerry Carnes has been watching the roads for us. He has so many roadways to look at. A lot of people have, kind of gotten themselves in a sticky situation trying to navigate the roadways out there. Jerry, tell us, what are you seeing right now as far as, backups and people sort of being stuck?
Hard to keep up with it all, Aisha. I was just at the computer looking all around. There are just crashes everywhere. If you think that there's any safe place to drive, believe me, there is not. This is I-20 in DeKalb County. I-20 westbound right here at Candler Road. We watched this guy right here sitting all by himself waiting for a tow truck. Finally, somebody on the scene there. But just look at the interstate. You can't see the asphalt anymore. This is just not something you want to get out and drive in, and yet look at all the cars that are still out. Folks, stay at home. Just stay at home. That's what you're going to face if you get out on the roadways today. Down in Clayton County, there is quite a mess down there. A lot of snow covering I-75, a crash northbound and southbound. They may have cleared that northbound wreck. I got to double check with GDOT and find out. They could have cleared the southbound wreck near Mount Zion Boulevard, but the northbound wreck is definitely still there. Only one lane open to get by northbound in that area, and the rest of the interstate just absolutely covered in snow. We've got another wreck that just came in I-75 southbound. That's near the airport. There's another wreck on I-85 in Gwinnett County that is causing a lot of backup. I'll find a camera for that one. And then one more look at I-20 in Douglas County. What a mess. The snow just covering the interstate. Crashes everywhere. Karis Belger is out on I-20 in Douglas County, I believe. Karis, what are you seeing there? Any crashes, any big problems?
No big problems, but we are seeing some people struggle to make their way through this snow. I'm going to show you exactly what we are looking at right now. You can't even see the road. You can't see the lane. We've seen a few people try and figure it out, and one car tried to enter the roadway after spinning out. All you could see was the tread marks from where they had gotten off the road and had to come back in. We have seen some plows out here as well since we've been on the road, but as you can see, very, very hard to see. I'm going to show you. You cannot see that view right now, but underneath of us, it's quite a bit of accumulation as the snow continues to come down. We're seeing some big flakes as throughout the morning, and we have continued to see that all since we've been driving. So people should certainly be careful if they are going to be on the road. But as you mentioned, Jerry, not exactly the safest conditions to be driving at this point. So right now, we're going to send it all back to you all. We'll keep you updated with whatever we're seeing.
All right, Karis, you guys take it easy out there. Thank you so much. We have you covered all across the area. So let's send it now to Caitlin Ross, who's joining us from Buckhead. Kind of a sticky situation there. So Buckhead started out with this water main break last night, Caitlin. We saw water gushing into the roads. We knew the dropping temperatures would present a problem, but now that's all being covered by the amount of snowfall that you have. What are we seeing where you are?
The snow is coming down really hard. We actually were able to drive from Buckhead to Midtown, and it was dangerous on the roads. We were very careful, very cautious, but you could see cars fishtailing as we were driving around. I want to show you what 10th Street looks like right now. It is covered in snow. If you're familiar with 10th, just outside of Piedmont Park, you drive down 10th off Monroe, and then there's a hill you have to go up. We just saw a car actually reversing back down that hill because the car couldn't make it up the hill. That's how bad the conditions of the road are out here. If you take a look over at Piedmont Park, it is just a winter wonderland, white as far as the eye can see. There are a number of people enjoying the snow right now. People have their dogs out. We saw some folks on sleds earlier. They're having a great time out here, but they walked here. That's the important point. You definitely don't want to be on the roads anywhere around here. It's super dangerous. These roads are covered in snow. They're really, really slick. So the people who are out here at Piedmont Park, they all walked. Astoundingly, we are seeing a lot of runners, a lot of people running in the snow, and they're able to get a good grip on it. The snow is really thick and wet and heavy, and so they are able to get a good grip. They're not falling down, but it is really coming down out here, Aisha.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Glad you guys made it from Buckhead to Midtown safely. A lot of people, may have been caught off guard, but we're glad you guys are joining us now. As you heed to these warnings, we hope you definitely do. All right, let's go now to Blue Ridge. 11 Alive's Molly Oak joining us from up north. Finally, okay, Molly's from Florida. We want to show you the excitement here. Did you drop something?
We officially have snow. Service is a little spotty, so I apologize if I lost you there. The excitement of this Floridian is just unmatched. Also, if I'm breathing deeply, it's because I may or may not have just run across the field celebrating. But within the last half hour to an hour, we are finally seeing snow in Blue Ridge. This is what my friends that I met yesterday who traveled here from Florida were hoping and praying for. Before anyone emails the newsroom, I know, I have gloves. I just hate putting them on. They will come on eventually, but we are starting to see snow. It is starting to stick here in Blue Ridge. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see again. This all probably started around 7:30ish, so 45 minutes. We're already starting to see some stuff stick. And I do also want to take a moment just to talk about the community here in Blue Ridge. We have already been met by a police officer who came by, stopped, made sure we were okay, and then offered us coffee. So I think there's something beautiful about any kind of storm. It does seem to bring everyone together. So be kind, and I hope you get to have some fun in the snow today, guys.
All right, you too, Molly. Molly is going to represent the people that are enjoying the snow. So we've just got word that Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport has officially issued a ground stop right now, and it's clearly evident to see why. They have issued this ground stop right now because the severe weather is both dangerous for travelers and especially people in the air. Just a few minutes ago, they came out with that information from Hartsfield-Jackson. We are tracking more than 600 flights have been canceled already, and nearly 350 flights are delayed. We do anticipate those numbers going up, especially being under a ground stop. No one can fly in or out of Hartsfield-Jackson right now because the roadways and the tarmac would clearly not be safe in these snowy and icy conditions as we look there at this temperature right now of 30 degrees with the snow steadily falling there as we look live here over the tower cam. And Chesney, this is one of those situations where, you know, I've been monitoring social media over the last couple of days, and sometimes in southern atmospheres, people don't take it as serious. They say, oh, the meteorologists are hyping it up, and that's why we're in the service industry in this way. You know, you never want to be caught off guard. Everyone remembers what happened when that was the case, right? And so this is a day to really take this serious. And from the perspective of Molly, you know, there are ways to enjoy this with your family. School is out, your offices are closed, that's true. But we want to let people know, we saw what happened in Dallas yesterday. We saw, you know, even Birmingham, our neighbors down I-20. This thing is here, and it's going to be with us for a while. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen some measurable snowfall around. Certainly we have it out there. We already got reports of about a half inch in some spots. So this will go down in the history books as a day that we had snow. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we had some snow around. As the day progresses on, that's probably what you want to do. You probably want to be more like Molly and try to get out in some of these conditions. Although I think it will start to turn a little more dicey as some warmer air tries to move in here. What you're looking at right now is, well, what you probably can't see. The King and Queen building right here. This is 400 near Northside Hospital. You barely see a little shadow of the King and Queen building right in there, so you can barely see up 285 or up 400 at all, but you see the snow coming down. So it will be tough to navigate, and because the road temperatures are above freezing, or just above freezing, we're starting to see it stick a little bit quickly now. Untreated roads, this is George's Rome in the downtown area. Untreated roads will look more like this, where you get a car or two coming down the lane, and so you see those tracks. Better to stay within those tracks, I can tell you that right now, so you can get some traction. I would say just stay at home and just watch it from our view, from our vantage point. But the snow is starting to lighten up here in the Georgia Rome area, where we couldn't really see some of those buildings in the background. Now you're starting to see it. That's the way it's going to be. It'll fluctuate off and on, heavy at times throughout the area today. You'll get some of that snow in. Now, take a look at the radar, and it does show that, where we have some heavy bands in here, where you're going to see the brighter whites around. Here is George's Rome right here, and that lighter band is starting to come in there. That's why we're starting to see the snow slack off just a little bit there. But for example, in Paulding County, for example, over toward Dallas, you got some pretty decent clip of snow coming down, and then you make your way into, let's say, Cobb County. Notice this little pink shade here surrounded by that purple. That's where some mixing is taking place. Likely sleet mixing in at times with some of the snow over there in Cobb County, Marietta in particular. Also down toward the south, you see Peachtree City, down toward Luthersville, over toward Rover. That's where you got some mixing taking place. I suspect more of this, or we'll see areas like this begin to grow a little bit more as we head toward mid-morning, because we're anticipating some warmer air getting in here. Over toward Logansville right now, you got some pretty decent clip of snow coming down. Over into Madison as well, over toward the Athens area. I just looked at your camera at UGA, pretty decent snow coming down. But you go further to the north, where you would expect that snow to be, it's not as heavy as of yet. In fact, looked at the Dahlonega camera, the field over into North Georgia's campus is grass. So not a whole lot of snow coming down yet. Ivy Log, not a whole lot of snow coming down yet. Even up toward Clayton or Toccoa, not as of yet. But over toward Ellijay, starting to pick up a little bit. Jasper, Canton, over toward Calhoun, Dalton, you got the decent snow coming down. So snow for the morning, but once we get to the afternoon, that's when we're expecting to see some mixing begin to take place. We have a winter storm warning in effect for today, all of today. Kicked in at 5 o'clock a.m. It's going to last through the day and into Saturday morning, even though the precipitation will end by 9 o'clock tonight, 10 o'clock tonight. We're still going to keep this warning up because of the effects of the snow and the ice could still be around right on through Saturday morning. Matter of fact, it could stay around through Saturday afternoon as we see refreezing taking place. Temperatures are not going to fluctuate all that much. We're in the 30s right now. I think we're going to stay there, maybe get up to about 33, 35 degrees for a high temperature, and then watch that temperature fall down tonight, and then do it again as we head into Saturday, which is why this is going to last. That purple shade that you see down there, the purple highlighted counties, that indicates a winter weather advisory that's going to remain in effect as well, where we're expecting to see a little bit more in the way of rain and freezing rain down there to the south. There's your temperatures right there. They are in the 30s, just below the freezing mark in a lot of spots. You got 30 degrees right now in Marietta. You're the same in Atlanta, over toward Covington as well. 29 degrees in Peachtree City. You got 29 in Canton, 28 over into George's Rome.
32, your warm spot down there in Thomaston, so you're right at the freezing mark. This is a huge system, folks, so this system will last pretty much all day today. Tracking area of low pressure down here to the south is going to continue to slide east and then head its way up to the north, so we got a long way to go with this. This rain, the rain will start to move a little bit further to the north, so again, we're anticipating that mixing, but that's going to be with us as we head through the day today. We're going to toss it over to Caitlin Ross now, who is in Midtown, experiencing some of the snow herself. Good morning.
Yeah, these don't cut it.
Good morning, Chesley. There is a lot of snow coming down. Piedmont Park looks like a winter wonderland. It's white as far as the eye can see, and a lot of people are out here this morning enjoying it. I met these ladies who are enjoying the snow, and what do you think of what it looks like out here?
Oh, it's incredible. It's so much more snow than I thought we were going to get. Really, really beautiful.
And it is beautiful, but it's beautiful for you for a specific reason. Tell us about that.
I'm from Florida, so this is my first snow, so this has been great. It's magical. It's just like the movies, so I'm loving it.
She is loving it. And what do you think when you're out here walking around? What are you seeing?
Oh my God, I just think it's gorgeous. It's so surreal. You can't really see too far, so it just feels beautiful.
It is beautiful, and one pup especially enjoying it. We got to get the pup on TV here this morning. Pup was really enjoying it this morning.
Oh yeah, this is her first ever snow, so I was a little nervous to see how she would do, but she's having a wonderful time just running around and frolicking.
She is. She's having a great time. Thank you, ladies, so much. We really appreciate your time. Thank you, you too. They're enjoying the snow. A lot of people out here enjoying the snow. People taking pictures of it, people running in it, if you can believe it. People are actually able to run up and down these sidewalks. The snow is a lot thicker right now, so you can grip it. Not a lot of people falling. We did see some people actually sledding. So there's a hill just right up here, and people were sledding down it. So they're having a really good time. But you do want to stay safe. I think they all made a really good point that they walked here, they didn't drive. The people who we see driving are really struggling. 10th Street is covered in snow, and people can't get up the hill. It's a really small hill, and people are having to reverse back down it to get back to Monroe because they can't drive their cars on it. So I think it's really important. Don't drive anywhere today. If you want to come out and enjoy the snow, please go somewhere you can walk to enjoy it. Enjoy it from your backyard, or better yet, enjoy it out your window because it is cold out here. Back to you.
And as we are here across our station in Midtown, we're still seeing that steady, kind of moderate to even heavy snowfall falling through the Midtown area. A lot of these flakes are still big, so we're continuing to watch as that snowfall accumulates. I was just out measuring once again, and we've got nearly 2.5 inches here in Midtown at our station. Caitlin mentioned that you got a good grip on the ground as far as when you're walking is concerned, and she's right. This snow right now is a nice, light, fluffy snowfall, which means it's pretty to look at. It makes walking not so dangerous. You know, you can put your foot down to the ground, kind of move it around and still reach the earth. It's not icing over quite yet, but it is still making for some very hazardous driving across North Georgia. This packed snowfall is going to create big problems on roadways. It already is creating big problems on roadways through the Atlanta metro and through much of North Georgia. Now, this steady snowfall here in the Midtown area has been falling now for about an hour and a half. It started shortly after 7 o'clock, started as that sleet. We got a lot of photos to our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team Facebook group of actual accumulating sleet earlier this morning through Noonan, through Metro Atlanta. But now we've seen that transition in many locations over to more of a steady snowfall. So this is that creating that pretty kind of winter wonderland type feel. And it is, it's pretty. It's been a few years since we've seen good accumulating snowfall through Metro Atlanta. So we do have pretty snowfall, good to play in, great to sled in, but it is hazardous if you're going to be driving. So I would advise if you don't have to be out on the roads, just hunker down, stay inside, or perhaps walk to a park or a sledding area if you have that as an option. Temperatures are cold out here, so you do have to have the heavy gear, especially, you know, rainproof gear to make sure you're not getting wet from all the snowfall. These flakes, just in the last couple minutes, we started to get some bigger flakes once again here in Midtown. The snowfall has been consistent, but we will watch for that transition to more of a wintry mix as the day progresses and temperatures start to warm up a little bit more, which could introduce even more danger on the roadways as those icy areas start to develop later today. Aisha.
All right, Nicole, thank you. We know we have interrupted regular programming this morning. The Today Show is celebrating Hoda Kotb's last day. We do have that for you streaming on the ATL right now. You can tune into the ATL on air, that is, right now to catch the Today Show. But we want to keep you safe with what's happening right here in the A. The roads are a complete mess. Jerry Carnes is running here, yonder, and everywhere trying to track all of these crashes that we have. People are getting stuck. Jerry, what are we seeing right now?
Oh, we got a new one in, and this one is on I-75, the ramp from I-75 southbound to I-285. There you go. There's the ramp right there. Look at all the trucks that are backed up there. There's a crash there, possibly involving a jackknife tractor trailer truck. We're trying to check with GDOT to see what they're hearing. They're waiting on their hero units to get there to tell us exactly what's going on. But look at I-75. It is just, you can't even see the lanes there anymore, covered in snow. Folks, this is the day to stay off the roadways. Again, I-75 southbound, the ramp to I-285 is blocked due to an incident there. And then on the south side of town, I-75 both north and southbound before Mount Zion Boulevard. This is in Clayton County, again covered in snow. There are crashes in both directions impacting multiple lanes. And GDOT is telling us that they've got crashes everywhere, only a couple of them involving multiple lanes. And this is one of them, two of them actually, north and southbound, I-75 before Mount Zion Boulevard. Stay away from that area. Use I-675 if you're out and about, but don't get out and about. Another accident, left lane blocked due to a crash, I-285 northbound. That's at Glenwood Road in DeKalb County. And then another one, this one down near the airport, I-85 southbound, down to the airport, down near the Loop Road, a crash there that we're waiting to clear. And it's going to take a while to clear all of the crashes. Look at them. They're just all over the place. They're on every side of town, and that's because the snow continues to fall and the problems begin to mount. You're looking once again at I-75 north and southbound and the ramp to I-285 blocked.
All right, Jerry, thank you. We are taking a look at some of the snow coming down this morning from across the area. We love when you send us your photos. This one is coming from Andrew Staples there in Brooks, Georgia. As you can see, the patio getting a little love from the snow out there this morning. We're seeing a lot of photos as the snow is just building up on your outdoor equipment, which, typically we can enjoy year round around here. This is coming from Chip there in Noonan. Let's take you to this video that Roy sent us of the snow starting to accumulate in Villa Rica earlier today. All right, North Georgia is one of the areas that is expecting the bulk of the snow. Molly Oak has been there since yesterday. It was kind of a waiting game to see how much snow was going to accumulate and what time it was going to start coming down. Finally, the snow has arrived there. Molly, tell us, what are you seeing right now? We know a lot of people, including you from Florida, actually went to the area, to the cabins, and they're getting what they came for.
This is something that kids I talked with yesterday on the playground said they were praying for when their parents booked this vacation months ago back in November. I'm watching two cute kids try to make snowballs, and I really appreciate their effort and really nail their dad right now, which is so entertaining to watch right off camera. But this is what it's all about, guys. This is what we have been waiting for in Blue Ridge. I've seen people for all yesterday. We were talking with them, a lot of them either from South Georgia or from Florida that just happened to be here for the weekend. They were hoping to get some snow. Even earlier this morning when I ran into the hotel just to warm up for a bit, everyone was like, of course, Atlanta and south of us are getting snow. We thought we had to come up here to get the snow, but patience is a virtue, and it paid off for all of us because we're starting to get the nice fluffy stuff. And take a look around me. I mean, it's really starting to stick here. Within the past hour or so is when it started to fall. The grass is already starting to get covered. Blue Ridge is still decked out in Christmas decorations, so certainly feeling like a winter wonderland, which the photographer I'm with told me I am not allowed to use that phrase. He just shook his head, but I'm going to break the rules. It's a winter wonderland in Blue Ridge, guys.
All right, Molly, thank you. So we do want to reiterate that ground stop has been issued at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport right now. Nothing coming in or going out. We're trying to wait to see what the latest situation is there. My producers are telling me that Hartsfield-Jackson officials, they are having a meeting to see how they're going to navigate this situation throughout the day, because already we are at more than 600 flight cancellations and more than 300 delays at this hour here at 8:30 this morning. But Chesley, that image that we were seeing from the live cam, we see exactly why. And the most important thing when you get up in the air is that you get up and come down safely. So we're going to pack our patience in all areas today.
That's absolutely right. Now, this is what you're going to see a lot of. This is a live look here up in the Blue Ridge area, and you see these folks out and about. Got the kids out as well. Kids who want to get out. I can't believe, Aisha, people, they heard us talking about snow coming, but they couldn't have believed it. My phone is flooded. Yeah, they just didn't believe it. They believed it, but they didn't believe it. Now that they see it, it's like, oh, you were right. And I'm like, well, this is what we do. This is what we do, folks. And so, yeah, you're seeing scenes like this. We started out showing you this picture up in Blue Ridge where you could actually see the road where it had the X in there and the 2 R's saying railroad tracks. Now you can't see that at all because the snow is starting to stick on the roadways. Now this would be an untreated road where you see the snow starting to pile up on us a little bit. There's the railroad tracks right there. This is the Blue Ridge area where you can see there's not a whole lot of activity, not a whole lot of people riding up and down the street. They have taken the heed at least and said, okay, we're not going out. We're not going to do it. All right. And so this is one shot here. You can see the snow is still coming down up in Blue Ridge, up in Fannin County. Now let's go over to Floyd County. This is Rome, and you can see where the snow has begun to cease, at least for now. But the road is still covered with snow on the sidewalks there. The cars are covered that have been parked out there all morning long. The good news is that the wind is not as strong, so it is cold, but the wind isn't blowing anything around there. Now, you're not done with the snow here in Rome. More will come back to you. In fact, we're expecting to see some mixing taking place a little bit later on. One of the concerns that I have with right now is the fact that we have the snow and it came down and it began to stick at a pretty decent clip, right? There's that break in Rome that I was telling you about. See where the gray gets in there? Right there. That's where you're catching a break right now, but more will come back to you. Now, we're going to get some sleet that comes in. That sleet will start to pile on top of that snow. All right. And if you get freezing rain, that freezing rain will begin to freeze on top of the snow. And so now you're going to have a little pack there that will keep us on the colder side. So we'll be watching for that. We're going to watch areas like what's taking place south of the city, down toward Peachtree City. You can see where we have that pink in there. That indicates maybe some sleet mixing in with the snow as far north as the city of Atlanta. On the south side of town, where some sleet can be mixing in, just to the north as well, over into Cobb County. So in places like Powder Springs, Marietta, you may be seeing a little bit of mixing taking place, and that's going to be off and on as we head through the morning. Eventually, I do think a lot of this mixing will take over. At least that's what the models are showing us, that drier or milder air will start to work its way in, and so we'll see a little bit more in the way of mixing. So this morning, for those of you getting up early this morning, you may get a chance to get out and enjoy some of it. Do so safely. Also, snap those pictures, send them to us. We want to see what's happening in your neighborhood. If you can do so safely, maybe even behind that warm window where you're standing inside, just get some shots, maybe of the birds flying around and some of the dogs out there enjoying some of the snow. You go further up here to the north, we're not seeing a lot of snowfall so far in places like Union Towns County. Here's Fannin County here. There's Blue Ridge right there. Ellijay, where you're getting a little bit of snow there. Dahlonega, I've been looking at that camera there and hardly see it because of the clouds, but I don't think there's a whole lot of snow there yet. But for example, in Jasper, you got some decent snow. Cherokee County down toward Canton. I've been seeing reports out of the Roswell area as well, where we've been seeing that snow up toward Calhoun along I-75. Highways may be doing okay for now because of the treated roads there, but it's those back roads that you're going to have to be concerned about. The winter weather warning will stay with us all day long today. In fact, it won't expire until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we'll see maybe some freezing over on the roads. Because we already have that snow in place, I think that snow is not going anywhere. Temperatures will hover right around 33, 35 degrees. Now, if we get warm enough that some rain gets in here, actual rain, that'll help to wash it away. But I do think it will stay on the frozen side. So you may get some raindrops maybe down here to the south, where we have the winter weather advisory, down into our southernmost counties and down toward Macon is where I think you may see a little bit more in the way of rain. I'm not sure how far north that warm air will get where we'd have some rain here in the metro area. It is certainly possible today, but I do think it will stay on the frozen side of that. And so even if we get up to 34, 35 degrees, mixing will begin to take place. Now, mixing will certainly lower any totals that we have when we talk about snowfall, but certainly the ice would be more of the concern because that could lead to power outages. So we're saying, hey, get a chance to stay inside where it's nice and warm, but if that power goes out, then we have other issues to deal with, and I think that's more of a serious concern for us for today. Temperatures are just at or below the freezing mark when you look at our map here. In fact, our temperatures started out warmer this morning when I first came in than where we are right now. So you're looking at temperatures in the 20s, places like Rome, over into Canton, and also into Gainesville. 30 degrees right now in Marietta, 30 also in Atlanta, 30 in Covington, 29 degrees right now over into Athens. You're right at 30 in Peachtree City, right at the freezing mark in Thomaston, and that's our warmest temperature on this map so far. I am going to put up the road temperatures because I do want you to see that temperatures on the roads are just above the freezing mark. Okay, just above the freezing mark there. But as that snowpack just sits on there, of course, that's going to cause that to go down as well. So then later on, when we get that ice, that means it kind of stays there, right? Right, doesn't have a chance to melt. This is a huge system. I want to show it to you nice and wide here because we're looking at an area of low pressure down here in the Gulf. It's feeding that moisture, and moisture is being fed off of that up here to the north, and it's running into the much colder air. We've been cold pretty much all week long, and now that that moisture is coming in, it's coming down in the form of snow, of course. The warmer air down here to the south, so places like New Orleans, all rain for today. But a huge system, and it's back off here to the south and west of us, and so that's why we have a longer time to deal with it, right? It's going to be around pretty much through the rest of the afternoon, right? And today, I'm not expecting it to taper off until later on tonight. So we got a long way to go. Been looking at the potential for ice, our ice potential. And look at this, significant, especially when you say up I-85 corridor going up into Hall County, heading further up toward Banks County, right in here. So I'd say from Atlanta, Alpharetta, eastward over toward the Athens area. Murrayville would be sort of the cutoff with this particular model right here is where we could see significant ice accumulation right in here. We're talking about, according to this map here, a quarter of an inch or higher. Quarter of an inch of ice could do some damage for us, especially on our trees as they begin to weigh them down, sag those down a little bit. And then you're talking about those outages, power outages could be numerous if this particular model holds up where we get some significant ice in this particular area. I would say even in the Atlanta metro area and a little bit southward as well. You see it's a little bit lighter here, but there's still the potential because of that mixing that will take place. And so we'll have to continue to watch for icing to take place here, which would lead to those power outages, numerous power outages. I want to show you just an example of what a quarter of an inch of ice could do. Certainly we know icing on the roads, so we want you to stay off the roads. But limbs and trees will begin to sag. Power lines will sag down because of the weight that ice has on those lines. We'll start to weigh it down a little bit, and of course numerous power outages. Now let's say we get a little bit more. Let's get a little bit more ice on those lines so it weighs it down even more. Now we're talking about a half inch of ice. You're talking about really dangerous road conditions where you just want to stay off the roads, period, right? Don't even want to go outside walking because of the ice. Widespread tree damage, trees coming down, actual trees coming down because of the weight from that ice, and long-term power outages, which is really what we don't want. Keep in mind, it's still very cold on the outside and we need that heat, right? All right, and so then we're talking about a very dangerous situation as far as ice accumulations. So that's what we're watching for this afternoon. Notice the snow totals have been kept down because of the potential for that ice. And so when you look at the snow totals, most of that up in the North Georgia mountains, places where it's not really snowing yet. Right up here toward north of Murraysville, heading up toward Rabun County. That's where we could see maybe up to 1 to 3 inches of snowfall. I'd say anywhere up here in our northernmost counties. Once you make your way a little further down to the south, notice it gets lower, maybe a half inch to an inch in places like Metro Atlanta, right? But we've already seen as much as 2 inches. Nicole reported that even on our back patio. Right, because it's already starting to stick. So anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, generally speaking, we'll say from Atlanta just to our northernmost counties, and then it starts to get a little higher further up to the north you go. The question about this will be, is that warm air begins to move in, how far north will it go? Now, if it stays just to the south of the city, we're talking about higher amounts of snow in our area, maybe getting up to 3, maybe 4 inches, right? If it stays mainly down to the south, but we're anticipating, and most of the models are showing us that warm air will start to rise as far as the city and maybe a little bit further north than that. If that's the case, again, these snow totals will be on the lower side. So here's what we're looking at. Down to the south, you're looking at mostly rain with a little ice mixing in, so a quarter of an inch of ice certainly possible. Here, I'd say over in the Atlanta metro area as well, that little swath that we talked about going up I-85, heading further up to the north, it's right in here where we could see some significant ice. So we're more so concerned about that in this area. Up to the far north, we're talking mainly snow. So we're talking about 1 to 3 inches of snow, and you're still looking at 0.2 of an inch of ice possible if that warmer air begins to make it further off to the north. So from our vantage point, from a meteorological perspective, we're more concerned about the icing that could take place. If it stays all snow, certainly we'll have higher totals of that. You can kind of trek around in snow, as Caitlin was talking about, being able to kind of walk in it. All right, here's our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. For the most part now, we're dealing with the snow. But notice what happens as we head toward mid-morning and early afternoon. We're talking about the mixing starting to take place and becoming a little bit more widespread. So more of those pink areas popping up on the radar as we head toward the afternoon due to that warmer air coming in. So now you're talking about in areas like Rome down through Marietta, Atlanta, Covington down toward Edenton, where we see at least the snow and then some sleet beginning to mix in. As we head further into the afternoon, we're looking at more of a sleet, freezing rain scenario. So now that ice starting to build on top of the snowpack that's already down and that becoming slick. So it's not like you can go and just grab the snow. You'd have to kind of crack the ice to get to the snow that would be underneath, especially if this scenario sets up. And then look how far north that pink gets. This is showing the warmer air moving all the way up into almost the entire state. And so that pushes the snow even further off to the north if this holds. Now, what I think reality would be is that, especially the higher elevations, it would stay all snow up here to the north. And then once you get down just to the south of Canton, Gainesville, that's where that mixing would take place, especially over here toward the north and east of the city of Atlanta. It's this area right in here that we're very concerned about with significant ice buildup that could cause those power outages and damage to those trees. You'll notice by the time we get to 10 o'clock tonight, a lot of it starts to taper off. You got the warm air really starting to take over into parts of South Carolina, which would be good for them, where the rain just kind of takes over. We'll still have a few flurries flying around as our temperatures will stay on the cold side. We're expecting the temperatures to go down into the 20s again tonight. That's a concern for tomorrow morning. Now, you'll notice the precipitation is gone. Stopped it here at 2 a.m. Precipitation is gone, but there still could be some problems affecting the area due to the temperatures falling off down into the 20s, and we still have snow on the ground. We still have some sleet out there and maybe some freezing rain still on the ground. And so you're looking at refreezing taking place. And so as you wake up on Saturday morning, you may look outside and say it's all gone. We just have clouds, but you get out there on the roadways, you start walking a little bit, and you find yourself slipping and sliding all over the place. And that's what we don't want. That's some good news for us that it is Saturday, so a lot of people don't have to necessarily go into work or have to go into school. And we do know that they're already closed for today and tomorrow, but that could cause a problem for us. So we continue to keep our weather impact alert even for Saturday after all the snow is gone. So if you take a look at our 7-day outlook, it shows today we're looking at 35 degrees, 37 for tomorrow. We're not talking about any precipitation around, maybe a flake or flying around or two, especially up in the North Georgia mountains, but not a whole lot. Even those clouds will start to break down as we get toward the afternoon. You're still looking at temperatures in the 30s with the sun breaking out on Sunday. So 39 degrees will be our high temperature after starting off at 21, and then we'll stay with some sunshine as we head into next week. In fact, next week will be drier. If you had plans for today and you had to move them to Monday or Tuesday, I think you'll be all right. It's still going to be on the cold side, though, as temperatures will only be in the 20s. For example, 26 on Tuesday morning. You'll only get up to near 40 for a high temperature. We'll do that again on Wednesday as well. 44 will be your high temperature. If you're turning us on right now and you're looking for today's show, we do know that it's Hazardous last day. You can find that on the ATL. So our station, the ATL, you can find the Today Show there. We're going to stick with our coverage, of course, because we got that snow coming down. And so we want to let you know what you can expect as we head through the rest of the morning and right on through the rest of the afternoon and the weekend as well. Some of you may have just come into town and you are looking to maybe do some things. Well, hopefully you didn't get shocked by this. Hopefully you checked the forecast before you got here to know that a lot of things would be canceled. Live shot of Blue Ridge area shows the snow coming down at a pretty decent clip. They still have Christmas decorations up around here, so it does look like a Christmas time, at least. You can see the lighted Christmas tree there around. I did show this earlier, and I do want to continue to show you this. Now, this is a busier road up here to the north. You'll see cars driving through. In fact, you can see a little bit black up there where a few more cars have helped the roads out a little bit. But this road coming down through the central portions of the Blue Ridge area shows really no cars around. We had a family out here walking earlier. There's one right there. There's one or two cars now trying to get around, navigating very slowly. You notice they're in an SUV and a truck. I know a lot of people think that because I have a four-wheel drive or because I drive a truck, I can just navigate through this with no problem. That is not the case, folks. That is a myth. All right. The roads are slick. And so if you get out there and you try to force yourself, you will be slipping and sliding in weather like this. That truck was smart. Whoever's driving that truck, taking their time getting through, especially when you see roads like this where it could be ice or it could be snow, right? The more that we see people driving on it, it's going to pack the snow down. That makes it very hard and slick. Okay. That's what we saw 10 years ago with the 2 inches that we saw in the city of Atlanta, and that snow kind of got packed down by some of those trucks, and then it became a really ice ring out there. And so really we want you to stay off the roads because you can really cause more problems for those of you that are coming behind you. Okay, so keep that in mind as well. But a nice little picture here from the Blue Ridge area, making folks very excited, but you got to be cautious as well. You can be excited about the snow. We haven't had it in a long time around here, but also be very cautious. Keep your awareness up as far as what the forecast is concerned. Here is Georgia's Rome. You can see where we have some light snow now starting to fall. Here's a friend of mine that's walking through the snow. He's got on the big coat as well, making tracks now in the sidewalk there, where it probably up to about a half an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch of snow on the sidewalks there. The roads look pretty decent where people have already trekked through some of those. We do have the snow right now. Now we are anticipating again that mix to take place. And maybe that's already starting to take place up here in Floyd County, where some sleet is now mixing in with the snow. So it's not as bright as we saw earlier on. So maybe with the mixing that's taking place again, that will start to lower those totals a little bit. You'll notice that on the radar loop begin to fluctuate in some spots, right? Where we see some of that pink starting to pop up and then it shrinks back down a little bit. Expecting that to become a little bit more widespread once we get toward the afternoon, or where we'll have more of that mixing taking place in the forecast area. That is what we're anticipating. Temperatures right now are at or below the freezing mark, and so we got the snow for the most part throughout the area. Where you see, and when you're looking at our radar, where you see some of those whiter colors, that's where the snow is coming down. A pretty decent band of snow may be coming down, and has been coming down pretty good in places like Carroll County. Look at that. We've had that white for a while, at least over an hour where snow has been coming down. No doubt there's at least over 3 inches in certain parts of Carroll County. Even here in the Atlanta metro area, as I mentioned before, Nicole Hartford, she measured over 2 inches of snowfall right here on our back patio. And so you may have that in some spots out there as well. Kids waking up, probably looking outside saying, yes! A true snow day for them. Obviously not going to school in a lot of our school districts, but a chance to get out maybe in the backyard and do maybe some cartwheels. I know my son will be doing that, and probably already this morning. Dear, if you can catch him on video, send that to me so I can show the folks. We're looking at Rome now. I was mentioning how they got maybe some sleet mixing in. You notice how it's been darker there for a little while, and some more of that darker gray coming in. That's where the snow has begun to subside just a little bit. But then over toward the east, you get that popping of purple in there, and that's where we're seeing, again, that little bit of mixing. We're expecting that to continue as we head through the afternoon, the mixing to take place, and that's where it's going to get a little bit more dangerous. So if I had to give you my best estimates for you to go out and enjoy, I would say do so this morning, because once we get to the afternoon, it's going to become a little bit more tricky as far as the forecast goes. Aisha, you're from Michigan. I know you have seen things like this, so it's really not a threat to you, at least.
I'm humble with it. You know, I don't have my chest puffed out. I'm not out there on the road doing donuts in my SUV, because this is really serious. And you know what? I often think about, this is a very hilly, mountainous area. You know what I mean? And so people trying to get up all those hills, you know, that is going to be a huge issue. So I'm keeping it humble here in the anchor seat, you know, just giving the people the information, giving the beautiful views. Let's take it in. A live look over Centennial Olympic Park right now. Snow covering Metro Atlanta. We see the Ferris wheel off in the distance, creating a beautiful winter wonderland. We're sure as the day goes on, we're going to start seeing people out and about downtown enjoying the snow. And that is what we are already seeing for the people taking in the sights at Piedmont Park. The runners, they're hardcore, baby. And Caitlin came on the air and said this is good traction for running. And they said, okay, we're going to try it out. And they did. A lot of pets out enjoying, people saying it's their first time for their kids or maybe their pets seeing snow for the first time. So this is surely an enjoyable event if you take it from the perspective of snow can be fun, just as long as you're getting to the parks to have fun on your 2 feet. Not in your car. We don't want you doing any of that. But we have our crew behind the wheel safely. 11 Alive's Karis Belger is on the roads for us this morning, traveling in Fulton County. You've been along I-20. That's that first corridor, Karis, that we were kind of looking out for. We saw that sleet coming down. It was about 6 o'clock, but that has surely changed over to all snow now. How are you guys doing out there?
It's still snow, and I have to tell you, the roads are pretty treacherous right now. I'm going to show you exactly what we are looking at. Quite a few cars out here have gotten stuck already. In fact, my photographer Joseph Johnson and I just passed a car that was being pushed out of the road. And just to give you an idea of what we're seeing, at one point, Joseph and I had to get off because we had to clean our windshields, get the car ready so we could get back out here and tell everybody what was happening. And there was a truck that was driving in front of us. In the tread under where those truck tires were was ice underneath of the snow already. So just to give you an idea of what we're seeing, these are not the kind of conditions people should be driving in. A few people in front of us are taking it slow, but I have to tell you, it is not an easy drive at all. You can't see a lane. You can't always necessarily see the tread of where the car in front of you was driving. So people should be very, very careful if you are going to be out here. But again, do not recommend it. And we also got that notification from GDOT not too long ago warning people about the roads as well. So we're going to continue to stay out here, let you know what's going on. And of course, we are going to be driving very slowly ourselves. Still heading westbound on I-20 here. We'll come back to you in a little bit with more.
All right, Karis, you guys stay safe. And that is the speed. We see what they're doing right there. Very mindful, very mindful. These are the speeds we are talking about if you are going to be out on the roads. All right, let's send it back out to Caitlin Ross joining us from Piedmont Park out there. That's the place to be, Caitlin. I think Piedmont Park, we're going to really start to see that place fill up soon.
People are having a good time out here. They're enjoying the weather. We have a lot of people out here. You can see Piedmont Park is like almost full up. There are people with their dogs. People are sledding. There's a guy on a bike over there. I think the things having the most fun are the dogs. Dogs are rolling around in the snow. They're chasing everything. They're having a really good time. But we are noticing that it's starting to turn to more of that mix. So we had seen a lot of snow earlier. Now it's much more of like a harder consistency on Piedmont, and definitely the cars are struggling. So this is 10th Street. You can see a Jeep just eating it up right there. But we've had cars that have tried to get up the hill, and they actually had to reverse down and go down the other side because they couldn't get up the hill. There is so much snow on 10th Street right now. There's a guy walking down the middle of it. So it is a really, really difficult consistency. The roads are covered in snow. They are icy. They are dangerous to drive on. So while people are having fun in Piedmont Park, they're enjoying it. The people here walked here, Aisha. They're not driving, and you definitely want to stay off the roads.
All right, Caitlin, so here is what I want to tell you guys. As a Michigander, both Caitlin and Molly were a little out of breath. Navigating snow, it's an exercise. And if you're going to get out, it is. And if you're going to shovel, be aware of that. Shoveling is definitely considered cardio. So we want to make sure your body is kind of prepared for what it's going to endure. Chesley's pointing to his back. Yeah, your back's for sure. It can be fun and cute to look at, but it is definitely something to experience and can be a little bit hard on the body. So we want to let you know that as well. All right, you guys have been kind of hard on the roads. Not everybody paying attention to stay off. If you just necessarily have to be out there, we want to make sure you're doing it safely. Jerry Carnes is keeping an eye on multiple wrecks, multiple vehicles stuck, Jerry. Not slowing down anytime soon for you.
It's just too much to keep up with. We want to show you the situation at the Cobb Cloverleaf. This just speaks volumes about the situation on the roadways today and why you should stay at home and off of the roadways. This is the transition ramp from I-75 southbound to I-285. Look at that. You got trucks parked there, police blocking the ramp, snow blocking the ramp, a multi-vehicle crash, GDOT tells us, involving several cars. That's what has the ramp blocked, and it's all due to the snow. So stay away from that area altogether. GDOT also tells us they've had people calling and complaining because the ramp is blocked. Folks, we've been telling you about this for days. We've been begging you to stay off the roadways. You can't complain when you run into exactly what we told you you were going to face. GDOT is out trying their best to clear these roadways, but it's just too much everywhere. So the Cobb Cloverleaf, I-75 southbound ramp to I-285 in both directions, that is completely blocked. Okay, I'm going to try to run through this quickly and bring you the worst of the situations. Clayton County is still a hot spot, wrong word on a day like today, but crash both 75 northbound and southbound at Mount Zion Boulevard has multiple lanes blocked and the snow is falling there. Another crash. This is the downtown connector, the exit ramp to Fulton Street. We were looking at that just a few minutes ago and snow covered the roadway there. So that exit ramp from the downtown connector to Fulton Street is blocked. Another accident, left lane blocked on I-285 northbound at Glenwood Road and back to the Cobb Cloverleaf. What a complete mess. And I haven't even looked at the surface streets. I've been focused on the interstates. The surface streets are going to be even worse because they're not going to get the treatment that you see on the interstates and all those interstate overpasses and ramps. So just a big mess. If this site alone doesn't convince you to stay home today, I don't know what else I can do. Molly is up in Blue Ridge where the snow is falling, but you're having kind of a good time, Molly.
Oh, Jerry, you know you're a fellow Floridian. This is a dream for a kid who was born and raised in Southwest Florida. I grew up where winters were anything below 70 and I was cold. So yeah, very cold. Probably should have put on another pair of pants on top of the 3 I already have on, but this is a blast. It's been fun to see a couple of kids running around trying to make snowballs of the little snow we have. It's starting to stick though. The grass is starting to get covered. When you get on the pavement or like the sidewalks like this, that's where it really starts to look white. So it's a beautiful spot here in downtown Blue Ridge. We're starting to see a few more people wake up as well. What I also really enjoy, and I mentioned this in a hit earlier, is just that sense of community you're starting to feel. We're watching police officers just slowly drive around. They're always checking on people. They even came and checked on us, asked if we needed any warm coffee. So a lot of kindness here in Blue Ridge. Aisha, I heard you calling me out for being out of breath. This is true. I may have celebrated a little too hard when it started snowing about an hour 15 ago here in Blue Ridge. So we're still at the very beginning of this. Also, I promise I'll have gloves on my next hit. I told you all not to email the station, but apparently I should have been more specific for our Atlanta viewers not to text my mom because I already got called out by my mom for not wearing gloves. So they'll be on next hit. Stay safe and stay warm, everyone. We'll check in a little bit, guys.
Hi, so I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford out here in Midtown outside of our station, and right now I'm seeing a key thing that has changed in the type of precipitation coming down. It used to be a steady, moderate snowfall. Now I'm seeing almost exclusively sleet here in the station, kind of a wintry mix. You might be able to even hear the sleet coming down. You can hear them kind of bouncing off the trees. And this is the transition that we've been really waiting for over the last couple of hours. This transition is key because it will make the snow that's already on the ground a little bit messier. We'll probably start to see a little more ice developing over the course of the next couple hours, and I can already feel it just on the ground. We still have that packed snowfall, but on top of this now, we're going to add potentially accumulating sleet. Right now across the Midtown area where we're at here at the station, I'm also starting to notice that some of the snowfall that accumulated just kind of on the railings behind me, it's not quite as high anymore. We had nearly 2.5 inches of snow accumulation, and you can tell now it's transitioning into a little bit more of an icy look here at our station in Midtown. I was trying to catch some of these sleet pellets so you can see them, but they're kind of bouncing off my hands. I've got a couple. I don't know if I can bring them up to the camera so you can see them a little better. Those are sleet pellets. They are small. We still have a couple snowflakes coming down. We also have a couple raindrops that have been coming down. So it truly is transitioning now to a little bit more of a wintry mix, at least here in Midtown. Now, this will continue likely throughout much of the day today. We'll have periods where we could see a little bit more of the sleet, a little bit more of freezing rain, and still periods of snowfall. But this is kind of the start of what I expect to make the roadways even more difficult and what's going to make it maybe not quite as fun to come play outside. We've got pretty big little sleet pellets, little pellets of ice that are coming down and falling right now. They kind of hurt when they land on your skin. So if you were thinking of maybe taking the kids out to sled, or if you just wanted to walk around and enjoy some of the snowfall that we don't see necessarily so often across North Georgia, now might not be the time to do it. We still do have that accumulating snowfall. Again, it's packed snowfall that is going to make for some rough driving, rough roadways that we've already seen. It's also, now that we're starting to see sleet, it's packing a little bit more on the ground. So this is good snowball snow, but this is going to make it a little bit more hazardous for walking. I know Caitlin was out at Piedmont Park and was saying people were out running and were out really enjoying some of the snowfall. And now is when you'll start to see perhaps the sidewalks get a little more of a glaze from the ice. The snow will get packed down, a little more difficult to walk in across the area as well. And while it was a pretty steady snowfall before, it is now a pretty steady sleet we're seeing across the Midtown area. So this will add on technically to those snow totals a little bit. As we go throughout the day today, we could see more of a transition as temperatures kind of fluctuate to right around, if not a little above freezing. Some of this sleet could also transition to a little bit more of a freezing rain, which is where that risk for ice will really start to enter into the forecast. It's been pretty steady, though, at least some type of precipitation here in Midtown since about 7 o'clock this morning, guys.
All right, Nicole, thank you. Sending it back out to just the area. We have reporters crisscrossing the area, just kind of checking out the scene where you are. We want to take in all the sights, making sure that everybody is staying inside with your little ones. And I know a lot of people may not have, snow gear here in Metro Atlanta, but just go ahead and layer them up. Take them outside to experience the snow, make a few snow angels. We're sure that's what people are doing at Piedmont Park. That is where we find 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross right there along 10th Street as people enter the park. Oh, this guy has the right idea. He has the right hat and the right thing in his hand, Caitlin.
Yeah, he's got the right hat and the warm coffee. Blake Watley is doing it right. And Blake, this is your first snow in Atlanta. What do you think at Piedmont Park?
Yeah, this is great. I've lived here almost 4 years and I've never seen snow in Atlanta, so I'm stoked. It seems like everyone's pretty high stoke right now. It's great.
And when you look out across the park, you see dogs, you see people biking, you see people sledding. I just talked to a kid who was building a snowman. What do you think of the atmosphere out here?
I love it. It's like very communal. Everyone's talking to everybody, and it just seems like a lot of fun.
So you were out here when the flakes were big and fluffy and soft. That is changing for us, Blake, right now. What does it feel like to you?
Yeah, it's like mini hail now, or sleet or something. It's a mix, as they say.
It is a mix. Thank you so much, Blake. We appreciate your time. Like you said, we are seeing that change in the consistency. We're seeing the change in the feel. When we first got here around 8 o'clock this morning, it was very light. It was very fluffy. Now it's coming down hard, and it's really hitting the ground and bouncing. You can tell it's turning into more of a winter mix and definitely making the roads more dangerous. What's been scary as we've been setting up here along 10th Street is that cars can't get up that hill. As you cross Monroe and go up this way, they're actually having to reverse back down to turn around. And so the roads are covered in snow. They're super slick and people are really having trouble driving on them. We are seeing a lot of people, though, navigating the snow really well on foot. There are a lot of people who are running out here. We've seen 2 people on bikes. Those bikes are able to hold the traction incredibly. They're able to get through. And we've seen a lot of people sledding. There's a sledding station set up now where people are going one right after another, flying down that hill, having an absolute blast. I talked to a 4-year-old who was seeing his first snow. He was building his first snowman. He was stoked, but he said we need to check back with him later because it's not finished yet. So the masterpiece is in action, and a lot of people out here are building their masterpieces. We've got people throwing snowballs, building snowmen, a lot of dogs out here, absolutely enjoying it. But again, everybody out here enjoying it walked here to enjoy it. You need to stay off the roads. It's super dangerous driving a car, but if you can walk to somewhere and enjoy this winter mix, enjoy it now before it gets bad. Back to you.
Olaf and company is getting ready to take over Metro Atlanta. All the little snowmans and Elsas, this is a day of their dreams.
Thank you.
But for a lot of people, we don't want it to become a nightmare. We are trying to prevent that from happening. Already kind of seeing some nightmarish conditions on the roads out there. Meteorologist Chasey McNeil is continuing to track this system that's not letting up anytime soon. It's a big one.
All day, all day. You know, I didn't want to hear, I heard Nicole say now it's changing over to all sleet. A little too early, a little too early. We wanted this to last a little while. We could take snow totals up to about 3-5 inches, especially when people stay off the roads, we'll be fine. But once you start talking about some sleet mixing in on top of that, or freezing rain mixing in, that's when it becomes very, very messy. And that's what we're anticipating as we head toward the afternoon. So we've been talking about ice accumulations. We're going to continue to talk about that because we anticipate that taking place. The sleet mixing in now will start to bring those totals down a little bit. It's not going to pile up on us like as if it were earlier when we had those big snowflakes out there. This is our Georgia Tech camera, and you can see that it looks like Indianapolis or somewhere else. But this is Atlanta. And every now and again, you'll get scenes like this, right? Just haven't been that way for a while now. Up into Georgia's Rome, another nice shot of the snow that's already piled up on the sidewalks there, on some of the parking spots there or next to the sidewalks there. And then that's where some cars have been getting through the downtown area over here in the Rome area here. And so wind will start to pick up a little bit on us later on this afternoon, not as strong. Right now, up to about 8 miles per hour. You see the flags kind of waving around just a little bit there. That adds to the bite in the air. It is cold. It is cold. So if you plan on taking the kids out this morning to maybe doing that sledding, make sure you bundle them up. A snow suit would be suitable for conditions like this, although I know it's hard to keep that around when we don't receive as much snow, but that would be ideal, like a snow suit for those of you who may have one of those. All right, we're looking at the radar now, and it does show where we started out on the lighter side. Sleet first, and then it began to change over to all snow. Where you see the bright whites, that's a pretty good snow band that would be coming down. Just showed you the Rome area. In fact, let me back it up real quick. You can see, if you look at the buildings, you can see where some snow is coming down. There probably is some mixing taking place with that as we speak. Back up to the city of Atlanta, pretty much the same thing. Now, when we go to the radar, you can see over toward the Rome area where we have that gray in there, a little bit gray right in there. Lower snow amounts. Bright bands have been down here to the south. You got a little bit over toward Carrollton right now where it's starting to taper off just a little bit there, but more certainly on the way, of course. South Fulton County as well. It's been snowing there at a pretty decent clip for a little while. Some mixing was taking place. Now you're back to maybe all snow there in South Fulton. You head over here to Henry County, snowing there for a little while as well. Over toward McDonough, got reports of about 3 inches of snow on the ground in McDonough so far from one of our spotters. And the snow is still coming down a pretty decent clip there. You're going to get a break. You're going to get a little bit of a break, and then more of that will start to pop up, where now reports are coming in where we're starting to see sleet begin to mix back in. That could be a changeover, right, as we head into mid-morning. Right now, about 8 o'clock, headed toward 9 o'clock. We were suspecting around 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, where we start to see more of that sleet begin to mix in. And so right on schedule for more of that sleet. Now, again, I mentioned the issue with that. The issue with that is going to be more icing. So if we start to see temperatures begin to warm back up, we'll see a prolonged period, or at least a longer period, where we'd have that mixed precipitation. That adds to the slickness on the roads. If it becomes freezing rain, of course, that adds to the weight of everything. So you talk about trees being weighed down. You're talking about power lines weighed down. By the way, 9 o'clock, if you're looking for the Today Show, you got to go over to WATL. I meant to tell you that at the 9 o'clock hour. If you're looking for ATL, we got it on. It's over on the WATL, so just switch over to that. Now, we're going to continue on just to keep you updated of what's taking place right now. You'll notice, again, McDonough over into Rockdale County, right along I-20, heading east over toward Madison is where you have the snow coming down at a pretty decent clip, up toward the north as well. So I-85 heading through Gwinnett County and then heading up into Hall County on 985. You still have the snow coming down at a pretty decent clip. You're catching a break back over into Paulding County, over toward Dallas. Some of that gray mixing in there. That indicates some lighter snow coming down up toward the Rome area. Just showed you that as well. We haven't seen a lot of snow. Dahlonega northward so far, you really haven't seen much. And these are the areas up here to the north where we thought the snow totals would be a little bit higher. And that still may be the case. Now we're just getting started. This is going to be with us pretty much all day long. So places like Ivy Log, over toward Clayton, up in Raymond County, Toccoa, over toward Cannon, you haven't seen much as far as the snowfall goes. In fact, probably just getting in on some of the sleet that started was the onset for us. You're probably just now getting in on that, and then the snow will start to come your way. All of North Georgia under a winter storm warning right now. That's the pink shade. All of our counties here in North Georgia, Rome, Athens, almost into Augusta, over toward Atlanta. That's where we have the winter storm warning. This winter storm warning is set to expire tomorrow morning. Even though the precipitation stops, we're still going to see impacts from the snow and from some of the ice that will be around. You go a little further down to the south, some of our southernmost county, Meriwether, Troup County, into Upson County. That's where we have that purple shade there. It's a beautiful color, but we're looking at a winter weather advisory in those areas where we're expecting to see a little bit more in the way of rain. You know, a good scenario for us would be that if the temperatures were to heat up a little bit higher today, it could change over into rain. That rain would help to wash whatever hit the ground away. but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think our temperatures will hover closer to the freezing mark through the day. The snowpack that we have on the ground will help in that regard because obviously if it stays on the ground, it's colder, so it'll make the atmosphere above that, just above that, stay on the cold side. So I do think our temperatures will hover right around 33, 35, stay somewhere right in there. And that is a sweet enough spot where the precipitation that's coming down will begin to mix, obviously, and I think it will stay on the freezing rain side, which is why we're really concerned about areas just to the west of the city of Atlanta, up through, like if you're going up I-85 and then hitting I-95 up towards Gainesville, in that particular area right in there could be some significant icing taking place. So if you live in any of those areas, be on the lookout, all right? Because even though you're going to be inside, if we get significant icing, there could be power outages around. So hopefully you're prepared for that. If there is a power outage and it lasts for a while, because it really is cold outside, you got your heat on right now, but if the power goes out, right, then you got to think about what you need to do. And so hopefully you've prepared for that. We talked about that as we saw the models trending a little bit warmer with the precipitation around. That's not necessarily a good thing for us. Right now our temperatures are at or below the freezing mark. You're right at the freezing mark in Thomaston, right at 32 degrees, 31 in the city of Atlanta. We got 30 in Covington, 29 degrees right now in Carrollton. You're at 28 in Georgia's Rome, 27 degrees in Blairsville at the current tower. Not a lot of wind, at least not yet, but we're expecting that wind to really start to pick up as the area of low pressure gets a little bit closer to our area. The latest track, I was watching our models, and it shows that area of low pressure not really staying to the south of us, but moving a little bit further up to the north. That pushes that rain snow line further north. And so if it continues on that track where it moves into the southern portions of our state, that means a little bit more warmer air getting in here and pushing this line where you have, let's go back over here to the west. You can see in Alabama here where we have that line of purple and pink in here and the snow line. Notice how that's starting to creep up a little bit. If that happens for us, then you're talking about more of a significant icing event, but that pushes the snow up and then maybe even warmer all the way up into the North Georgia mountains. Right, which is some of what our models are showing us as we speak. Got the potential for ice, and you can see where it's lining up. I was mentioning to you I-85 northward, right? So down toward Peachtree City, not quite into Peachtree City, but I'd say north of that. So South Fulton County, then sliding further off to the north and east, up into Gwinnett County, Hall County, and then continue up into Banks County. It's these areas right in here where our models are showing us there could be some significant ice accumulations. All right. If that's the case, that is where it's going to be very, very dangerous out there, not only on the roadways, but also on the sidewalks for walking or whatever, and also with the power outages. That extends a little bit further over here toward the east. So you're talking about places like 575 along 75 into Cobb County, of course, but then 575 heading up into parts of Cherokee County, almost in up toward Talking Rock. And so you look at that area there. Now, if this comes to fruition, then you're talking about significant accumulations of ice. Now, here's what can happen with that ice. This is why we're talking about this, because this is more of a dangerous situation. 1/4 inch of ice can weigh down power lines and trees. So you talk about some of those maybe snapping, right? Some of those falling, right? You're talking about obviously ice on the roads, which is already dangerous, but then those tree limbs breaking as well. Numerous power outages because of the weight that hangs on the power lines, the weight that hangs on those trees that may fall onto power lines. That was just an example of something falling. That's the way it would sound, right? Oh my gosh. I'm going to toss to you, Aisha, while I get my clicker. You got to kick it off camera to get that, to get that. But hopefully my explanation made some sense. Let me show you real quickly here. If we get more than 1/4 inch and it becomes like 1/2 inch, here's what we're talking about. Dangerous, very dangerous travel conditions. And then we're looking at widespread power outages and maybe even lasting a little bit longer. Now back over to you.
All right, Chesney, thank you. Thank you for teaching us the laws of gravity and how that works. All right, everybody, thank you for joining us here on 11 Alive Plus. We have you covered here on our streaming app. We are glad you have downloaded it and joined us here to get around the clock coverage of this snow situation that we are experiencing out here. 11 Alive's Karis Belger has been on the roadways for us all morning long until she got herself stuck in a little semi-pickle. Karis is joined along I-20, all with the 18-wheelers out there who are not navigating the snow so easily. Karis, what are we seeing?
They're not, and this is exactly what we heard Chesley and Jerry talking about all morning. If you don't have to drive out here, do not. I'm on I-20 in Cobb County on Riverside Parkway, and I gotta tell you, there are at least 4 trucks that are stuck here. You can see the ones just behind me. They've been there for a good amount of time, and then even as we continue on, we've seen more and more of those trucks, of cars trying to navigate around those trucks. You see they're trying to get themselves unstuck here, and as we've continued to be out on these roads, we've seen the conditions get even more slick. And you can see just on that other ramp on the other side across the road, more trucks also stuck. I understand that this is something that we are waiting to get an update about as well. And we've seen a number of people out here in their cars trying to not necessarily successfully navigate around this, but just to give you an idea. So there are at least 5 that we have seen since we've been here. We were out here driving, but we had to get out so we could show this to you, because when you're out here on these roads, we've had the snow start, right? And then it became a little bit more of a wintry mix. And when you get that happening, the roads become a little more treacherous. I'm behind my photographer, Joseph Johnson. You can see his shot here, but you can see just how these trucks are stuck here on the road, not moving at all. Thankfully, we are safe. We pulled off onto the side, out of the way, but just to give you an idea of what some of these conditions are and what they're causing out on these roadways. So people, if you're going to be out here, if you must drive, you have got to be careful, because these are the kind of things that we are contending with, the kind of things we are dealing with. I'm not going to lie. I'm not from Florida. I lived in Buffalo for 3 years, but this is definitely something that you should be wary of, because we do not have the same amount of, I should say, assistance as we do up north, farther up north. Anyway, we're going to send it back to you all. We're going to keep you updated with what we learn.
All right, Karis, thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, a mess everywhere, especially on I-285. There you go, I-285 southbound. This is in Cobb County. So as you leave the Cobb Cloverleaf and try to travel southbound, this is what you're going to encounter. This is a crash that has been there for a little bit, southbound right at Riverview Road. So as you approach the Chattahoochee River, they're trying to clear it out of the way. You see it's blocking 2 left lanes. I call them lanes, but there are no lanes anymore because everything is just covered in snow. So traffic making it around on the right there. But if you're trying to travel, I don't know why you are, if you're trying to travel I-285 southbound in Cobb County toward Riverview Road, this is what you're going to encounter. I was watching over on the northbound lanes just a moment ago. A car spun out and was stuck in the middle of the interstate there. He finally got going again, thank goodness, before someone could strike him. But that's what you're facing, folks. So it's just not a safe situation out there. All right, let's take you down to Clayton County, where we had a crash both north and southbound near Mount Zion Boulevard. They have finally cleared that out of the way, but just because they have cleared the vehicles out of the way, snow is still covering the roadway there. And Highway 78 Stone Mountain Freeway eastbound right near the park in DeKalb County, that is blocking several lanes. We don't normally talk about stalled vehicles, but it is blocking several lanes there. And there you go. Want to remind you also the Cobb Cloverleaf, well, both Spaghetti Junction 285 and 85, as well as 75 at the Cobb Cloverleaf at 285. That is a complete mess because obviously you've got overhead bridges there, and they have iced over and are a terrible situation. We were watching earlier at the Cobb Cloverleaf, the ramp from I-75 southbound to I-285 completely blocked because of a multi-vehicle crash. But even if it wasn't for that crash, you couldn't make it through that area due to all of the snow. And the trucks are really struggling to make it through onto those ramps. So there you go. There's the latest in Cobb County. I-285 southbound at Riverview Road, just another example of what's going to be going on all morning long. A crash blocking again. We start talking about lanes, but there are no lanes anymore. Everything just covered in snow and ice, and everything is a hazard if you get out on the roadway today.
All right, Jerry, thank you. From the roads to the skies. Joining me right now via Zoom, we have Andy Gobiel, who is the Senior Director for Corporate Communications there at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. All right, Andy, tell me, what do we have going on right now? We know we had the ground stop. Where do things stand?
Yeah, good morning. So, of course, we expected this. The weather is going to be rough. It's inclement. To take a look outside my window, it's been snowing, as we saw all morning long, and it looks, at least here at the airport, as if it's starting to turn a little bit to sleet. So that's all I'm going to do as far as practicing meteorology. I'm going to leave it to the experts there at XIA to handle that. But we're just monitoring this, and we're making sure that we've got our teams out there addressing not only the airfield, but also what we call the landside components, the people who are driving on in, the walkways leading into the airport. So we're monitoring this. We're making sure that our center airfield complex is operational. We've got 5 runways here at Hartsfield-Jackson. So during times of inclement weather, we may just focus on our 2 central or center runways, which is what we will be doing. And we'll make sure that we've been out there and we've been treating them for the past, 12 to 18 hours to make sure they're good to go. We're passing over with the snow plows to make sure that's taken care of as well. So that's outside, and that's what we're addressing. Inside, we have at least 40 to 50 of our customer service representatives who are here to assist any of the passengers who may be stuck here at the airport. One of the benefits, however, that we have is that we were aware that this was going to take place. So our airline partners modified their schedules. Our concessionaires modified their schedules to make sure that we have everything ready for passengers who may be stuck here at the airport. So again, we're monitoring, we're making sure that everybody is remaining safe and secure, and we're addressing whatever delays that the FAA may implement because of the weather, not just here, but throughout the Southeast that's impacted by the weather-related impacts here at the airport.
All right, Andy, you're kind of getting a round of applause from Chesley in the background. He's very proud of the response that you guys implemented based on getting this forecast 2 to 3 days in advance. So we like to see that. But I do just want to clarify here, is the ground stop still in place?
So again, they're called traffic management programs, and they're created and instituted by the FAA. So they may change throughout the day, and the FAA does it based on a number of different inputs. Of course, the forecast, the current conditions, requests from the airlines, requests from the airports. So there may be a ground stop or traffic management program in the process right now. But usually what happens, at least here at Hartsfield-Jackson, is that this will take place not just during the winter weather that we have here, but there are times, and we're all used to this, Chesley knows this as well, we'll see those severe weather, severe thunderstorms in the afternoons in the summer months. So there could be some delays in traffic management programs in place there. So it'll come and go, it'll come up for, it could be 15 minutes, could be an hour, could be an hour and a half, and we'll just continue to monitor and make sure that the airfield is prepped and ready to go.
You tell me, where do we stand right now with delays and cancellations, and how is that being handled with the amount of people that are probably going to be stuck in the airport for a little bit?
Yeah, so when I got here, again, and I'm going to go back to what we were talking about with the forecast, our airline partners were able to modify their schedules based on the forecast. They had some cancellations, they had some delays, they rerouted some people. So when I got here at around 6:30 this morning, I walked through, and it's pretty interesting. Usually it's very, very busy. There were hardly anybody here. There was hardly anybody here. So we're monitoring this. Any other changes that may take place will address what needs to be done. We have our winter weather operation calls, which are ongoing, that we hold throughout the day. And in that, we've got our airline partners, our concessions partners, our federal partners as well. So we're all informed and we know what's going, and we've got kind of a 360-degree view of everything that's happening here. So say we need a concessionaire over on one of our concourses to address issues, that'll come up during our call, and we'll make sure that's taken care of. If we need to send out another snowplow or shovel an area out in front of, say, the international complex, we'll do that as well. So again, we're monitoring the situation. We will be here for, of course, the time being to make sure everything is taken care of.
All right, Andy Gobiel with Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. You guys stay safe. Round of applause for heeding the warnings of that forecast. And we see what happens. It's called a forecast for a reason. All right, hopefully we all get through this safely as well. Thank you for joining us. Sending it back now over to Jerry Carnes. We are hearing the roads are an absolute mess. Let's send it to Jerry to get the latest track of what's happening. We saw where Karis was, just multiple crashes across the area. Jerry, what's the latest?
Well, the crashes are everywhere. They are everywhere. And even where there aren't crashes, you're going to find situations where you just can't get through. You can't get up a hill. You can't get over an overpass because of all of the snow. This is Highway 78, Stone Mountain Freeway, right there at Stone Mountain Park. Look at that. Look at the vehicle struggle. You've got 2 vehicles already off the roadway, and then you got this truck. Now, you would think if anybody could travel in the snow, it would be a truck, but now you've got these guys out trying to push their vehicle. and you've got no lanes visible. You've just got it covered in snow. So that's the situation in DeKalb County out near Stone Mountain Park. Highway 78 just starting to get littered with vehicles that cannot make it through this snow. So yeah, those vehicles are stranded. There may be more added to that as you try to make your way in from DeKalb County on Highway 78. Just don't do it, folks. We've talked about this the great deal of the morning. A crash I-75 southbound, the ramp to I-285. That's closed. I saw tractor trailer trucks just sitting there trying to make it through that area, but you cannot transition from I-75 southbound on to I-285 because the ramp is closed. Too much snow on it in addition to a multi-vehicle crash, and I'm hearing that Spaghetti Junction 285 and 85 doesn't have a crash there, but pretty much the same situation with trying to navigate it. You just cannot do it. Hero units will have to help these folks. It looks like 1, 2 stuck. Where'd our truck go? I guess he made it by, or maybe he's right here. I don't know. But this is just the day you don't need to get out and drive. And I just heard from GDOT a short time ago that people were calling and complaining that they couldn't make the ramp from 75 to 285. Folks, again, you were warned about this. You were warned that the road would be covered in snow and ice. There it is right there.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Hey, we're getting some late breaking information, and excuse me while I look down at my laptop to relay this information. Our producers is uploading it for us. It says that the MARTA bus service has been suspended. All bus service is suspended. At this hour, the rail service is operating on that weekend schedule. The Green Line service is running from Bankhead to Vine City. The streetcar service has also been suspended. Mobility service will operate in emergency situations only as the conditions allow, which not allowing for much. Reduced fare, lost and found, and ride stores are all closed as well. We are told that the bus service will resume as the conditions on the road improve. Jerry just gave you a snapshot. We don't need any more vehicles out there on the roads. Also, our producer is uploading to our chat right now that the primary runway is closed at Fulton County Executive Airport due to ice and snow out there on the roadways. They will also continue to monitor situations and will reopen when it is safely to do so. Let's send it now to the newsroom. We got Joe Hankey joining us this morning. Joe, thank you for joining us with the viewer perspective. What are we seeing out there?
Well, Aisha, you feel for those people that are some of them trying to get to work and they're stuck on the roadways. Jerry was showing us there a moment ago. But for the folks that are at home, it seems like they're truly enjoying this snow. It was in the forecast, but it's still surprising to go to bed last night, grass in your front yard, and this morning it's covered in snow. We'll take a look at some of the pictures that we are getting in from our viewers here. We'll start over in DeKalb County, Decatur, to be specific here. You can see this is what the neighborhoods over there look like. The driveways, the streets, the homes, the cars, all of it covered in a fresh layer of snow there. Next, we will go a little bit closer to the Alabama border. This is in Carroll County, Carrollton. You can see the caption there. It is starting and sticking. We got this one earlier this morning from Delana over there in Carrollton. That's always the big question when we get snow in Georgia and here in the metro. How warm is the ground? Will it stick? So far, that answer is yes, it is piling up all over the place. Next, we'll go down to Fayette County, southwest of the metro. This is Tyrone. We can't show you winter storm pictures without showing you someone's patio furniture, and there is the snow in Tyrone on Susan James' patio. Next, we are going to video we have sent in from Karis Belger, our own Karis Belger. Her photographer was driving. We want to stress that she was in the passenger seat safely filming this on I-20 earlier this morning, and this is what you are seeing if you go out on the interstate right now, and this is why, unless you absolutely need to get to work or be on the roadways, that you should just stay home. You can barely see the lanes there. It is slick. This is 20. I was on main roads, Druid Hills and 85 myself a short time ago, and those roads are slick as well. And then over in Ackworth, this photo here from Kelly of her daughter. These are the images you love to see. The kids who are out in the snow this morning, no school, might as well just enjoy it. Smile on her face there over in Ackworth, and that is what we like to see. If you have your own photos, your own video, if you want us to check it out, if you want to see it here on air, online, just text it to that number that we have at the bottom of the screen right now, 404-885-7600. We will check it out and we'll put the best ones on air. And Nicole, I understand I'm inside, it's warm, you're outside in the snow. What's the latest out there?
It's still kind of a consistent sleet at this point. It has gotten a little bit lighter, so it's not coming down quite as hard. I made a little snowman out here. I don't think we've showed a single picture of a snowman yet. I'm surprised we don't have more out there. So I made one. I figured, hey, let's get the first snowman on 11 Alive News this morning. It's a nice snow out here. We've got still the fluffy snow, but I'm starting to see that change a little bit. It's certainly a lot slushier now as temperatures start to warm up a little bit more, and that slush is not what we want to see. Now with this sleet that's coming down across the Midtown area where I currently am, where our station is, the sleet is going to add to some of that snowfall, and we could see more of a transition to a freezing rain. I have seen a couple raindrops, but predominantly at this point, at least in Midtown, this is sleet. And even just looking at it, you can tell that it's having big impacts on the way that the snow is kind of, I don't want to say behaving, but what is going on with the snow across North Georgia. This makes it a little bit slushier as those road temperatures hover right around the freezing point. And as we watch temperatures fluctuate throughout the day and we continue to accumulate some of this wintry mix, we'll introduce more of a possibility for some ice. So this slushiness, this freezing rain, this sleet that we're currently getting, this is not what we want to see across North Georgia. This will make the roads even messier as we go throughout the day today. Just in the last minute or so, the sleet has picked up here. I do want to try and see if you can hear it. You can hear the difference between the sleet and the snow falling. I don't know if you can hear that. It sounds more like the rain and the sleet coming down. So this is going to make it not as much of a winter wonderland. It's already starting to melt. A lot of the snow that we do already have across at least the Midtown area. We've still got a good snow base. We've got my snowman, of course, but this will make for some messier road conditions throughout the next couple hours as well. So just advise again not to get out on the roads. Caitlin.
All right, Nicole, thank you. Taking you back outside to Caitlin Ross joining us from Piedmont Park. A lot of people have kind of converged on Piedmont Park as a place for enjoyment, a lot of good hills for sledding out there. But Caitlin has been given the advice to walk to Piedmont Park. We even saw someone on a bike. Caitlin, how's it looking? Oh, you got some pretty good snowman coming behind you.
Oh, yeah. We gave them a timer. We said they had 3 minutes to see the biggest snowman that they could possibly build. And let's see, guys. The time is up. This is the big reveal. What do we got? What do we got? Do it. Put it on top.
Oh, Brady! Wait, we gotta look ahead.
Okay, so people are having a good time out here. They're building snowmen. This is the type of snow that sticks, so it's actually really good snowman snow. You can see, all right, give us a head here. Give us a head for our snowman. We've got the head.
Pinhead.
All right. That's a good looking snowman. They're still working on it. We came to them kind of quickly. They didn't have a lot of time. But the person enjoying the snow the most over here is my new little buddy, Pika. This is Pika's first snow. Can you tell us a little bit about what she's enjoying?
She is loving all the people out, having a really good time, and she's just loving finding out what it means when the water turns to ice. She's super excited.
Well, when the water turns to ice is a really good point, because that's what we're seeing now. It was really fluffy when we first got out here. We had those big fat flakes. Now it's starting to get a lot harder. We're seeing more of the sleet, more of the freezing rain. And so while people are having a good time now, they're starting to understand that the good times out here at Piedmont Park might be limited, because as these things start freezing, it's going to get a lot less comfortable to be sledding, snowboarding, skiing, biking. We have seen all of the outdoor recreation activities here, and I think, all right, our snowmen guys want another look. They want another chance to prove it. They did it. They're even putting snowman arms on here. All right, we're going to give them their snowman credit, and you know what? Because it's starting to ice, I think that snowman's going to stick. We're going to be seeing that snowman for a long time. This park, though, is packed. There are so many people in the park enjoying it. But like we were talking about earlier, people are walking to Piedmont Park. They are not driving around here. The road conditions are treacherous. I want to spin you around a little bit just so you can see how serious the road conditions are. It is packed with snow, and we haven't seen anybody coming by to treat it yet. If cars are driving by, they're kind of creeping slowly. There are a couple different hills that people are having a hard time navigating as they're driving, so that is really dangerous. So if you want to come out here and enjoy Piedmont Park, it's a really good time. Just make sure you can walk over here, because walking around Piedmont Park, very fun. Driving to Piedmont Park, hard no, Aisha.
All right, yeah, we want most people to pass on getting behind the wheel today. Caitlin, thank you. All right, sending it now to Blue Ridge, taking you to north of Georgia right now. Let's check in with 11 Alive's Molly Oak. A lot of people from Florida really excited by this, including Molly. We're glad that, they landed in Blue Ridge just in time.
Just in time. I also have gloves, since some of our viewers lovingly narked me out to my mom that I wasn't wearing any. Here we go. We're happy. We're covered. And that was actually something that my friends from Florida that I met yesterday told me that they went ahead and bought a couple months ago when they were planning this trip. They were like, their kids really wanted to see snow. They were hoping and praying for it. They booked back in November. And so they said, all right, we'll buy the snow gear. Who knows if we'll use it or not. And yesterday when I talked to them, they said, we have been praying for this to happen. And I know those kids are so excited to wake up to this. Now, we're a bit behind Atlanta. We've only had it for about 2 hours now. Snow started coming down here around 7:30, really light. Now we're starting to get the really big, fluffy stuff that a Florida kid dreams of. That means I can already start playing in it, hopefully soon. We're talking snow angels, snowmen, snowball fights. My photographer is throwing snowballs at me. It's on. I need to start making some ammo over here. I'm going to send it back to you. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, Molly, thank you. You guys enjoy. Meteorologist Chessie McNeil. We have our reporters. They keep talking about this change. Tell us what this means when that pretty snow that we had now starts to incorporate more of the sleet mixture.
You're not going to be able to make any snowmen when that mixture starts, right? It becomes more little ice pellets. And so that's harder to kind of muster up. You have to slick that down. And so it becomes like an ice man, not really a snowman. So you have to be on the lookout for that. Yeah, we're expecting that snow to begin to mix with sleet, which the reports that we're getting right now. And then eventually we're expecting some freezing rain to get in here. And that's when things are going to turn a little bit more dicey as far as the snow goes. So we have to we'll have to look out for that as we head through the day today. Stay off the roads, folks. And you have been doing a pretty decent job of that, at least so far. At least so far, we haven't seen a whole lot of people like stuck on the roadway. So that's a good thing there. All right, I'm gonna have to step off camera here real quick just to switch my thing here, because my clicker doesn't seem to be working right. But you can see where we have our live pictures all around. You can see Georgia's Rome there looking pretty good. I do want to show you this. Now, if you look at our picture here where you see those on-ramps, these are on-ramps from 75 going on to 85, and you can see where there's no tracks there. There haven't been anybody, and I've been watching this, been monitoring it, nobody really taking that ramp. That ramp is covered with snow. If you look below the ramp there, that's 75 underneath and 285 underneath, and you can see where there's cars and trucks riding on that. But that ramp, haven't really seen any cars riding on that. I wonder if that ramp is closed. But you can see where the on-ramps get a little bit more tricky to navigate, of course, mainly due to the fact that the air goes under that. And so if the air goes under that, it could freeze more, or the roads are hard to navigate because the snow sticks there more. All right, look at some of these road temperatures around the area. You can see some are above the freezing mark, but then some below. You go up toward the Blue Ridge area, Route 515, the surface is at 30. You go a little further down to the south, you get a little bit warmer. So if you go along I-75 at 10th Street, 36-degree road temperature there. At 20 near Covington, 37. You go a little bit further down to the south, you're looking at 33 over into I-85 right along the troop weighing station there, and then I-75 over towards Hudson Bridge. You're just above the freezing mark there as far as the road temperature goes. Here we go with the radar, and it does show a pretty decent clip, and that has been a little bit south of I-20 so far, where we've been getting a pretty good clip of the snow coming down, but now starting to see some breaks in there, or at least some mixing taking place, especially over, you can see over toward parts of Clayton County, and then further down to the south into parts of Coweta County as well. Starting to see a little bit of mixing taking place there. Where we have that tan area there, or at least the grayer areas, is where we can see some sleet mixing in. Those are the reports that we've been seeing so far in the city, at least, and then further off to the north. Haven't seen much as far as the snowfall goes up into the far north and east. Haven't really seen a whole lot of snow up here, for example, in Rayburn County so far, but of course you can see more would be on the way, and then back off to the west. This is a huge system, folks, that we're dealing with, and so this will be going, or at least taking place, pretty much all day long, and the mixing already starting to take place is not really a good sign for us, because that's going to add to the icing totals that we'll see around the forecasting area. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. That pink that you see in there indicating a little bit of mixing taking place, and so we'll continue to watch for the mixing to take place as we head through the rest of the afternoon. We are looking at areas that will continue to ice over as we head into the afternoon. Now, really concerned with places from the city that stretch all the way up to the north and east. So up toward about Gainesville, Brazelton. These are areas where we're expecting some significant ice to begin to accumulate a little bit later on this afternoon as we watch those temperatures warming up. And so temperatures will be the main story for this afternoon. We'll be watching that. We are under a winter storm warning for all of North Georgia. That's the pink area that you see there, Rome, Atlanta, over toward Athens, that extends eastward over into Augusta. Augusta has been added into that. We were talking about that this morning. So new so far this morning, added to the winter storm warning is the Augusta area. Just south of that, as you make your way down toward Macon, some of our southernmost counties in here, like Troup, Meriwether counties, Upson County, for example, under a winter weather advisory. So we're expecting that rain to begin to get in there and begin to mix with some of that freezing rain. And so, of course, your totals will be a little bit lower down that end. The higher snow totals will be up here to the north. Now, we haven't seen much up there to the north so far, but again, I think the higher totals will be there. As that area of low pressure gets a little bit closer to our area, our forecast area, we'll start to see that line begin to lift to the north. Seeing temperatures begin to warm up. We talked about this as well. Temperatures were down into the 20s, places like Peachtree City, over into LaGrange. Now starting to see them get up into the 30s. I think that we'll see those temperatures continue to climb. We got down as low as 29 degrees here in Atlanta, now up to 32. So right at the freezing mark now. We're expecting temperatures to stay right around there, 33, 34, 35 for a high temperature today. So staying right above the freezing mark where that would indicate, yes, some mixing that will begin to take place. Over toward Carrollton, you're at 30 degrees right now in Marietta, but that will be what we'll, at least from a meteorological standpoint, pay close attention to because of the mixing that will take place. And I talked about mixing, which is very important because of the ice that we'd see around the forecast area. And that's not a good thing. This map here shows the probability for ice, and you can see where we have those darker blues in here. That indicates where it could be very significant. Okay, so you're talking about significant accumulations of ice, places like Alpharetta, so northern parts of Fulton County, into Cobb County as well, up to the north into Cherokee County, extends over into Forsyth County, Hall County, Banks County as well, right on down into the city, and I would say even a little bit to the south of the city as well. So South Fulton County, almost down into Clayton County, over toward Coweta County as well. That's where we could see ice accumulations. Now, if the ice begins to pile up, or begins to accumulate, it doesn't take much for it to begin to weigh down trees and weigh down power lines. And so you can have significant impacts with this, especially when it comes to power outages. It is cold on the outside. And so if the power goes out, you may lose your ability to heat your home, folks. Take a look at this map here. It does show, or this graphic here, it shows a 1/4 inch of ice would lead to icy roads, okay? So if the roads get icy, obviously even with the sleet, that can happen. But you see those tree limbs breaking, numerous power outages certainly are possible even with a 1/4 inch of ice. 1/2 inch of ice, you're talking about very dangerous conditions, especially on the roads, and also numerous and long-term power outages. So we really don't want that. And so we'll be watching that as we head through the afternoon. Again, we'll watch those temperatures to see if they warm up, and then how far north will that warm air get? That's going to be the case for this afternoon as well. Jerry Carnes, over to you now.
Yes, sir. I-75 in this.
All right, we're going to wait for Jerry to get his microphone. Clearly, it has been working overtime, just like him. So we're going to get that microphone fixed and show you some of the spin outs and some of the shutdowns we are seeing there on the highways as Jerry was going to take you to I-75. Producers, let us know if we have Karis Belger ready. Karis has been joining us along I-20 this morning, where she is behind multiple 18-wheelers that are trying to navigate the roads out there. Karis, we see you're back in the car safely. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
I'm on I-20 westbound near Lithia Springs. I'm going to tell you, still treacherous out on these roads. We actually just saw a car that had completely spun out off of the road. I'm going to show you what exactly we're looking at here. So earlier we had snow, right? Those thick, fluffy flakes. They're lovely. They're beautiful to look at. That's not the case here right now. We're looking at rain, and that rain is still causing problems on the roads, causing accidents like what we saw not too long ago, and what I got out of the car and showed you all earlier that was causing trucks really to get stuck on the road. Now, we are not seeing as many cars as we did earlier in the morning. Perhaps some people are heating mornings. Oh, wait, no, there is another car here stuck in a ditch here just off I-20 westbound. I don't know if you can see it on the far right side of the screen there. So just to let you know, folks, it is not safe out here to be driving. Very treacherous, very much a concern for people who are going to be on the road. I'm going to contact GDOT. I hope that person is okay. But just to let you know that there are quite a few treacherous things happening out here. The roads are still slick, and if you're not careful, you can get into an accident. So we, of course, are slowing down, my photographer Joseph and I, but this is what we're seeing. Very much changing circumstances out here on the roads because we're seeing that change of precipitation as well. For safety reasons, I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio. We'll keep you updated in a little bit.
All right, Karis, thank you. Stay safe out there on the roads. We are looking live right now through the precipitation on the lens at our camera at Centennial Olympic Park. Starting to see a few people out there in the distance, definitely not as lively as Piedmont Park there over downtown Atlanta, but that just shows you how widespread this system is. A very beautiful shot right there. That's what we call one of our beauty shots. What hasn't been so beautiful is what's happening at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. But yes, this is Piedmont Park. You see how many people have come out to say, hey, it is a snow day. Parents don't have work. The kids don't have school. Let's make a fun day out of it. All right, so think about where we're just coming off of the last 24 hours. A lot of Metro Atlanta residents went to Washington, D.C. to honor the life of former President Jimmy Carter. Well, those services wrapped up in D.C. yesterday, but the journey back to Atlanta for most of them started today. 11 Alive News anchor Cheryl Preheim is among them. She was joining us via phone as she has just landed at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Cheryl, tell us about that journey from D.C. and what are you seeing now that you've landed back here at home? All right, looks like we're having some trouble hearing Cheryl. This is a live TV situation. We do have Jerry Carnes back ready now with his microphone. Jerry, all right, so I-75 has been a doozy all day, but this looks like a different area.
Oh, yeah, it is. When you've been on the air since 4 o'clock in the morning, it was just time for the battery to die. We've got red alerts everywhere, folks, but I-75 in the city of Atlanta, traveling northbound right before you get to West Paces Ferry Road. Take a look at this. This just happened. We were watching as one vehicle spun out, and now you've got all these vehicles trying to make it past there. That's a tractor trailer that is stuck. It may be jackknife, not sure. I mean, you're seeing this everywhere, but this particular situation is I-75 northbound at West Paces Ferry Road in the city of Atlanta. Multiple vehicles stuck there. One tractor trailer, one car, other vehicles stuck. And I mean, this is just everywhere, seriously. You've got a crash, multi-vehicle, I-75 southbound. It has blocked the ramp to I-285 at the Cobb Cloverleaf. And even once they clear that wreck away, you're still going to have the snow and ice, and trying to get through an interchange like that, like the Cobb Cloverleaf or Spaghetti Junction, where you've got those raised bridges, it's just impossible. We've got stranded vehicles on Spaghetti Junction, 85 southbound, the ramp to I-285, that is blocked as well because of people who are stuck there. You've also got stranded vehicles along Highway 78 eastbound at Stone Mountain Park. We were watching earlier as folks were just struggling in that area. One vehicle after another that has spun out and stuck there and just can't make it because of all of the snow and ice that have covered the roadways there. The one and only crash, well, you got your crash at the Cobb Cloverleaf, multi-vehicle crash there, but also another crash. This is I-285 northbound at Glenwood Road in DeKalb County. That's blocking a left lane. That's been there a while. I need to check with GDOT to see if maybe they are starting to clear that one out of the way. But just look at this mess. And this is just a snapshot, folks. This again, I-75 northbound at West Paces Ferry in the city of Atlanta in Buckhead, and now traffic virtually at a stop because they can't make it around the vehicles that have spun out and are stuck at that part of 75. It looks like southbound is doing okay, but northbound is not good at all. Just not a good day to be out and about. Don't do it.
All right, Jerry, thank you. That looks like a mess for sure. Nothing that you want to get stuck in out there. So joining us now is Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. He has made it into the building safely. Chris, we know that this is a service job. You came in and joined Chesley for the forecasting and to help keep Metro Atlanta safe through this system. We understand the timing of it is going to be kind of a whole weekend event. So tell us, how was your drive in from Gwinnett, correct?
Well, I actually stayed in Buckhead at a hotel because I knew I did not want to drive in from Gwinnett this morning, but even that was treacherous this morning. My car, the problem is I have a rear wheel drive car, so I couldn't even make it up the hill just right outside of the hotel. I had to back into the garage there. And believe it or not, the way that I got in, I had another colleague in the lobby at the station. We had a few people staying there at this hotel in Buckhead, and we called Uber to get in, and there weren't a lot of drivers, but we did actually get a driver who had a four-wheel drive who got us here to the station, and then we had some other people on standby here at the station to come pick us up, but our first shot was to try Uber, and that actually worked for us. So again, I'm saying everybody just needs to stay at home, but we do know that there are some people that have to get into work, and that was an option that we had, and luckily, I'm sure that there are some Uber drivers with four-wheel drive who are probably going to be making a lot of money today, trying to get people out and about. But again, that was only, I would say, a couple of miles, 2, maybe 3 miles away. And the roads were pretty treacherous. And again, my rear-wheel drive car couldn't handle it. Some people might have a little better luck with a front-wheel drive car, and then of course four-wheel drive is better. The problem, as Chesley has been telling you, is later on today, and actually we're beginning to see some of that transition out there right now as we're going from snow then to that mix of sleet and freezing rain, and we're already seeing some of that coming in right now. In fact, our radar often really has to work overtime and extra here to see those differences between the snow in the sky, which of course will be snowflakes in the sky, or whether or not those are raindrops or ice pellets or sleet there. And it's trying to differentiate that here. And you can see some of the pink that is trying to kind of show up here on our maps. We are getting reports from the National Weather Service as well as our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team that this is changing over. And we've been hearing that this morning as well from some of our reporters that are out and about, and even Nicole out here at the station showing us that difference of that snow mixing in with some of that sleet. Now, freezing rain is the thing that we do not want to happen. That's when you have liquid in the air. All right, so let's first start off with snow. Snow is when you have snowflakes up in the sky, and the whole column of air is cold enough for that to be a snowflake, and it comes down as snow. That's what we've been dealing with so far. Well, when we're tracking these storms and tracking the types of precipitation that we're going to get, we're not only looking at the temperatures here at the surface. In fact, let me show you that right now, where we have temperatures here hovering around the freezing mark. And these are some of the metro temperatures. We've kind of zoomed in a little bit tighter that you'll be able to see right here. Atlanta is 32. Marietta and Chamblee are 30, so a couple of degrees below freezing there. Fayetteville 31, Noonan 32. So everybody pretty much hovering around the freezing mark. I want you to notice, though, Lawrenceville, Winder, and Monroe, the temperatures there are a little colder at 28. They have a little bit of a northeast flow right there, somewhat of a wedge trying to develop, and that's why temperatures there are colder. But we not only look at the temperatures at the surface, but we have to look at the temperatures aloft as well, and that helps determine what types of precipitation that we're going to be getting. And we do expect those temperatures aloft are warming a little bit, and so that changes that snowflake in the sky to become a water droplet that could come down in the form of rain or a raindrop. But when it hits a surface or comes into an area that is freezing at the surface, that's when it becomes that glaze or ice. When there's a shallow layer of that colder air slightly above the surface and that raindrop has time to freeze again before it makes it down to the ground, that is an ice pellet or sleet. So the way you can tell the difference of that, raindrops splat on the ground and then they would freeze over to become freezing rain. But sleet or ice pellets would bounce on the ground or on a car or anything like that. What is Nicole telling us?
Rain.
Nicole, you're saying rain now? Rain. Okay, Nicole, we'll be getting back to her in just a little bit. She just came in to tell us that the switch over here is now to rain. So with the temperature at the surface at 32, we have to watch that liquid drop coming down from the sky that then could become ice on the ground. And that is what we don't want, because that then would also not only cause issues on the ground, but also on those trees and also the power lines out there too. So here's a look at those temperatures. Again, these are the temperatures at the surface, not the ones that are aloft right now, but we have to watch all of those. Here's a look at what we're expecting with these temperatures over the next few hours. And this is going to be the critical thing, because We are expecting maybe to go up above freezing a little bit for a brief period. But not everybody will be getting up to freezing. There will be areas that stay below freezing, especially that quadrant north and east of the city where we think that those temperatures will be hovering at or below freezing longer than everybody else. In Chesley, it was interesting. Chesley standing right here with me. I wanted to show you these temperatures for the past 12 hours. I did wake up with you guys around 5 o'clock to see how things were going. And I believe at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., it was 34 degrees. Chesley, go ahead and come in here. There we go. Here we go. It was above freezing. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people were waking up saying, wait a minute, it's above freezing. What's going to happen here? But I think what happened was we had that initial bit of snow that was showing up on radar that we didn't see coming to the ground yet was evaporating before it came down.
A dry layer above our heads was evaporating before it reached the ground.
And that's called evaporational cooling. And that's why, if you see here, these temperatures, they held at 34 from midnight to 4 or 5 in the morning. And then when that precip started coming in here, and it was in that dry layer, it evaporated before it hit the ground, even though it was showing up on radar. Right. That's evaporational cooling. And then that's when we saw those temperatures dip down to below freezing. And now we're just below or just at freezing right now. So that's just an interesting thing as meteorologists that we watch. And that's what makes this snow forecasting, temperature forecasting so difficult. There are so many variables. It would be so easy if we just looked at the temperature at the surface.
Absolutely.
But there's so much more involved with that. And then the dry level and the evaporational cooling that takes place. And so
And there is a possibility for those temperatures to go up even more this afternoon. And some models are showing that it could go up even higher in the North Georgia mountains, where that mixing could go all the way up to the north. So that's what we're watching for, that line of where that precipitation differentiates. So that's going to be, again, very difficult this afternoon, which is why we're warning you that an icing event could be possible. A significant icing event could be possible for us this afternoon.
And I know you've been going over all of those scenarios of what the difference is between 1/4 of an inch of ice, 1/3 of an inch, 1/2 an inch. And that's the thing we do not want. And we're already having problems on the roads. And so we're telling people, don't get out unless you have to. We know that there are some people that have to get into work. We have doctors, nurses have to get to hospitals. There are all those service industry jobs where people do have to get to work. Definitely be careful. You know, 4-wheel drives right now are okay, but even if ice starts getting thicker this afternoon, even the 4-wheel drives won't make a difference.
I don't care how big your tires are, how big your car is. If it's ice, it doesn't matter, folks. You want to stay off the roads. That's dangerous, even for walking.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to do it.
And then that thick ice, not only on the ground, but then that coats up on trees, and those tree limbs start to sag, or a tree could even fall. That hits a power line, and then we start seeing the power outages. And if your heat goes out in your home, and temperatures like this, like in a thunderstorm, when you lose power,
you can at least stay in your home.
At least, you know, but when you lose power, when it's freezing, you know, you just have to stay in your house and don't open your doors and let any of that cold air in, and just hope you can hold in that warmth as long as you can.
Right, you get as many blankets as you can and hope that the power company can get to you as fast as they can, but they have to deal with the elements as well, so it takes a longer time to get that power fixed. Hopefully that will not be the case for you, but the scenario, or at least the ingredients for that, is here, or will be here for this afternoon. I didn't really want to see the changeover. And so as Nicole came in and said it's raining, I'm like, oh no, we don't want that, right? We don't want that. You know, if it stayed colder long enough, we would receive more in the way of snow. But with the temperature starting to warm up a little bit as it's beginning to come down now as a mix, so you got some sleet mixed in there, maybe a little rain, maybe some freezing rain as well. Let me get out of the way here. Chris is showing you the radar.
What you're talking about there is, we're seeing our radar try to tell the difference now. We're seeing more of the pinks beginning to show up as that transition is taking place right now from that snow to more of a sleet and or rain or freezing rain event. Now, if you'll notice here, that transition has been taking place over into Alabama. Like Birmingham is changing over to rain right now, and there's a lot more rain down to the south there. Their temperatures are hovering around freezing, so they could see some freezing rain there as well. And so we think that similar transition is going to continue taking place for us as we see, again, these temperature profiles in all levels there of the atmosphere, here at the surface and also aloft as well. And I know Chesley's been telling you about this winter storm warning that is still in effect here for our area, and will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Even though we think the precipitation will be ending later tonight, we still think the impacts will be lingering into tomorrow morning, with anything that's still on the ground overnight that's going to be slick early tomorrow morning too, Aisha.
All right, Chris, thank you. Let's take you guys to Clayton County right now. Earlier this morning, we saw some really treacherous situations on the road there on 75 there in Clayton County. Joining me right now via Zoom is Fong Nguyen, the EMA director there with Clayton County. What are you guys seeing on the roadways out there?
Well, we have several locations in Clayton County that, well, as pretty much everybody's experiencing, is a lot of ice and snow. And now it appears that we're starting to get rain in the Riverdale area.
All right, yeah, that's what our meteorologists are talking about. That switchover is happening here, going to be kind of tricky with the temperatures as well. What was the execution plan for Clayton County? Tell us, how did you guys get ready for this?
So we've been in the process of getting ready for this storm since probably December 30th. We were looking at possible storms coming, and we had some Crown Victorias that did not have any chains that they could put on the vehicles. And so we went ahead and purchased them because we figured, I think something's about to happen. And so we were already prepared. So we started our briefings through the county at the beginning of this week, and the county went ahead and shut down for Friday and Saturday. We opened up our emergency operations center last night at 8 p.m. and then we had a full activation this morning at 4 o'clock.
So you know how in each community, whether it's flooding, whether it's any sort of severe weather, there's always those areas that we know to avoid that's going to kind of be a problem. What are those areas that you want to tell viewers about in Clayton County?
Sure. Right now, we have a huge issue on the interstate, Mount Zion and I-75, just blanket of ice, essentially. Upper Riverdale Road near the bridges, Terra Boulevard, Highway 54. Obviously, we have the interstates too, 285, 675. So those areas where there's a lot of traffic, we're trying our best to treat the roads, but obviously, we're limited in equipment as well, because this is not something that Clayton or Georgia really gets a lot. So it's not something we have an abundance of equipment to utilize.
Yeah, we are looking at Truist Park. I know that's not your area, but I wish you could just see the live picture that we have in a double box with you here on air. It is just snow blanketed interstates. And so this just kind of paints the picture. We see a few semis out there navigating the roads. But thank you so much for giving us those trouble areas for Clayton County. And we have been staying on top of those as well. Mr. Nguyen, you guys stay safe down there in Clayton County. And we thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much and have a great day.
All right, a deep breath for Jerry Carnes. Jerry Carnes. Those roads out there are an absolute mess. You're seeing some kind of funny business, though, happening on Stone Mountain Highway.
Well, just some crazy stuff on Highway 78 Stone Mountain Freeway. And there were cars just a few minutes ago scattered all over the place here. This guy here in this pickup truck is a good Samaritan. He pulled that car out. It was stuck over. Let me point my finger the right way. It was stuck there. So that the pickup truck pulled this person out. It's not moving. And now this guy, he's got to get him out of the way. This guy was sitting there with his tire spinning, couldn't move at all. And now this guy's going to attempt. So no tow truck out there, just a good Samaritan, a guy in a pickup truck trying his best to clear Stone Mountain Freeway there right at the park, right at Stone Mountain Park. This is eastbound Highway 78. That is just incredible. Again, scattered with cars all over covering the highway right there. But this friendly person in the white pickup truck, thank you to you, sir. He's gotten a couple of cars out of there and now attempting to move yet another one. This is a snapshot, folks. This is what we're seeing all over the place. I-75 northbound at West Paces Ferry Road in the city of Atlanta, similar situation, spinouts, trucks, cars. Fortunately, the road is not completely blocked, at least not by vehicles, but the snow's completely covering the highway. So folks are just crawling past that area. We've been talking a pretty good bit of the morning about the Cobb Cloverleaf, I-75 southbound, the ramp to 285. It is closed due to a multi-vehicle crash and just all the snow. These elevated bridges, you can't get over them. And that's why Spaghetti Junction, we've got stranded vehicles there. And I-85 southbound, the ramp to I-285, that is blocked because of all the stranded vehicles. But fortunately, we're making some progress on the Stone Mountain Freeway, Highway 78. This great guy, wishes knew his name. I wish someone would tell me who this is. A guy in a white truck with the American flag. He is pulling folks out of the snow. Let's see if he can get this guy going and get him out of the way. Nicole, this is an amazing thing to watch. And you're watching the snow and the rain and everything else, the mixture come down. What are you seeing right now?
Well, here I'm outside our studio, which is in Midtown, and there's been a very dramatic shift from the snowfall earlier this morning to sleet, and now it's a pretty persistent light rain, and that is not good when it comes to road conditions, especially for those bridges and overpasses initially. Now, for right now, the rain that's coming down is making for a little bit more of a slush on the ground. So on sidewalks, we've got a little more packed snow. You can tell it's a little slushier, but what it's already starting to do, just a couple hours ago, we had nearly 2.5 inches of snowfall accumulated on this railing. The sleet, now followed by the rainfall, has cleared off a lot of that, and it's starting to ice. There is now a decently thick layer of ice that is on top of this railing, and that's an indicator of what at first is going to be on top of your windshields and on top of those bridges and overpasses. So this is the transition that we've been talking about the last couple of days. We've transitioned into what is now a cold rain, and in many locations of freezing rain. So this, while it may actually make some roadways a little bit better at first as it kind of creates slushy conditions, this is eventually going to turn over to ice, especially first on those bridges and overpasses. So if you thought road conditions were already bad now, they are likely going to get worse, and yes, icier as we continue to see this cold rain and this freezing rain fall. Now, we're still seeing a few sleet pellets in here, and as temperatures kind of hover right around that 32-degree mark, we will see the transition between some of this wintry mix. So it's still possible we could have additional freezing rain, sleet, maybe even a few snow flurries, especially the further up north you go into far north Georgia, where snowfall there is still ongoing. But this consistent light rainfall here in the Midtown area is going to make things even messier, not just when it comes to roadways, but also for the snowfall in general. It will make it a little icier, so not quite as much fun for the kids to play in, or the adults, you know, I don't judge. But this will also create for some slick sidewalks, so the people who were out for runs or just walking around enjoying the snowfall, now is when we'll start to see likely slick spots that maybe weren't there before on the sidewalks as well. Aisha.
All right, Nicole, thank you for that perspective from outside. Let's take you inside Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where there has been a ground stop for a couple of hours here at the world's busiest airport. 11 Alive's Doug Richards has made it there safely. He is joining us inside with a perspective of how things are shaping up, Doug, when we're talking more than 600 cancellations and more than 300 delays. How are we looking?
Well, on the one hand, this is probably the liveliest place in town, but on the other hand, compared to how we're accustomed to seeing Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, particularly the north side of the airport is almost a ghost town. We are on the Delta side. It is a little livelier over here. As we look over that way, Dan, we can see that there are only a few dozen folks lined up at the agent gate at Delta. We talked with a couple of passengers just a minute ago whose flight to Wichita got canceled early this morning. They are buoyed by the fact that Delta has rebooked them for a flight that will leave mid-afternoon. So there are glimmers of hope here at the airport amid all the cancellations that we've been talking about. We saw planes on the runway at a standstill. We did not see any takeoffs and landings as we were approaching the airport earlier today. And as we said, the passenger total here is far below what we're accustomed to. We are live at the airport. Back to you, Aisha.
All right, Doug, thank you. Let's listen live now as Governor Brian Kemp is addressing the state as we are under a state of emergency.
The Department of Natural Resources has 6 task force teams and 12 strike teams that are on standby ready to respond for any potential road debris clearing, public safety assistance, and other needs. DNR has also been preparing the state parks for those who need shelter or warming stations, especially our parks located in the North Georgia mountains, are currently near capacity. So just a bit of advice there. If you're looking for a place, you may want to go south versus north if you can. Local warming stations have been activated as well, and we'll certainly continue to monitor and respond as needed throughout this weather event. One note I wanted to have just on the state of emergency, we did not include the National Guard because they were already called up this week for training exercises, so they are in action doing training. So if we have the need to engage and deploy the National Guard, really it will just take a quick signature and we can get them moving if needed. With that, I'm going to let Director Stallings give you guys an update on the GEMA side of things, and we'll go to Commissioner Murray with DOT, Lieutenant Colonel Lowe with Public Safety, and we'll let Will wrap us up with the weather update, and then we'll take your questions. Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you, Governor Kemp. As always, your support. Signing the state of emergency early allows us to start those planning missions and things that we need. We're not shocked. Will has given us a great report. We work very closely with NWS, certainly Peachtree City, and we thank them for their partnership, allowing us to get together a plan. As mentioned, we started preparations early. The one thing that you can't do with snow and ice is get behind it. You have to constantly stay in front of it, and so we've worked very hard to ensure that was happening. Commissioner McMurray will talk more about their efforts here in just a few minutes, but I want to publicly say how much we appreciate their efforts. Their teams have been out there working extremely hard. If you've been out there at all this morning, or you've been watching any reports or seen any views of the interstate, you can tell a significant difference. I know one question you're probably going to ask in a few minutes is, how is this different? I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014, and the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot of lessons, so we've stayed in front of it. We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way. Commissioner McMurray and his team have put down a lot of brine, and he'll go into those details, and they're working very diligently. And I think what you're seeing out there is a culmination of a lot of effort and teamwork. So we're very proud of the teamwork that the state has done, and we appreciate you listening to the warnings of staying off the roads. You'll see that the traffic is a lot less, which allows the teams to be able to do the job they're asked to do, which is clear the roads and get it free so that our emergency responders can do what they need to do. Throughout the rest of the day, what you're going to see from our team is we're constantly monitoring the changes that we anticipate. And as the governor mentioned, will talk about that in just a few minutes, but we do anticipate a transition. With that, there will be possibly the loss of power, trees down, things like that. So we're working very closely with the Forestry Commission, our DNR partners, to make sure we have cut teams ready so that we can get fire rescue in as we need, or any type of electrical responders in as well to ensure we get power. We've also pre-positioned a lot of response items for GEMA. So we have generators, blankets, we have food, water, things of that nature, so that if we need to deploy those things to hurt areas, we can do that very quickly. We appreciate the partnership, and as always, Governor, we can't do it without your support, so thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner McMurray so he can give you an update on GDOT and all the hard work they're doing.
Thank you, Director Stallings. I do appreciate the Governor issuing the state of emergency early, and GEMA taking an early lead to coordinate all our work. We started on Wednesday applying brine, the pre-treatment necessary to keep this first bit of frozen precipitation from freezing to the roadway. In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway from Macon on I-75 to Tennessee, and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina, and everything above north of that line of where we're seeing this winter weather come in initially. In addition to that, we spot treated bridges and overpasses with over 770 tons of salt, again, trying to get this pre-treatment application so that what you're seeing now with the snow that's come down, that it doesn't bond and stick to the road, which puts us in the position of now where we are. Where we are now is to plow the roads. We're going to try to, again, get a couple of lanes passable, plowing the slush and the snow that's out there off to the side, such that we can retreat with brine and salt and sand mixture later, as this frozen precipitation is supposed to come in a little later now and a little later today so that, again, we keep a barrier from the freezing precipitation of whatever form that is from sticking to the road. So that's where we are. We've got over 300 snow plows out actively working now with 600 people engaged, and we are 24/7 until this event subsides and everything's safe. I do want to again acknowledge Director Stallings' comments about stalled vehicles. Again, if you can stay off the roads, please stay off the roads. Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs and people just losing control. Again, where the roadway is sort of, the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down, drive very conservatively, no hard braking, and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel, because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick. As always, if you have an incident that's a non-emergency, call 511 anywhere in the state for a hero assistance or champ assistance so somebody can come help you, because we want to get you safely off the roadway and safely on your way. As we do anticipate ice accumulation this afternoon, as Director Stallings talked about, this becomes even more treacherous. So therefore, please again, stay off the roadways, because if this starts glazing up, it is very hard to treat. We're going to do our part to get ahead of it, but if it sits down, and especially overnight into tomorrow morning, it could be very dangerous. So please give our crews room to work, and we're going to do our best, and we'll continue to do our best to get the roads open safely as quick as possible. Now I'd like to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Lowe with Georgia State Patrol.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. We placed all of our personnel on Phase A since it started. We've been assisting GDOT with the brine truck escorts throughout the state, and we will continue to assist them until this is over. We placed personnel to work 24 hours to be out on the roadway checking for stranded motorists and working crashes as needed. And we're going to continue to do this throughout, assisting DOT with more trucks. If they put more trucks out, we're going to be out there to assist them with wherever they're needed during the storm.
All right, and then we'll close with letting Will give you a weather update. And we got the right map up there, Will. You work off that?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you. Just want to start by thanking our partners at the National Weather Service and our local media outlets for communicating this forecast really well to the public. We have already seen at least a few inches of snow in a lot of parts of north and central Georgia. It's going to continue on and off through the rest of the morning and the afternoon. We do expect to see a transition to some freezing rain later this morning and the afternoon, and that could cause some ice accumulation to form on top of the snow that's already fallen, which will make it that much harder to melt when the rain moves in later. The temperatures are hovering right around the freezing mark, if not just below. And so, like the Governor and Commissioner McMurray said, the roads could continue to be difficult and hazardous throughout the day. If we do see some of that ice accumulation occurring on the roads, or if we see some of the liquid that's falling freeze later because the temperatures aren't getting much above freezing, that would make the roads that much more difficult to drive on. The precipitation should continue through this evening, ending by about midnight, but will stay hovering around the freezing mark all the way through tomorrow afternoon, by which point the temperatures will fall after sunset tomorrow to below freezing, bottoming out in the upper teens to lower 20s by Sunday morning. So if anything is not melted and dried by the time the sun goes down tomorrow, there's a good likelihood that it's going to refreeze by Sunday morning. Finally, let me just mention the winds. We are expecting not significant winds, but it doesn't take much to bring trees and power lines down with this much snow and ice. We're expecting 10 to 15 mile per hour winds gusting to 20 or maybe a little bit more this afternoon and then again tomorrow, so we could continue to see some power outages as well.
And then just one couple other things before we go to questions. We have Director Stallings, GEMA, the opening of the State Operations Center. Obviously, we've been in touch with our power partners out there, Georgia Power, our EMCs and others. They have pre-positioned assets, so everybody's set up, ready to go if we do get into that icing, heavy winds, trees down, knocking power lines down. So just know they're on standby. We appreciate them. And then also, just again, to wrap up what Director Stallings and the commissioner and Will were talking about. This morning the snow was beautiful. If you were driving on it, it probably seemed pretty easy to do. That is changing as we speak with, freezing rain that may freeze, winds and other things coming in, and these temperatures sticking where they are versus creeping up to what we thought was going to happen, or what some models were saying would be up to 35 degrees today. We're not seeing that right now. I hope that happens, but if it does not, this rain that's on top of the snow, like Will was talking about, is going to freeze. It's going to make driving a lot worse this afternoon than it is even right now. And right now is worse than it was this morning, which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there. And with that, we'll open it up for questions for any of us up here.
Commissioner McMurray, the downtown connector, as we view it on one of your cameras over your shoulder there, looks remarkable compared to what it was right about an hour ago. How often do you anticipate you're going to have to scrape down, plow the major thoroughfares?
So thank you for that question. We were first, and I should have said this earlier, we first start with our interstates. So we're going to plow the interstates. As you've seen, we've made the pass through the downtown connector initially with 2 lanes. We'll come back. If they get recovered due to continued precipitation, we're going to try to stay with at least 2 lanes as a pass, and then we'll try to catch additional lanes as we make loops. So we have the state broke into segments, so we have crews that just continue to work certain loops, the downtown connector being one of those. So we'll continue to be responsive as the accumulation continues to occur, but our main goal, again, is just trying to keep 2 lanes passable of the interstate first. Then we try to catch the ramps, and after we do that, we sort of get off onto the secondary state route highways, the ones that connect to the interstate. So our first goal is, again, keeping the interstates operational, moving, interstates, ramps, and then state routes. So as I said, we pre-treated 20,000 miles of roadway initially. That means we have 20,000 miles of roads that have to be plowed. So it does take some time, and I hope everybody understands the expectation is we can't clear the roads immediately. We're going to make them passable, and then we'll keep coming back and continue this process until we do have everything clear.
Governor, the weather so far has borne out almost like it were scripted to what GEMA Director Stallings prognosticated with us earlier this week. Talk about, if you would, how important it is to be prepared well in advance, and whether you've gone over and above, whether you've got extra stuff in reserve.
Yeah, well, normally it never happens like you predict it to. So we're, at least thankful that we were prepared for what we thought the forecast was, and I think you can see we got ahead of the storm. It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best, and we got a lot of hard work in DOT, public safety, DNR, and other crews that are out there right now, and we'll continue to do that, like Commissioner McMurray said, 24/7. I want to thank the media and our citizens for just listening to the advice that we've been given over the last 24 to 48 hours about being prepared, being winter weather ready. Thank our partners at our local governments, our schools, our corporate and business partners for heeding the advice that we were given. A lot of people are not in the office today. Our schools are closed. When I got up this morning and it was snowing, I was like, I'm so glad we did what we did yesterday. If it hadn't been snowing, or if this weather had missed us, people may have been criticizing us. But look, from what we've seen in the past, it is better to be over-prepared than not in these situations. And I think the team's done a great job, and we've learned a lot of lessons over the years. And I again, just want to thank our citizens for heeding the advice that we've been giving them, ask them to continue to do that throughout the day. And also just thankful to all our media partners out there and people on social media that have been really spreading this message. I've heard a very consistent message all across all media outlets, and I think that's good for our citizens.
Director Stallings, since this is kind of going as you predicted, almost the worst case scenario, right? What are you expecting in terms of the severity of the ice, and how soon?
I think, as Will mentioned earlier, we'll see a transition sometime this afternoon, but because of the efforts of Commissioner McMurray and his team, and that goes back to lessons learned. I think any good plan comes from some losses. We had some losses back in 2014. We recognized those, and we've moved from that. The biggest reason we're successful, though, is because you, as the governor mentioned, have shared our message, which and our citizens have listened. Give us a chance to clear the roads. If you give us a chance to clear the roads, it's much easier without the broken down vehicles, the disabled vehicles, or the vehicles that were just left sitting without anyone in them. So I think for us, what we'll see this afternoon is, yes, there will be a transition, but I think with the continued efforts from Commissioner McMurray's team, we'll be in a lot better place than we thought we could possibly have been. It's always good, unfortunately, having these going into the weekend, that there's less travel. Folks love a 3-day weekend, so I appreciate businesses giving those 3-day weekends, and we appreciate that. And for even the state offices being closed, it's just kept the extra traffic off the road, which is allowing us to do what we need to do.
And I think one thing too that's just for this afternoon, it's such a fine line with what we're dealing with, as Will was talking about. I mean, if it ends up being 34 degrees and it's raining, that'll help us this afternoon. If it ends up being 31 degrees and it's freezing rain or sleeting, it could cause huge problems on our roadways, but also with power outages. So that's why we're telling people just to, hang with us the rest of the day, be very cautious, stay off the roads if you don't absolutely have to until we can get this thing completely moved out of the state.
Colonel, do you have any sense at this point of how many wrecks your folks are working?
When I looked at the CAT earlier today, the crash was down, but we've had a lot of one-car spin out where people are lost control over the bridges, striking the guardrail, and tractor trailers not able to get up over certain overpasses and certain bridges. But our crash number, because of everyone being off work today, is less traffic, and that has caused us to, see a decrease in some crashes. But we do have the one-car spin out, no damage, and we get them going and they keep them moving.
And I think it was Commissioner McMurray who gave some driving advice, Colonel, but you find that a lot of people who have maybe all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive mistakenly think that's going to help them brake. It does not, does it?
It does not. Again, we try to encourage people to stay off the road as much as possible during this time. Slow down, leave room in between them and the car in front of them. That's what we would encourage them to do, is slow down. Because of the all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, doesn't mean that you can just speed up and go around, other vehicles at a speed that's not safe.
Thank you very much. Will, can you, the governor spoke about that fine line. What's your sense of which side of that fine line we're coming down on?
Well, the temperatures, like I mentioned, are hovering at or below freezing. The models have been showing us getting a little bit above that this afternoon. It really remains to be seen because the more snow that's fallen, it actually acts to bring down the cold air from the upper atmosphere, so I think that's why we're seeing cooler temperatures than we thought we would. The hope is that as the rain moves from south to north throughout the day, that it'll bring a few degrees warmer weather. Where that line is, it's tough to say. It's gonna move from south to north throughout the day, so hopefully we can get temperatures in the mid-30s with a good rainfall this afternoon and melt some things out there.
Russell, you want to update the 285 tractor trailer?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Governor. Yes, our biggest traffic incident we have now, again with GSP and tow on the scene, is on I-75 South in Cobb County at the exit to 285. That's right at the Truist Park, Cumberland area. That ramp is closed, so we're messaging to people to go down to the next exit. You can still access 285 from the next exit down, but that is a big event. Again, 8 tractor trailers involved, 1 jackknife. Again, to the Lieutenant Colonel's point, is we've got to leave space. People need to slow down, especially in and around tractor trailers. Our hero units have worked 220 incidents this morning where there again, somebody spun out, somebody's on the side of the road that needs help. So that is numbers may be down, but that's still a significant event. We really want to make sure that we don't have to work those events. As the governor said, just stay off the roadways, especially this afternoon, evening, until we know what happens tomorrow.
Yes.
One thing that was impossible not to notice on the way over here is some people not obeying traffic signals, stop signs, stuff like that. Could either GDOT or GSD talk about the importance of continuing to obey stop signs, stop lights, and follow traffic rules? And can you still get a ticket?
Yes.
We encourage motorists to obey all the traffic laws still, unless the light is out and you treat it as a four-way, but a stop sign is a stop sign, and yes, you can be cited and will be if you're breaking the law in a reckless manner during this time.
Will we expect other updates throughout the day, Governor?
Yeah, look, we'll just see what this weather's doing. We'll certainly keep you updated. We'll be messaging on our social media. We'll be, obviously talking to you all individually too with updates. And if we have a need to do something else later on, we will. We're just going to watch this weather, and we'll keep you guys updated. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Governor.
All right, we have been listening live to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and emergency management officials, along with the head of the Georgia State Patrol, giving us an update on the road situation. It seems like they feel the state is in a much better position with the forecast that was laid out, and that their response, and with Governor Kemp issuing that state of emergency, saying that the road conditions are treacherous, but at the same time, they're warning people about the amount of assistance that they have in their actual capacity to respond, knowing that those hero trucks, if you dial 511 anywhere in the state, that will be available to you, but do anticipate there's going to be a backup of wait time. Jerry Carnes has been showing you those road conditions. We have about 3,000 workers across the state crisscrossing the area, making sure that everything is covered. Some 20,000 miles of roadway that the Georgia State Patrol and the Georgia Emergency Management has covered and treated. So if they pre-treat that, what does that mean? They now have to come back, circle back to also plow those same roadways as well. So this is going to be a long process. We're navigating the system, trying to stay ahead of it, but it's also still actively happening, as our meteorologists have been forecasting throughout the day. Our teams are safely for you throughout the area, just trying to give a broad snapshot of what's going on, making sure that you take in this storm from the comfort of your home. I think you've probably heard it 1,000 times by now to stay inside if you don't have to go outside. If you do go outside, walk to an area to, celebrate having snow in Georgia for the first time in years, actually us seeing an accumulation. But what's sort of been the shift here? What our meteorologists are calling sort of dangerous is that this has sort of shifted to more of a rain event right now. Here we are. It's 10:30 in the afternoon. We're at 32 degrees, or 10:30 in the morning, I should say. I've been here since 4 a.m. And we are now dealing with this rain. So that could make the situation pretty interesting. Meteorologist Chessie McNeil is standing by. What are we seeing right now, Chessie? Still a mix or more so rain?
It's a mix, and it's going to be different in different spots, depending on where you are, based on the temperatures and the way they line up. Some people still seeing some sleet, some people seeing a little bit of rain with some sleet mixed in, but we're expecting that more to be the trend as we head through the afternoon. So that's something we're going to continue to monitor. Here's another look at our north side hospital camera, and you can now see the King and Queen building. I was showing you this before, couldn't even see it, right? The clouds over us, that snow was coming down out there. Now seeing less of the snow and seeing more of a rain sleet mix, maybe even some freezing rain starting to get in there. This is what we talked about. Really didn't want to see it this early on and hope that maybe it'll start to taper off before it begins to amp back up again. But the frozen precipitation is going to create more of the problem on the roadways. Not a lot of people out on the roadways, as you can see, which is a good sign. Want to go down a little bit to I-285 to 75. This is Cloverleaf, and we saw plow trucks just clearing this ramp right here. This is the ramp coming from 75 going to 285. That's a high occupancy lane ramp there, which is why it's snow covered there. Not sure if they'll clear that off. This would be 285 here, and then 75 there. And even on 75, not seeing a whole lot of people out on the road. roads. That is some good news so far, but you can still see some snow coming down over toward the Truist Park area. So there is some snow mixed in. Look at the road temperatures right now. We have some that are just above the freezing mark. We have some below, and then some that are well above. Up here to the north, for example, over toward Blue Ridge, you're looking at a 30-degree temperature on the roads there. A little bit further down to the south, it gets a little bit warmer. 34 over toward Holcomb Bridge. That's Chris's bridge, by the way. Every time I see that, I always think about Chris Holcomb. You're looking at 36 over toward I-75 and 10th Street. You get a little bit cooler once you go further to the south. So you got a 30-degree road temperature over toward I-85 near Noonan, and then 33 down toward Troop Weighing Station further down to the south. All right, and so we'll watch these as we continue through the day. Because there is snow on the ground, some of those temperatures will probably start to drop as we head through the day. And now with the ice on top of that, certainly it will stay on the colder side and remain slick as we head through the rest of the afternoon. And this was just mentioned in that news report earlier that it's going to take them some time to get out there on some of those back roads. They treat the highways first, and some of the major back roads they get to next, and then of course neighborhoods really hard to get to with but so many crews, right? What we're seeing is consistent with what's being reported as far as the sleet starting to mix in. Chris mentioned this earlier about the radar having a hard time trying to determine what is snow, what is sleet, and so you get these little blobs popping up on the radar here. I do want to pull this out a little bit here. Up to the north, I want to show you where it was darker, where we haven't seen much in the way of snow up in the far northeastern counties. I'm going to pull this out, and I want to show you how things are transitioning just to our west. So if you look at Alabama here, notice 65 here, I-20 right here, where it was all snow at one point, and now you can see some of that warm air starting to lift, where it's becoming a little bit more in the way of green and some mixing taking place. That's going to be the case, I believe, for us as this line continues to lift further off to the north. Two indications there is that some warmer air could be coming in there. Also, that the area of low pressure driving this may be lifting a little bit further to the north. We were anticipating that coming through the southern portions of our state. So as that begins to lift north, that rain snow line will begin to lift to the north as well, which is why we were predicting higher totals of snow up to the far North Georgia mountains, because it would be snowing there a lot longer, or slow and or sleet along with that. And so we'll watch it become a little bit more rainy, if you will, in our southernmost counties down toward the Macon area, which is why they have the winter weather advisory. The winter storm warning is for our area, because we could see, again, that mixed bag. Got the snow already in place, and now looking for some of that sleet and freezing rain to begin to mix in. It's when that takes place that we think the conditions will start to deteriorate even more. A lot of folks out enjoying the snow. Hard to enjoy the snow when there's ice around, or if there's ice coming down. I believe Nicole mentioned it earlier when she was standing outside and there was sleet coming down almost hard on her face, just standing out there trying to report. So Rome, Atlanta, over to Athens, even now Augusta. Augusta has been added into the winter storm warning. You see it there. That to the south of that purple area that you see down there toward Macon is a winter weather advisory, and this will last until 7 a.m. tomorrow, where conditions will still be on the bad side. Now, even though we're talking about the precipitation ending by about 9-10 o'clock tonight, with the temperatures going back down into the 20s, refreezing certainly is going to take place, and so trying to get up early in the morning navigating will be very difficult as well. In fact, that may linger into early afternoon because the temperatures won't rise all that much. We talked about the actual air temperatures. Chris and I had a conversation about it as well, and we do think the temperature will hover around the freezing mark. We were anticipating a high getting up to about 35 degrees, but now we're looking at 32, and we think it'll get up to about maybe 33 at times, may dip down a little bit, depending on how much precipitation is over us. That will drop that temperature off a little bit, but at or below the freezing mark everywhere you look. You look up here to the far north, you got temperatures in the 20s. 32 degrees in Marietta and Atlanta right now, 32 in Covington, 31 in Carrollton, 29 degrees over toward Georgia's Rome. Been showing you that camera as well, where the snow has begun to subside. Wider look at this shows it's a massive system, so it's going to take some time. That's why we're saying this is an all-day event. All right, all-day event. Not going to get out of here anytime soon. Again, we're not expecting to taper off until later on tonight, but you can see the rain where the temperatures support that a little bit back further to the south and west. So there's a lot of moisture streaming up into our way, and so we'll be stuck with this pretty much for the rest of the day, folks. So sit back, relax a little bit. Again, we talked about the potential for ice, especially on our roadways out there. Greatest potential for this, I'm going to say, in the Atlanta metro area up into the north and east of the city. So right along I-85, heading up toward the northeast, I-985 heading up into Hall County. That's where it could be the worst. The potential for more or higher accumulations of the ice. We're talking about 1/4 of an inch or greater in some of these spots, and that could lead to more problems, especially on the roadways. Speaking of the roadways, Mr. Jerry Carr Barnes, how's it looking right now?
Oh, you want to talk about problems? I've got them. I've got problems aplenty. We're going to start with I-75 in Buckhead. Take a look at that. No one moving. This is 75 northbound right before West Paces Ferry Road. You got 1, 2, I think maybe 3 tractor trailers that are spun out there and not moving, and now authorities have arrived and they have shut the interstate down. So if you were thinking about traveling anywhere, but especially I-75 northbound traveling through Buckhead, just don't do it. It is completely shut down. We've been telling you for quite some time now about the situation at both the Cobb Cloverleaf and Spaghetti Junction. I-75 southbound, the ramp to I-285 is blocked with a jackknife tractor trailer truck and a multi-vehicle crash. But generally, you just cannot navigate those elevated bridges at the Cobb Cloverleaf or Spaghetti Junction. You see all the red there. I was watching earlier one of the GDOT cameras, and there were trucks trying to make their way through Spaghetti Junction there at 85 and I-285, and they were not moving at all. So that red may actually be black. There are technically no incidents there, just so much snow that nobody is moving. And then we've also been watching Stone Mountain Freeway, Highway 78 eastbound right there at Stone Mountain. There is so much snow, so much ice there. We were watching one gentleman in a white pickup truck, not a tow truck, but a white pickup truck, a Good Samaritan, drag people out of that area who had spun out and got stuck there. Plenty of cars were stuck. In fact, the whole highway was just littered with cars a little bit ago until that Good Samaritan came along. But it's just difficult to navigate. Highway 78 right there at Stone Mountain. And then again, another look at I-75 northbound through Buckhead at West Paces Ferry, completely closed due to these trucks that are stuck there blocking the interstate.
All right, Jerry, thank you. That is a situation out there that we want to see clear up soon. But unfortunately, this has been the theme of the day. A lot of people getting themselves in some pretty tough situations here as we look at the mess that's been building up over time over the last few hours on the roads. But on the flip side, a lot of people taking advantage of making this a very fun activity. You don't know when you're going to get a chance like this again in Atlanta to enjoy a snow day, home from work, home from school. Caitlin Ross has the more upbeat side of things, joining us live from Piedmont Park. Caitlin, how are you guys been doing out there?
You know, Aisha, when you said we have the flip side, we really have the flip side at Piedmont Park. People are having a blast out here. I'm joined with Michael right now, who you actually brought your bike out here.
I did bring my bike.
And how's it been going? You've been getting some good traction on this snow?
It's been pretty good. We've been out here for a while when the powder was still really thick before it got patted down. We actually found a girl on some skis, and I held one of her poles. We pulled her down the belt line. We found some kids sledding over in Inman Park. It's been a great time.
So you've been in Inman Park, Piedmont Park, you've been all over the place this morning.
We've been all over. My good friends, Nikki and Chad, they've been out before the sun was up. I came out and met them. Yeah, it's a super special day, so we're having a great time.
A super special day. I love that. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate you joining us. And like Michael was talking about, we have seen so much of that, so many good times, people really having a blast, people out here with their dogs, so many dogs having their first snow, having an absolute great time just frolicking around in the snow. We have a lot of people who are pushing little kids in strollers, wagons, so many people sledding, like bring out their toboggans and they're going down over and over and over again. Now they're enjoying it while they can though, because the snow has really turned into more of like rain. If you can see my coat now, we're just getting wet and the roads are getting wet. You can see that cars are driving through like a lot of slush right now. It is still pretty slippery. For a while, right there up at the light at Monroe and 10th, there was a group of 5 guys that were together just pushing cars through that light over and over and over again because people kept getting stuck. So while it is switching to rain, it's still slippery, it's still sliding around. It definitely is still very, very poor driving conditions. Most of the people we've seen out here at Piedmont Park have walked here, or like Michael was saying, they skied over here, they took their bikes over here. I was astounded by how many people were out running in this weather. So people are having a good time out here. How about in Blue Ridge, Molly?
Hey guys, well, Caitlin, you're talking about dogs. Oh no, Annie! I just met Annie, who is loving life out here in the snow. I've got a pile of snowballs. Earlier today, we had a bunch of kids out here as well. I will say the snow is starting to turn a little bit into sleet. We're getting a mix, but we're still getting some of that fun, fluffy snow that kids can come out and play in and enjoy. I talked with one couple who's actually from South Georgia. They came up in hopes of snow and they just said it's really peaceful and it's beautiful, and that's what we're getting here in North Georgia. Karis, how are things looking on your end?
Slush house.
Well, right now we are driving on I-20 eastbound, and we're trying to be a little careful here because we just got back on the interstate. There's some cars nearby. So if you see me looking out the window, that's why. So earlier this morning, we saw a lot of snow. It's light, it's fluffy, it's pretty, right? Nice to look at. But right now, we've got a lot of slush because some of that snow has turned into rain. It's now on the roads, and it's making things a little more hazardous on the road here. So I'm going to show you what we are looking at currently. You see a few more cars back out on the road. It was a little empty on the roads about an hour ago, and now we're starting to see more and more people out here driving. But you should still be careful and drive very slowly because things are very, very slick on these roads. And on our way, we saw at least 4 cars that had spun out onto the road. 2 were stuck in a ditch, others were kind of just stalled there. So you should just be very careful if you are going to be out here driving. We have seen a few plows out here, and we know from the press conference from the governor earlier that crews are out here working as best they can, but there is still some hazards on the road right now, so people should very much be careful if you are going to be driving out here. We're going to continue to keep you updated, and I will make sure Oh, hold on. We're going to try and move over here a little bit. As you can see, we're still trying to navigate the slickness on these roads. It is not easy at all. All of this slush here, trying to navigate it. We are now in a better position than we were in the morning because we can actually see our lanes. Earlier, when we had all of that snow coming in, we could not see lanes at all. It was very hard to see. The rain is still making things a little troublesome. I will mention that even if we have seen some plows out here, they are only able to get so much of the road at a time. So it is important that people be out of the way, because we have seen some cars in front of the plows and they are not in the best position if you are in the way, but also make sure that you are being careful if you see other vehicles around you. That can cause a lot of issues. Hopefully we can show you another perspective here. This is what it looks like just behind us here. So we have this camera facing the rear. It's still a little slushy, but you can see the roads are slowly getting a little bit clearer, but it is not easy to navigate out of here. As I mentioned, more traffic coming in as we get later into the day. I think people are feeling a little more confident. But with that weather and that precipitation change, that is something that we are going to continue to monitor here on the roads. We are going to now send it all back to you. We will keep you updated on what we see on the roads.
All right, Karis, thank you. You and JoJo stay safe out there. We appreciate the hard work of showing us the perspective from the road. So a lot of viewers have been sending in their experience and just really wanting to see what it looks like from your vantage point. Let's send it now to the newsroom with 11 Alive reporter Joe Hankey. Joe, what are you seeing and hearing from viewers?
Well, Aisha, we love seeing these images. We're getting photos and videos from all over the metro sent in of this snowfall. It started very early this morning when there was just a little dusting out there. Now it is truly building up. This coming in from Kevin in Smyrna. We can't show you weather photos from people's backyards without giving you a look at the patio furniture. You can see that stack there on his table right next to his grill. There's snow coming down pretty heavy in Smyrna. We'll go to the next photo that we are getting sent in. Actually, video here from Scottdale. This is Larry. Looks like his apartment or townhome parking lot there. A little bit earlier this morning, you can see the sun was still coming up there, brightening up in the photo, and the snow coming down there as well. Next, we will go to, this is Grace King. She shot this video. Her photographer was driving. She was in the passenger seat. We want to stress that, but you can see the snow plows. I believe this was along Boulevard right here in Atlanta. You can see the snow plows are out there. One question we are hearing from people is, are the snow plows out there? Are they clearing the roads? Still unsafe to drive out there, but the answer is yes, there are snow plows out there, at least in the city of Atlanta. That was Grace King there. And up next, this is also from Grace. She stopped by Grant Park in Atlanta, and you can see school's out. You might as well enjoy it. There are kids out there sledding, their families, they're having some fun. A very unique Atlanta experience here. How often do you get to go sledding in Grant Park? This might be one of your few opportunities as a kid, so you might as well take advantage of it. And that was from Grace. Up next is Little Burn Scenic View here in Little Burn. This from an 11 Alive viewer, and the view that they were waking up to this morning with their morning coffee. We want to see more of your photos and videos. You can send those to us at the phone number right here on the screen. That's 404-885-7600. Text those photos and video. We'll check them out. We'll put the best ones on our website and on air for everyone to enjoy. Aisha?
All right, Joe, thank you for giving us that viewer perspective. Meteorologist Chris Holcomb and Chessie McNeil in the house with us this morning, kind of tracking this shift that we have. Chris, I see the road temperatures behind you. That is so important as we talk about this mixture that we're seeing hitting the roadways.
And, we've been talking about that this morning. Chesley and I were kind of giving you a summary earlier about, we talk about our surface temperatures of the actual air temperature. We're also looking at temperatures aloft, and we have the ability to see the actual temperatures of the roadways. And Chesley, come on in here, because these road sensors are really a result of what you and the team did with the task force. When we had the snow jams and snowmageddons in the past, Governor Deal put a task force together of some meteorologists in the Atlanta area. You were representing us at 11 Alive. And from that task force, we saw these road sensors be installed, and this technology is just so important to us right now that we can actually see, because sometimes the surface temperature might be 32, but the road might be 37. Right. And it's going to be okay. Right. And so, and I didn't warn you I was going to ask you this, but how, in all of your meetings that y'all had, how did that kind of come about, and even know that technology is something that we could even utilize?
It was the first time, really, or it seemed like the first time that all of us were brought to the table. So you're talking about GDOT, you're talking about the meteorologists, you're talking about emergency management, everybody coming to the table. And so you heard what their shortfalls were, shortcomings, heard what ours were. And so it was like, why can't we do this? Or why can't we do that? Why can't we have, can we have this? Can we have that? And so the temperatures began to be something that they had access to. They had monitors out there. And so it was like, well, if we could show that, right? And so all that kind of came together. National Weather Service got involved in that as well. And so now we have these road monitors, which again is very key because it shows you at least where the roads could be the worst, if you will, where snow could pile up or not freeze. Like you said, a lot of times, especially here in the South, the roads temperatures are way higher than what the actual air temperature is. So we would know that if the snow comes down, it's going to melt right away, or it's going to stick around like what we're seeing today.
And what is different about this situation with this rain, this snow mix coming in, is that we have had a lot of days with really cold air. So that ground temperature has had, a lot of times we see snow come in, 3 days ahead of the time, it might have been 70 degrees. Right. And then we get a cold front and we see snow. And those ground temperatures are still warm. Right. But with this situation, we have had numerous days of lows in the 20s, highs only in the 40s, and highs in the 30s. So that allowed that ground temperature to come down, and that's why we're seeing some of these. Another cool thing is that when these sensors were installed, it was only a few. Now we're able to see this expanding, and that's just more and more information that we're able to get. And the Department of Transportation, this is so valuable to the Department of Transportation, and they can see these temperatures and target areas and say, whoa, look up in North Georgia now, road temperatures are 29 degrees. Right. And they can send crews up into that area.
Very important.
So we're thanking you. This is because of Chesley McNeil that we have these road temperatures available to us right now. So let's look at those. Now, Chesley and I worked together to compile these temperatures here. We were looking at every one of the sensors around North Georgia and here in the metro Atlanta area. And again, as we were saying, a lot of times the roads will be warmer than the actual surface temperature, but in this situation, we are seeing a lot of these temperatures of the actual road surface that are below freezing. Let's go up to North Georgia first. This is up in Rabun County, US 76 at US 23. Road temperature there 31. So that means, when people are slipping and sliding around right now, it's been from that snow and the slush that's out there just getting thick, and that's making it thick out there. But now, if we're seeing any of that snow become water and slush become water, with the road being at 31, that then becomes a glaze of ice there too. Look up in Blue Ridge, SR 15 at Blue Ridge Drive, 29, I-75 at SR 2, that's up in Northwest Georgia near the Tennessee line. Road temperature there is 28. 31, again below freezing, up near Adairsville. Georgia 400 north up toward the Buford area, 30 degrees right now. 85 north and east of the city. So here's 85 through Gwinnett County. There's the Mall of Georgia right here. As you go up into Jackson County, the road temperature there is 29 degrees. So all of these temperatures, most of these showing at or below freezing, would indicate that yes, those roads are not improving at all. They may only be getting more of a glaze on them right now too. 31 even inside the perimeter. That's at 75 and 10th Street. So that's right there at the downtown connector. The road temperature is 31 degrees. Now down to the south, we're seeing a few more road temperatures that are a little bit higher. 33, that's 85 south in Henry County at Hudson Bridge Road. And then down to the south, as you get closer to the LaGrange, or actually Troup County, we have a road temperature of 33 degrees. That's there at the way station. And then in Noonan, road temperatures are at 32 degrees. So we have been watching the snow come in. We already have some travel issues now from the snow, and as Chesley and I have been watching, we're seeing the radar showing more of that transition now, and we are getting confirmation of this from our reporters out and about, and even from Nicole out outside of our studio. We're going to get a live report from her in just a second, but that transition taking place from the snow to a winter mix. And when we say winter mix, that is anything from snow mixing in with rain, snow mixing in with sleet, or at times that rain is also freezing rain. And as we just went over those road conditions and road temperatures for you, when you have rain coming down through the sky in the form of water or a raindrop, it might be liquid in the sky as we're making that transition, but the problem is when it hits the ground and it hits those roads or surfaces that are at or below freezing, that then becomes a glaze. And as I zoom out a little bit, you see that there's more moisture that's going to be feeding into our area too, and we'll be watching that mix for much of the afternoon, Chesley.
Oh, I hate to see that. Hate to see it, because all that moisture, we still got a ways to go, folks, and with that warming taking place, that means significant icing could be the case. We are under a winter storm warning, remains in effect through tomorrow morning. In fact, may even be extended, especially if we have significant precipitation still on the roads out there and it refreezes. We're expecting those temperatures to get down into the 20s again tonight, so, or at least closer to the 30-degree mark or below freezing. Down to the south where we have the purple in there, that is a winter weather advisory. That's down toward the Macon area, but be on the lookout. If you live in these areas, hopefully, again, you're at home nice and warm, things are fine. The problem with icing, especially when we talk about freezing rain, it could lead to power outages, something we really don't want, especially on cold days like this. As Chris mentioned earlier, we've been cold for the last couple of days, and so now that the precipitation is coming down in the form of the frozen type, and we got all types all over the area. There are types where we have mostly snow, especially up to our far north. You got the sleet mixing with the freezing rain from Atlanta southward so far, and coming in early. So with that moisture feed that's still out there, we're going to be in this for a little while. This is showing some mixing taking place from Atlanta down toward McDonough, Peachtree City, down toward Luthersville, into the south. More like snow, maybe some sleet mixing in up here to the north. I was looking at a camera, and Chris, you may want to look at this. The Delonica camera, it was fixed on the campus of North Georgia, and the grass was green. Grass was still showing. Now it may be covered. Maybe. We'll get a check on that. You're looking at Calhoun, where we've had that snow right along I-75 rather, heading down into the city, still dealing with that as well. Chris just showed you that moisture feed continuing to come in. If you look at Alabama, for example, he had that snow all the way down here, almost into Montgomery, and now you see the warm air is lifting further off to the north, so now it's up to I-20 and continuing to lift northward. That's going to be our trend as we head through the rest of the afternoon as well, and so we're expecting that mix to take place. If you were thinking, man, if I had to go out, I need to go out, but I don't know which time. Should I wait later? I would say you go out now. Now, if you don't have to go out at all, you don't have to go out at all. But if you have to go out, you go out now, because we haven't seen that significant icing taking place. But if that's the case for this afternoon, conditions will get worse. Let's find out what's going on outside our back doorstep right now. Let's go over to Nicole Hartford, who's standing by.
Hi, Chesley. Yes, so you were talking about the transition that we've had from the snow to the sleet to the rain. And right now outside of our studio in Midtown, it's been a pretty consistent, just very light rainfall. We'll get a couple sleet pellets mixed in every so often, but for the most part, it's been rain. And what that's doing right now is it's creating a lot of slush. So it's taking the accumulating snowfall that we've already seen. It's making it slushier. And as Chesley was saying, this may at least temporarily improve some road conditions across the metro metro Atlanta area as we introduce more slush. That said, temperatures are hovering right around the freezing point. So we are seeing a little development of perhaps a light glaze of ice on some windshields, as well as some of those railings that we see, on patios across the Atlanta metro area. That light glaze of ice right now, not too much of a problem, but temperatures will continue to fluctuate throughout the day today, and especially this evening and into the overnight as temperatures drop. We'll still have a lot of this water and even accumulating snowfall on the ground, and ice will become more and more of an issue as we go into the later hours today, as well as into the overnight tonight. So at least for us across metro Atlanta, likely a lot of that accumulating snowfall, the kind of winter wonderland look that we had, will start to fade as more of this snowfall just turns to a little bit of slush. Now, here outside our studio in Midtown, we have that consistent rainfall, but I've noticed it's not quite as heavy as what it was perhaps even just 30 minutes to an hour ago. That said, it's still making things just overall wet across the area. And as we continue to watch those temperatures just kind of fluctuate throughout the day today, that's when our possibility of more ice accumulation really enters the picture. And when it comes to ice accumulation, a little bit can go a long way. When you have up to about 1/10 of an inch of ice, it's when you start to have slick areas, especially on bridges and overpasses. For anyone who does absolutely have to drive today, I would advise, if you don't have to drive, don't get out on the roads. But remember, especially right now, while things are kind of slushy, that those bridges and overpasses are always the first to freeze, and they will likely be the slickest. And that'll ring true through this evening and overnight tonight as well. We'll be monitoring this very closely as this winter system unfolds throughout the day. Aisha.
All right, Nicole, thank you. For those of you who have been joining us on 11 Alive Plus, we thank you for streaming here with us at 11 Alive. But stay tuned. We will join you live back on air for 11 Alive Midday News at 11. We'll see you on 11 Alive in 3 minutes.
"11 Alive News Midday starts now.
Hello and welcome to a snow day in Atlanta, everybody. We are glad you were joining us for 11 Alive Midday. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Yes, we hope you're home safe and warm. Right now, we are under a weather impact alert as snow, sleet, and freezing rain is moving through metro Atlanta and really across North Georgia, Aisha.
It has been a wild morning. We have been on air since 4 o'clock this morning and also streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We are taking a live look this morning over Centennial Olympic Park that you see there on the left, and on the right side of your screen, looking at Georgia 400 near the King and Queen building in the distance, where we see those snow-covered roadways north, south, east, and west. Governor Brian Kemp has declared that statewide state of emergency effective immediately, going all the way through Tuesday. Let's see now to meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who has been tracking the timing of this storm. And Chesley, when can we expect things to clear out? It's been making some changes too.
Yeah, it won't clear out until later on tonight. I'm thinking after 10 or 11 o'clock, the precipitation will begin to move out. So we got a long time to go with this, and we're starting to see that change over to sleet in the area. Had some snow. In fact, we started out with sleet early this morning, and then it changed over to all snow. Came down at a pretty good clip. That snow is starting to let up a little bit because it's mixing with a little rain, some freezing rain in there as well. Sleet in other spots. Not everywhere, but we have a mixed bag of precipitation depending on where you are. Depends on what you're receiving as far as the precipitation type. Now, the winter storm warning will last until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Even though the precipitation will end by 10 o'clock tonight, we're still looking at the impacts in this area lasting at least through Saturday morning, maybe even into mid-morning before things start to thaw out just a little bit. Down to the south, further down to the south, going down toward Macon, that area there is a winter weather advisory where they're expecting to see rain and then begin to see some freezing rain begin to mix in. Here's a look at the radar now. You can see these colors popping in here. The radar trying to determine whether or not this is snow or sleet or freezing rain. We're getting a mixed bag, and some of the reports that we received kind of indicates that. And so we're seeing that we had a decent clip of some snow, and now it's starting to mix with some of that sleet and freezing rain, which will lower the snow totals at least. But we're still looking at the conditions getting worse because some of that ice will start to accumulate on the snow that has already fallen. That's going to lead to some tricky travel that's going to be around the forecast area. So we'll continue to monitor that, especially the temperatures. They're going to be key as we head through the afternoon. A little less snow up to the far northeast. Places like Rabun County, like Clayton, for example, has been on the lighter side. Probably just now starting to get in on some of that. Dahlonega as well, down toward Gainesville. We've had some decent snow. Canton as well, over toward Roswell. Georgia's Rome saw a pretty decent clip. We have a live camera there. We've been watching that all morning as well. And so the roadways are starting to get worse, if you will, if that's a way to say it. Notice this fetch of moisture continuing to slide further off to the north. We'll be watching that as it continues to move into our area. And I do want to show you at least some of the temperatures around the area right now. You're looking at temperatures. These air temperatures are in the 30s. So right at 32 degrees in Atlanta. You got it in Marietta and also over into parts of Covington. 29 degrees in Canton, 29 up toward Dalton, 28 degrees in Blairsville. You're at 32 degrees down toward Thomaston at the current hour. Ice is going to be the concern as we head through the afternoon. We're looking at some freezing rain that could come in. We're looking at areas that could receive up to 1/4 of an inch of ice and accumulating ice. That could lead to more problems, especially not only on the roadways, but for power outages. So we're watching that as well. Meteorologist Chris Holcomb is going to join me a little bit later. Right now, we want to go over to Jerry Carnes with a check on the roads.
And it's been a mess all day, just all day, ever since about 6 o'clock this morning when we saw the first snowflakes start to fall. Everything fell apart. The biggest problem we've got right now is on I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry Road. There you see it. Virtually no one moving. We see a little bit of movement every now and then, some cars kind of getting through there. But as of right now, you've just got trucks that are twisted all this way and that way. We've seen some crews out there trying their best to clear the roadway, to treat the roadway and hopefully get some of these vehicles moving. But as of right now, all lanes blocked. I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry Road. The elevated bridges everywhere are just snowed over. And you know what I'm talking about, the Cobb Cloverleaf. This involves a tractor trailer truck that has jackknifed the ramp from I-75 southbound to I-285 westbound. But even if they clear that away, you've still got all the slick spots on these elevated ramps. And we're talking about Spaghetti Junction as well. That is a mess. And you've got a ramp blocked I-285 southbound ramp to I-675. That's just the way it is, folks. Just ice everywhere where you don't have wrecks. You still have people stuck because they just can't make it through that stuff. Another look at I-75 southbound at West Paces.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Well, just less than an hour ago, Governor Brian Kemp joined emergency officials to give us an update on all the preparations and really the ongoing response we're going to see in response to this major winter storm moving through our state. 11 Alive's Grace King joining us from GEMA headquarters right now. Grace, what are officials saying at this hour about the preparation and then the ongoing work we're going to see throughout the length of this system?
Well, the same thing you just heard Jerry mention there. Stay off the roads if you can. They had everyone out starting on Wednesday, treating those roads, brining those roads to try and avoid some of this. But the snow just came down so fast that obviously it's coated a lot of roads here in the metro. Now, their priority is going to be the interstates. They're going to start clearing, trying to get 2 lanes on those interstates, not for you to get out on the roads, but for first responders so they can get to those emergencies. But of course, the concern this afternoon will be when that snow turns to ice. That will be hard to treat once it's icy. Now, they have 300 snowplows out working 24/7 to try and clear those interstates, but spin-offs and stalled vehicles are causing a lot of problems for them this morning. GDOT says its hero units have responded to 220 incidents so far. So if you do go out, Georgia State Patrol says to slow down, don't slam on the brakes, and don't make any quick maneuvers.
I know one question you're probably going to ask in a few minutes is, how is this different? I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014. And the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot of lessons, so we've stayed in front of it. We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way.
And of course, a lot of people are staying home today. They said they're grateful that this is a Friday because they expect a lot of these problems to continue through the weekend. But a lot of people will, of course, not have to be at work or school. So hopefully continuing to stay home. Another issue they're watching this afternoon will be power. They're worried about the ice causing problems with downed trees and power lines. They're in contact with Georgia Power and state officials to try and get some of those outages resolved as soon as possible. But prepare for that this afternoon. Live at GEMA, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, great. Thanks so much.
And I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb in with Chesley and Nicole this afternoon. We are keeping you posted on all of the temperatures that are very critical for the rest of the afternoon hours. Chesley and I have been talking earlier when we were doing our streaming show here a little bit earlier that we're not only watching the temperatures here of the air that we're breathing in and out, we're also watching the temperatures aloft because that determines what type of precip is coming down, whether it's snowflakes or raindrops or whether it is sleet. But we're also watching these temperatures on the roads. We have the ability from the Department of Transportation. They have installed sensors all over some of the main thoroughfares and interstates there. And we are seeing a lot of these road temperatures that are below freezing. And that is why we're seeing so many issues there on the roads. I want to take you up to North Georgia first. This is where we're seeing more of the roads that are at more of that critical point here, like up in Northwest Georgia, up closer to Dalton at 75 at State Route 2. The road temperature is 28 degrees. In Blue Ridge, the road temperature there on SR 515 is 29 degrees. Up in Rabun County, US 76 at US 23, it's 31 degrees. As we get closer here to the metro area, we're seeing Georgia 400 at 30 degrees. I-75 near Adairsville is 31. Up 85 past the Mall of Georgia up into Jackson County, the road surface is 29. So the snow that is there that came initially, and now as we add more rain and freezing rain to this, that's going to add more of the slick spots around. You've got Georgia 400 at Holcomb Bridge at 31. Even inside the perimeter at the connector at I-75 and 10th Street is 31. On the south side, temperatures at or maybe a little above freezing, like in Henry County, road temperature 33, 85 at the Troopway station is also 33. More moisture is going to be moving in here. We're watching that transition from snow to that sleet and freezing rain. The freezing rain is what we don't want this afternoon. We're also watching the other temperatures very closely too. We'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Now, the winter storm has made roads really dangerous. We've been talking about that so much so that MARTA is halting all bus service, at least for right now. Trains are running on a weekend schedule right now with the Green Line only going from Bankhead to Vine City. We also know the streetcars are shut down and mobility service will handle any emergencies if possible. Now, bus service, we understand, will be back safe. They'll be back up when it's safe to drive. But we, again, are monitoring everything from the roads to MARTA. We'll keep you posted. I believe our Karis Belger is going to be joining us here in a moment. She's been keeping an eye on the roads for us. Karis, what is it looking like? We know conditions are really changing minute by minute.
They are. It's still wet out here, which means it's very slick, which means it's still a little dangerous for people to be out on the roads. So people, if you are driving, you should be very careful. And I say this because I've seen no less than 4 cars that have been stuck on the side of the road in a ditch, some of them nose first in a ditch because of the roads. I'm going to turn my camera around so you can see what exactly we are looking at right now. So we are eastbound on I-20 now in Atlanta proper. Don't know if you can see the Gold Dome far in front of us, but it is still pretty wet out on these roads, and even not all of the roads have been completely plowed. Now, we did see a plow out on the roads when we were farther up on the interstate not too long ago. About 13 or so minutes ago, we saw them out there working. We heard during a press conference with the governor earlier that GDOT is trying to get those plows out to treat the roads as quickly as they can. Of course, they have crews working, but all of that is going to take time, and in the meantime, people should be extremely careful if they are going to be out on the roads. We know some folks have to work like we are working here, but if you're going to be out here, just drive slowly. Slow and steady wins the race here, because there is still that risk, because there's rain coming down now, not those fluffy pretty snowflakes from earlier. That's what's making things more challenging out on the streets. So it can be very, very treacherous when you are out here. So everyone should be sure to keep that in mind. We're going to continue to monitor things out here on the roads. In the meantime, I'm going to send it back to you, Jonathan.
All right, thanks so much, Karis.
And you can be prepared even if the power goes out by downloading the 11 Alive News app. All you have to do is scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. Download it now for free. When you get there, you can sign up for the weather alerts and take the 11 Alive weather impact forecast with you wherever you go.
Snow in our forecast area starting to mix with sleet and freezing rain. That's not a good thing for us. We're going to time out how long this will last, and the full forecast straight ahead. Stay right there.
Your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive weather impact team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive weather impact team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download.
Welcome back, everybody. Right now, we are taking a live look over the world's busiest airport where freezing rain and snow are bringing disruptions to air travel. Officials have issued a complete ground stop. That means all flights have to stay on the ground. Turning now to 11 Alive's Doug Richards, who is live inside the world's busiest airport. Doug, we talked to airport officials a little bit earlier, and they told us that they really watched the forecast a few days out, giving the airlines time to make their plans, and that's why it doesn't seem like it's such a mess there. Tell us what you're seeing despite the ground stop.
Well, it's not a mess because most of the planes did not take off and land this morning. There is a board over my shoulder where a couple hundred Delta flights are listed. I saw two that were on time. One was a 1 o'clock flight to Birmingham, another was a 2 o'clock flight to Grand Rapids. If we go over here, we see a Delta counter where or get their seats reassigned onto planes that might actually take off sometime today. A number of them have been to that counter.
All right, looks like we're having some trouble with Doug's signal there. So basically what we are seeing here is that the word got out via the airline. So you didn't have a lot of people showing up to the airport thinking that their flight was going to take off. Everyone knew to go ahead and stay at home with this inclement weather coming in. So the situation at the airport seems smooth despite people having to rebook their plans. Check with your airline directly to see if they're going to let you do that for no change fee for your travel. If you plan to fly out of the Fulton County Executive Airport, we do have an important update for you there. The winter conditions at the airport's main runway now has caused that to be shut down, and that is until further notice. Now the airport is not completely shut down. Helicopters are still able to operate, we're told, including those used by public safety agencies. Airport officials say they're going to get back to normal and open that runway as soon as it is deemed safe to do so.
Let's turn things back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who's live in the Weather Center with the latest on the system moving.
And Jonathan, we have been watching all morning this initial beginning of the precip that was coming in. Started with a little bit of sleet, and then it quickly changed over to snow. And that snow is still with us over many areas. And we've got that snow that's on the ground, but we've been watching that transition from the snowfall of the precip that's coming down through the sky, becoming more of a winter mix now, where we have some rain mixing in. We also have some sleet mixing in too. And our radar is depicting that now, where you can see here all the white that we had in earlier today. That was the snow that's been moving through. And that's when we were forecasting this. We were saying that the morning time would be the opportunity to see more of that snow. And then once we get to lunchtime and after, that's where we're going to see more of that transition. And we're seeing some of that happening here, that pink color around Atlanta, transitioning to that winter mix. Chesley and I were just looking at this, and this is encouraging here. There's a little dry slot out to the west that we might see a break in the precip coming down, and that would be a good thing because as temperatures are still hovering around freezing right now, any lack of precip would help us because that would hopefully lower any of the ice that could develop there. But it's still not going to be over. We might just see some brief breaks there for a little bit, but then more of that moisture is going to be moving in. So these temperatures are very critical as to what that precip type is going to be and whether or not slick stuff is going to be developing. So we're still in this winter impact alert as the winter storm conditions. We're not waiting for them. They are over us right now. We're transitioning now from snow to that winter mix. We still have icing concerns now and into the evening hour. Evening hours. We already have travel impacts now, and more travel impacts are likely as we continue to go through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. We're going to be hovering right at or near freezing for the rest of the afternoon hours here. You can see these temperatures around North Georgia right now. Atlanta's 32. That's freezing, but it's below freezing in many areas to the north of us where we might see more of that icing developing. Chesley and I are going to keep on this, keep watching it very closely. Nicole is here too. We'll have a live report from her coming up in just a little bit.
Chris, thank you so much. Right now we want to go live via an interview here we have with Michael Shaw with Gwinnett County EMA joining us via Zoom. Michael, good morning to you.
Morning.
All right, so we know that this storm, the snow we're seeing, is impacting really most of us here in North Georgia. What impacts are you seeing in Gwinnett County this morning?
So we're obviously seeing impacts on our roadways. We're seeing conditions become increasingly more hazardous. I know our Department of Transportation, all of our first responders and public safety are collaborating, working together to address problems and get to issues as we address them. But we are seeing that this is a situation that's increasing and still a concern for us in Gwinnett.
Are there any particular areas that you're concerned about? We're looking live next to you at one of the cameras. We don't see many people out on the roads this morning, which is a good thing. But any particular roads or bridges you're most concerned about?
No, I think it's a countywide concern for us that we are strongly urging people to stay off the roads. Thankfully, I think that you're exactly right, that people have kind of heeded the warnings to stay off the roads, and we ask that they continue to stay off the roads if at all possible. Our public safety and Department of Transportation are going to continue to address areas of concerns and respond to them as quickly as possible. But we're trying to think of everybody's safety during this time. So if at all possible, the constant message is going to be to stay off the roads.
Safety first, always. Michael Shaw with Gwinnett County EMA. Keep us posted if anything changes on your end. We'd like to hear from you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get another look outside right now with meteorologist Nicole Hartford. She's been outside the studio here, sort of giving us a look as the conditions change, and we've seen a couple of different things happen. What are we seeing right now, Nicole?
Right now, it's still a pretty consistent rainfall. It's not nearly as heavy as what it was just 30 minutes or an hour ago, which is good because while rain may seem like a good thing when it comes to roadways, and maybe temporarily it would be, what this is going to do is add more moisture to the ground that will eventually end up freezing as ice. Now, right now, because temperatures, at least here in Midtown, are hovering right around freezing, it's just making things kind of wet. It's led to much more slushy snowfall across the area, and it will eventually start to refreeze, especially on those bridges and overpasses that always freeze first. That's why we're watching for that transition of different precipitation types. While this is predominantly rain at this point, I'm still seeing a couple little sleet pellets every so often, but it is a lot lighter now. It's not quite as persistent as what it was just an hour ago, Chesley.
Thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that report. Take a look. Again, the radar, it shows that we have mixed precipitation all around. Some areas seeing all snow, some areas getting a mix, maybe some sleet coming in there, and also some freezing rain indicated by that green a little bit further down to the south. We've been watching this very closely. Chris talked about this possible dry slot that's now starting to move into the forecast area. A good sign there. As a matter of fact, want to confirm that as well. Take a look at our Coweta County here, live shot here. This is Noonan, and you can see where it's starting to clear out just a little bit. Will that last? I doubt it. We still have a lot of moisture that's going to push into the area, and I do think will come down as some rain in the forecast area, mixed with some freezing rain, and so we have to be on the lookout for that. Temperature-wise, starting to go up a little bit. We're at 33 degrees right now in Atlanta, and we think we're going to hover right around that 33, 34 degree mark, staying right there in that sweet spot where we'll see that mixed bag as we head through the afternoon. Some of those temperatures warming up even further north, like Marietta at 32, 31 degrees in Duluth, 29 up toward Canton at the current hour. We are concerned about ice this afternoon and the accumulation of that, because that's going to lead to conditions getting worse, especially on the roadways out there, and it could lead to power outages. Right now, our models are indicating the potential ice accumulation could get up and over a quarter of an inch. You can see from Atlanta up toward Marietta, over toward Athens, Murrayville, that continues into parts of Banks County as well. So we'll be watching that, and again, just south of the city as well, because that could lead to some significant impacts for us as far as power outages, also damage to trees as that begins to weigh it down. So we'll keep you updated on that. Right now, we're going to get a check on the roads out there with Jerry Carnes.
And it is a bad news situation on those elevated bridges like Spaghetti Junction. Take a look right here. That is the interchange of I-85 and I-285. 85, you're seeing it actually looks like there's some clear spots there, and I'm seeing traffic move along. But I-285, the overpass taking you from 85 south on to I-285, that is in bad shape. In fact, you see the trucks just sitting there. They are not moving at all at Spaghetti Junction. They've just been sitting up there on that ramp up probably for a couple of hours now at the very least. And that's the situation you find at places like Spaghetti Junction and the Cobb Cloverleaf, where we have a very similar situation, except there you got a jackknife tractor trailer truck. So you cannot make it anywhere from 75 southbound onto I-285 westbound, but they are working on it and beginning to get it clear. We'll keep an eye on it and let you know. We'll be right back with more after this.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the...
Welcome back to our coverage as we continue to follow this weather impact alert with all the snow falling across Metro Atlanta and beyond. Right now, a lot of people, including a lot of you, may be out enjoying the snow. 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross is live for us in downtown, actually near Piedmont Park. Caitlin, you're out there with some kids. Are you getting ready to sled yourself?
We are having a great time out here, Jonathan. People have been sledding all morning long, having so much fun. I'm actually with a family right now who is involved in a serious snowball fight. They have a whole arsenal ready to go. Iman, 10 years old, what are you enjoying about being out here today?
I love sledding in the snow.
All right, if you love sledding in the snow, I'm ready to sled in the snow. Let's give it a try. This could go horribly, but let's try it out. Okay, ready? 2, 1. Oh boy. Okay, we're going a little faster than I thought we would. Sledding in Piedmont Park is apparently the thing to do today. Okay, so people have been at this all morning long. They are having a blast. We've seen so many people going down this hill. A lot of them, though, are actually using cardboard, recycled cardboard. I was lucky that I linked up with Iman and I got an actual toboggan. So people are out here having a great time, even though it's not really snowing anymore. It's rain at this point. We are soaking wet, but that's not dampering anybody's good time. We've had people who are with their dogs. We've had people on skis. We've had people on bikes. So people are getting around out here. The only thing to know is you don't want to drive here in a car. It is dangerous on the roads, so please stay off the roads. But if you can walk over here to Piedmont Park, people are having a blast. Reporting live, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
After a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us
every day.
Star Power.
Welcome back to 11 Alive Midday News. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Thanks so much for being here. As you may know, right now we are under a weather impact alert as snow, sleet, and freezing rain are moving through Metro Atlanta and across North Georgia.
Let's send it over now to meteorologist Chessie McNeil. Chessie, we've been on air since 4 o'clock this morning tracking this system. It arrived before the sun even came up, and it is still packing a punch.
Yeah, came in with some sleet first, right? And then we saw a changeover to all snow, and now we're starting to see that changeover again. We do have some rain that's out there now. It is a winter storm warning for us. We're looking at a mixed bag pretty much through the day. Now later on this afternoon, as we get closer to noon and then thereafter, expecting that rain and freezing rain to really start to take over the metro area at least, and then further down to the south. So we're watching that so far. Lots of reports of rain, maybe some freezing rain. We do have some snow further off to the north, of course, where the temperatures are supporting that. But we are watching temperatures begin to warm up somewhat as we head through the rest of the afternoon. A little bit of a dry slot trying to get into places like Carrollton, Peachtree City, coming into the city as well. And so maybe a break from some of that rain, and then more, of course, will be coming our way thanks to that moisture feed that's still out there. Ice is our major concern for this afternoon, and models are showing there could be some accumulating ice, especially in the city of Atlanta, northward and going up toward the north and east, over toward places like Athens, Murrayville, North Fulton County included in this, also into Cobb County, where we could see up to about 1/4 of an inch of ice. That could lead to some problems for us, folks. You're talking about the ice accumulating and weighing down trees and also on power lines. We could see significant power outages around the area, something that you'll need to be on the lookout for this afternoon. Of course, we'll keep you updated on it as well. Let's go over to Chris and talk more about these precipitation types.
Chesley, that is an important point that we need to make here, because I know that many of you are hearing us talking about the snow and then the winter mix, and there are some big differences in the type of precipitation that comes down. So I want to explain that to you right now so you can see what we're watching. Everybody knows what rain is. That's when you have the water droplets in the clouds. It's warm enough for that to come down to the ground as liquid, as a water drop here. But let me show you what we had this morning, and that was snow. That's when you have the entire column of the atmosphere there through the clouds cold enough to support snow. Where in the clouds, these are ice crystals. They all come together, they form the snowflakes, and they come down to the ground as snow. That's what we had earlier today. We're seeing that transition now to a winter mix, as we're not only watching the temperatures here at the surface, but we also have to watch the temperatures up above us as well. And when we have some warmer air up above, what starts as a snowflake can then melt when it hits that warm air. It becomes a raindrop, but then before it hits the ground, it can move through another cold layer of air. That's when we get sleet. That is an ice pellet that forms from a snowflake that melted into a raindrop, and then it froze again into an ice pellet. And the way that you can tell the difference between sleet and freezing rain, sleet bounces off the ground. Freezing rain is when you have that raindrop that comes down, but it doesn't freeze until it hits a cold surface. So it splats on the ground as liquid, but then when that surface is cold enough at 32 or lower, that's where you have freezing rain, because it freezes when it comes down to the ground, when it's on the ground, and that's what causes all of the issues with the slick travel. Nicole Hartford is here with us. She's been with us all morning long as well. Nicole, you kind of saw that transition happening a little while ago from that snow to the raindrops that were coming down.
Yeah, we had a consistent snowfall here at the station in Midtown from probably just around 7 o'clock this morning for a couple hours. It transitioned to a short period of a little bit of a sleet rain mix, and now it's very, very light, almost dry, but we're still getting a few raindrops and sleet pellets every so often. Now, temperatures out here are hovering right around that 32-degree mark. I'm actually seeing a couple isolated snowflakes as well. So we've got a true winter mix out here, although a very light one, with that transition to a little bit more of a rain or a freezing rain that's made it a lot slushier out here. And with temperatures hovering right around the freezing point, we're still seeing a little bit of ice development. You can see on the railing here, we had about 2.5 inches of snowfall accumulated on this railing just a couple hours ago, but our sleet and freezing rain mixture kind of knocked a lot of that snowfall off, and now we have a light glaze of ice. Because temperatures are right around the freezing point, it's not ice everywhere. Just know that there are slick patches on windshields, on roads, on sidewalks, and as temperatures continue to fluctuate throughout the day today, we'll likely see additional ice development, especially later this afternoon and evening.
All right, Nicole, thank you. So as many of you get ready for the day, we know you are taking photos and videos, and we want to see them.
That's right. Our Joe Henke is joining us live in the newsroom. And Joe, I know you've been going through a lot of pictures coming in so far this morning.
That's right, Jonathan. A lot of people don't have work. They don't have school today, so why not just enjoy this? This is rare in Atlanta, to go to bed last night seeing grass in your front yard, and then you wake up and everything has a fresh blanket of snow on it. Let's get to some of the videos and photos that are coming into our newsroom. We'll start in Grant Park, I believe. We saw our Caitlin Ross a few minutes ago in Piedmont Park sledding. Here's some kids and families making amazing memories today, doing the same over in Grant Park. How often do you get to sled in the city of Atlanta? Great memories and time for those families there. Just make sure to bundle up those little ones before you head outside. Next, we'll head over to Gwinnett County. Eva sending in this photo of her beautiful looking home this morning. This is her neighborhood in Snellville. Fresh snow there, blanketing everything in sight, including her front yard and home. Once again, beautiful photo there. Thank you to Eva over in Snellville for sending that in. Next, we'll head up north to Cobb County, where in Marietta, this is near Wellstar Kenestone Hospital. You can see those folks being kind enough to get someone's car that was stuck out of the way. We also have a snowman being built here. Once again, sledding and snowmen. How often do you get to do that in the metro Atlanta area? If you are taking your own photos or video, we want to see them. We are streaming on 11 Alive Plus today. We'll show them there or right here on TV when we're on air. Just make sure to text them to that number on your screen, 404-885-7600. And we're going through all those photos and images throughout the day. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
All right, let's take a look at traffic, because it's bad everywhere, as you would imagine. I started to see some movement. Yep, there you go. A little bit of movement on 75 southbound at West Paces Ferry Road. That's where we have seen traffic snarled for the last 2 hours or so, and it's all due to vehicles that were spinning out and getting into crashes there on I-75. So this in Buckhead, I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry Road. A little bit of movement, but if you leave there, you're just going to run into the similar situation elsewhere, because it's just a mess wherever you go. The ramp on I-85 and I-285, we all know it as Spaghetti Junction. Well, it is an icy Spaghetti Junction today. It is difficult. I was watching GDOT cameras and watching trucks just sitting there, no one moving, and hasn't been moving for a couple of hours now. So that situation is bad, and the Cobb Cloverleaf is just as bad. Not just the snow and ice covering the elevated bridges there, but also a jackknife tractor trailer that is snarling travel from I-75 southbound to I-285 westbound. just not worth it to try and get out and drive around. By the way, we've been showing you pictures from Stone Mountain Freeway right there at Stone Mountain. A lot of ice and a lot of cars spinning out. Well, now there's a crash. I will, as soon as I can call up a GDOT camera of that situation, I will bring it to you. Just a mess everywhere you go.
Well, unfortunately, this winter weather is going to stick around for much of the day. What's happening over you right now is likely to change. We'll show you that change hour by hour and our full forecast coming up. Stay with us.
Now available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live.
Welcome back. We are taking a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where a ground stop has been put in place until 2 p.m. but was a pretty interesting morning for about 201 customers on a Delta flight. They had to be evacuated on the runway off of their flight via a slide because an engine problem was detected there with that Delta flight. Everyone is safe. They made it off of that plane via the slides. We're going to keep an eye in close contact with the airport to see when that ground stop will be lifted, as we have experienced multiple aircraft have been grounded right now, and more than 600 cancellations there have taken place at the airport.
We are continuing to track the conditions in our area. You heard Jerry Carnes earlier. He showed us the. Hold on, just.
So you're looking at what Chris is showing you right now until he gets his mic on. He's showing you how quickly the bridges freeze over, more so than the roads. You want to tell them about that now?
Yeah, and Jerry Carnes was showing us earlier that Spaghetti Junction, where we had the elevated bridges, of course, were causing some issues, and people were actually stuck on those bridges. And this is why those bridges freeze first, where you see when you have the ground, of course, that ground can be cold to freeze up first, but a lot of times on the ground it holds on to some subsurface temperatures that are above freezing and helps to keep the roads a little warmer. Sometimes that's not really the case though today, but what we're watching with bridges is that where the ground might be holding on to some of that, losing the heat evenly. What happens on a bridge though, you've got the cold air that goes up under that bridge, and that's why that could get to or below freezing faster than the roads do. But as Chesley and I have been telling you, we've been watching these road temperatures here in our area, and these road temperatures are really at or below freezing. And what's interesting with this is that when you have these road temperatures that are this cold, we can definitely have some of that freezing on the roadways. Now, Chesley and I also talked about earlier, a lot of times when we get these winter weather conditions, sometimes days prior, we may have temperatures in the 60s for a while, and all of a sudden we get a cold front in here that causes snow. That's when those ground temperatures hold on to the warmth a little bit more. But with this system coming in, we have had numerous days of temperatures below freezing, a lot of days with lows in the 20s, highs only in the 30s and 40s. So our ground has had an opportunity to really get cold faster. So it's not that situation where the ground is that warm right now because we've had that long stretch of really cold air. So take a look at some of these road temperatures that we have right now. And in northwest Georgia, that's where those road surface temperatures, more of those are not only below freezing, but we also have some of those road temperatures in the 20s up in Dalton, also up in Blue Ridge, below freezing in Rabun County, also at Daresville, Georgia 400 north there, going up near Buford. Road temperatures at 30. We have 31 in the city of Atlanta. The road temperature on the downtown connector there at 10th Street is at 31 degrees. So with this moisture, the snow that's there, and any freezing rain and mix there, the roads are cold enough to add even more of a glaze. And that's why it is so important that you want to stay off of those roads as we see those road temperatures that are very cold and can continue to freeze. We're also watching this transition from the snow to that freezing rain and sleet around. Chesley and I are really interested in this dry slot that we see right here that'll be moving in that may give us a break for a while in the precip, and that is good news as we see these temperatures that are around the freezing mark. Back to you guys.
Chris, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a moment. Right now, we want to bring in Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, who is joining us live via Zoom.
All right, Mayor Dickens, an ATL native, also went to college here, so it's your first time seeing this in quite some time as well. What is the greatest area of concern right now?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to be on here to talk to the residents and citizens of this region, because we want to make sure that you know that we're doing all we can to make sure the roads are clear. We pre-treated yesterday along with our ATL DOT staff, got out there to do a lot of that work so that it had less to stick to. And so now we are going by and plowing these roads, the priority 1 and priority 2 streets. Of course, everything around our hospitals, our fire stations, our senior centers, et cetera, those are our priority 1 locations. And then we get to the secondary streets. What we're seeing right now is 911 calls that are few, but the ones that are coming in are from people who have had car crashes. They slid down a hill and hit a mailbox or hit a pole, et cetera, a few car crashes amongst cars hitting each other. So we want you to, on those secondary roads and particularly those hills, to, don't go anywhere. Please stay home, avoid trips that are unnecessary, do the business or whatever you were going to do it tomorrow or do it Sunday. And so we're making sure that we're here at the Joint Operations Center. We've been here overnight, and this is a way that we coordinate with DOT, Public Works, firefighters, police officers, our 311, 911. Everybody is here to help the city of Atlanta stay safe and get through this snow. We have learned big lessons from the past in 2014 when they had major issues, trying to make sure that we don't repeat that. And so we've been in coordination with the state, with Grady, with Georgia Power, everybody we can to help keep us out of danger.
So good to hear, Mayor Jonathan Martin here. You alluded to that, just sort of the aggressive nature of what you all did, starting as early as Wednesday, pre-treating some of these roads. And what we're seeing, a lot of us here in Atlanta, is a lot more preparedness from what we've seen in the past, which is some good news because we've seen fewer people on the roads and fewer wrecks than in the past.
Yeah, part of the preparedness came along many years ago when I created the Department of Transportation as a city council member. After seeing what happened years ago with the quote-unquote snowmageddon, I see the pictures resurfacing now, and we never want to repeat that again. So way back in 2014, I'm watching that take place. And so I said, hey, I'm going to create a Department of Transportation. So now you have a city department that is just focused totally on your roads, your bike lanes, sidewalks, et cetera. And they got out there and pre-treated this with great equipment, great team members overnight, and now they're out plowing the roads. Now, we're not, trying to be one of those northern cities that's going to do this every week. We don't want these things to happen. We want to make sure that we are prepared when they do happen. And part of that preparation is calling the Atlanta Public Schools and everywhere else and saying, hey, I think we should close schools. I think we should close operations. And hopefully that'll give a signal to the businesses to tell their employees to stay home and work from home. And that's been working out. As I look across the city, as I watch your news broadcast, I'm watching people have fun and not really be in distress about not being able to move on the roads of Atlanta because they're stuck. No, this time, everybody is where they want to be.
All right, Mayor Dickens, I just want to know, thinking about Snowmageddon, even though that wasn't on your watch as mayor, what was your first reaction when you woke up this morning and you saw it's going down?
Well, I was like a kid. I grew up here in Atlanta, and I used to break my mother would get so upset with me because I wouldn't go to sleep. I would just be watching the news, seeing when Atlanta Public Schools are going to roll there, saying we're closed. So I don't sleep well when I'm anticipating snow. So I watched like the first snowflake fall in my yard because I was just watching, like, when is it going to happen? I thought it was going to happen at like 7 o'clock. I saw the first snowflake around 5:45, 6 o'clock. I said, okay, it's time to get dressed. And I called my team and we started mobilizing, going out. And I could tell that, this was heavier snow than I perceived it was going to be. But that's where preparedness comes in. We didn't know if it was going to be a little bit of snow or if it was going to be heavy. This was that big fluffy snow, so it's pretty. But now it's turning into sleet. So anyway, as the kid in me in Atlanta, growing up here in Atlanta Public Schools that just sat there watching for my schools to be closed. Well, this morning, that was me, y'all. I was up early just watching the snow.
Except the city's not closed. You were working extra hours for us today. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, as always, we appreciate you. Stay warm if you can. Thank you.
All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
On 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide...
Welcome back, folks. We are monitoring the snow that's coming down in our area. We got some sleet, got some freezing rain as well. I want to show you this picture here. This is up in the Blue Ridge area where you can see the snow is coming down. Some folks getting around on the streets out there. I saw some folks walking across the street not long ago. And so that's where we have snow. Let's take you another shot. This is down in the city, Midtown. Not snow, but rain coming down. You can see the drops, at least, on our lens there, and could be freezing on contact as temperatures are right around the freezing mark. So some freezing rain, no doubt, possible in the area. Got a mixed bag, folks, depending on where you are. Up to the north is where we have the snow. Down here to the south, over toward Atlanta, and southward is where we have rain mixing in with some of those snowflakes. You may get a flurry or two along with that rain, some sleet or freezing rain as well. That's going to be the case as we head through the rest of the afternoon. It won't be off. Well, it could be off and on as we see this little dry slide working in, but I do think it'll be more on than off as more of that moisture continues to push closer to our forecast area. In fact, I'm going to widen out here. You can see a lot of this moisture still to come. And so this is an all-day event for us. In fact, it will not wind down until we get to to about 8, I will say 9, 10 o'clock tonight, maybe even 11 o'clock before it begins to get out of the way. So we still have a long way to go. You're looking at temperatures at or around or just above the freezing mark. So you got 32 degrees. That's the freezing mark for Marietta into Duluth at 32, 33 in Atlanta, 34 over toward Covington, 34 down toward Thomaston. We've been seeing these temperatures warm up a little bit, and so that's what's causing some of that mixing to take place. Canton, you're at 29. 29 also in Gainesville. 29 you can see from Dalton, Blairsville, and up into Clayton at the current hour. You're at 28. There's another better look at some of that moisture coming through. This is an area of low pressure that we've been watching, making its way over toward the east, bumping up to the north just a little bit. If you watch over here toward northern parts of Alabama, that's where we had some of that snow, and now that line is starting to inch a little bit further off to the north. Same is going to be the case for us, which is why we're anticipating this mixing taking place. Ice, folks, something that we really don't want, and the models are showing that ice will be, could be a little bit more prevalent up to our north and east of the city. That's where we could see up to a quarter of an inch of ice. Really don't want that, right? It could cause some problems for us. Not only would it lead to slick roads, but also tree limbs sagging, maybe even breaking off. And then you got numerous power outages as well. If it gets higher than that, maybe getting up to about a half an inch, you're talking about dangerous travel on the roads. Really don't want to be walking out there or driving. You're looking at widespread power outages and long term as well. So you don't want that. The other story will be what takes place on Saturday. Even though the precipitation will end later on tonight, the winds will start to pick up on us. Now we're going to see our winds gusting a little bit this afternoon, then they'll calm down tonight, which will allow that temperature to fall off. You wake up tomorrow morning, roads freezing, and then the winds start to pick up once again. It will really be breezy on Saturday, and any ice that's on trees or on power lines, that could be an issue as that begins to blow around a little bit and could act as projectiles. Folks, you really don't want that as well. We're going to continue to keep you updated on what's going on all afternoon long. I have meteorologist Chris Holcomb here with me, also Nicole Harford, but Jerry Carnes has been monitoring the roads, and he has a look at it right now.
The messy roads, Chesley, and they continue to be a messy situation. Earlier, we were showing you all of the spinouts that had Highway 78 right near Stone Mountain Park completely blocked. Now there's a crash partly blocking Highway 78. This is eastbound right before you get to West Park Place Boulevard there in DeKalb County. So once they get that cleared out of the way, the hazardous conditions aren't going anywhere. That snow and ice is on the road. You see it's covering that area. So once that's out of the way, yeah, the hazards continue, and it's still going to be a dangerous place to drive. So don't. Yeah, the ramps, they're a mess all over town. We're talking about the Cobb Cloverleaf jackknife tractor trailer truck and a multi-vehicle crash. I-75 at I-285. The ramp from 75 southbound to I-285 west is completely blocked. They're working on that, trying to clear that. Our situation, I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry in Buckhead isn't a whole lot better. There have been multiple cars spin out there. Some collisions, I do believe, but that is blocked. The traffic was slowly getting by there earlier, then they blocked it again. They're trying to treat that roadway. But again, just everywhere you look, an example of why you shouldn't get out and drive today. One more look at Highway 78 eastbound, Stone Mountain Freeway, right near Stone Mountain Park, where a crash is blocking part of the highway there, guys.
And there's a very serious aspect to this snow system, no doubt about that. But as a girl from Michigan, I'm just so excited to see people in Georgia really, really enjoying it.
Yeah, people are really, we don't get it often.
Yeah.
And not this kind of snow. Let's get over to 11 Alive's Molly Oak, who is live for us in Blue Ridge in Fannin County. Molly, you are among those enjoying this snow.
We are loving life. So I am going through my list of things to do in the snow. I made snowballs. I made a small but mighty snowman. And now I'm attempting a snow angel. I actually just met a couple from Blairsville who said they drove over here because they've been watching us have fun in the snow all morning. But we are not the only ones who have been having fun in the snow. Take a look at this video. We have some people all throughout the morning coming around this area, throwing snowballs, sledding, using their body as a sled, walking hand in hand, just sitting on benches and enjoying the snow. Everyone just wants to take it in and talk about just how beautiful this place is. The kids have been having an absolute blast out here. I'm watching some people sled. I watched some people do donuts, which seems like one of those don't try this at home moments, but the kids were enjoying it, and just seeing people run around and frolic in this beautiful snow. Here's some of the folks that we met earlier today.
It is like a wonderland. It's gorgeous. Beautiful. The air smells great, and it feels good coming down on your face.
We'll be doing it again.
Yeah.
We were sliding down slides that were they had snow on them, so it made them really fast.
I also met a 7-year-old, and this was her first time seeing snow. She had one way to describe it. Dang it. She said, it's cold, which also true. Probably should have worn a little bit more layers. Back to you guys.
Molly is having so much fun.
I don't know if this is a work assignment at this point or what this falls under now with the category, but we got to get her back to the station, guys.
Well, we've got more coverage coming up here starting in our noon hour, so stick with us. We'll be right back here on 11 Alive.
Talking about only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive.
Welcome back, everybody, for this extended version of 11 Alive Midday News here at noon. Glad you were with us. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. We hope you are home enjoying this weather, or if not out in it, maybe home in the room warm somewhere.
Yeah.
Bundled up maybe. Right now, we are, though, under a weather impact alert as snow, sleet, and freezing rain are moving through Metro Atlanta and North Georgia.
Let's send it over now to meteorologist Chezzy McNeil. Chezzy, we have been tracking this thing down since 4 o'clock this morning here on air. It arrived with a pretty heavy punch.
Yeah, it started out as sleet. All right, we started seeing sleet in the area. I thought, okay, maybe we're not going to get snow. That's what people were writing in saying to us. And I was like, hold on. It's coming, and the snow came right on in. Now we're starting to see that snow begin to mix with some freezing rain and some sleet, right? And that's what we were expecting. We were talking about this for a couple of days now, where the model started trending to get a little bit warmer, and so that's what we're going to see, at least for the rest of the afternoon. Maybe some snow mixing in at times. Winter storm warning continues for all of North Georgia. It includes Rome, Atlanta, over toward Athens, and now Augusta has been added. Down to the south, further south you go, our southernmost counties, and down toward Macon is where we have the winter weather advisory, where you'll get that rain and some freezing rain mixing in there. You notice these colors now starting to pop up on the map here because the radar is trying to figure out, okay, what is snow and then what is sleet or freezing rain? And we're seeing that line now start to move a little bit further off to the north. Where up here to the far north, we've been seeing all snow so far this afternoon. Now that line is starting to get a little bit further to the north. You can see now over into Cherokee County, Forsyth County. You see where that mixing is starting to take place there in the city of Atlanta, where we have a little bit of a lull here, a break, but there's more moisture back behind this, so that's going to continue to zoom right on in. Here's that break for South Fulton County down toward Coweta County as well. But meanwhile, over toward Henry County in McDonough, that's where we see some mixing taking place there. So it may be appearing to you as rain, but when it makes contact on what's already on the ground, starts to glaze over. So you got to be careful, becoming a little bit more slippery out there this afternoon. Ice accumulations could be as high as 1/4 of an inch. We're watching that as well. That could be significant because of the amount of impact that could have, mainly on power outages, weighing down the trees, weighing down the power lines there. And so we'll be watching that as we head through the afternoon. Winds will pick up somewhat this afternoon, not as strong as they will be by tomorrow, and anything that freezes overnight, okay, could be blown around by some of the winds that are out there. Forecast track model shows again that mixing taking place as we head through the afternoon, and you notice as we move forward, even at 6 o'clock, that pink doesn't go anywhere. So we're expecting that mixing to remain with us right on through tonight, or the early evening through tonight. Really won't start to taper off until we get to about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Maybe a few flurries flying around in the North Georgia mountains, but that will be it. It'll start to wind down by there. The rest of the afternoon, cold. Temperatures will hover around the freezing mark at least through about 3 or 4. We'll get up to about 35 degrees, maybe around 33 degrees or so, and then watch that temperature begin to fall off. And with the winds like tonight, we're expecting temperatures to get down into the 20s for overnight lows tonight. So a very cold night, probably refreezing. So tomorrow morning, you have to be careful as well. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesney, thank you. Let's bring in Ross Cavett from Cobb County Communications. Jonathan, we were on air earlier this morning, and Cobb County was one of those first areas that really started to get hit hard.
Yeah, so Ross, what kind of impacts are you seeing right now? It's now noon, so we know some of the conditions have changed just a bit.
Yeah, we've been experiencing freezing rain now for at least the last hour. So we're waiting on that changeover to take effect and how it may affect what's happening on the roads. Our crews literally had hundreds of calls this morning from people who were out trying to get places and could not do so because it came down so fast and heavy, and the road temperatures were so cold that the snow did start piling up on our roadways. I called DOT. I said, where are you having problems this morning? And the response was pretty much anywhere there's a hill. We've got some pretty nasty roads with hills, including Johnson Ferry, East-West Connector, Bear Parkway with some of the elevated roadways as well, where people were getting stuck. And we're still working at this hour to get those folks where they need to go.
Tell us about the preparation plan and how it's being executed right now.
So we planned to start pre-treating the roads yesterday, which we did, and then we were going to switch over to the sand and salt mixture as soon as the precipitation started falling this morning, which is what we did. And, I've seen some comments on social media, why weren't the roads treated? Why are these people getting stuck? Well, again, because of the cold temperature of the roadway surface, and it came down so heavy this morning. Certainly, we've seen that across the metro, that the snow did accumulate on the road. And it's had our DOT folks just hopping all morning. We've got a crew on a 12-hour shift that's running here and there. We are watching them try to clear and get people out of Windy Hill Road near I-75. I know that section of I-75 in the south part of the county has been very problematic this morning. So we operated our plan as planned, but we got walloped, I think, a little bit more than anybody was expecting, especially right around sunrise.
All right, Ross, thank you. Yeah, we did hear about those east-west connector problems early on, had a few people to get stuck. But I do want to tell you, we've been kind of crisscrossing the traffic cams, and Cobb County is looking pretty impressive out there on the interstate in comparison to some of the other areas. So kudos to Cobb County, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Ross. And now let's turn it over to our Jerry Carnes. We know that there are still some people who may have to be out on the roads today, so how's it looking?
Well, not good if you're trying to travel on I-75 in Buckhead. As a matter of fact, you see these folks right here. They have been sitting on I-75 at West Paces Ferry going on 3 hours now. We first saw cars spun out in the middle of the interstate right there. This is I-75 southbound near West Paces. Now you see crews out there trying their best to clear the roadway, and traffic is just kind of trickling by that area. So this is more movement than we've seen before. I mean, there was no movement whatsoever a little while ago, and now cars are slowly making it through there. So GDOT and City of Atlanta out treating the interstate and trying to get traffic past this, but in the meantime, it's just a mess. I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry in the City of Atlanta. Another mess. Now, this is in Cobb County, but even though they pre-treated the interstates, those bridges can just be such an aggravation, especially elevated bridges like you see at the Cobb Cloverleaf. And for hours now, authorities have been dealing with the situation with a jackknife tractor trailer truck and a multi-vehicle wreck and all the ice and snow just covering those bridges there. So it's particularly aggravating. That wreck is I-75 southbound to I-285 westbound. It's just a mess there. Same thing with Spaghetti Junction. I was watching cameras earlier with no one moving on Spaghetti Junction, trucks just sitting there, and they've been there for quite a while. And then another trouble spot. This has been a real trouble spot. Stone Mountain Freeway, Highway 78 eastbound near West Park Place Boulevard. First we saw cars spinning out. They covered the roadway. Now there's a crash there blocking one lane, so you're only getting by one lane in that direction. We are really hoping that these folks here that have been stuck for hours on I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry, that we get a little more movement. Looks like they've stopped it all again. This is what it's been. Stop, start, stop, start. But even when they get them moving, they just kind of trickle past this. And even when they get this cleared, the roads are still going to be covered in ice and snow. So just don't get out today if you don't have to.
Yeah, it's tough to be stuck in that. Jerry, thank you so much. Again, we have crews spread out all throughout the metro. Now let's go to Clayton County with our Zach Merchant.
All right, Zach, how is it looking in Clayton County? We heard about I-75 being a mess there as well.
Let's start with some good news. I know that Chris and Chesley and everybody on our weather team has been talking about how these kind of the precipitation might pick up and drop down at periods throughout the day. Right now, it's pretty dry. It was raining earlier today, but that does not mean we do not have the evidence of this winter weather. And I want to kind of paint the scene here for you, but let's start with this really up close. This is what we're seeing on the ground here. You see these footprints, about an inch, maybe an inch and a half of this slush, and it is impacting the roads. You want you to come this way with us here. As you mentioned, we're in Clayton County. We're right on the border of the city of Jonesboro. Hunter is behind the camera. He's going to walk slowly because it is a little treacherous here, but we're going to go up this embankment if we can make it. And you see how slippery it is. But this is a pretty major thoroughfare going through Clayton County. We're at the corner of Terra Boulevard and State Route 138. If you know the area, Atlanta is that way, Griffin is this way. And if you take a look at the roads here, you see that slush that we got that zoomed in shot on in the parking lot we are at. It is right now, good news, much better than it was about an hour and a half ago, and that's mostly because of the road traffic that's coming through and kind of organically knocking down a lot of the snow that was here. But as you heard so much from this morning, we're right on the temperature precipice. Not an official number, but the dash temperature that we have from our car is right about 33 degrees. That's better than being 31 degrees below the freezing mark. But you see how wet the roads are still here, and the worry is that if we start to dip temperatures just a little bit, that water, that slush is going to start to freeze up. Good news so far, though, we have not seen any real kind of spinning of tires. Most folks are doing pretty good here. We hope that is the case for the rest of the day. Best thing so far, it's pretty light traffic. So all these warnings that we've been giving, all the warnings people have been hearing, they've been heeding them. And I think that's gone a long way in keeping us pretty safe here in our chunk of Clayton County. We'll send it back to you guys now.
Zach is confirming.
All right, Zach showing us that the slush is out there. I'm taking it as not raining where he is because he doesn't have on a hat or anything, or maybe he just wants to stay cute. We're looking at a mixing coming into the area. We're going to talk more about this, time it out for you hour by hour coming up.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions.
And we welcome you back here to our extended coverage. Right now, a lot of people are out enjoying the snow.
11 Alive's Caitlin Ross has found the perfect place to take this snow day in across the A. None other than Piedmont Park. I mean, it's just acres to enjoy, Caitlin, and you guys are doing exactly that.
Acres and acres of fun. Everybody we talk to is having an absolute blast. We just saw these two guys walking by.
We're having a blast, baby. We're having a blast. Snow day 25.
Atlanta, man. You know, last time I was here, I've lived here my whole life, but 2013 snowpocalypse. Stuck in high school till about 3 in the morning. They messed up and gave me a driver's license, and now I'm doing things I probably shouldn't be doing.
You're out here in Piedmont Park. Well, have a great day, guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. A lot of people saying that they love the snow. They're so happy to be out here today. People are finding all kinds of ways to have a good time. So we've seen tubing, we've seen skiing, we've seen biking, we have seen snowman contests. But the most popular way to have a good time, snowball fights. People have been out here all day long having snowball fights. Chief photojournalist John Samuels has been watching them. What do you think, John? Should we have a little snowball fight here? Let's give it a shot before we send it back to you.
Oh, so close there. You know, we've got some good news that we're watching here. If you saw Zach's report just a little while ago, he was talking about how the precip, there was nothing really new falling out of the sky right now, and that's confirming what we are seeing and what Chesley and I have been watching here on radar, where we've had this snow that was moving in. It started transitioning into some sleet as well as some freezing rain. Then this dry slot has been developing here south and west of the city, and Zach was in Clayton County, and that confirms there what's happening, where there's no precip, no new precip coming down now, but that's not going to last forever. We will see additional rain and mix coming in throughout the rest of the afternoon. Also some of that lingering into the evening hours. So a little bit of a break. We still have on the west side and north side that mix there, and then up to the north still mainly snow that is coming down right now. Here's a closer look at that, and you can see here around the city of Atlanta we were seeing that transition happening now, a little drier for a brief period, and then as we go through the rest of the afternoon and evening, though, we still have all this moisture out to the west that still has to move in. So we're not finished with that precip that's coming down yet. Take a look at some of these snowfall totals. Nicole Hartford has been compiling some of these totals here. These are official totals so far from the National Weather Service. Some of the higher amounts we see here, Austell, 4 inches, also 4 inches in Stone Mountain. We have some areas that picked up 3.5 inches in Kirkwood, Midtown 2 inches, 2.3 inches in Smyrna. We had 2 inches in Bishop, Alpharetta an inch in Noonan. Now you may, and Carrollton also had 1.8 inches. You may live near those areas and say, wait a minute, I got more than that. And that just kind of goes to show the range in some of these snow totals that we get. Also, there might be an area where the wind has blown some of that snow to make it actually be a little bit deeper in some spots than also into others. So these are the official snowfall totals that we're watching. We're getting some pictures in from our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team Facebook group. Here's a snowman from the Adairsville area. This is from Karen Boscove. Looks kind of like a smaller one, but we're seeing some folks that are doing bigger ones too. Leslie Duberly Harper took this at Lake Lanier, looking down to the lake there. Of course, you've got the water and then that hill going down to that lake. I bet that would be slippery. You wouldn't want to slide down that and end up into that cold lake. We're continuing with our weather impact alert. The winter storm conditions are with us now. They will continue through the rest of the day as we're watching this transition from snow to that winter mix. We're going to see icing concerns for the rest of the afternoon and evening, and more of those travel impacts are likely. And the person who's been watching those travel impacts, Jerry Carnes, with us right now. It's been really busy for you trying to keep up with all these accidents and issues on the roads.
Oh, indeed. It has
It has been very difficult. As a matter of fact, this just popped up. We're trying to figure out exactly what's going on I-75 southbound near Delk Road. But there you see traffic has come to pretty much a standstill as you travel through the Marietta area. Now, just south of there is an issue on the ramp from I-75 southbound to I-285 westbound. I don't know if that's what's causing this. It's very, very possible. They've been dealing with that situation at the Cobb Cloverleaf for hours and hours, a multi-vehicle crash and a jackknife tractor trailer truck. So that could be what is causing now this backup. But we're making some phones to GDOT and try to find out what the situation is there. Speaking of blocked ramps, never mind that video. That's of the situation on 75. But over at Spaghetti Junction, 85 and I-285, we're starting to see traffic move there. But the ramps there are still covered with ice and snow. So I expect issues there all day long. Again, there's the situation with 75 and 75 and 285 in Cobb County with that jackknife tractor trailer and just things snarled there. And we're starting to see a tad bit of movement, a little bit, not a whole lot, on our crash I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry in Buckhead. But all the roadways are covered in snow. So even when they get these crashes cleared out of the way, it's still going to be slow going everywhere. We'll have more in just a minute.
Water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold.
All right, let's take you inside Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. A weather day like today, you know the world's busiest airport is going to feel the impact. That's where we find 11 Alive's Doug Richards. Doug, tell us, what is it looking like right now? We know that ground stop has been issued until 2 p.m. Are you seeing any trickle-down effect?
Well, what we're seeing is that people are getting that message, and that as a result, the world's busiest airport is as not busy as I have ever seen it before. There are handfuls of people here on the Delta side of the airport. When we were on the other side where the other airlines are, it was a virtual ghost town. And we have seen, however, flight crews come in to prepare to take off on planes. We've been told by some passengers that they've been rebooked on flights that are scheduled to take off this afternoon. Other passengers who are hoping to get rebooked on some of those flights. When we look at the board where the flights are announced, almost all of them are canceled or postponed. A handful, however, have been scheduled to take off here this afternoon. So the upshot of it is that the airport, usually slammed all day, every day, is not at all that today, based on the fact that just planes are not departing and landing anywhere near as scheduled. Back to you.
Doug, thank you so much.
All right, meteorologist Chezzy McNeil still standing by, bringing us the very latest. Chezzy, we've entered the noon hour. Have we made another shift in what's coming down, or are we seeing something that's pretty consistent?
It's actually a little bit of a lull in some spots where we're not seeing any precipitation at all. We're watching the temperatures because that's what's going to become very important as we head into the afternoon. We've been seeing those temperatures going up, especially south of the city into Atlanta. We're going to watch to see if they continue to go up as we head further off to the north. You see the cutoff there, 34 degrees in Marietta, 32 right at the freezing mark in Duluth, but you go up to Canton, you're at 29. And so mostly up here, it has been on the snowy side. We were predicting that we thought the snow totals would be higher up here to the north, and then that mixing would take place down here to the south. That would keep totals a little bit lower. And so, yeah, 34, 33 degrees in Atlanta, 34 Covington, 32 in Peachtree City, starting to see that take place. Now, again, a little bit drier down here to the south right now, but we're expecting that to pick up as we head through the afternoon. Your forecast track model, it does show that we'll have that mixed precipitation around the metro area as we head through the afternoon, but it also shows that mixing taking place further off to the north. Even that green that's over here toward the Rome area. So that's indicating that we're going to get some warmer air that will move in. How far north it goes is something that we'll still watch. I do believe that the temperatures may stay below freezing up here enough that we'll get some snow showers, perhaps even mixing in with some sleet. But for us here in the metro area and southward, rain, freezing rain certainly would be the case as we head through the afternoon. Again, that's going to be with us right on through tonight. Starts to taper off by 8, 9 o'clock. Start to see it become a little more spotty and then all gone as we head through the overnight tonight. Now, that doesn't mean we're done, right, with the impacts of the system. Still looking at some breezy conditions coming to us on Saturday. We're going to start you off with mostly cloudy skies. Those breezy conditions will be with us as well. And so we'll be watching for ice that's on trees, on gates, on towers, start to fly around a little bit, because certainly it will freeze with those temperatures going down as we head through the overnight tonight. So that's something else we'll have to watch out for as we head through the evening. Again, don't let your guard down, folks. More of an icing event taking place later on this afternoon. Jerry, how's the road out there right now?
Awful, just awful. I was hoping for some relief for these people who have been stuck on I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry in Buckhead, but no. They were letting a few folks trickle by, but no more. Look at that. This has been a very interesting situation because vehicles have been stuck here, like I say, for hours. They started to let some folks through, and then they moved everyone to the right. And now what you're looking at is some plow trucks out. You see that one right there? There you go. Plowing that snow out of the way, and then you've got the brine truck right here from GDOT that's been working on the roadway as well. We were watching him work backward. They were going northbound in the southbound lanes here of I-75 in Buckhead just a little while ago. So they're trying to get that road clear so this traffic can move. So we'll continue to watch that. It is quite an interesting situation, quite a mess there. Avoid that area altogether. Avoid every bit of roadway, especially the ramps. That's where you're going to find real problems, are on those interchanges like the Cobb Cloverleaf. I've been up talking for a long time this morning. We've got a jackknife tractor trailer there and a multi-vehicle crash involved, including all of the snow and ice that are blocking those ramps there. The Spaghetti Junction is quite a mess as well. So those interchanges where you have a lot of elevated ramps, that is what you want to avoid. But you want to avoid everything. You want to avoid all highways. The interstates have been pre-treated, and they're continuing to treat them, but still, you're just going to run into spots where you cannot move at all, like right here. You could be like these people, stuck in hours and hours worth of a backup as they continue to try to clear I-75 southbound at West Paces Ferry, but my goodness, they are having a hard time, and a lot of people are paying the price. We'll be back with more after this.
Is holding schools accountable because your kids' safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin.
All right, as many of you get ready for the day, you're looking outside and you're like, oh, it arrived. Snow day in the A is here. You're taking your photos and your videos, and we have been enjoying seeing them.
We love to see them. Joe Hinkie joining us live in the newsroom. And Joe, I know you've been going through a lot of pictures, a lot of them coming in so far.
That's right, Jonathan. We've been enjoying seeing them all. It's filling up our email right now. We've been checking out all those photos of everyone that went to sleep last night and they woke up to a winter wonderland in their neighborhood. Here's a look at some of the images that we are getting. This is baby Sophia. We've been telling people stay off the roads, but unless you are baby Sophia here in Cartersville in your little mini-size Mercedes-Benz, then you're all right. Stay in the driveway. Don't go on the road, but have fun. This is out in Cartersville from the Aguilera family there. Up next here, take the photos with your phone and then look up like we have Azir doing here in the Buckhead area. He's taken in the first snowfall for the very first time. We love seeing these images of the young kids around the Atlanta area seeing snow for the first time. Just a magnificent moment for them and their families. And I think we have one more image here that we will be showing you. We'll have some more coming up. We're getting those ready for right now, but we want to get a latest look on the weather. That's most important here. We have Chris Holcomb in the Weather Center.
All right, Joe, thank you for that. We are watching some developments on radar right now as we've been seeing the snow. We've had the transition from snow to rain and some freezing rain and sleet mixing in. That mix, that pink and purple that you see right here is lifting northward. That's what we had that came through Atlanta earlier, but now we're seeing that mix lift up into the north metro counties, even up into Rome, and that will continue into parts of North Georgia. The other development that I want you to notice here is that dry slot that we have from Atlanta southward and also to the south and west of us. We had a live report from Zach a little bit earlier in Clayton County confirming that there was nothing new falling out of the sky, and that's part of this dry slot. It's good news because at least it gives us a break in whatever is going to keep falling from the sky, but the bad news is that dry slot's not going to last forever because we have more of that moisture that's going to be coming in from Alabama. See this little hole right here? That's just where we're getting a little break in the action there south and west of the city, and that'll move up toward the north, but it's going to fill in again by more of this moisture. Most of that is going to be in the form of liquid precip, which would be rain, but the problem is with temperatures at the surface at freezing, that would then become freezing rain. It's rain that comes down as liquid in the air, but then when it hits the ground, it then becomes ice or a glaze. Let's come back here to I want to point out some of these temperatures, and you can see what we're watching. These are our actual road temperatures. These are not the air temperatures. These are the temperatures of the surface on the roads, thanks to the DOT having those sensors out, and we can tell you that yes, as that new area of rain comes in and it hits these surfaces that are below freezing, that's going to cause even more of a glaze and a buildup there. 31 degrees is the road temperature at US 76 in Rabun County. 29 is the temperature at State Route 15 near Blue Ridge. I-75 there is State Route 2 up in northwest Georgia, 28 degrees. We've got 30 degrees up Georgia 400 up near the Buford Highway area. 31 right now in North Fulton at Holcomb Bridge Road. And look at this, 31 degrees on the downtown connector. That's the road surface surface temperature there at 75 and also 10th Street. And then down to the south, temperatures up a little bit, 33-degree road temperatures down in Henry County at Hudson Bridge on 75. 85 at the Troop Way Station is also at 33. So again, those are the road temperatures. Now let's look at the actual air temperatures just a little bit above those roads. And this is what we're seeing. At the noontime hour here in Atlanta, we went up a degree to 33. We were hovering.
Extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
Molly Oak, thank you so much. Keep enjoying it. Hey, we don't get this often, so you can. But hey, you don't want to get stuck in this. This is the live look we've been showing you for a couple hours now right here at I-75 North at West Paces. Really, there has been very little movement at this hour.
Yeah, this scene here has been locked up for quite some time. Vehicles stuck there, including a bunch of semis as well. We're going to keep an eye on the roads for you and the traffic situation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
City of Hope, making major breakthroughs in treating leukemia, lymphoma.
And of course, we're watching all of our tower cams out there, watching the snow that we have in our area, the cold air that is in place as well. And we've been talking about the transition going from snow to a winter mix. And even some spots right now are getting a break in any type of precip that is coming down. So I want to break down for you some of these precips that we're talking about, because I know when you hear about a winter mix and you hear these terms like snow, sleet, freezing rain, I want to break down what the differences are. Now, of course, rain is the easy thing when you have those water droplets coming down from the sky in the form of rain. We started off this morning with snow, and that's when we had the ice crystals in these clouds that got formed together into snowflakes, and the column of the air all the way down was cold enough for that to stay as snow. That's what we had early this morning, and that's what's piling up on many of your roads and streets and yards out there. When we're talking about sleet, that's when you have those snowflakes coming down, but it hits a warm layer in the atmosphere, melts that snow into raindrops, but then before it gets to the ground, it goes through another cold layer of air that freezes those raindrops into an ice pellet, and then it comes down to the ground. That is sleet. You can tell sleet because that bounces off of the ground usually when it comes down. It's little pieces of ice that come down. Freezing rain is different. People get confused a lot of times between sleet and freezing rain. Freezing rain is when it's a raindrop, it comes down as liquid, but it hits the ground as liquid, but it becomes ice when it hits a frozen surface, and that's when you see that glaze. And if you get more and more of that rain piling up on any of that ice, that is when you get more slick roads, and that's when you see some of those higher snow or higher ice amounts, like like a 1/10 of an inch, a 1/4 of an inch, or a 1/2 an inch that could build up on trees and power lines. And that's what causes the problems with power outages in our area. Here is another look at radar where we've been watching that transition line going from full snow that we had this morning to that mix of some rain and freezing rain and also some sleet that has been mixing in there. The snow still up to the north. We're seeing that mixing, but south of the city and southwest of the city, this is the dry slot that we've been talking about a little bit, where some folks are actually seeing a break in any of that precip that's coming down. That's not going to last forever though, because more of this moisture is going to be moving in still as that mixture. This is all mainly rain back into Alabama. However, when that moves in here, we are going to see that potential for more icing coming in. Another look at the winter storm warning. We're well into that right now. It goes down to the south. The winter weather advisory also is just to the south of that. Live view right now at Georgia Tech, and you can see we actually have a couple of raindrops on the lens there, and you can kind of see we got some snow, snowy roofs there, but you see a couple of drops that are coming down right now. Still a little bit of that mix. This is a view at the Truist Park camera that we have. We've moved it over so you can see 75 and 285 right here, and that overpass there where those trucks are having to go very slow across that, and luckily not a lot of people on the road. Temperatures are going to be critical for the rest of the afternoon hours. 33 is our temperature right now here in Atlanta, which is a degree above freezing. Covington 34, LaGrange 35. Again, temperatures slightly above freezing there. However, other temperatures are in the lower 30s and even around the freezing mark. Marietta's at 34. This is the part in northeast Georgia I want you guys to watch, because that is the area north and east of us that, with those temperatures that are colder thanks to that wedge and the shallow layer of cool air at the surface, where we're going to see more of those the freezing rain that'll be developing there, and more of some of those higher ice totals that are going to be coming in. Meanwhile, hovering around freezing really the rest of the afternoon here. Stay with us. We've got much more for you coming up in just a little bit. Zach Burchett joins us right now in Clayton County. Zach, you have been experiencing that dry slot down on the south side with no new precip coming down, so that's giving us a little bit of a break, but still plenty of stuff on the ground, right?
Yeah, dry as far as precipitation coming from the sky, which is what we like. But I want to turn the camera over here now. If you zoom in, you can see just how wet the roads are here still. And you know, there's a good probably inch or two in spots of slush. Right now, again, an unofficial temperature, but off of the dash in our car here, we're sitting at 33 degrees. So 1 degree above that freezing mark, which is what we want to see. But there's so much moisture on the ground here. Chris, we're listening in really intently as you're giving us these surface level temperatures in particular, because the worry, of course, is you see all this moisture right now is that it starts to freeze over. And if you look at the scene where we're at here, this is a pretty major thoroughfare through Clayton County. We're right on the very city limits of Jonesboro. This is the intersection of Terra Boulevard, State Route 138. Griffin is that way. Atlanta is up the other way. And you can see there's a sort of an incline, a hill that you go up here. And even just a little bit of freezing over, even just a little bit of black ice anywhere is dangerous. But in a situation like this, particularly because when things start to freeze over, it's not always easy to pick up with the naked eye. You combine that with some angle edge here, some hill slope, and you can start to see some cars sliding. Thankfully, that's not what we're seeing right now. We want it to still look like this. So far, we haven't seen any real kind of traffic conundrums here, which is what we want to see and what we hope to see for the rest of the day. Jonathan?
Our Zach Merchant, live for us in Clayton County. Thank you. We'll be checking back with you. And this is what you risk, though, when you drive out in the snow. This is some video we got today from Keith showing drivers snuck in the snow. This was on the east-west connector in Cobb County. Hopefully conditions improving just a little bit since we got that video. And this video now out of Fayette County. You can see snow blanketing everything in the neighborhood. This was over in Tyrone. And thank you to Kelly Lugs for sending us this photo and the video. And check out these people using some snow to do some sledding. A lot of people out doing that today. This video from our 11 Alive Weather Impact team. Laura sent this to us of sledding. This was over in Sugar Hill. We even saw one of our reporters out there sledding earlier. Hey, look at this now. This is an aerial view in Cobb County today of all the snow covering the roads and some homes there. Looks pretty cool on the roofs of those buildings. And this is a picture from Nancy Turner out of Vinings Village. Nancy, we appreciate that. And you can continue to send us your photos here at 11 Alive Live. You can see that the number is right there on your screen, 404-885-7600. We'll try to show those on air. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Title next.
Welcome back to our extended coverage this afternoon. Right now, a lot of people are out enjoying the snow, including 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross, who is joining us in Piedmont Park. Caitlin, last time we saw you, it was not only snowing, you had the snow, but also a bit of rain coming down. What is it like right now?
It's a light rain, Jonathan, a very light rain, thankfully, because we were getting drenched earlier. We had snow this morning, then we had a really heavy rain. Now it's just kind of like a nice rain. It's refreshing. It's not stopping people from having a good time, I'll tell you that much. Piedmont Park is packed. If you take a look over here, we've got people taking photographs, we've got people sledding, we've got a number of snowball fights. The dogs are loving the snow. We talked to so many people whose dogs were experiencing snow for the first time, and they were running around having a great time. We had a lot of kids on sleds. There aren't really steep hills at Piedmont Park, but the hills that they have, people are making the most of. Some people thought ahead and had toboggans, but the ones who were not prepared, no worry there. They were actually sliding down the hills on cardboard, and it works pretty well. I wasn't brave enough to test it, but it did look like it was working pretty well. We also have a lot of snowmen being built. We're doing a little bit of a snowman competition, so we're seeing all of the fun in the Piedmont Park, but then to the other side, it's the yuck, right? It's the gross roads, it's people driving really slowly through the slush. People are getting through now. Earlier today, we actually had people getting stuck on the roads. They couldn't make that hill up 10th Street, or when they were trying to turn onto Monroe, there was actually a crew of guys that was over there for a while that was pushing cars through the intersection because people couldn't get through. Now, thankfully, those roads are clearing off because so many people have driven on them. There's like a little bit of a lane where people can drive, but it is still really treacherous. The people who we see out on the roads are going very slowly. They're taking their time. The people in Piedmont Park, though, they are full speed ahead. We've seen bikers, we've seen people on a scooter, we've seen a number of people on skis. So people are kind of getting around however they can today, Jonathan, but they're having a really good time doing it here at Piedmont Park.
Yeah, and I'll take it here where we're watching that radar very closely at that transition that we've been talking about. The snow that came in earlier this morning, transitioning to that rain, freezing rain, some drying out briefly on the south side, but that's not going to last long as we have more of this moisture moving in. That is mainly going to be in the form of some rain and sleet and freezing rain that's going to be pushing in. And we just went over all of the differences of what that all means here. Watch here where we had more of that snow that's been more prevalent to the north of us. Of course, we had it here in Atlanta. Now that snow is being a little more consistent, excuse me, on the north side. There's the mixing that we've been experiencing here in Atlanta where you see the pinks and purples there with that winter mix coming in, some snow mixing in with that sleet and freezing rain. Notice how that is pushing up toward the north too. There's the dry slot that's down to the south. That's not going to last very long. We're already seeing some of that mix filling in to South Fulton right now. Then more of that moisture moving in. This is a lot of rain back into Alabama. That is going to keep moving into our area tonight. The area of concern that we have, that we're more concerned about, is we have a northeasterly flow here coming into northeast Georgia. Temperatures here are already colder there, and they're going to be colder for the rest of the afternoon with temperatures below freezing. And as that rain moves into that, that's where we could see some more of the, excuse me, the ice buildup that's going to be taking place. Now, here's an interesting look at the temperatures for the last 20 hours. Remember yesterday we did get up into the mid 40s at 44 degrees. Then during the evening we fell down closer to freezing, and then overnight we didn't really see a big dip in the temperatures. We were holding pretty much overnight at 33, 34 degrees here, thanks to the cloud cover that was building in, almost acting like a blanket, holding in some, or actually not holding in any warm air, but just like not letting those temperatures of the radiational cooling take full effect there. 4 and 5 o'clock we were at 35, then 5 o'clock we were at 34. Once that moisture started moving in, we did experience some cooling there, evaporational cooling that took place, and that's when we dropped, moving down to around freezing. So far, we're at 33 right now, and you would think 1 degree is really not a big deal, but it is a big deal when you're talking about the differences between 31 and 32, and the differences between 32 and 33 degrees, because 32, of course, is the freezing point. So here's a look. The winter storm warning in effect for North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and those counties to the south. The blue color indicating where we have that winter weather advisory. This is a live view right now at Atlanta Motor Speedway here in Henry County. You can see all of the snow we have on the racetrack and in the parking lots there just outside of that. And down in Noonan right now, this is a view of the courthouse where you can see the snow that's piled up there on the roof. Also the snow on the grass there around the courthouse, and every once in a while you can see a little bit of something flying by the camera there, maybe a little bit of sleet that's trying to mix in there now in parts of Coweta County. So here's a look at these temperatures. These are the actual air temperatures we're dealing with right now, a little bit above freezing at 33 here in Atlanta. More temperatures a little above freezing on the south side, except for Peachtree City. You're holding on to 32, Carrollton 32. But look at this, north and east of the city, 31 in Gainesville, 29 in Gainesville, 29 in Canton. This cooler air with that wedge is going to stay cool today as that moisture moves in. The raindrops are going to fall through that shallow layer of air at the surface. That is going to cause freezing rain and an ice buildup that's going to be a little bit higher in areas north and east of us, as we're going to be hovering right around freezing just about all day. Here is one of the model's depiction of the ice potential as we continue through the day today, and notice that these blues, darker blues here, a little more abundant there north and east of the city where we have that wedge. That's what we're talking about, the potential of 1/4 of an inch, maybe more than 1/4 of an inch, maybe 1/3 of an inch in some spots here today. And those impacts, of course, would be for some trees and power lines to come down with 1/4 of an inch of accumulations there. Hopefully we don't get to 1/2 inch of accumulations, because that would exponentially make those impacts even worse. Stay with us. We're going to have much more for you coming up, not only after the commercial break, but for the rest of the afternoon.
Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive.
Welcome back, everyone, to our extended coverage. Right now, we have been covering really across Metro Atlanta some of the storm impacts and the totals. Right now, we want to go out to Forsyth County. The EMA director there, Tom Zisco, joining us. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you.
All right, we've been seeing impacts really all across the Metro and beyond. What are you seeing there in Forsyth County?
Well, we activated our emergency operations center here this morning about 5, 6 a.m. and started snowing about, I guess, maybe 8 o'clock or so. And the snow has tapered off, and it's turned into more of a sleet now. When you go outside and walk on that inch and a half of snow we got, it is very crunchy right now. So that's going to add to our slick conditions.
We've been talking to officials really across multiple counties, including Cobb County, Gwinnett, here in the city of Atlanta as well. Everyone seemed to really prepare this time. In some cases, maybe over-prepare, not knowing exactly what we would get. What was the preparation like there for you all?
Yeah, it was the same for us. We saw this coming. The National Weather Service started talking about it, so we started talking about it. We started having meetings here, briefings, getting everybody prepared, having them take a look at their plans and what they're going to do, and make sure all the equipment is prepared, just prepared for any type of emergency we need. Like you said, over-prepare. That's kind of what we do in emergency management. We prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So that's what we're doing, and that's what we did. So we're here, we're prepared, and we'll be here until it's safe for everyone to go home and everything is clear.
All right, Tom Cisco with the emergency management there in Forsyth County. Thank you so much. If anything changes, please be sure to let us know. We'll take a quick break and be right back with more of our extended coverage.
Toxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, hurricane.
Welcome back as we come on this 1 o'clock hour. You're taking a live look in Sandy Springs. You can see the snow there on the roads, but not many people out on them, which is a good thing right now. We are continuing to track the winter weather moving across North Georgia and the metro here in Atlanta. And that's why we have our meteorologist here, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb here. Also, Chesley McNeil joining us with what we're seeing and what's to come later.
And of course, we are watching all of this weather out there and watching the temperatures very closely with the very cold air in place, the snow that we have around as well. And we have the temperatures that are hovering close to the freezing mark here. I need max 2 here behind me so I can show you what we're watching with those temperatures in our area. There we go. We got the microphone back going here. And if we can get max 2 also in here, I can show you what we've got going on right now. Of course, you're seeing the temperatures right now, which are hovering around the freezing mark at 33 degrees. We've got 33 also in areas of Marietta, 29 in Canton, also 29 in Gainesville. It's that area north and east of the city where we have those colder temperatures. And again, if we could try to get max 2 in the monitor behind me here, but you can see these temperatures. There we go. I really want to show you radar because this is what we've been dealing with the snow that has been pushing into our area today, where we have those the snow conditions that we had earlier today. And then now we've seen some of the mixing that continues to push in. And that mixing has been in the form of freezing rain and sleet and even some rain here in our our area. To the south of us, we've seen some brief drying that has taken place here, where you see a break in the precip, but that's not going to last forever, because we do have more of that moisture that's going to be feeding in from the west back into Alabama. You can see all of that right now back into those areas of Alabama, continuing to push up into our area here for the rest of the afternoon. So the temperatures for the rest of the day are going to be very critical to get us through the rest of the daytime hours. And we do have that winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory that is continuing here for us for the rest of the afternoon and even into tomorrow morning. Is that even though we're going to see the precip beginning to come down a little bit into the later nighttime hours here, we will see those conditions that will be improving as far as the precip moving out, but it's going to be cold overnight, so more of that slick stuff could develop here in the morning. Chesley McNeil joins us right now. Chesley, you're watching that rain very closely as well, and that next batch that's pushing in from Alabama that could cause some issues later on.
Absolutely, could cause some major issues for us, especially with that icing. We're expecting that to be mainly to the city and up toward the north and east, so we'll continue to watch that as that column of air starts to begin to warm up a little bit, allowing some of that rain to get up in there, which could create freezing rain, which would be a problem for us. Going in a little bit closer here, you can see where we're already starting to see some mixing here taking place. So some of you seeing rain come down, that could be freezing on contact because we already have the snow on the ground, and that line is starting to lift a little bit further up to the north, and so we'll continue to watch that as we go along. Look at these temperatures now. Started out with temperatures right around 30 degrees in the city, and now you're up a couple of degrees now, up to 33 right now in the city of Atlanta, over toward Marietta as well. 30 once you get up toward Canton. We were in the 20s right along with Gainesville not long ago, so starting to heat up there as well. 30 in Dalton, still holding on to the 20s in Blairsville, and up toward Clayton at the current hour. A little bit warmer down to the south like LaGrange at 36. And so as this line, if you look what's happening over here in Alabama, notice how they started out with all that snow, and now that line is starting to creep a little bit further off to the north. Same thing I think is going to happen for us as well. And so we'll see, with the temperature hovering around the freezing mark, some of that sleet and freezing rain start to mix in, and that can lead to some significant icing for our area. Look at the ice potential. It mainly has it for the city and up to the north and east. So over toward Athens and heading further up into places like Banks County, into White and Lumpkin County as well. We can see some of that icing, maybe up to a quarter of an inch of ice accumulation. That could lead to some major problems for us. Now, if it's a quarter of an inch, we're talking about icy roads, which are already slick from the sleet and the snow that we've already had. Trees will start to sag down just a little bit there. Could begin to lean on power lines. So you're talking about numerous power outages. If it's more than that, say it's a quarter of an inch of ice accumulation, then you're talking about very dangerous travel where you don't need to be on the roads at all. Widespread tree damage and also long-term power outages, which we don't want either. So we have to watch that. The other thing about that ice, as it begins to accumulate, temperatures tonight will start to fall off down into the 20s. So it will hold on through the overnight. And then we'll start to notice the winds getting calm tonight, which will allow those temperatures to fall off. And then those winds will pick up by tomorrow afternoon. So even though we'll have no precipitation around, ice could begin to be blown in around off of some of those power lines, some of the gates and fences that we have around. So that could be a problem as well for us. We are looking at the snow totals going down because of the mixing that's taking place. And so now we're looking at any snow totals going up would be up in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains where they still have the snow up there. I was just checking out in the Blairsville camera. We do have, or the live shot there, we still have snow coming down right now. You'll find the mixing taking place from about Marietta southward. That's going to continue to be with us as we head through the rest of the afternoon, as you can see, even by 4:30. This shows that mixing could even go up into the North Georgia mountains with that warmer air starting to slide further off to the north. That stays with us right on through about 8 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock tonight before it begins to taper off. We'll finally see it begin to taper off after about 10 or 11 o'clock. We'll be left with the clouds. Again, the winds will start to die down a bit, so we'll see those temperatures begin to fall off a bit, but we'll still have a few flurries flying around up to the north. And then tomorrow morning, that refreeze could cause more problems if you're getting out early on Saturday. We'll keep you updated all afternoon long. Jonathan?
Chesley, thank you so much. We're going to continue our coverage right now live with the 11 Alive's Grace King, who's been talking with Georgia Power. She's live now in Fulton County with the latest. Grace, what are you learning?
Well, Jonathan, Georgia Power has its storm center set up, and they are working to see what they can do to monitor everything here today. They have leaders of every department with Georgia Power in this room behind us so they can coordinate everything next to each other and figure out what they need to do to respond. Right now, everything's looking so pretty good. They have about 1,900 customers affected out of the 2.7 million in the state. They have teams from Alabama, Mississippi, other states here to help with those power outages if they do become a problem later. They're staged around the metro area, ready to respond to those power outages if and when they become a problem. Now, of course, the ice accumulating could affect some of the trees that could knock some of those power lines down. But overall, they say things are looking pretty good, and they're not expecting those outages to last too long. There's not a lot of winds. We see that a lot with the hurricanes when there's those prolonged power outages because the high winds, they can't get in the bucket trucks. That's not expected to be a problem tonight, so they're hoping to restore those power outages quickly. Now, you can, of course, check the Georgia Power map to see whether you are affected and how long it will take for them to restore your power. But for now, everything's looking relatively calm. Live at Georgia Power, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
Grace, thank you so much. It's great to hear that things so far are going well. We'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon. All right, that was our Grace King live for us in Fulton County. Right now, we want to go live to 11 Alive's Zach Merchant, who is in Clayton County. He's been monitoring the conditions there. Zach, what are you seeing this hour? All right, well, we're trying to get our signal back with our Zach Merchant again. He's been in Clayton County. We've also had crews spread throughout the metro, including crews in Cobb County, here in Fulton County as well. We also heard earlier from the Forsyth County EMA director. We're going to be checking back in just a moment with our meteorologist. Chris Holcomb, our chief, is here, along with Chesley McNeil, as we are watching the snow in some cases turn into a wintry mix. So they're going to be telling us more about that. So let's turn things over right now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb.
And we're watching that radar very closely out there today. If we can see Max 2 behind me, I want to show you that radar where we have the snow that is over parts of North Georgia and areas over to the east of us, but we're watching that change over that has been taking place there around the city of Atlanta into that winter mix that we've been dealing with here. This is what we're watching with the pink colors and purple colors around Metro Atlanta. That is that transition from the snow that we had earlier today to that winter mix, and that is going to continue to make that transition for the rest of the day from the snow to a little bit of sleet and also some freezing rain. Now, the snow and the freezing rain, the snow line has moved well up to the north. The freezing rain and sleet mixture, that purple and pink color that we're talking about here, that has been moving up toward the north as the air temperatures have been warming just a little bit. And it's not only the surface temperatures that we're talking about, but also the temperatures aloft are warming a little bit south and west of us and into the metro Atlanta area. And so that's what's making that precip change over to a sleet and also to a freezing rain there. And so we're going to see that dry slot that's down to the south of us. So we had a little break in the precip here on the south side, but now the precip is filling back in and moving in, and there's a lot more of it coming in from Alabama. And so what we're going to have to watch now, we know more moisture's on the way. It's just what will the temperature profiles be in the atmosphere to determine if that is going to be more snow, or if it's going to be rain, or if it's going to be sleet, or if it's going to be freezing rain here. So that is going to be the challenge for the rest of the afternoon. And we really think that still these areas in the winter storm warning for areas of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and down to the south of us, where we have that warning, that's that kind of pinkish color that you see there. We're still going to have the potential for additional winter weather impacts, and that would mainly be in the form of any additional precip coming down as sleet and or maybe even some freezing rain there. And then the winter weather advisory that kind of stretches down toward Macon. This is the live view right now in Decatur. You know, things look pretty out there when you're inside your warm house and looking outside the window and you see all the white rooftops. You've got the white grassy areas. You see the slick roads, though. That's the part that is not fun, and those driving conditions could get worse tonight too. View from our Sandy Springs camera here, right there at Northside Hospital, looking north. This is 285 right here, the interchange there with 400. You see that there is some snow on the ground, some cars on there, hopefully going slow enough that they're being extra careful. Now, as I mentioned, these temperatures very important for the rest of the afternoon hours. 33 here in Atlanta. That's a degree above freezing. We're also just above freezing. These temperatures updating just at the top of the hour. Above freezing in Peachtree City, LaGrange, Thomaston as well. We have temperatures above freezing slightly in Marietta and in Rome, but it's 32 in Carrollton. I want you to look though here to the north and east. 32 in Duluth, freezing. 32 in Athens, 29 in Gainesville, 29 in Clayton and Blairsville. It's that northeast quadrant of the state where we see that wedge with those colder temperatures. When this next round of precip moves in, the northeast part of the state has the higher chance for more impactful icing that'll be developing there. We're going to talk more about that coming up in just a little bit.
Live News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage. Welcome back to our extended coverage here. Right now we want to go live to Clayton County and check in with our Zach Merchant, who's been out there monitoring the conditions there. Zach.
Yeah, let me set the scene for you. This is a pretty major thoroughfare we're next to in Clayton County. If you know the area, you've definitely been here. This is the corner of Terra Boulevard and State Route 138. We are just on the very, very outskirts of the Jonesboro city limit. We've been talking about this temperature line all morning long and listening to our weather team break it down so effectively. Right now, unofficial temperature again, but our car dash thermometer has us sitting at about 33 degrees. And here's the evidence of this. You take a look here. What is this? It's liquid water, which is what we want to be seeing right now. It's dripping off of the sort of the overpass of this gas station we're at. We're going to be monitoring this all day. We want to make sure it is not tilting into a freezing situation. That said, if you come take a walk with me here as we get over towards the roads, you can see where we are out in the parking lot here. Still a lot of slush on the ground. And if you take a look at the roads behind us here, a lot of slush still on the roads. The good news where we're at right now, we haven't seen any freezing. So it's just that slush. And as the more traffic that travels through here, the more it sort of knocks down the snow, knocks down the slush. We haven't seen any major traffic issues here. And that is in part because we have not seen a ton of traffic here relative to what this place typically looks like. We've heard a lot of warnings, a lot of from both the government and our meteorologists saying, hey, stay off the roads if you can. A great example of that, you look across the street, that Walgreens, it's closed. You look across the street over here, that Dollar General is closed. There's a Planet Fitness, the gym right behind the Dollar General. That is closed. Most of the businesses around us, they shut their doors today. They said, hey, we're going to keep our employees safe. You guys don't need to come in. Folks don't need to come and shop today. And that has really helped keep things on the right side of staying safe out here so far, guys.
Our Zach Merchant live for us in Clayton County. We'll be checking back with you shortly. Now let's turn things over back again to meteorologist Chesley McNeil. Chesley, we're noticing some areas getting a break from the snow, but we're not done with this storm yet.
No, some areas still receiving snow. You take a look at up into Blue Ridge, you can see the snow coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. Been watching this road as cars have been driving by very slowly. That's a utility vehicle right there, so good news there. But then you look at the road just above that, lots of cars rolling by pretty quickly there. And so it's coming down pretty good. Looks like a little winter wonderland out there. up in the Blue Ridge area where we thought that the snow would be a little bit higher as far as the totals go there. You come back down here toward the metro area. This is our Decatur cam, and you can barely see it, but if you look at some of the darker areas, you see a snowflake mixing in with a little rain. So we have mixing down here to the south and the Northridge Mountains where you have that rain. It's indicated on that by our radar here. You can see that here where we got that mixing. Now starting to lift a little bit further to the north, which is very significant. Up into Murraysville now, you see where we have that mixing taking place, and even over here toward the west as well. Got to check out my roam camera as well to see if there's any rain getting in there, but we had some decent snowfall up there. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches so far have been reported around the area from the north down to the south. We had at least 2.5 inches right here in our patio outside, so some decent snows. And now with that rain coming down, as it comes down with the snow that's out there, it'll freeze on contact, so that becomes hard, crunchy, right? Nothing that you want to walk on or even drive on some of those roads that are on the slushy side. And so that's been the reports all around the metro area, even as far south as McDonough. Catching a break a little further down to the south, even where Zachary was. He's catching a little bit of a break from that precipitation, but more will be coming back. You can see the feed. Right? All this wet weather that's down toward Montgomery, that's coming in our direction, so it's heading toward us. If you look earlier at this particular loop, you saw all that white that was over into Birmingham, and now that line is pushed further off to the north where they're receiving mainly rain with some sleet mixing in. I think that's going to be the case for us as we head further into the afternoon as more of this moisture begins to move over, as temperatures will hang around the freezing mark like they are right now. 33 degrees right now in the city of Atlanta. You got 32 in Duluth and over toward Athens, 33 in Georgia's Rome, 20s up there to the north where we have all snow, and it's coming down pretty good up in the Blairsville area as we speak. 34 over toward Thomaston. The warm spot so far is LaGrange at 36. Now, I don't think our temperatures will get that high. If they do, we're going to be looking at more of a cold rain around here. I think they're going to hover right where they are, maybe getting as high as 34. But that's about it. And even at 34, we can get that mixing taking place. I've even seen snow in temperatures around 41, but I don't think that's going to be the case for us this afternoon. Large system, so it's going to be with us for the rest of the afternoon. No real tapering off like you're seeing over toward Louisiana. This really won't taper off until later on tonight. I'm thinking about 9, 10 o'clock. And so if you had plans or thinking, I'll go out when after things are done to try to clean up or do anything, don't do it. Don't even worry about it. Stay inside, take a break from it. Let the system come through, and then once it starts to settle down, then things will settle down for us. But we're still looking at a weather impact day for tomorrow as well, because I do think even after the area of low pressure passes us and the precipitation begins to end, we'll still have impacts around here because of the ice that begins to accumulate. The winds will start to pick up a little bit, and that could fly around some ice on us a little bit. We talk about the ice, and this is the potential ice, the forecast for us, all right? And it shows that additional ice fall could begin to accumulate maybe even over 1/4 of an inch in some spots, especially to the north and east of the city. You're talking about between Murrayville and Atlanta, over toward Athens, Browersville as well. We could be seeing some pockets where the ice could accumulate over 1/4 of an inch, and that could be devastating for us. Now, 1/4 of an inch, of course, leads to the icy roads, makes that a little bit tricky to travel. Tree and limbs start to sag down a little bit, so if you see that around your house, you know that there's icing weighing down some of those trees, tree limbs. Also on the power lines as well, which could lead to power outages. It's still cold outside, and so if the power is out, not getting that heat, that could be problems for us. If it gets over 1/4 of an inch, now you're talking about significant damage to trees, long-term power outages, and not to mention roads becoming impassable. Can't even get on them at all. Talked about the winds a little bit. They will pick up a little bit later on this afternoon, and then they'll start to calm back down later on tonight. I think that's going to help those temperatures to fall off. We got the snow pack, the ice pack there, so temperatures are going to be cold tonight. We'll go down into the 20s. But what's going to happen tomorrow, even after the precipitation leaves, as those winds really start to pick up again behind the system, we'll have those northwest winds getting up to about 10 to 15 miles per hour. That could blow around some things, okay? So we have to be on the lookout for that, and that's what we'll be looking out for. Snow totals, I think we're pretty much done with it here in Atlanta as far as any additional snowfall. That'll be mainly up to the north. Jonathan, going back to you.
Chesley, thanks so much, and our coverage continues here on 11 Alive all afternoon. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Plus app now available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting will increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather. Welcome back to our extended coverage here on 11 Alive. We hope you are home and warm, and if you are not, hopefully you're out enjoying the snow. We do want to get right now over to Hall County and the Emergency Management Director there, Joy Liccardi. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Hi, thank you for having us. Just to clarify, I am not the director. I am the Public Information Officer for Hall County Government.
Public Information Officer, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. Now, tell us a little bit about what you all are seeing and experiencing in Hall County. I assume some of the same conditions that we've seen here in Fulton County and across the metro.
So it started off like a winter wonderland, like you guys were saying earlier, but now we're seeing a little bit more sleet. We're seeing a little bit more moisture. As the temperatures are starting to increase a little bit. So it's not as pretty and it's getting a lot more dangerous out there, especially as the temperatures begin to drop and that water starts to freeze. It's going to be an ice skating rink, for lack of better terms.
You're right. We're seeing a break in some places now, but this is not the end of what we will see over the next 24 hours or so. Speaking of that, what are the preparations there in Hall County? We know crews in most counties were prepared for today. What did you all do to get ready?
So the weather's been pretty much what we were expecting. So there's been a few minor accidents and things of that sort. We haven't had any significant events. We did pre-treat some of our roads. Our surrounding municipalities, they pre-treated the roads as well. So we did prepare, and it seems like those preparations were successful with the minimal amount of accidents and reports that we've received. We do have some road closures, but we are working on that. Our crews are out, they're plowing, and they're working hard to keep the community safe.
Yeah, we appreciate the work that they are doing and so many others. Before we go, you mentioned some of the road closures. Any roads in particular that you are concerned about or that you want people to know about?
It's mostly state routes over here, but we only have 3 road closures right now, and our crews are out clearing those as we speak and working on those.
That's good to know. Any other information you want to get out there to people before we let you go? We know that, again, a little bit of a break for some people right now, but we'll see perhaps worsening conditions in some areas as the day goes on.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We just want to encourage people to please stay home if you can. Do not leave your house unless you absolutely have to. Otherwise, just stay home, enjoy being home, enjoy the winter weather, and stay warm.
Yeah, if you can stay home and stay warm, that is the best bet. We know schools are closed pretty much across North Georgia. So Joy Liccardi with the Emergency Management, the Public Information Officer there. Again, thank you so much from Hall County. We appreciate that. We'll take a quick break and be right back with more of our extended coverage here on 11 Alive.
On 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about.
All right, right now you're looking at video out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport from earlier today, where a Delta flight had to be evacuated. The folks had to deplane there. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, this happened right around 9 o'clock this morning. They say that it was due to some engine issues with this flight. It was flight 2668. Again, passengers had to deplane and get off on the runway, cold and freezing outside. Right now, we are told the FAA is investigating exactly what happened. We also know a ground stop on Delta departures to Atlanta is in effect through at least 2 p.m. today. So again, that is what was happening around 9 o'clock this morning. We want to turn things back over to our meteorologists. We've got our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and Chesley McNeil both here with us. We'll start with Chris.
And we've been watching that moisture that's been moving through. Started off early this morning with a little bit of sleet at onset of precip. Then it changed over to snow. And that snow was heavy at times. And that's what gave us the inches of snow that we're seeing in some spots here. Now, the more consistent area of snow is mainly on the north side. Where you see the pinks and purple colors here, that's where we're seeing some mixing, where we have some rain, sleet, and freezing rain that is mixing in right now, and that is covering us up right now. We had some brief drying down to the south side. That's now beginning to fill back in with more moisture that's moving in. It's generally light sleet, light rain that's coming in, but there's a lot more back into Alabama that's going to keep moving our way tonight or this afternoon and tonight. So that's why the temperatures are very critical here that we're going to be watching. Just a difference between 1 to 2 degrees makes a huge difference in what type of conditions and impacts we're going to have. Here's a look at some of the snow totals so far, where we have, look at this in Kirkwood, 3.5 inches of snow. Austell had 4 inches of snow. These are some official numbers coming in. Stone Mountain 4 inches. We had some lighter amounts there in Smyrna at 2.3, Midtown 2 inches of snow here. Also in Somerville 2 inches, Carrollton about 1.8, almost 2 inches of snow that fell there. So that's what has been on the ground. This is our live view from our tower cam at Arizona Avenue. We wanted to show you this earlier, but the clouds were covering up our camera and we didn't see a good view of this. Now the ceiling has come up a little bit now and we can see a good view of our city skyline. And there there you see some of the snow on the rooftops, still in some of the roads and grassy areas there as well. And there's the cloud cover that is still pretty thick out there too. Here's a live view at Hartsfield. Jonathan just talked about that ground stop here. This is live. You can see the only movement there you see is that vehicle there up near one of the terminals. We don't see any planes on the runway right now. We do have planes that are over toward the terminals. We were watching earlier a lot of plows that were going up and down on these runways to hopefully make them much better for if this ground stop is actually going to end at 2 o'clock. We'll keep watching that, but it looks like they've made a lot of preparations there on those taxiways and runways to hopefully make the conditions a little bit better there. So we'll keep an eye on that, as again, any new precip right now is lighter over them, but then we've got more that's going to be coming in a little bit later. Temperatures in Atlanta just above freezing at 33 here in the Atlanta area. We do though see up in northeast Georgia where those temperatures are colder, near or below the freezing mark. Chesley McNeil joins us now. And Chesley, it's that area north and east of the city where we really have to watch for that shallow layer of colder air at the surface, where we might see more significant icing there when that rain falls onto those surfaces that are at freezing or below.
And that could be devastating for us, folks. We're talking about power outages at that particular point, and it's cold outside, as Chris just showed you those temperatures. And so if you lose your heat, and you may have some more problems. That moisture is continuing to come in, and you see how it's headed right toward our area, and that will continue to be the case, unfortunately, for the rest of the day into tonight. Watching the area of low pressure as it continues to slide a little bit further up to the north. If you watch, this is a 6-hour loop here, and you notice over in northern Alabama, for example, all this morning they had mostly snow, and now that's changing over to the freezing rain and sleet and rain, and that's going to be the case for us as that area of low pressure continues to lift to the north. We're watching our rainstorm line continue to lift to the north as well. Even some models showing us that it could get all the way up into the North Georgia mountains where it gets a little bit warmer, so they would have some of the sleet and freezing rain as well. Watching road temperatures, and probably needs a new update on this, but we're looking at some of the road temperatures now, and you can see up to the north where we have a road temperature at 29, so below the freezing mark there, over toward Route 76 and US 23 as well. A little bit down further toward the metro area, you can see Georgia 400 near Buford Highway at 30 degrees is the actual road temperatures, not the air temperatures. You're looking at 31 over toward Georgia 400 near Holcomb Bridge Road. Down toward the city, 75 near the 10th Street exit at 31, so below the freezing mark there. It gets a little bit warmer down here to the south over toward Noonan, right along I-85. You're looking at 32, so right at the freezing mark, just above the freezing mark, a little further down I-85, down into Troop near that way station down there on I-85. Chris talked about the icing we're going to experience, and mainly up here to the north and east of the city is where it can be pretty significant. We're talking about totals mainly get up to about 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. That is significant because not only will it continue to ruin the street conditions and trying to drive or navigate around, you're also talking about power lines being weighed down, the trees also being weighed down by this, and so that's going to be a problem for us a little bit later on this afternoon. This kind of gives you a glimpse of what 1/4 of an inch of ice could do. Not only the icy roads, but we're talking about tree limbs either sagging or snapping, because those will be on the weak side, and numerous power outages as well. If it gets higher than that, let's say it gets up to a half an inch of ice accumulation, that's really going to start to weigh things down. You're talking about widespread tree damage, also long-term power outages, and of course dangerous roads. Roads become non-navigable, if I can say that word or use that word. Can't get out there. I don't care how big your car is. I don't care what kind of tires you use. Ice is ice, folks, and so you will slip and slide if you're trying to navigate around on about a half inch of ice. Don't want to do that at all, and so we'll be watching and monitoring that as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. The other thing that we probably haven't really talked about much is the wind speeds. Now they're light out there right now. They will pick up briefly this afternoon and then become a little bit more calm once we get into the evening. Down in the evening hours with those calm winds around, we're going to see that temperature begin to fall off down into the 20s. So anything on the roadways will begin to freeze over. On the sidewalks is going to freeze over, which is why our winter storm warning and even our 11 Live weather impact will last through Saturday morning, may stretch even beyond that until we get those temperatures to warm back up. But also on Saturday afternoon, we'll see those winds begin to pick up as well. We're talking winds anywhere between 10, 15 miles per hour. Gusts will be a little bit higher than that. So anything that freezes on gates, fence or on towers outside could become little projectiles as they're blown around in the wind, and that could cause some damage as well, especially if you are out and about. So you might want to stay in. Snow totals, not so much worried about that here in the metro area as that mixing has begun to take place. The more significant totals will be up to the north. We'll be looking at an additional maybe inch to 2 inches up in the far north Georgia mountains. Last seeing the snow this morning, I think, was Rabun County, and so you could see a little bit more of that snow coming into your area. Forecast track model shows the mixing continuing as we head into the 5 o'clock hour. Still have it around. By the 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour, we still have it around. Really not tapering off until we get to 10, 11 o'clock tonight. We'll be left with those clouds, and then again that refreezing will begin to take place, Jonathan. So driving around this afternoon will be a bit tricky, more so I think tonight into tomorrow with that refreezing taking place.
Yeah, we have a lot more to come. Chesley, thank you so much. We're going to continue our coverage this afternoon live with 11 Alive's Joe Ripley, who is in Suwannee for us. Joe, what are you seeing there in Gwinnett County?
Yeah, so Jonathan, we are right now in Suwannee, the town center here. You might see City Hall behind me. On our way up here from Midtown Atlanta up I-85, you know, the road conditions were actually not that bad. Gwinnett County crews were out and about trying to plow as much of that snow off the roads as possible, and it was more or less a smooth ride up here. Then we got off on Lawrenceville-Suwannee Road, where we did run into a couple of stranded cars out there, just showing you how rough these conditions have been all throughout this morning and early on this afternoon. Of course, Gwinnett County PD has been monitoring those conditions all morning long. They've had a dozen or so cases of major disruptions and delays and major incidents, but those have since been cleared. That's the great news right now. Some more good news here is a lot of folks are taking advantage of the snow day. We ran into a family who was sledding here, making snowballs, and if you look off in the distance, some kids still having a nice snowball battle for the ages. We've seen a couple snowmen as well right as we were leaving the station. In fact, Atlanta Fire Rescue crews were building a massive snowman. So a lot of folks just making the most of a day that not a lot of people are out right now, and you can tell that especially on the roads. I-85 had a very limited traffic. You know, on my way into the station this morning on Georgia 400, it seemed like an apocalypse out there because I could count on one hand the number of vehicles on the road. So it looks like viewers, you guys at home, are taking the advice our meteorologists and reporters have been giving you all day long, all week long really, and that is to stay off the roads if you can. A lot of the businesses here are shut down. And that's because they are aware of the hazards and the dangers today. Another hazard we are watching tonight, and both Chesley and Chris mentioned it, is that you look down with me and you can see the snow here starting to turn to ice. It was fluffy this morning, but you look at that and this was a snowball, now it's an ice ball. And so the danger is this stuff will freeze overnight, making conditions even more threatening, dangerous, and hazardous for those who have to take to the roads. Another threat we're watching, as you see that American flag over there by what looks like a government building here in Suwannee. That flag whipping just a bit. As Chesley just mentioned, the winds here are light for now, but we do expect those to pick up. And you think about it, if you're on the roads and run into an icy patch or a rough spot, the wind could make that even more dangerous and swerve your vehicle. So you definitely want to take special care out here on the roads. Still though, a virtual day for a lot of the kids we've run into. They're still getting some learning in, some practice in. We actually ran into one kid who goes to Lambert High School. He was practicing some karate. He's since left, picked up and gone home, but the elements, nothing for him. He was able to battle those quite literally, having the snow day of a lifetime for him. He says the atmosphere in class yesterday, kids had their fingers crossed, hoping that a day like this would come. Of course, you might be watching at home remembering snow days, school being canceled. They have virtual days now. You know, they've got the technology to do that, but at the same time, kids still finding some time to take a break, come out here, spend some time with their families for sure. So, Jonathan, we continue to monitor conditions here in Gwinnett County, and as soon as we hear anything, we will be in touch with you all there watching at home.
That's great, Joe. You know, you're a Georgia boy as well. You know, we don't get snow like this every year even. So it's great to get out there and enjoy it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jonathan, you mentioned that. The snow here in Georgia, it comes once in a blue moon, right? I feel like it was about 3 years ago when we got a major snow like this. And, a couple of inches is pretty major for Atlanta. And usually, we have to worry about the ice storms here this far south as well. But every few years or so, we're due, and it seems like we got our due today.
Yeah, great that it happened on a Friday for a lot of people kind of leading into the weekend. Joe Ripley live for us in Sewanee and Gwinnett County. Thanks so much. We'll see you soon. Now, we have had crews all throughout the metro. You just saw Joe there in Gwinnett County. We've had crews also in Clayton County and here in Fulton County. In fact, we have, I believe, a shot right now of one of our crews driving out on the roads here in Fulton County. Actually not too bad here. You see that this road here appears to be clear. One of our crew members there riding here. I believe this is still in the Midtown area. We did hear from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens earlier today, just talking about the preparations that went into today. Again, we know that sometimes crews have felt, or the city felt, they may be underprepared. This year, he said, we were prepared for what came. He told us that crews started applying the brine on the roads around 1 o'clock this morning. So before we even started getting the weather, the worst of it, deploying some 50 pieces of equipment, and they had hundreds of employees. We understand more than 200 employees in the city of Atlanta working really around the clock, going 12-hour shifts to make sure that the roads were better. So you see people out riding. Still not a good idea to be out there if you don't have to be, because as we have seen today, there are a number of accidents, not as many as perhaps we would have seen if more people were out on the roads. But if you have to be out, be cautious. Take it slow, because sometimes that ice can just creep up on you before you even know that it's there. So again, this is a live shot as one of our crews is driving away from Midtown. And you can see that the roads are not as bad. As more and more people get out, the roads tend to clear up. But as we heard from GDOT crews and the mayor of Atlanta, they really prepared this year so things would not be as treacherous as we have seen in the past here in the city when we have winter weather. Let's turn things right now over to 11 Alive's Zach Merchant. Speaking of Clayton County, he's there with the latest in what he's seeing. Zach?
And let me tell you exactly where we are. It should be a pretty familiar spot if you know Clayton County. We're at the intersection of Terra Boulevard, State Route 138. Atlanta is up this way. Griffin is down the other way. A very busy thoroughfare if you know this area at all. But if you look in the background, obviously there is traffic here, not as much as you'd see on a regular day. And you take a look at the roads here. We're watching these cars go by. Candidly, I'd like to see them driving just a little bit slower. Right now, the good news is we're hovering above the freezing mark. We're sitting at about 33 degrees out here, which is 1 degree, of course, above that 32-degree freezing line. But if you look on the roads, there's still a lot of slush, a lot of wetness, a lot of precipitation, and it only takes a little bit of a tick downward on the thermometer to start turning some of this over to ice. And you combine that with, as you take a look at the intersection here, there's a slope as well. So if you start to see some freezing, it does not take much, particularly in a situation like this, to see some cars start to slide. So far, though, we're doing well here, but we're starting to feel the wind pick up here as well. We're seeing, for a while, we were in one of those dry patches that you've heard Chesley and Chris talking about throughout the morning. Now we're starting to see the precipitation start to pick up just a little bit so far here. We've been kind of spoiled. I've been watching some of our crews around the metro, and we're doing pretty well, but you might be able to see it on my hair here. We're starting to get a little bit of this rain coming down as well. I want to take us over here, if we can walk over just a little bit and get a closer look at kind of what the conditions are really up close. If you see, sometimes it's good to see the snow and the slush built up alongside of some of the car tires here. I mean, you heard Jonathan and Joe, you guys were talking about it. We don't see this kind of weather in Atlanta. It is years and years go by before we see this kind of situation. There's a good couple inches of slush on the intersection here. Earlier today, it was much more. A lot of the traffic that's gone by has been able to knock down what we're seeing on the roads here. good news too, we have not seen a ton of traffic. A lot of the buildings, a lot of the businesses in the background, they are closed, and that's a good thing. We've seen not a ton of cars on the road. We have seen road crews coming by, and actually, if we take a look, let's turn the camera. Speaking of road crews, we see 2 plow trucks coming by right now. This is the second round of plow trucks we've seen hitting this intersection probably in the last 90 minutes or so, and as those plows move through, you really see just how much of this wintry mix, the snow, the slush, is getting piled up here. They're going to be moving through, clearing out, doing another pass to try to keep this main thoroughfare passable. And here they go now. This is a real difference from Snowmageddon. So many memories of that terrible storm that left so many people effectively locked down on the roads. They couldn't move. Ooh. And you see that shot right there. There's still plenty of slush being thrown up by these cars coming by. That Jeep was going way too fast. But as these road crews move by, they're knocking down that slush. They're clearing the roads off. You see they have sort of the salt sprayers in the back of the trucks as well. So they're plowing off the front. And then as they clear a path through the slush, there's a salt, we presume it's probably salt and a salt mixture being thrown out of the back to help prevent the buildup of ice and snow as the weather, we hope, stays above this 32-degree freezing mark, but we're watching it closely. Right now, we're going to send it back to you in a moment. Right now, final words from Terra Boulevard and State Route 138 here in Clayton County. Things going pretty well so far. Always a welcome sight to see the GDOT crews, the road crews coming by. We will, of course, keep an eye on this location throughout the rest of the day. Jonathan?
Yeah, good to see, Zach. They have been out, not just there in Clayton County, but really all throughout Metro Atlanta. Great to see those crews working so hard to keep everyone safe and keep our roads cleared. Zach, we'll be checking back with you later on throughout our coverage. Thank you so much. Now we want to get back over to meteorologist Chesley McNeil. What's the latest, Chesley?
Well, we still have that 11 live weather impact alert, and we also have a winter storm warning that will last through tomorrow morning. Even though you're seeing a little bit of a lull in some of the precipitation around the area, it's not done. We're not done yet, folks. And even after it wraps up later on tonight, we're not done. No, we're not done. What you saw Jonathan show us there was that truck with the plow on it. So even though it begins to sweep out the road from the snow that's on there now, it's still wet. And so as the temperatures begin to drop, we're going to see that freeze over. Road temperatures are around the freezing mark as well. We had that cold air already in place pretty much all week long. And so, yeah, the surface is cold as well. And so it's going to be slick out there, folks. Yep, we're showing July some live pictures right now. You can see those on the screen. You don't see much in the way of precipitation because it's coming down as rain. Zach did mention his hair. Did you hear him mention his hair? Yeah, he's getting some of that on his hair. So that's why he's saying goodbye to us. Wants to go fix that up. You're looking at the pink area showing the warning. The advisory is further down to the south where we're anticipating more in the way of rainfall, maybe some sleet or freezing rain mixing in that, but that's where we have the advisory so far. Another live shot here of the Blue Ridge area where it was coming down at a pretty decent clip and now has begun to let up a little bit. We're seeing some of that warmer air begin to move further off to the north. Look at him taking a picture there. Very, very nice by the train. Yeah, a lot of folks came up here from the Florida area to see this, a little bit of snow. And so the snow is over. I had a friend of mine just text me, said, my kids want to know if more snow is coming. I don't think you're going to see much in the way of any snow, at least more snow accumulation, a flurry or two in between some of those raindrops. That's what you'll see. When we talk about freezing rain, what we're saying is rain is actually coming or falling out of the sky. Once it hits the surface where the temperatures are at or below freezing, that's when it starts to freeze back up. And so you're going to see a glaze. I think Joe showed us that what was a fluffy snowball now just kind of a icy rock. And so we could continue to see that as we head through the rest of the afternoon. At least that's the trend that we're showing you here on the radar, where we had all that white now is being overtaken by a lot of this purple and the pink in there. That's where we're starting to see some of that mixing begin to take place. Mainly rain, and then changing over to freezing rain as we head right on through the rest of the afternoon. Had a little dry slot in here that's starting to fill back up, especially over into parts of South Fulton County, over toward the Carrollton area and Carroll County, down toward Luthersville as well. A little bit more drier just south of the McDonough area, south of Henry County. You can see over toward Rover. And then more of the mixing taking place up toward Gwinnett, where you had snow not long ago. All right, and so it's now starting to mix a little bit with that rain and sleet. Starting to slide a little further up toward the northeast. This is moving further off to the north than even even I thought it would. I thought it would stay mainly snow up here, but it looks like that that warmer trend is going to make it right on up there. Using Alabama as an example, where you had all snow, and now that's covering almost the entire state as that area of low pressure continues to slide a little bit further off toward the north and east. Here's our temperatures, at or below the freezing mark in a lot of spots, unless you're a little further down to the south, where we have LaGrange at 37. We have Thomaston at 36. Once you go a little bit further up to the north, it starts to get a little colder. Covington at 32. You're at 32 degrees in Athens, 33 in Atlanta right now, 30 over toward Gainesville, 30 in Canton. Even the temperatures in the 30s now up towards Blairsville, where we were down into the 20s all morning long. So you see how that warmer air is starting to lift a little bit further up to the north. Even above our heads. When Chris says the temperatures aloft, we need to know those as well, because the precipitation is falling through that column. And so if those are starting to warm up, it's going to be all liquid for us, and then once it hits that surface where we already had the snow, it starts to glaze back over again. Wide moisture feed, which means this is going to be with us for the rest of the afternoon and into the night. Talked about the road temperatures. They are below freezing in some spots, especially up to the north as well. Icing could be significant, especially to the north and east of the city. So we'll say Gwinnett County northeast, Hall County heading up toward Rayburn County. That's where we could see some significant ice accumulation. So we have to be on the lookout for that, okay? So be careful, folks, if you're going to be out and about. Winds will pick up briefly this afternoon, calm down tonight, and then they'll start all over again tomorrow, where we could still see some of the impacts, even though the precipitation is gone. Jonathan, back to you.
Chesley, we appreciate the update. Now, we've been talking with officials all morning about how they've been preparing the roads, really working from the early morning hours all the way up until now. We heard earlier from the GEMA director about the preparations.
I know one question you're probably going to ask in a few minutes is, how is this different? I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014. And the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot of lessons, so we've stayed in front of it. We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way.
Again, the GEMA director saying what we've heard from several officials in several counties today, that they are prepared, and in some cases perhaps even over-prepared, not knowing exactly what we would be dealing with. Right now we want to get over to 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido. She is riding. She has another person driving, and she is riding right now. Angelina, what are you seeing, and where exactly are you right now?
Hey, Jonathan. So we are on I-85 North. My photographer, Anthony Shepard, is driving right now. So we are safe. I'm in the passenger side of the vehicle, and the roads are pretty clear, which is great because they're telling people to stay home. Right now, we're starting to see the rain pick up. Well, as you see in front of us right now, there are very little cars on the road. As we have been driving and getting closer to Gwinnett, which you just heard Chesley talking about, you know, the roads being below freezing, the road temperature, and possibly seeing some ice. We're probably going to start seeing that as we get further into Gwinnett County, but we're just getting into Gwinnett County right now. We haven't seen a lot of cars on the road as we came here from Midtown. We did see some plows out on the road. They were throwing some salt as well. So that's a good sign because we know that we want these roads to be clear and the slush that's on the sides to basically be cleared out before we get those temperatures down even colder and below freezing, because that's where we will see that ice potentially. These right here are the trouble spots that we're seeing. So these are basically the sides of the roads. This is the only trouble that I'm seeing if you were to be on the roads. And it's another reason why they're telling people to stay at home, right? Because they don't want anyone to end up getting on these sides of the roads where it happens to be slick. But so far we haven't seen very many people traveling, which is good because they've been telling people to stay home. We're going to continue to check out, basically be going from Gwinnett County up into Jackson Road, like that area on I-95 North, to see what we encounter there. But very clear, which is good, a drastic difference from what we were seeing earlier this morning with the roads kind of slushed up and stuff like that. That slush has maintained to the sides as the day has continued. The only thing that we're seeing is the rain, and of course that's going to be changing throughout the day. So we'll continue to monitor the conditions out here on the roads and show you guys anything that we encounter. Haven't encountered any hazards of any kinds while we're out here driving, so it's a good thing. Just saw 2 cars stranded, and those were probably left over from them traveling this morning and kind of getting stuck where they were. So right now everything is clear. It's looking pretty good. We'll keep you guys updated on what we see.
Yeah, Angelina, conditions seem to be better than they were just a couple of hours ago when we saw really the roads that you're on right now covered in a lot of slush and ice. I do want to ask you, what about some of those side roads? We know the interstates are pretty clear. They've been treated. Getting out there to the interstate, or perhaps you even coming into work today, did you run into any trouble?
You know, coming into work today was a little bit interesting. I drove with our other reporter, Cody Alcorn, who picked me up. We rode together. That way we made sure that we were going to be safe, and we kind of made sure that we were careful on the roads going through Midtown to head into the station. Those were a little bit more slushy than what we're encountering now for sure. And so that's why the city of Atlanta was telling people to make sure that they do stay at home, so that way they don't have to try to encounter those roads. I did see a few people in Midtown get stuck. Atlanta police have to, you know, make sure that a tow truck came to them to get them out safely and that type of thing. But here on the highway on I-85 North, right now, everything is looking clear. Like I said, those side roads, yes, those are looking slushy. And some of the exits too, as you're trying to get off, can be slushy as well. And we know that those are kind of hilly too. So if those do ice over later on, we could see the potential of cars kind of sliding down as they try to go up. So that's why they're telling people, just make sure that you stay home. If you don't have to be out on the roads today, make sure that you're not. Just kind of take it easy, take a chill day. That way we can just make sure that everybody's safe.
Yeah, really good. And the good thing is what you did say earlier, you have seen some crews out there. You have seen them working to clear some of these roads.
Yes. And we know that GDOT has been working on this since overnight. We did see, let me see if we can flip this over. So it would be on the opposite side, heading south, actually, is where we saw those plows. We have not seen any headed on the northern route, but there were two plows on the opposite side. There weren't very many cars on the other side. Now we're starting to see that it's a little bit more congested, but we know Atlanta. We know what traffic typically looks like around this time of day. It is the complete opposite. So it's nice to see that people are staying off the roads and just taking it easy and making sure that they keep themselves safe.
All right, Angelina Salcido joining us live. Angelina, thank you so much. Right now, I believe before we take a break, we're going to show you some videos right now that we have seen from different areas. Right here in Sugar Hill, you see someone sledding out there, right, enjoying the snow out there earlier today. This is Laura. Also right now, I believe we have some more video. This is coming from the Vinings Village area. And Vinings Village, you can see some snow on top of the roofs there. And we also see there somebody making a snowman in Powder Springs. And that's really cool there. We've seen a lot of people enjoying today, just getting out there, enjoying the snow with their family. Of course, school's out today. That's how you want to do it. Just enjoy the snow if you can with your friends and your family. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back here.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find?
We want to welcome you back here to 11 Alive as we continue to track the winter weather that has moved through most of Metro Atlanta, if not all of it. You're taking a live look at Midtown. This is from our Georgia Tech camera. And you can see not a lot of action in terms of cars and people, but look at the snow here, the skyline shot. Not something we see very often here in Atlanta. So really a great day for people to get out and enjoy it from your home if you can. Let's turn things over right now. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, is getting ready. Chris, we know conditions have changed just a bit. In some places they're getting a break from the actual snow falling, but still not a good reason to get out there.
Yeah, we're not finished with this yet. We're going to see more waves of moisture moving in. That is going to be in the form of that winter mix that we're going to be seeing here. We had the snow that came down earlier today, and that is changing to that winter mix out there right now. And that is the purple and pink color that you see here on the maps. Up to the north, there is still some snow, a little better coverage or consistent snowfall to the north of us. But even this winter mix area is pushing more up toward the north. Even look up north of I-20. I-20 here, even up toward Rome. Bartow County is seeing mainly some rain, maybe some freezing rain mixing in with a little bit of sleet there. And then we also are watching here in Atlanta, we have that mix, but that better area of snow is up to the north. There you can see the mixing going on here. And when I say that, I'm talking about, yeah, there still might be a couple of snow flurries around, but this is mainly a situation with some rain coming down, maybe a little bit of sleet mixed in, and in those areas where we have temperatures at the surface that are freezing, and that liquid raindrop comes and hits that freezing temperature there at the surface, and then it freezes, that is what is freezing rain. And that's the part that we don't want to see, because that just adds a glaze of ice on what is already down there. So more of this moisture continuing to feed in, and the very important thing is going to be watching these temperatures, not only at the surface, but also the road temperatures as well as the temperatures aloft, because that determines what type of precip that we're going to be dealing with. And it's mainly rain now back into Alabama, even into southern Alabama, and all this that's moving our way, this next wave of moisture that's going to be moving in, is mainly going to be in the form of raindrops in the air. All right, it's coming down as a liquid, and there might be a little sleet mixed in too if it goes through a pocket of colder temperatures before it hits the ground. So a raindrop just splats onto the ground, but a ice pellet or sleet will bounce on the ground. That's how you can tell the difference. But the rain part of it, the liquid in the air, when it comes down and hits an area or hits a surface that is at freezing or below, that's where it turns into some snow. So, or actually turns into some freezing rain. So right now, here's a look at some of the snow totals that we've had from this system earlier today. The highest totals have been, again, these are some of the official totals coming in. I know that your totals may be different that you're seeing at your house, but these are some of the official ones that have been coming in. Austell at 4 inches, as well as Stone Mountain at 4 inches. And then after that, we have Kirkwood at 3.5. We have 2.3 inches in Smyrna, 2 inches in Midtown and in Bishop. Carrollton, almost 2 inches. Somerville, 2 inches. And Alpharetta, an inch. And Noonan, an inch. Again, those are some of the official numbers that have been coming in from the National Weather Service. Here is a live look right now. Our tower cam at Arizona Avenue there, looking toward the city of Atlanta. You can see some of the snow still on top of the rooftops, some of the snow on the grassy areas, and even on some of the roads there. City looking beautiful. We have the clouds though that are still with us, and eventually those clouds will continue to give us a little bit of precipitation. Also keeping a close eye on the airport. Now we've been watching here. We had been showing people that the plows were really working hard here on the runways and taxiways. We don't see any traffic at Hartsfield. The ground stop has been in our area here at Hartsfield since early this morning. They were reporting earlier the ground stop may be lifted at 2, and here we are at 2 o'clock. We're not seeing any traffic on those runways yet, but we're going to keep a close eye on that as hopefully conditions have improved there a little bit. But we are not out of the woods yet. More moisture is moving in as those temperatures, Jonathan, are really at a critical level right now, hovering right around the freezing mark.
Chris, thank you so much, and we'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon. Right now, we want to go to Lieutenant Robert Poole with the Fannin County EMA to see about conditions there. Lieutenant Poole, great to have you on. We've been talking with our reporter who's there up near you all in Blue Ridge. How is it this afternoon?
So far, so good. No weather-related incidents we're aware of. We got probably 3 inches of snow. It's kind of transitioned to a sleet-rain mix right now, but no major incidents I'm aware of so far.
That is always good to hear and good to see. It doesn't look like many people are out on the roads, at least where you are. Has the advice been there as well to stay off the roads? I know you all tend to get maybe more snow up where you are than we do here in the metro, so perhaps people are a little bit more prepared than we are sometimes.
Yeah, we've been asking people just kind of stay put. A lot of times people make it to their destination, and then weather moves in and they get out to kind of do some sightseeing, get stuck, and block the roadways. We got some steep terrain and some narrow roadways, so we've just been asking people to stay put, and not many people on the roads today. It's been a few people out enjoying the sleds and ATVs and UTVs, but pretty quiet overall.
That's great to see. And what is the plan moving forward? We know, as we've been hearing from our meteorologists, that we are now moving into a position where we are going to see some slicker conditions. Maybe the snow has stopped falling, but some more icy conditions. What's your advice and what's the plan moving forward for you all there in Fannin County?
Just advising people to stay put, try to stay off the roadways. Our concern was the ice moving in and then some strong gusts, forecasted later. Concerned about trees and power lines and things of that nature. But just, if you're at your destination, stay put if you can.
Yeah, if you're up in the mountains there, that's a great place to be with the snow if you're safe in your home. So Lieutenant Poole, Robert Poole with Fannin County EMA, thank you so much. Keep us posted if anything changes up where you are.
Will do. Thanks for having us.
All right, thanks so much. Now we want to check back in with 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido. She has been driving around, or actually she's been driven around by her photographer. She's riding around this afternoon, checking on conditions. Angelina, where are you now, and what are you seeing out there? All right, we're having a little bit of trouble getting Angelina's audio. We're going to get that up for you in just a moment. But again, Angelina Salcido been driving around. She's been telling us that conditions for the most part have been pretty clear. We haven't seen many people out on the roads. When we checked back with her about 20 minutes, she told us that she did see, this is her shot right here, some crews who were out, just plowing the roads. And you see right now, not too much of, an emergent situation here. We don't see many cars stalled. We don't see many people out in cars, which is a good thing. We want to check in with meteorologist Melissa Nord. Melissa's joining us this afternoon for what has been a busy day of weather. So what's the latest, Melissa?
I got to tell you, from Angelina's live shot, this is how a lot of the highways will look right now because a lot of our areas are above freezing. The road temperatures themselves are above freezing as well. But what we're expecting later this afternoon, as the sun gets lower, the temperatures start falling again. So that refreezes a lot of these areas on the road that may look okay because they've been treated. They've had, the snow scraped off them once or twice, but now we have freezing drizzle and sleet that's falling across much of North Georgia. And as temperatures fall again tonight, all this is going to become ice as well. There was that window early this morning when things were really pretty outside. And we've been getting in a lot of photos from our 11 Alive Weather Impact Facebook team members. This one I love because they made kind of a funny face snowman. You can see this from Antonio up in Smyrna, and it's a pretty tall snowman. I mean, that's at least 4.5 feet tall. Well, let's see. They look pretty tall. Maybe that's like 5.5 feet tall. But I love that. Love to see all the fun photos. Also love to see this nature and a great yellow jacket sign from Monica Nix, one of our 11 Live Weather Impact team members there. And also a couple of new snow totals coming in versus what Chris just showed us a couple minutes ago. These are coming in, some from the North Georgia mountains, a lot higher. Look at this, Dahlonega up in Lumpkin County. We've got our live camera there at Dahlonega, University of North Georgia as well. We've been watching this morning. 5 inches of snow there in Dahlonega. DeKalb County, Redan, 3.5 inches. Brookhaven, 2 inches. Up in Floyd County, the Lindale community, 4 inches. Also 4 inches in Roosterville in Heard County. And then out in Arabia Mountain, out in DeKalb, we've got 3 inches. Cedartown, Polk County, 1.5 inches. Sweat Mountain in Cobb County, northeast Cobb County, about 2 inches there. Norcross, 3.5, and Roswell, 2 inches as well. But as you've been hearing or feeling if you've been outside, this is no longer a straight snow system. We have a lot of what's called sleet. And if you see those little balls of ice, it's not hail. I want to kind of put that out there. Hail falls during severe thunderstorms. Grapple, those are kind of mushy little snow pelts. We also don't have these. Sleet reminds me of, those shoe fillers. You buy a new pair of shoes, you got those little silica gel ice packs in there. It's those little pellets, those ice pellets that ping on the roofs and ping on the windows as well as they're falling down. Storm impacts today. We know we've seen hazardous travel conditions. Sure, the interstates may look okay, but the back roads, the tertiary roads, the neighborhood roads, those might be slushy. You might see some snow tracks in there. But as we go through the rest of the afternoon and we get away from snow, we're dealing with freezing rain and sleet, and then the temperatures start falling again. That makes the travel a lot more hazardous. Power outages, medium risk of that, and we're saying that because the freezing rain potential has increased over the last 24 hours. So there could be some areas that get more than 1/4 inch of freezing rain. In fact, we've already seen some reports from verified spotters out in Carroll County. Treasure Mountain, I think it was, very close to the Treasure Island community. 1/4 of an inch of ice so far. That's not enough to cause widespread power outages, but when we start to see the numbers of freezing rain becoming closer to 1/3 of an inch, the power outage threat increases, especially as we get into, I think, tomorrow afternoon when the winds start to pick up. And then we know there's a lot of places that are closed. And of course, the airport has been in a ground stop waiting to hear if that ground stop has been lifted. So it's really a sloppy, messy system that we're dealing with right now. And also the road temperatures are critical, Jonathan. We're looking at some of these numbers. I'll just show you a big picture. We just checked in. There's still these road temperatures in far northeast Georgia that are below freezing. So any roads that don't have fresh solution on them, the brine solution from overnight or some new rock salt, those are going to be particularly treacherous out there with the road temperatures in the upper 20s. Jonathan?
Melissa, something to be aware of. Thank you so much. Right now, let's turn back over to our Zach Merchant, who's been in Clayton County for us all morning and afternoon. So, Zach, we know that conditions have changed a bit since we first saw you earlier today. How are things right now?
You know, we should be really honest about it. They're still pretty good here, all things considered. Some of our colleagues are in kind of much damper, much colder situations than we are. Chesley's been giving me a little bit of the business about not wearing a hat so far today, but it's because we can pull it off here. It's not terrible. And I want to tell you exactly where we are. You see the intersection behind us. Traffic, we got to be honest, it's moving a little faster than I think we'd like to see right now. But we're at the intersection of Terra Boulevard and State Route 138. We're here in Clayton County. We're right on the border, very, very borderline of the city of Jonesboro. This is a main thoroughfare. You know this area. If you live here, you know that a lot of traffic comes through here every day. Traffic today much lower than what would be typical, and that is because, of course, of the weather. One thing I want to point out here, it's a little bit of precipitation we're starting to feel coming down, just some very light rain, which is good. But Jonathan, you and Melissa both have been talking about, okay, you know, we know what the main roads look like, but what about kind of the side roads? And I want to show you a couple good examples here. And first actually is right here. We're in the parking lot of an old gas station. If you look down, you can see kind of the tire marks of a one pass through this parking lot. This is an untreated parking lot. You get that compression of a car driving over this untreated slush, kind of pseudo snow. It compacts it, and you can see my boot here. It's not, you know, quite totally frozen over, but it's pretty slick here. And I think a good side-by-side, Hunter Joyce is behind the camera. If you can come along with us, and I've got to watch where I'm walking too. I think a good split screen is to show you exactly side by side what this kind of more major road looks like right next to kind of the untreated parking lot here. So we're coming over here. We're just next to the intersection here again, here in Clayton County, Terra Boulevard, State Route 138, and keep on coming this way. We're going to give you a little show and tell, show you around our chunk of Clayton County here. This is really sort of the dividing line. Right here behind me, untreated parking lot, not a lot of traffic that's kind of knocking out some of the slush. And then you see 10, 15 feet this way, a road that is much more heavily traveled. This is State Route 138, and that more heavy traffic, and we're using that in relative terms here because, again, the traffic is pretty low today. But the roads over there are looking okay right now. We're above the freezing temperature mark. We're about 33 degrees, but it's wet, even on those main roads. The hope is that that does not turn to ice as this day moves on. Jonathan?
Yeah, let's hope. Let's just hope it doesn't get any worse. Our Zach Merchant live in Clayton County. We appreciate your reporting. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Welcome back as we continue to cover the winter weather that has moved through most of Metro Atlanta. We're going to right now go back out live to 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido, who has been riding around on the roads, really giving us a firsthand account of what we're seeing out there. Angelina.
Hey, Jonathan. So we are still on I-85 North. We just passed Gwinnett County, like the Beaufort area. We're still going straight. This area, I'm seeing a lot more cars than what we were seeing before. But right now in front of us, it is pretty clear. The cars that we are seeing and the trucks are tending to go south. The only trouble spots that we are seeing on the side are going to be the side roads here. This is specifically to the left side of us. We're tending to notice that this is not clear. On the opposite side of us, on I-85 South, there are a lot more plows that are coming out there and making sure that they clean the sides. We just saw 2 more plows kind of back to back from one another, making sure that they cleaned out that slush that is on the side. And all of this is getting even more slushy as the rain continues to pick up here. So that's what we've been seeing as we continue to travel north. Just the fact that these roads are a little bit more slushy than what we saw when we were closer to the Midtown area and just coming into Gwinnett County. And you can see right now on our cameras just how slushy that looks right now. If we take a look at, I believe this is our road camera that is on the under part, you're seeing where that slush is on the sides of the road. So that's why they're telling people to stay off the roads, because once the temperatures drop, especially here in this area, as we continue to go a little bit more northern from the Metro Atlanta area, these areas here are going to tend to ice over. So all of this that has not been cleared, as the road temperature goes below freezing, is going to end up freezing, and it could make for a pretty dangerous situation. That's why they're telling people to stay home. We do urge people to stay home. We're out here so that you guys don't have to be out here, showing you what these conditions look like. And we, of course, are making sure that we stay safe as well while we are out here reporting and showing you guys these conditions. So far from in the front of us, it's looking pretty clear, looking pretty good. If we take a look behind us, there are very few cars on the road there as well. Again, the cars that we are seeing are tending to go south instead of going north. But everything is looking pretty good out here. Just noticing that the rain is continuing to pick up as the day continues to go on, which is what our meteorologists have been talking to you guys about. And of course, as those temperatures continue to drop, we're going to see conditions change out here as well. Back to you, Jonathan.
All right, it's great to see those roads for the most part pretty clear. Angelina Salcido, thank you so much. We'll check back with you as well shortly. You know, a lot of you have been spending the day at home, going out with your friends or family, taking photos and video, and we would like to see them. Our Joe Henke joins us now live in the newsroom. Joe, you've been looking through a lot of great pictures today.
Well, that's right, Jonathan. We're seeing a little bit of it all. Families, kids, pets, everyone out there having fun. Of course, meteorologists here at 11 Alive, they forecasted this snow. We knew it was coming, but it's still a little bit surprising to wake up in the morning and see that fresh layer of snow out there in your front yard. So let's get to some of the photos that are coming into our newsroom. We're seeing a lot of snowmen, families all across the metro taking some time today to build snowmen in their front yards. You can see here scarves, hats, sunglasses, carrot noses, everyone putting their finishing touches on those frozen creations. We want to go to Marietta now. This picture right here from Luann. We hate seeing people get stuck on the side of the roads, but every time when there's a winter storm, we do see great images like this coming out. Good Samaritans jumping in and helping people get their cars unstuck, so hopefully everyone can get home safe. We want to stick in Marietta. Amanda sending in this patriotic snow-covered front yard at her house. She also taking unofficial measurement. This was earlier today. She was having about 2.5 inches there. on her patio furniture outside her home once again in Marietta. Also seeing a lot of kids outside in the snow today, but for the first time, also some people with their dogs going outside. I think we have that image coming up here next. This was in Lawrenceville. We have Christine and her dog out there in the snow. You can see the snow-covered nose there on her dog, River. And sticking with the theme of dogs, a whole lot of dog lovers and owners here at 11 Alive. These are the dogs of 11 Alive. Gabby, Jesse, Jessica, Deja on our digital team, all with their dogs. And from our 11 Alive sports team, the unofficial mascot Dex there with Maria Martin from the sports team. These dogs either confused by the snow, seeing it for the first time, or having a blast. Looks like it's a little bit of a mix of that, but that is the 11 Alive dogs right there in that photo. We want to see more of your photos if you have them, or if you're taking them. Our producer just asked, someone was texting in saying, do you still want our photos? The answer is yes. You can send them to 404-885-7600. We'll keep that phone number up on the screen here, but photos, videos, send them in. Let us know your name and also where you took the photo so we can give you a shout out either online or right here on 11 Alive.
Yeah, keep the pictures coming. We can't get enough. Joe Hinkie live in our newsroom. Joe, thank you so much. Now, we continue to monitor what is happening here and what we will see as the night goes on. Let's check in again with our meteorologist. We have our chief, Chris Holcomb, joined by Melissa Nord. He'll be joining us in a moment, but we'll start with Chris.
And we're watching that next round of moisture that's moving in. When I say next round, some places got a little bit of a break south and west of the city and on the south side with that little dry slot that we see down to the south moving over to the east. So some areas of breaks in the precip coming down, but now all of Metro Atlanta getting filled back in with some of the mixture that's moving in. Not particularly anything heavy, but it is some rain and some sleet mixing in and some freezing rain. The freezing rain, it happens when those temperatures at the surface are at or below freezing. The sleet would be those ice pellets that are coming down from the sky. So we've got that mixing here. Rain even extending up a little bit into parts of Rome, Bartow County, and into areas of Gordon County as well. So the trend is that as we were all covered up in snow this morning, we've been watching the snow line move more up to the north. Still a pretty persistent area of snow there in parts of North Georgia, but you can see how that mix is extending more up to the north now, and that's going to be the story for the rest of the night as more of this moisture is going to be feeding in here during the evening hours tonight, and then finally tapering off a little later on. We still have this moisture back into Alabama, where it's mainly rain in Alabama now. Still parts of northeast Alabama seeing some of that mix, but this rain is going to keep moving in, and again, liquid precip in the air, but when it comes down and hits a temperature at freezing at the surface, that's what can make some of the freezing rain that we are going to be seeing here, as right now those temperatures are hovering right around the freezing mark. Here's a live look in Athens. You can see here, not only is North Campus there, the grassy area all white right now with all the snow, the white roofs that we have looking towards Sanford Stadium, everything looking nice and snowy there. But you can see here on the camera, this looks more like it's some rain and maybe a little bit of sleet coming down right now, still with that precip up in the Athens area. Also, I want to show you what we're watching right now at the airport. Now, we were telling you earlier about the ground stop, and we were hearing that it was supposed to end at 2 o'clock earlier. We weren't seeing any planes moving there along the runways or taxiways. We now see some planes that are taxiing. I saw a couple of those moving just a moment ago. So we might be getting a little bit of movement right now at Hartsfield-Jackson, but still it's going to be slow to get things back to normal, and it'll be a long time. We had a lot of flights that were canceled earlier today out at Hartsfield-Jackson. So here is what we're watching with that weather impact alert that is going to stay with us here for the rest of the evening hours and through the day tomorrow. The winter storm conditions, we're not just tracking them, anticipating them coming. The winter storm conditions are with us right now, and we'll be watching that transition from snow to winter mix. That has already happened in most areas. We'll see icing concerns from now through the evening hours, and we'll concentrate on that being possibly a little more significant north and east of the city, and then travel impacts will remain likely during the evening hours and overnight, and even early tomorrow morning some travel issues are possible. Right now though, These temperatures, very important. We're still a degree above freezing in Atlanta, but it is freezing in Peachtree City and Covington. 37 though in LaGrange, just below freezing in Carrollton. Marietta's 34. We have freezing in Duluth and Athens, below freezing in Canton and Gainesville. I'm seeing some good signs. Earlier in Gainesville, we were in the 20s. Now it's at 30 degrees, but still it's below below freezing. And it's this northeast quadrant here where we're going to see that wedge of cool air. And as that additional moisture moves in, that's where we might see more of that significant icing. This is our ice potential for the late night hours tonight. And we're concentrating mainly on that potential for maybe a quarter of an inch of ice in those areas north and east of the city. And that's where I think that's going to be a little more widespread as that rain moves into that wedge of colder air at the surface. And here is a look at what those ice accumulation impacts are going to be looking like. If you get a quarter of an inch of ice, that's where, of course, you have the icy roads. You see the ice that'll be kind of covering up those tree limbs there, could make them sag and break. And if that happens, that could hit a power line and cause some power outages. If you have a ½ inch ice thickness, that makes it even worse out there with even more widespread tree limbs down and power lines down, and maybe even some long-term power outages possible with that. We hope we don't get up to a ½ inch of ice accumulation in those areas, but something we'll be watching, but maybe around a quarter of an inch in some spots. Here's that mix. There we are at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The mix that is over us now, still a little bit of that snow to the north. That pretty much changes into an all-winter mix once we get to the 4 o'clock hour. And then the good news is that once we get this next wave of rain through here, it's going to start tapering off this evening. It won't end immediately. It'll be just a few scattered areas of precip here during the evening hours tonight. But there you see that northwest flow, clouds in the morning, nothing new falling from the sky early tomorrow morning. However, we will have whatever is left on the ground tomorrow morning with temperatures that are going to be below freezing again. There will be some slick spots continuing into tomorrow morning. We'll see some sunshine breaking through later in the day tomorrow, which will hopefully help us out a little bit with getting rid of some of that ice or anything that's left behind. And temperatures will also be a little bit above the freezing mark for a while tomorrow too. Melissa Nord joins us right now. Melissa, I know that you have been keeping an eye on not only the snow totals, but you're also getting in some ice totals so far.
Finally starting to see some in, Chris, because it takes a little while for this ice to accrete, to accumulate on the trees, on the power lines and everything. And then to measure it, you've got to take a ruler and take the average of how thick that ice is in a couple different locations. But here are our first ice totals coming in from West Georgia. So this is from Carroll County, our highest total up to a quarter of an inch in the Treasure Lake community. And that quarter of an inch is going to start to weigh down those trees, weigh down the power lines. The winds are not a huge factor right now. That's good. That's working in our favor. But the more ice that accretes, as Chris was talking about, the moisture working in from Alabama, as we see the temperatures coming back below freezing, that will cause more ice to accumulate on all those cold elevated surfaces. Rockmart out in Polk County, 1/10 of an inch of ice. We're also seeing a 1/10 of an inch of ice in Heard County in West Georgia, and also from down near the Weather Service office in Peachtree City in Fayette County, a 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. And 1/10 of an inch is really a glaze. So Chris was talking about the impacts as you get up to a quarter of an inch. When you have a 1/10 of an inch, it means that you might notice the grill cover, the back deck, the back patio has a little glazing of ice, and your sidewalk, if you shovel the snow and then it looks like it's just wet, if you're starting to see the ice accrete on the trees and the power lines, and the ground itself is below freezing as well, that will also cause very slick walking conditions out there. So just know this afternoon, I know we've had our fun with winter weather in terms of snow, but ice is never our friend. That is what we don't want, and unfortunately we will see more of that this afternoon. Chris was mentioning that kind of dry slot pushing east, the moisture coming in from Alabama. I just want to show you a big picture. You can see where we've had much lighter precipitation, but it's picking up much better moisture working in from our west, so we will see the rates of sleet and freezing rain increasing. There still are some areas in far north and northeast Georgia still dealing with primarily snow, and boy, it has been fun to play in, right? I mean, I've got two little kids, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. My daughters woke up this morning, they said, "It's the snow day outside, it's the snow day." It's so much fun. I know your kids have been enjoying it. The pups have been enjoying it. My dog Buzz, it had been 5 years since he had seen any snow or done any snow zoomies. It's been fun out there. Griffin the Boxer coming in from Roswell. Todd Kersey, one of our 11 Alive weather impact team members on Facebook sent in his boxer enjoying the snowfall. And we've seen Joe Hankey earlier showed you a lot of different snowmen. I want to show you a couple of other snowmen I really like that have come in. This one has a sombrero on, so a festive snowman there in Roswell. Sue Miller-Hurst sent this one in there from northern Fulton County. And then this one's a fun one. This is Timothy, the snowman. He's from Lawrenceville, and Tamara and her family built Timothy. And I just want you to know, Timothy really likes full moons. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you.
I had to wait for the second picture. I was like, wait, what? It makes sense now. Hey, every detail there matters. All right. Well, the snow also having a big impact on travel, as you know. Let's take a live look right now at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. We have that shot for you coming up in just a moment here. The Federal Aviation Administration says there is a ground delay there right now. So they tell us that will be in place through 10 o'clock tonight. So they've extended that. The average amount of time that flights are being delayed right now is 4 hours. So before you head to the airport, you certainly want to check so you don't get stuck out there, or at least know that your flight is going to leave on time. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with more coverage here on 11 Alive.
Family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us
every day.
Welcome back here to 11 Alive as we are on extended hours right now as we are watching and tracking the winter weather that has moved throughout Metro Atlanta. Right now we want to go check in Gwinnett County with 11 Alive's Joe Ripley. Joe, tell us where you are and what you're seeing there right now.
Hey, good afternoon to you, Jonathan. We are live here in Gwinnett County, outside the Gwinnett County Police headquarters here, where they've been going nonstop pretty much for the last at least 12, 15 hours or so in preparation of this winter weather event. We understand the 911 center, the emergency operations center inside the building behind me are going at full capacity. I had it described to me as, quote, a war zone. They would not allow us back in there at the present time, but we're working to gain access in there so we can give you a behind-the-scenes look at what they're having to deal with here in Gwinnett County, as you might notice a light drizzle here of what appears to be a sleet, freezing rain mix here in Gwinnett County. So going up and down the roads, I have to give it to Gwinnett. Their roads are in pretty good shape, from the interstates, I-85, to a lot of the major roads that travelers typically like to drive on. The roads have been pretty clear for the most part. You just have to watch out for a few icy rough patches so far. You can see behind me here that salting is underway out in front as crews go in and out of this Gwinnett County Police Annex building and the headquarters behind me. They're getting plenty of salt too to get all these roads clear and at least navigable, because the worry tonight is that a lot of the snow on the ground now is that is quickly turning to ice could freeze over once more and provide that additional layer of glaze that Melissa was just talking to you about if you were here not too long ago. And that could make conditions much worse, much more hazardous here on the roads. Just an update for you if you live in Gwinnett County. We got an update within the last half hour that the county parks and trails, along with the Bill Atkinson Animal Welfare Center and all one-stop facilities, are going to remain closed through tomorrow. That's Saturday, January 11th. We also understand that 5 of the county's warming stations are going to remain open and will be on site at the Gwinnett Animal Shelter as well to provide care for those precious pets. Of course, this is no weather for pets to be out in, no weather for you to be out in as well, unless you're at home. Gwinnett County Police are advising folks to stay off the roads if at all possible. And we've seen from our travels up and down the roads here in Gwinnett, not a lot is open. You've got Waffle House, which it takes a lot for a Waffle House to close, right? Gas stations are open as well, but for the most part, a lot of other businesses, Jonathan, are closed. We're going to continue to monitor conditions here in Gwinnett County, and hopefully you all watching at home are staying nice, safe, and warm.
Yeah, Joe, that's really been great to see. You know, we talked to Ross Cavett there in Gwinnett County earlier. Well, actually, he was in Cobb County, but we also talked to leaders there in Gwinnett County as well, just about the preparations. And it seems that for the most part, county by county, everyone really took this seriously and prepared well in advance.
Yeah, they really did, and I think that really made a difference here, and their response has been very adequate as well. Gwinnett was not without its issues earlier today, having to deal with numerous vehicle accidents, pileups, if you will, because of the rougher conditions once the snow started falling earlier this morning. But since then, they have cleared most of those major incidents and accidents on the roads, and a lot of that has to do with the work going on inside this building behind me, the coordination and communication of all different crews preparing throughout the year, so that when a day like today comes, they are well prepared and able to mobilize crews as necessary to clean up a lot of that damage and clean up the roads as well to make those safer to drive on. One other quick note before I leave you, Jonathan, as we look, this is a parking lot for sure, but some of the danger here, as you look at my shoes here, that's a puddle. And I can get to the asphalt from here, but in a few hours, I'm afraid it's going to be a little harder than that. That's some of what drivers will have to contend with throughout tonight, throughout the weekend, really, as these temperatures stay low and below freezing in a lot of spots here. So we thank you for tuning in to our extended and special weather coverage. This is important information that you need to keep you safe. If you have to go out here, please be careful, because we have seen some cars swerve and drift. We don't want you to really put yourself in harm's way or any danger if you can help it. Jonathan?
That's great to hear. And Joe, you're right. We haven't seen as many people out on the roads as perhaps we might have expected. So yeah, it's great to see people heeding the warnings and being aware, because as we know, the ice is now the big concern in many areas. Right now, we want to check in with 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido. She has been on the move with her photographer. They are riding now in Jackson County. Angelina, tell us what you see out there.
So we are in Jefferson right now. We decided to hop off the Interstate I-85 North to come and show you guys what it looks like on some of the back roads that people may be encountering closer to their neighborhoods. You can kind of see here, the roads are pretty much clear for the most part, but the edges here are what the issue is going to be. That slush that we were seeing on the highway as well is still here out on the edges and in the middle of the road too. And the reason why we wanted to make sure that we were in this area of like Gwinnett County, Jackson County is because because our meteorologists are predicting that we're going to see some freezing rain in this area. So when we see the freezing rain, the temperatures drop, the temperatures be close to freezing as well. This is all going to ice over and create some dangerous situations here, which is another reason why, once again, they're telling people to stay at home. We have not seen very many people out on the roads here. It seems like most people have been inside of their homes, hanging out, some people playing out in the snow, which of course it is always fun to see, which is one of the reasons why some people are just choosing to stay home during the day and just kind of play out in the snow and take a chill day with their families. But you can tell that we're driving a little bit slower as we come into these neighborhoods here, because we do want to make sure that we're careful on these roads, and the cars that are behind us as well are also driving slower as they try to navigate these roads. These roads have not, especially going into the neighborhoods, have not been fully cleared off. We're seeing a lot of that slush that we've been seeing in that mix, and of course it's getting slushier the more rain that we see, and when the freezing rain comes down, that's also going to change the conditions as well. But just to give you guys a look at what it looks like here in Jefferson County, and I think we can also take our road camera. You can see the slush in the middle there, closer to our tires. So that is what they're warning people to be careful of. That's why they treated the roads with the brine, and then as we continue to see the plows out, making sure that they try to get that slush out of the way and then salt it over so then it won't freeze. That's what they're working on, is to get this removed here to make sure that everyone stays safe throughout the night. So that's what we're currently seeing right now in Jefferson, Jonathan.
All right, Angelina Salcido. Angelina, quickly before you go, you left Midtown. That's where you started, and you made your way all the way to where you are. Were there any trouble spots or any particular areas that you noticed were going to cause a problem for any drivers?
I would say just in the area of Midtown, those roads hadn't been fully cleared off yet, and I think that those were more of the trouble spots there, just because it really takes a little bit of navigating. A lot of cars getting stuck in certain spots just because their tires didn't really have the traction to keep them going, especially on spots that happen to be a little bit slick. That was more in Midtown than anywhere else. Along the interstates, those are pretty clear. It's really actually nice to see. We know that GDOT has been working super hard from yesterday into today, even a few days beforehand, to try and prepare for these winter storm conditions and make sure that these roads are safe. And we did end up seeing that on I-85 North as we continue to travel up into Jackson County here. So really, if there's going to be any trouble spots that you guys are going to see, it's probably going to be more in the neighborhoods on those side roads, or even on the interstates as you're taking exits. Those tend to not be as clear as you would be on a main road or on a main interstate. So those maybe would be some trouble spots. But that's, again, another reason why, we're out here to make sure that you guys can see it. You guys can monitor the conditions. I'll show you guys out here as we drive through the center here of Jackson. You can see there's a lot more of accumulation of snow here, and you can see that things are just a little bit not as clean as they would be on a main road or on an interstate as well. So that's and what you should be monitoring if you are out driving right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned preparation by GDOT and from individual counties has really paid off today with the conditions on the roads, making them not as bad as they could be. Angelina, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon as well. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back here with more extended coverage on 11 Alive. But before we go, we're going to show you some pictures here from Decatur. This is coming in from DJ Fontenot. Look, we talked about the dogs enjoying this weather. Look, this is one of the dogs out there. A lot of dogs enjoy the snow. A lot of them don't, but this one certainly did. This one in Decatur, though, DJ also sent us this picture showing some of the cars covered up. That's what a lot of us woke up to, right? And that dog just chose to stay in. And this one in Hapeville, look at the skeleton there. Maybe some Halloween decorations still left up. But we would like you to continue to send in your pictures. You can text those pictures in to us, those weather photos, by going to this number 404-885-7600. We love seeing your pictures and videos. Send them in and we'll try to get them here on air. Again, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking.
Welcome back to our extended coverage here on 11 Alive. We know that a lot of places are being impacted by the weather today, including the airport. We want to check in with 11 Alive's Doug Richards. Doug, what's the latest there? It's the world's busiest airport, but not so busy today.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Jonathan. The world's busiest airport is anything but today. As we pan left, we not only see the emptiness of the North Terminal and the American Airlines areas where normally ticket holders would be clamoring to check bags and talk to clerks and that sort of thing. Today we see a whole lot of space and a whole lot of passengers who are not here. The Delta side is a little bit busier as the airport basically has not been locked down so much as it has merely been stopped from doing takeoffs for most of the day and landings for that matter. When we have looked at the monitors that show when planes are departing and when planes are landing, the monitors have all said that all flights have been either delayed or canceled. And so that is the situation that the few people who are coming to the airport are running into, where they're trying to catch planes that aren't scheduled any longer, aren't even here because they haven't been able to land here, and making alternative arrangements. We talked with a couple of people who were trying to get to Detroit. They were pondering whether or not they should wait for 6 or more hours for another plane, or whether they should just rent a car and drive to Detroit over the roads that we have been describing to you all day. Their response to that was, well, we're from Michigan. We can drive on roads like that, but they're not accustomed to the road treatments that they get in the South versus what they see in Michigan. So a lot to ponder here if you are a passenger trying to use the airport today or maybe even tomorrow, given the fact that basically the traffic here has stopped completely. It's scheduled to restart this afternoon, but the scheduling backup that took place this morning has been such that even when this airport does get back on its feet, there will be a lot of issues with passengers trying to get on already full planes that have been booked months ago and trying to make up for planes that no longer were flying today that they were not able to get on. So it's funny how quiet it is here. You can actually hear the smooth jazz playing from the ceilings, something you really don't ever notice when you're here and the place is full of people and there's this din of conversation going on, the clamor of bags clanking around. There's almost none of that today, an eerie quiet here at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the world's busiest airport, but not today. We are live at the airport. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
All right, Doug, certainly something we don't usually see at Hartsfield-Jackson. Usually always a lot of hustle and bustle. Keep us posted. We do know that the Federal Aviation Administration says that there is a ground delay at the airport, as Doug alluded to. Right now, that is in place until 10 o'clock tonight. We know that could be extended. As soon as we learn more information, we'll let you know. But the average amount of time that flights are being delayed is right around 4 hours. So it could be tomorrow before some of these flights even take off, if that. Right now, let's turn things back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, as we continue to track this storm and the winter weather moving in.
And it's not over yet, Jonathan. I just got a text from my daughter saying, do you think it's going to snow anymore? I don't really think we're going to see much in the form of snow anymore here in the metro area, but we will continue to get some freezing rain, some sleet possible, maybe a little bit of snow still mixing in, but probably not enough to really add much to the accumulations that we already have. And you can see that mixing that is taking place right now here in the metro Atlanta Atlanta area. And that mix, that purple and pink color, is moving up toward the north as we're in the mid-afternoon, and the temperatures have been actually coming coming up a little bit. And that's why we're seeing more of that mixing instead of full snow flurries like we had earlier this morning. And you'll see that there have been some dry areas down to the south. Those have moved off to the east. Now things are filling back in with this moisture. But this is generally light stuff. It's not a lot of rain coming down. It's not a lot of sleet coming down. Now there's going to be more pushing out of Alabama. So we have this feeding into the north and west, while at the same time this entire system is pushing this way. So eventually during the evening hours tonight, we are going to see this precip start to taper off somewhat. And I'm calling it precip or precipitation because there are different types that we are watching. It's not just rain, it's not just sleet, it's not just freezing rain. It's a lot of different types of precipitation here that's going to continue to move on in. So we've been tracking not only the air temperatures but also the road temperatures. This is what we're seeing here. The Department of Transportation has a sensor network out along many of the roads here in North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, and this is just some of them. We don't have all of the sensors shown on this map, but this is a great way for us to not only look at the air temperature, but this is the actual temperature of the roads. And when you see these temperatures at or below 32, that's where we could be seeing some problems there as any additional rain or any additional moisture comes down and it hits those surfaces that are below 32. That's where you get more of a glaze of ice. So we're below freezing up near Dalton on I-75 there close to the Tennessee line. State Route 515 in Blue Ridge is below freezing at 31. 30 is the temperature up in Rabun County on US 76 at US 23. Once we get closer to Metro Atlanta, those road temperatures start coming up a little bit above freezing. Right now at Holcomb Bridge Road on Georgia 400 in North Fulton, 33 is the temperature at Georgia 400 near Buford. I-75 near Daresville, temperatures there at 35, but look at 85 here. Up into parts of Jackson County, the road temperature is 31. In Atlanta, we're noticing this road temperature is coming up. Earlier this morning, the road temperature on the connector right there at 10th Street was just below freezing. Now that is up to 38, so that's come up a bit. 34 is the road temperature at 85 near Noonan. Down on Hudson Bridge Road and 75, the road temperature is 36. So those are some good signs that we're seeing actual road temperatures trying to come up just a little bit out there, but we still have some that are hovering right at or even below the freezing mark. That's mainly up to the north and in northeast Georgia. So the winter storm conditions are continuing. Even though we're not really seeing any more accumulating snow moving into our area, we're still seeing that additional precip coming in the form of freezing rain and also some sleet. That's still going to be an issue for the next few hours going into a big part of the evening hours tonight as we have been transitioning from that snow to the winter mix. We still have the potential for some travel impacts with that icing concerns that are with us now for this evening, and we just have to watch these temperature profiles very carefully. So I just showed you the road temperatures. These are actually the air temperatures that we're watching right now. Atlanta just above freezing at 33. Lithonia out over to the east of us in East DeKalb County is at 32, freezing there. Freezing in Covington, freezing in Monroe, freezing in Lawrenceville, freezing in Winder at 32. We have temperatures that are a little above freezing here on the west side in Douglasville, Marietta, Kennesaw. Carrollton's below freezing, south and west of the city below freezing too. So the northeast quadrant here from Atlanta to the north and east, that is going to be the area that we're watching very closely for the rest of the evening hours. Now, any of us could see some additional icing or additional sleet tonight, but with the temperature profiles that we're seeing to the north and east of us, that's the area where we think that ice could be a little bit thicker out there for the late afternoon into early evening, maybe around 1/4 of an inch of ice in these areas to the north and east. That could cause some issues with weighing down some tree limbs that could fall on power lines and maybe cause some power outages. So that's the main concern we have for the evening hours tonight. There you can see that mixing continuing to move in tonight. The good news is later on tonight, the precip starts to taper off, and by tomorrow morning, nothing else is coming out of the sky, but whatever is on the ground is going to be slick once again. So still a lot more to watch here on Jonathan.
All right, Chris, we appreciate all of you today, our meteorologists, keeping us posted on the very latest. Right now, let's check in with our Zach Merchant, who is live in Clayton County for us. Zach, you've been talking with some of the few people who've been out there moving about today.
I have, and I want to get to that in a minute because I think it's nice whenever we can to end a report on some good news, and the man we talked to, he brings it. We're going to get there in a second. I do want to bring you up to speed on the conditions where we are right now, and let's start with where we are. We're in Clayton County, right on the kind of city limits of Jonesboro. This is a main thoroughfare here, Terra Boulevard, State Route 138 here behind us. Good news, not a ton of traffic here, but we got to be honest. It's starting to feel, Chris used the wintry mix word a little bit earlier, a little phrase really, it's 2 words. It is feeling more wintry mix-y right now. Our dash temperature in our car still shows 33 degrees is where we've been sitting all day long. It is a much colder 33 degrees now. There's more kind of freezing rain or close to freezing rain at least coming down from the sky on us right now. If you look down on the ground on the sidewalk here, obviously this is an untreated sidewalk, but you see this slush and it is starting to turn not totally to ice, but it is solidifying in a way that has me just a tad more worried about this stretch of road than I was earlier today. You take a look on the road here and there's a pretty useful split screen. This State Route 138, it's been pretty well traveled, well plowed. We've seen plow crews coming by. That's pretty clear, but it's damp. So if we get below the freezing mark, you worry about that turning to ice. You look just to the left and you see this parking lot that has really not been plowed, not been treated in any way that we've seen, and there's a lot of slush, a lot of snow. If we get into that freezing zone, this place could turn into a skating rink. We hope that's not the case. Chris, we know you and the team are going to be following the temperatures closely throughout the day and the evening. That's I don't want to call it bad news, but not great news, maybe just a little bit to worry about. We'll be keeping a close watchful eye on it. We said we want to end with good news. It's easy to gripe about how chilly it is out here, but we shouldn't be. We talked to a man, his name is Derek Reed, who was on a bicycle. He was riding his bike right down this sidewalk, and we went up to him. We asked him how his day was going and why he was out here with a bike, and he had a lot of reasons to be complaining. This is not bicycle weather. Instead, this is what he told us he was thinking about.
Oh, man, it reminded me of my childhood, because it snowed a lot when I was younger. It seemed like every Christmas it snowed when I was younger, you know, and like toward my 30s and 40s, it just went away. So this just reminds me of my childhood right now. That's why I'm in it. I've been in this since 7 o'clock this morning.
You're smiling like a kid.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
That perspective is so important, and you report on weather days, and if you've been doing what we do for a long time, you know that weather days can be tough ones for people who go through what can be really challenging moments, whether it's a hurricane or winter weather like this or some other form of serious weather. When you get a chance to talk with somebody who has that great perspective about what can be a challenging day, it brings a smile to your face, and we've been seeing that both from Derek Reed here and lots of other folks our teams across the metro have been talking to, and it kind of warms you up from the inside too. So that's the latest here in Clayton County. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you.
It really does. Great to hear from him and so many others. Just getting a chance to take a pause today and take a break and spend time with their families, just from the hustle and bustle that we deal with so often. Right now, we want to turn things over to 11 Alive's Erica Murphy. She is live for us at Kennesaw State University. Erica, you've been there for a bit. What are you seeing out there this afternoon?
Well, Jonathan, let me start with the ride into Kennesaw State University. We took 75 and things were moving along at a pretty good clip. We didn't see any issues on the freeway. When we got to the university here, I'll let my cameraman just kind of pan over. We have students that are walking around out here. They've been using their free time to build snow owls and snowmen out here. I did check with Cobb County, their communications person, Rob Cavett. He says that they did have a pretty good amount of snow out here in Cobb County, but right now, because it is raining, that snow has kind of melted away, as you can see. He says that right now what they've got crews doing is out with plow trucks so that they can plow away all this slush so that when it gets colder, when those temperatures go down, it doesn't turn into, a sheet of ice on the roads and the sidewalks out here. He said really the main issue that they're having to experience right now is out near Mableton on Concord Road. There's a old historic covered bridge called the Concord Covered Bridge, and there was a head-on accident there. And so right now police have that Concord Road shut down as they do an accident investigation. So that's what we've got going on out here in Cobb County. We're going to continue to check in with officials and check the conditions and, of course, report back to you. Reporting from Kennesaw State University, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica, yes, we'll be checking back with you. Keep us posted. Thanks so much. And our coverage will continue in just a couple of minutes. We'll be joined by 11 Alive anchor Jennifer Bellamy. Stick with us.
Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools.
Welcome back to 11 Alive News and our continuing coverage of this winter weather that we are seeing across Metro Atlanta. We're going to get you right over to meteorologist Melissa Nord right now with a check of what we are seeing right now and what we can continue to expect here.
And here in Atlanta, we are just above freezing at 33 and tracking some rain moving back in. But as we get closer to sunset, those numbers are going to start falling again. So we will see more freezing rain building in potentially for Atlanta and places northeast of town. A lot more freezing rain and sleet will be the trend for the afternoon, with temperatures hovering just at or below freezing. I know we started off the morning, a lot of us got a nice little burst of snow. That was great. That is the fun stuff you want to play in, build a snowman, go sledding. Everybody's really been enjoying it. Some of the snow totals too, over 3 inches in the metro, 3.5 in Redan, up in Dahlonega, up in Lumpkin County, 5 inches of snow, 4 inches in Floyd County and Lindale, Roosterville, out in Heard County, about 4 inches as well. Arabia Mountain, 3 inches, and Sweat Mountain in northeast Cobb County, 2 inches of snow there. But we also have the ice that is starting to accrete and go on the trees, on the power lines, any elevated surfaces. You think of the back deck, you think of the grill, anything like that, it's going to coat them with a layer of ice, and that layer of ice could increase as we see temperatures falling back the rest of the afternoon to around the freezing mark for some areas north and east of the city. So about a quarter of an inch of Carroll, but starting to see many tenths of an inch of ice. That's not enough to cause power outages. As the ice totals get above a quarter of an inch to a third of an inch and above, we start to see the power outage threat really increasing a lot from there. Temperatures right now, I want to show you this before I get to radar, because what I want you to see is where's the city closest to you. Atlanta's 33, that's above the freezing mark. Marietta's 34, that's above the freezing mark. But look at this, Duluth and Gwinnett County is at the freezing mark. Gainesville 30, 31 in Canton, and it's right here in northeast Georgia where we have this wedge of cool air. We've got a little bit of a northeast wind as the system is tracking south of us, so that's funneling colder air in and holding these areas in a position that's going to be a lot more prone to freezing rain as we head throughout the evening. Some of you are still getting the snow and sleet out there, but it's all building back in this afternoon. We had a lull around midday where we had much lighter rates of freezing rain or even just cold rain moving in for some of you and some sleet, but that's all filling back in on radar. I know it looks really messy out here, but what you need to know is it is liquid falling in the metro. When we get up here, it's a little bit more in the way of sleet, and the North Georgia mountains still seeing more snow than sleet out there, but we still have some of those snow totals adding up in Clayton and also towards Towns County. But some of the emergency managers, even in the mountains, are starting to say there's a little bit of sleet starting to mix in there as well. So big picture. Here's our dry slot, which is now moving into South Carolina. Now we're seeing this better push of moisture working in. So how widespread is everything going to say the next few hours? Fairly widespread. So tracking a wintry mix, rain to the south, but in the metro area, it is freezing rain, some sleet. The snow is confined now to far north Georgia. So we're going to continue seeing that through sunset. And then after sunset, gradually this evening, we'll see everything starting to taper off. So we still have, right now it's 3 o'clock. We still have another 5 to 7 hours to go, I would say, of pretty steady stuff across a lot of our area. Road temperatures, critical. If your air temperature is below freezing and your road temperature is below freezing, if the roads have not been treated, they are going to be an icy mess. And these road sensors are something new in the last decade that the Georgia Department of Transportation has gotten because of what happened during Ice Jam, during Snowmageddon. They now have this road temperature sensor network that we have access to. So you notice here up in Rabun County, the road temperature is just 30 degrees. That's below freezing. Everything's icy or snow covered up there. 31 in Blue Ridge. If the roads haven't been treated and scraped, those are also icy. But in the metro, you notice there's a lot more slush on the roads. That's because these road surface temperatures have come up above freezing versus where they started this morning. And for that reason, a lot of these roads may look decent right now. Main roads are looking okay. But where you see the roads where they just have tire tracks in them or they're wet, if salt was not put on them, and they were not brined before, and they've not been scraped and retreated, everything is going to turn very icy tonight as we work our way back below the freezing mark. On the south side of town through Henry County near Covington, also mid-30s for those road temperatures right now. Those are expected to fall as we head our way through the evening. I want to show you an outlook. This is our freezing rain outlook from one of our weather models. And what I want to point out is it's that northeast area of Georgia, northeast of Atlanta specifically, where we could still see an additional quarter of an inch of ice. So we'll be watching the trends hour by hour to see how that evolves over the course of the rest of the afternoon. Again, a glazing of ice can cause slick walking conditions, but it's not enough for power outages. Quarter of an inch of ice is when we start to see a lot more stress on those trees and power lines. As long as the winds are not bad, which is what we're expecting this evening, it's going to be all based on the ice weight. But tomorrow, Jennifer, we'll see some ice still on those trees and power lines, and then we bring in some stronger wind gusts. We'll even have to watch out for power outages tomorrow after the winter storm is long gone.
Yeah, Melissa, and that's what we need to be on the lookout for. Thank you so much. We want to send you out now to our Angelina Salcido. She is traveling around for us along I-85 South. Angelina, where exactly are you right now?
Jennifer, so we are just leaving Jefferson. You guys saw the back roads that we were taking there, like State Road 129. Now we're on I-85 South. Like you said, we're heading towards Buford, back that way to Gwinnett County to try and see what the roads look like there, because we're anticipating seeing that freezing rain. Behind us right now, you're going to be able to see virtually nobody on the road besides that truck. The only people that we've really seen on the roads here, especially on the interstates, are the trucks that happen to be traveling during this time. We did see a lot of plows as we were coming up to the way to Jefferson, kind of clearing and scraping off the slush that we're seeing on these roads and making sure that the roads are treated, which you just heard Melissa talking about, which is extremely important in this area just because the temperatures are expected to drop below freezing, and we are going to be seeing that freezing rain as well, which could create some pretty nasty conditions here if you happen to be out on the roads. We've seen a few signs from GDOT as well on the road warning people that there is a winter storm warning right now. They're warning people that they need to slow down if they are driving on the roads, and that the temperatures are expected to drop here because it creates hazardous conditions in this area. If you take a look at our road camera, this is what the conditions currently look like right now. So the rain that we have been getting has been kind of making sure that the slushy mix that we were seeing on the road either picks up or it's kind of just washing it out. On the interstate right now, we're not really seeing too much of it unless we're closer to the shoulders of the road, either on our right or on our left side. So right now the conditions are looking pretty good out here, and that's because of the hard work that went into making sure that these roads were treated with the brine before the snowstorm even came. And then now, after we got the snow, after we saw that it was going to be sticking around, then they made sure that they came to scrape it off and made sure that the roads were then treated with salt. This is a gas truck that we are seeing right now, and then we're actually seeing somebody that is going to be to our right-hand side. Hopefully these people are doing okay here, but we do see some tire marks, and we see that they were pulled off to the shoulder, so hopefully they're doing okay. We haven't seen too many people out on the road, though. We also haven't seen too many hazards out on the road. We saw a few stranded cars as we were trying to make our way up here, but we know that that was probably from the morning commute when the snow was coming down much heavier. The roads had a lot more snow cover on them, and then eventually it turned into that slushy mix that we were seeing, and then that ended up being cleared out. These roads here, compared to this morning, looking relatively good. It's pretty surprising to see how things are going here and how people have also heeded the warning from officials and made sure that they did pay attention to make sure that they were off the roads and not on them. They wanted to make sure that people stayed home, so then that way they wouldn't experience any hazards. If you take a look at the side here, you're going to see the slushy mix that we were talking about. Here you're seeing another car that is on the road as well. We're going to keep monitoring these conditions, keep making our way out to Buford. For now, we're on I-85 South, headed towards Buford, so we'll check in with you guys in a little bit.
All right, Angelina, y'all stay safe. Thank you so much. Now, we know many of you are at home taking advantage of the new snow that we don't get to see too often here. And you're certainly taking those pictures and videos, posting them and sharing them online. And we love it. Our Joe Hinkie joining us now in the newsroom. And Joe, you've been going through so many pictures, so much media that we have coming in. What have you been seeing?
Well, that's right, Jennifer. This is always one of our favorite parts of winter weather, is seeing all those pictures that people are sending us, are sending our way. And it looks like they're having a blast out there with this snowfall. And loyal 11 Alive viewers, they keep sending in more pictures and videos, so we keep going through them. We'll take a look at some of them here. Heading first out to Oconee County. This is in Watkinsville outside of Athens. The McMahon family, I'm told, bundled up after they made this snow angel here in their front yard, once again in Watkinsville. The snow not stopping Atlanta sports fans also from showing their team spirit. Check out this shot from Monica Stevenson in Stonecrest, featuring Little Falcons fan Kellen Stevenson there standing proudly next to his snowman, wearing that Braves jersey and Braves cap.
We have some snow, Sandy Springs.
You sure do. That's Sandy Springs Police. They posted this video this morning. Officer Green there with some slick moves on the ice in the parking lot. I think the whole metro hears his message nice and clear, and also has some snow in their front yards too. And we have a look here in Loganville with this cutie here. This is Mossy Glanton enjoying his first snowfall. Of course, had to get a little taste of the snow. Best to get it while it's fresh. And speaking of first snows, here's 3-year-old Melody. Her dad said it was too cold outside to be in the snow, so they brought the snow inside there, staying warm, but also having a blast. We want to thank everyone who has been sending in their photos. We want to keep seeing your weather photos and video if you have it. We want to show it on TV as well, so just text it to 404-885-7600. Make sure if you do send it in, text your name and where you took the photo so we can give you a proper shout out.
That, and that number is there at the bottom of your screen. We'll keep that up when we're on the air so you know just where to send your pictures and video. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with continuing coverage of these winter weather conditions. We'll be right back.
Live News Uncovered, most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News Uncovered, most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why.
Welcome back. It is finally here. Our meteorologists have been letting you know, warning you about these winter weather conditions all week long, and we are finally seeing it. Many of you outside enjoying the snow, but we do have some other conditions that are on the way. We're going to send you over now to meteorologist Melissa Nord. So Melissa, on my way to work, it seemed that the snow had kind of stopped.
Yeah.
It was raining a little bit, and y'all been letting us know that we would shift from that snow to some other things.
Right, and that was the bottom line, the baseline for the beginning. We knew we would start more with snow in the morning, and then as the day unfolded, transition to a true wintry mix, which can be a sloppy mixed bag, a really classic setup here in the South where we're on the rain snow line, right? Some of us get more snow, some of us get more rain, and that's exactly what is unfolded. But the snow part of the day, hey, that's the best part of the day because it's, you know, snow can create hazardous travel. We know that. We saw I-75 shut down. We saw for a time this morning lanes closed on the downtown connector as well, but it's pretty to play in. It doesn't create as many issues in terms of the infrastructure outside with the power and everything. But we are transitioning. We'll see more freezing rain. I want to show you, though, a couple of snow measurements because we were showing you some snow totals actually written out. But now we're getting in the ruler measurements. These are great. And if you have a ruler or a long tape measure, you can do this at home as well. And this can be citizen science, right? You can get involved with measuring the science. Send us your reports. And we share this with the National Weather Service as well so that we all get a better handle on what's actually happening on the ground. This one coming in from Morgan Morganton, up in Fannin County. And Ann sent this in. She's got just over 2 inches of snow, and actually pretty similar out in Hiawassee. Joanne Vogler, one of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team members on Facebook, also picked up about 2 inches of snow up there. I know first thing this morning, we had a really good burst of snow on the south side of town. I'm going to actually take you back in time. I'm going to take the radar back 6 hours, and I'll show you first thing this morning. We can play it through. We had a really good burst of snow first thing this morning. I'll pause it. This was like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and we had some really good snow rates right in here. In fact, some of the snow totals in the Atlanta area were about 4 inches, which is higher than what they were in some of the North Georgia mountains first thing. But let me go back to that again. We're gonna back up, show you the radar loop the last couple of hours. We've had this dry slot. You see this hole on the satellite and radar. I'll zoom in even more so it's a little easier to see, where we didn't have much happening around midday today. There was a little bit of drizzle, some of us saw a little bit of sleet, but there was a lull in the action. Well, now we're seeing that lull really ending. Look at the radar now, filling back in. So we're seeing some light rain and freezing rain across the metro, depending on what your temperature is outside. And in northeast Georgia, we're also seeing more of that freezing rain and sleet starting to fill in back on radar. There are still some areas in far northeast Georgia dealing with all snow, but the temperature profiles are going to be critical moving on from here. I don't think there's any more straight snow in Atlanta. I think that warm nose, where we have cold air up above, the snowflake melts, and then we have a little cold air at the bottom, that warm nose in the middle, it's here. Okay, they in fact released a special weather balloon at the National Weather Service a couple of hours ago to see how the temperature profile has been setting up, and that helps us get a better handle on what's going to happen the rest of the afternoon. So 33 in Atlanta right now. It is above freezing, but where we're watching for that freezing rain to be the biggest threat this evening, it's north and east of the city. See the temperatures right now? Blairsville to Canton, Duluth, Athens, Gainesville, this little area right here, freezing rain, the biggest concern this evening. And Jennifer, that could cause power outages to increase as we head throughout the evening hours.
Yeah, hopefully folks have already made those precautions. Melissa, thank you so much. We want to take you now to DeKalb County, where we find our Grace King. Grace, you're out in Brookhaven. What are you seeing there?
We are seeing a different kind of stuff on the ground that people are used to. A lot of Georgians, you know, they go to the lake, they go to the beach, they're used to sand, they're used to water, but this is snow. And take a look behind me. All these people are having so much fun. Some of these kids back here, they brought skimboards, which they're used to, of course, bringing out to the ocean. We have some swan inner tubes. We have more pool floats, different kinds of things. And some people who even found sleds. There's a ton of people out here enjoying the hill. We were talking to some kids who were, you know, only 2 months old the last time it snowed here. So they're saying this is a really cool thing to be out here having those snowball fights, letting their dog play in the snow, run in the snow, and more kids keep coming up. Even as it melts, it's just a lot of fun out here. But of course, be careful because the snow is starting to melt, starting to turn to ice. But for now, live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, looks like a lot of fun. You got to take advantage of it while we have it. Stay with us. We will be right back with continuing coverage of this winter weather in just a moment.
Off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need.
Welcome back. We are joined now by Meredith Barnum, who is the EMA coordinator for Athens, Clarke County. We know it's probably a lot of snow day fun going on up there. Meredith, what has the response been like for you guys?
So we've had a very smooth response. We started preparing for this as early as late last week, and we've been preparing for it all week. So we were able to stage all of the resources that we needed. We were able to start activating our shelter plans that we have in place, and we've been able to kind of just rock and roll through this whole incident.
At the University of Georgia up there, I know the students are probably outdoors enjoying and taking advantage. What's that coordination been like, and what have y'all experienced, if at all, up there in terms of what you're seeing with the university?
We've seen definitely a couple sledders on some of our great hills in Athens. So we are seeing some people who are definitely enjoying the snow. UGA is obviously closed for classes today, so I think students are really enjoying seeing the cold weather and seeing the precipitation that we're getting. Yeah,
and it is Friday, so we know that there is more to come for us for the weekend. What are you guys anticipating?
So we are anticipating sometime today or this evening for it to switch into a freezing rain, and then probably sometime this overnight we'll see some hard freezes for some ice accumulation. So we are preparing for what that'll look like in the morning in terms of our traffic, in terms of just getting around and making sure that our resources are deployable. So we are anticipating a little bit more to go. We're not quite out of the woods just yet.
Yeah. That is what we all need to keep in mind. I know a lot of folks might be antsy and ready to get out and about for the weekend, but we want to give all of the crews across Metro Atlanta room to work and make sure everyone is safe. Meredith Barnum, EMA coordinator for Athens, Clarke County, thank you so much for your time. Right now, we want to send you down to Atlanta's airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International. That's where we find our Doug Richards. And Doug, there's been a lot going on in terms of what people are seeing down there at the airport. What can you tell us?
Well, there is a lot going on in terms of people trying to figure out how to actually get on airplanes here at the airport. A whole lot of people have figured out that because there are not a lot of airplanes flying today, in fact, really next to none, they did not come to the airport. As we step out of the shot, you can see something that's very rare when you come to Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, and that is the sight of almost no passengers whatsoever, except for the lady you just saw walking through the frame. There are more staff than there are passengers here on the north side of the airport. It is a remarkable thing. And if I shut up for a second, you can even hear the smooth jazz that's playing out of the dozen or so audio speakers that are in the ceiling here at the airport. Smooth jazz is the official music format of the city of Atlanta, by the way. And you can hear it everywhere you go in any City of Atlanta facility. They play it here at the airport, but you rarely hear it because the din of passenger noise is usually so thick that it overpowers the sound of the smooth jazz that plays. But today, because there are almost no passengers, you hear the music with crystal clarity. As for clarity, there are passengers here who are trying to get some from the gate agents about the flights that they've missed, about the flights that have been canceled all day, about the planes that they've been sort of promised to get on, but except they don't really have room on them, but they're trying to figure out how to do it. The kind of miracle work that airport workers have to do for passengers on days like this, when hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people miss dozens and dozens and dozens, or actually in this case hundreds of flights, and need to be rescheduled. We did talk to some passengers who needed to fly to Detroit. They were trying to decide whether to just get a car and drive to Detroit because driving might have been faster, even in this weather, than waiting here at the airport to actually get on a plane that had seats for them that would actually get them to Detroit in a timely manner. So the story here is one of alarming quiet almost at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where I'm Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Doug, we always learn something new from you. Thank you so much. And we hope that you and everybody else is enjoying at least the music while they're dealing with the difficult situation there out at the Atlanta airport. We'll, of course, continue to check in with all of our reporters in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, and our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools.
We are continuing to track winter weather across Metro Atlanta, and we want to get you over to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, who has been keeping an eye on things for us. So, Melissa, would you kind of say that we've kind of got past part one and we're waiting for the next thing?
Absolutely. Jennifer, I would absolutely say that. There are so many beautiful pictures today, but what will transpire in the next 6 hours or so could be a not so pretty picture outside. And I'll tell you why is because freezing rain will become a much bigger threat. So first, I want to start off with some pretty pictures, and then we'll dive into why we're going to see such a freezing rain threat this evening. This photo, really beautiful from up in the North Georgia mountains, Hiawassee. Lauren sent in this photo, said about 2 inches of snow fell on the ground, and he has been enjoying that beautiful winter wonderland. Also, I want to show you another mountain. This is Kennesaw Mountain up in Cobb County. This is Highway 41. You go to the top of the hill near downtown Kennesaw, and this is that steep hill right before Chastain Road and McCollum Parkway by the airport there. What you can see, though, you see Kennesaw Mountain in the background. This is sleet. This is like a slushy, sleety mixture there. So there is a lot of sleet that's fallen this morning, but what will fall from the sky later today is a lot more of this, and that is freezing rain. There's a beautiful bird here. Landon sent in this photo from Lawrenceville, but out in Gwinnett County, we're starting to see ice accreting or accumulating on the tree branches, and it's that freezing rain threat that's going to increase this evening. The National Weather Service just did a balloon release a couple of hours ago. They've just started getting that information, and the meteorologist in charge, Keith Stellman, had just given us a message saying they released the balloon. They definitely see the freezing rain threat increasing this evening, and here is why. It has to do with the temperatures of the atmosphere. If you think of the atmosphere like a hamburger, I explain this to kindergartners all the time. The top bun is where the jet planes fly, or in this case, we're going to talk about where the clouds are, where the snowflakes start, and the bottom bun is where we are on the ground. There's a lot in between, and those layers of the atmosphere look different every day. All the different toppings, the lettuce, the tomato, the cheese, all of that. Well, when we have all snow, it's all cold during all those layers. But when we start to see sleet and freezing rain, that wintry mix, we have some warm air sneaking into those layers. So in the case of freezing rain, the snowflakes melt. They melt into raindrops, and then they hit cold temperatures of the ground. They don't have time to refreeze into balls of ice, but rather they're supercooled or below freezing water that freezes on contact. So freezing rain, especially on bridges and overpasses tonight and the back roads, can make driving really, really difficult and treacherous. So I know you've been seeing a lot of our driving shots showing you the roads are not that bad right now. They are going to get much worse, especially if the freezing rain amounts increase. And in addition to roads becoming worse this evening, if we see these freezing rain routes going up, that means it's going to weigh down the tree limbs, the tree branches, the power lines as well, and that will increase the threat of some power outages, especially northeast of Atlanta. That's where we'll be targeting for more freezing rain this evening. Live radar right now, Atlanta's currently 33, so we're above freezing, but we'll zoom in. You can see it's light rain falling rather than that sleet pellet action that we had earlier, but everything's been building back in. You can see here a little bit more in the way of sleet mixing with snow up in far north Georgia, but it's this wintry mix that for a lot of us is going to transition just into freezing rain later this evening, and that will cause a mess on the trees, the power lines. And Jennifer, that's what we don't want to see. Unfortunately, all of the data coming in is showing us freezing rain will be the predominant type of weather you see out there for a lot of the metro area northeast of the city as we head through the evening hours.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. There's been a lot of talk about the conditions out there on the roadways, and we want to get you now to Natalie Dale with GDOT, Georgia's Department of Transportation. Natalie, how are y'all doing, and how are your crews today?
Well, they're very busy, and we've been very active since Wednesday evening. We got all of those brine routes down. We've already spread well over 1 million gallons of brine on 20,000 lane miles statewide. And then this morning they transitioned into that snow plow posture that we have. So they're spreading that harder material, plowing the snow that came. And so we're at our Transportation Management Center watching a lot of the roads now. And you can see that we have a lot of passable roads. And that was the point, was to make sure that we were plowing those passable for essential travel. But just like y'all said, we've had this break. And so we don't want people to become complacent, because what's coming next is going to make these roads pretty treacherous with that freezing rain, with those higher elevations freezing, and that temperature going down overnight. The road conditions we see now are good for driving in essential cases. That is just going to deteriorate as this next wave of precipitation comes through.
I saw some of those plows on my way in on 85 South, making sure to get those roads cleared out. But again, you're talking about what's to come. And I know a lot of folks may be itching to get out somewhere. We've got the weekend just ahead of us, and folks really might be hoping to go through with some plans that they maybe had, or again, just ready to get out of the house after maybe staying in today. What should people know and keep in mind as we do get closer to the weekend and the overnight hours?
So if you can just hang in there until about midday tomorrow, that's when we should see some of the most significant warming of the roads, no precipitation. So if you can just get through tonight and tomorrow, which we believe in you, you absolutely can. Everyone's done a great job so far. We've had, compared to what we could have seen, some minimal issues on our roadways with motorists losing control, tractor trailers. So just stay put now, because again, it's just going to get worse. We can plow snow. That's one of the easier things, if there is even easy in this type of winter weather treatment. We can plow snow. Scraping ice is a very, very different thing. So we have to use more brine. In some cases, we'll have to mix that with calcium chloride. We'll have to get that harder rock salt down. So our crews still have a lot of materials to use, a lot of manpower hours to go before we're in the clear. And the best thing that people can do is stay off the road so our crews can be out there doing that safely.
And we also want to remind folks to stay out of the way of those crews if they have to absolutely get out on the road for some reason or another as well, right, Natalie?
Absolutely. Again, just as much for your safety, it's not for our crew's safety. If there is a fender bender, a spin out, or as we saw today on 75 South, that tractor trailer that jackknifed and therefore traffic was backed up and backed up and backed up. When we have those backups, it's hard for us to treat the lanes underneath stalled traffic. I think we saw that 11 years ago, that when we have a traffic jam on roads, our crews can't assess them. They can't get to them. They can't access them well enough to get those materials down. So roads without cars are the easiest and the safest for our crews to treat. And they have been out there ever since Wednesday, really putting in the effort and the manpower and the care to get these roads to a place where once the storm has passed, we'll be able to recover them fairly quickly.
So if you want to get out there, the sooner the better. You need to stay at home and leave the work to the crews so they can actually get it done and get it safe for us. Natalie Dale, thank you so much for your time. And thank you to all of your crews that are working to help us be able to get back out there on the roads. Thank you so much. We will take another break right now, and we'll be right back in just a moment.
Your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of...
Welcome back to our continuing weather coverage of these winter conditions that we are seeing. And we want to get you to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord. She has been tracking all of these conditions, giving us a heads up in the warnings about what was on the way. So, Melissa, what do folks need to know right now?
Well, Jennifer, as Natalie was just talking about, the icing becoming a much bigger threat this evening, right? Natalie Dale from GDOT, and how it's a lot harder to treat the roadways and combat and scrape ice. We're starting to see that ice accrete or accumulate northeast of Atlanta. So these photos coming in from Gianna, one of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team members on Facebook, and you can join that group if you have ice photos, weather photos. We want to see them all. If you just search 11 Alive Weather Impact on Facebook, you'll be able to find that group, join the group. You can post all your photos, your videos there, and that's how we're getting a lot of them on the air today. We really appreciate your reports. But what you can see here in the background, this is the tree branches in Sewanee, and you see those little tiny icicles starting to form and an entire coating of ice on the tree branch. That's one angle. Let me show you another one. This shows you some of the holiday decorations in the background, and it's very similar, where we've got those tree branches that have that kind of layer of thin ice, some icicles dropping from this Christmas ornament as well on her back tree. And then she's actually taken a ruler, which is really great. I want you to take a ruler to it like you would measure snow, and you're going to measure from the side of the object you're measuring. So could be a tree limb, could be something else that has ice on it. Tree limb's usually going to be the easiest in this case. You want to measure how far from the object to the edge of the ice, where you see it the thickest and where you see it the thinnest, and then add those together, divide by 2. You've therefore taken the average ice accretion or accumulation. This is about 1/10 of an inch, but she's measuring one of the thicker parts of that particular tree branch that's out there. Thank you so much, Gianna, for sending that in. If you have ice measurements, snow measurements, you can take a ruler, you can take a yardstick, you can take a tape measure. All of those will do it, and it's been very helpful to be our eyes in the field and showing us what you're actually seeing out there. But in Sewanee, in Gwinnett County, in Forsyth County, even in DeKalb County, through Hall and over towards Jackson County as well, these areas could be more prone to see ice accumulating throughout the afternoon and evening. Temperatures there are right near the freezing mark, and as I've been showing you, the atmosphere profile, we're not going to see snow anymore in these places. It's that what looks like it's falling as rain, but it's freezing on contact. That's freezing rain, and it's in this area where we could see those freezing rain amounts going to around 1/4 of an inch, maybe 1/3 of an inch as we head throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening before this event is done. So when we get to 1/4 of an inch, here's the impact, okay? 1/10 of an inch, slick walking conditions, a little bit slick for driving as well. If the road has not been treated. But in terms of the tree limbs, you'll start to notice it coating the tree limbs at 1/10 of an inch, but not weighing them down too much. When we get to 1/4 of an inch, you're going to notice those tree limbs, especially the small ones, really sagging down a lot more. And that's also putting the weight on all of the power lines. So by the time we get 1/4 of an inch of ice, we start to see some power outage numbers increasing. That could also mean that tree limbs fall on a power line and cause the power to go out that way. I'm not saying we'll see widespread power outages, but it's in that northeast corridor of Georgia where we will see power outage potential increasing as the freezing rain amounts get to about 1/4 of an inch to 1/3 of an inch this evening. If we were to see them getting up to 1/2 an inch, which we feel most would be just below that, the power outages, the tree damage could become a lot more widespread. An all-out ice storm above that gets really horrendous, which we haven't seen one of those in a very long time, in about 2 decades or so. All right, live radar right now. I want to show you. You see all these different colors on the map. This is showing you where we're seeing more in the way of freezing rain versus sleet. To be honest, a lot of the metro is a lot of rain. There might be some sleet pellets at times, but where we're seeing the snow in North Georgia in the mountains, even in those locations, emergency managers are saying, okay, we're starting to see sleet mixing in here as well. So as that warmer air starts to cut in the cold air, it's kind of cutting us off from all snow, bringing in more freezing rain and sleet, and that's exactly what we'll see for the rest of the afternoon and evening. So that is what we're seeing right now. Now in Atlanta, let's talk about the temperatures themselves. Atlanta itself, we're still at, actually we just dropped to 32. So we were at 33 the last couple of hours. Now we're back down to 32. So with us falling back to the freezing mark, okay, it's probably the better moisture is working in, bringing down the colder air. So things that are falling, this is now freezing rain. Now that it is 32 degrees again, it's not just cold rain, it's freezing rain. So you might start to notice inside the perimeter as well, a little bit of a glaze of ice forming on elevated surfaces, on those trees, on the power lines. Be extra careful here on out. Driving, and if you got to walk, maybe walking the dog or something, be really careful out there, Jennifer. So that's what we're watching right now. I'm going to check the road temperatures, and we'll get you that coming up when I see you next time.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Well, crews have been working to clear the roads this afternoon all over Metro Atlanta and in the city of Atlanta. We heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens about what he's been seeing.
Now we are going by and plowing these roads, the priority 1 and priority 2 streets. Of course, everything around our hospitals, our fire stations, our senior centers, et cetera, those are our priority 1 locations. And then we get to the secondary streets. What we're seeing right now is 911 calls that are few, but the ones that are coming in are from people who have had car crashes. They slid down a hill and hit a mailbox or hit a pole, et cetera, a few car crashes amongst cars hitting each other. So we want you to, on those secondary roads and particularly those hills, to, don't go anywhere. Please stay home. Avoid trips if they're unnecessary. Do the business or whatever you were going to do it tomorrow or do it Sunday.
And we are seeing a lot of work, not only from Georgia's DOT, but also from the departments of transportations from various municipalities like the city of Atlanta. All right, let's take you now to DeKalb County. That is where we find 11 Alive's Grace King. Grace, you had a lot of fun going on where you were the last time we checked in with you. The same going on there now?
Absolutely. We are at Blackburn Park in DeKalb County having a snow day, which is really rare, obviously, for here in Georgia. I'm with Caroline and Ellie, 2 girls, 5 and 7, and they don't even remember the last time you guys saw snow, right? Mm-mm. So what have you guys been doing today?
Sledding. We've been sledding and playing with our 2 boys named Andrew and Ben and our dog and having snowball fights.
It's a lot of fun, yeah?
And throwing the ball for Hank.
Absolutely. So look, we've got some sleds here. We've seen people on skimboards, on swan floaties. Girls, do you want to show me how this works?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do here? We've got some help. Are we going to sled down? So there's a lot of people here obviously having fun, bringing floaties, bringing sleds, all different kinds of things, having one of the first snow days here in a long, long time. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
That is absolutely adorable. Let's watch Grace finish there. Clearly she got beat by the girls. They were showing her how it is done. A lot of fun happening not only over in Brookhaven, but all across Metro Atlanta. We, of course, would love to see anything that you guys are doing, the videos, the pictures. You can send it all to us. The number is right there on the bottom corner of your screen. It's 404-885-7600. You can text us your images. We'll be right back.
Know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Level increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
Welcome back. We have been giving you a look at conditions across Metro Atlanta as so many of us get out and enjoy and experience that snow. Our Erica Murphy is in Cobb County. Erica, you're over at the Marietta Square. I imagine that's a beautiful sight out there.
It really is kind of picturesque over here. It looks like a winter wonderland. So usually we know that Marietta Square is usually a bustling place, but today we've just seen a couple of people out walking. I want to step aside so you can see what I see. Most of the businesses down here have closed down, understandably so. But what impresses me is that the streets are pretty clear. You can see people are driving by fairly easily. There's some slush along the sides. I did speak with Cobb County officials earlier today who said that they had really done a great job of getting out, brining these streets, salting them, and right now they have plow trucks out that are trying to get all of the slush off the road so that when the temperature goes back down again, that we won't have like a sheet of ice over the roads. They also shared with me that one of the biggest issues out this way is on the Concord covered bridge. Not sure if you've ever been over there, but this is near Mableton. They had a head-on collision there, and so that road is shut down for an accident investigation. But other than that, that's the biggest issue that they have out this way. Things are going along pretty great. I think most people are staying inside, and we can understand why. Reporting from Marietta, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica Murphy in Cobb County in Marietta's beautiful square right now. Thank you so much. We want to shift gears and take you in a different direction. Our Angelina Salcido has been covering the highways, traveling along. And Angelina, are you still on I-85?
We're on I-85 South, and we have actually started to see the rain start to pick up, Jennifer, as we continue to travel southwards into Gwinnett County, close to the Beaufort area. We stopped to get some gas really quickly, actually ran into someone from Georgia DOT who has been out here patrolling these roads, kind of making sure that no hazards are there. And what we're seeing in front of us right now are the plows that are out here cleaning the roads. You can see that they're being trailed by one of the other crew staff that works behind them, just to kind of flag that the plows are in front of them. What they're in charge of doing is basically making sure that all of the interstates and the state roads are clear and salted. So all of that slushy mix that we have been seeing on the roads, they're making sure that that gets taken out of the way, and then that the roads are salted so that way those are treated, so when these temperatures go down overnight, that won't freeze over and create a hazard. So talking to this person from Georgia DOT, he was letting me know that they're currently on shifts up until 10:30. free. Obviously, they know that the temperatures are going to drop, so they're on standby to watch out for any hazards. But their advice to people right now, if they do have to be out on the roads, is to avoid the county roads because those are not clear. Those have not been plowed over. They also weren't treated with brine, and they also have not had salt on them. So those are going to be a little bit more dangerous, especially as the temperatures drop and things tend to freeze over. Out where we're located right now, you can see that there are just a few people out on the roads as we continue to follow these plows by Georgia DOT. What they're doing is basically making sure that they stay on the interstates to make sure that the roads are treated as these temperatures drop. And here in Gwinnett County, also up in Jefferson County as well, Jackson County in the city of Jefferson, we know that they're going to see that freezing rain, which is why it's so important that these guys are out here right now before that freezing rain comes in, before the temperatures drop, and they make sure that these roads are treated in time before that happens to make sure that it's safe for people overnight, especially as they go into commuting in the morning. Talking to the man from Georgia DOT, he was letting me know that those shoulders that are on the interstate, we have noticed that those haven't been cleared. That was one of the main hazards that we were talking about. That is a hazard that he flagged to me as well. He said, you know, if you're on the interstate, you want to make sure that you avoid the shoulder and also the HOV lane, because that's something that's not going to be cleared anytime soon. Basically, what they're going to be waiting for is for the winter snow weather to basically pass through. Make sure maybe tomorrow they'll be able to clear some things. If the sun comes, melts things, it's going to be easy for them to push all of that slush out of the way, but if it's still frozen, they're going to be leaving it there. So just make sure that you're cautious as you're out on the roads overnight and also into tomorrow as well.
All right, thanks so much, Angelina. Driving on the roads northeast of Atlanta, we appreciate it. Be careful because the freezing rain threat there is really increasing. Looking live right now, though, at our airport camera. Look at this. We are seeing planes taxiing, going on the runway. We have a very long delay, though. So earlier there was a ground stop. Now we are seeing planes on the taxiway, the runway again. But we are watching the ground crews continuously moving in there, making sure everything is clear so they can try to get a few flights out, but significant delays there at the airport. I want to show you, though, what some of the roadways look like, because Angelina was showing you what the main interstate looks like, right? Those may look okay, but when we talk about the secondary roads, your neighborhood roads, going into the mountains, anywhere where it's hilly, which is a lot of North Georgia, especially north of I-20, the roads are in much worse shape, and it all comes down to what's the temperature of the road, what's the temperature of the air in terms of if that stuff is slushy on the roads or if it's frozen. Live look at Blue Ridge right now. You can see there are tire tracks in the roads, but we got a couple trucks going up the hill, but all of that stuff is going to become a sheet of ice overnight tonight. Same with Athens. Earlier, Jennifer was talking to the emergency manager for Athens, Clark County, but we are looking at things turning colder overnight, freezing things, and the road temperatures will be critical in the coming hours to see where things are icy and where things may still be wet out there. This is brand new updated information. So GDOT has new road temperatures that we get since the snowpocalypse in 2014. They've installed all these sensors across Georgia. So you can see here, even though the air temperatures are below freezing, the road temperatures themselves in Blue Ridge are also below freezing, 31 degrees there. So if the road's been not treated, all of that ice, the snow, can stick to the roads a lot more and create treacherous travel conditions there. Also in Rabun County, 31. Also 31 out in Jackson County. I-85 at State Route 11, just 31 the road temperature there, 37 at the downtown connector, but our temperature is down to 32 degrees again. Stick with us. More coverage of this winter storm in North Georgia coming up right after this.
And how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a
11 Alive News at 4 p.m. starts now.
And we want to welcome you to this special edition of 11 Alive News at 4 as we continue to track this winter weather moving throughout North Georgia.
We want to get you right over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, you and your team have been hard at work keeping track and letting folks know what they can expect. It is finally here. What do folks need to know right now?
What we need to watch now is we already have the snow on the ground. People have been playing with it all day, but we are not finished with this system yet. If you've been outside and you're like, wait a minute, it's raining now. Well, that is the transition that has taken place from the snow from this morning, and we've been seeing that winter mix here really from late morning and through the afternoon too. And when you're thinking about it just raining, it's not just rain. It is liquid in the sky coming down, but with temperatures right now on the surface at about 32 degrees, that liquid that is coming down from the sky is going to turn into ice when it hits those cold surfaces, and that is the definition of freezing rain. And that's what we're going to be seeing for a little while longer here through the evening hours. You can see the purple colors and the pink color here on the map, how they have replaced the white colors that we had earlier. The white indicated the snow that was moving in, but now we have this winter mix over us, and it's generally light rain that's coming down, but now that rain is coming down into that layer of air, or that surface air that's at 32 degrees, we're seeing some glazing that's going to be happening, and we have even more rain that's going to be pushing through our area tonight. It's still going to take a while for all of these individual cells are moving up toward the north and east, but this line is pushing down this way. So we just have to get this through here tonight. Finally, later in the evening hours, that precip is going to be tapering off, but it's the next few hours here where this rain is going to be mixing in with those temperatures at 32 degrees, and that's going to cause more ice or glazing on trees, on power lines, on your windshield, on the ground as well. So that is just going to make things very slick. We have a new development for you right now. We have been telling you about this winter storm warning that's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock. That is all still in effect for Metro Atlanta, North Georgia, and these counties to the south. But remember earlier, we had a layer of counties here to the south of that, down near Macon is where we had a winter weather advisory. That expired at 4 o'clock. So any weather threats south of Griffin, south of Jackson, Georgia there in Butts County, no additional winter weather threats down toward Macon. We just have those winter weather threats here with that freezing rain that continues to move in. And again, that winter weather advisory now expiring just about 2 minutes ago at the top of the hour. So we're watching these temperatures very closely. The past couple of hours in Atlanta, we were at 33. That's 1 degree above freezing. Well, now that has dropped to freezing. We're at 32 here. We still have above freezing temperatures in LaGrange and in Thomaston. That was the area that was in the winter weather advisory. It looks like they're going to stay above freezing, so that's why that winter weather advisory is gone. But these counties still in the winter storm warning are still hovering around freezing. It's even a degree above freezing in Marietta and Duluth. But look at Gainesville at 30, Athens 32, and we've got 20s up in Clayton where it's 28 degrees. This quadrant right here, northeast Georgia, north and east of Atlanta, is where we have that cooler air, shallow layer of cool air at the surface that will be at or below freezing. And when all of that moisture comes in, it is going to add more ice and more slick spots there. Melissa Nord joins us now, keeping a close eye on that potential icing and who could see it worse.
Yeah, and we're seeing that it's going to be northeast Georgia with the worst of the icing to come still over the next couple of hours. So that means north and east of the Atlanta area, but the ice accumulation is starting to add up across all areas along and north of I-20. Of course, we had some earlier ice amounts. Peachtree City about a 1/10 of an inch, but now Canton, the emergency manager up there, is saying they have about 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. Sewanee out in Gwinnett County, about 1/10 of an inch as well of ice accumulation. And Pickens County, their emergency manager is now saying the wind has been making up just enough, gusting over 20 miles per hour, to where they're starting to see some power outages due to the snow and ice on the power lines. That's weighing them down. You add the slightest wind gust, that adds even more stress to those trees out there. So where are we going to see the freezing rain threat the greatest from here? Well, if your temperature right now is above freezing, it might drop a little bit overnight, but it's going to be these areas north and east of Atlanta that are likely going to stay below freezing through the evening and the overnight. So the next couple of hours will be most critical. We have the best moisture working over our area, and where the temperatures are below freezing, that's where we could pick up another maybe 2/10 of an ice accumulation of ice on top of what we've already seen. So we're going to see some of these areas ending up around 1/4 of an inch, maybe up to 1/3 of an inch of ice accumulation. At that amount, that is enough to cause a few isolated to numerous power outages, depending on what the winds do to weigh down those power lines as well. So some power outages possible. Now let's talk about time frame. What are we going to see the rest of this evening? Well, that better moisture has been working in from Alabama the last couple of hours. The next few hours will stay fairly widespread. So that means freezing rain over much of the northern half of the metro, a cold rain to the south, but even we've seen some of these areas up here seeing more sleet mixing with freezing rain. So it's that warmer air pushing in, more of the mixing, more of the sleet up in far north Georgia, more of the freezing rain up here, up along that I-85 and 985 corridor. You can see forecast track as we push out towards 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Still pretty widespread precipitation. After we get past 7, 8 o'clock tonight, a lot of this will start to taper off, but still some patchy freezing drizzle. That could linger for a lot of the overnight, and anything that is wet out there on the roads right now, if there's not new salt brine or rock salt on the roads or something to add some traction and lower that freezing point, Jennifer, a lot of that will refreeze overnight, so very dangerous travel conditions through the overnight and first thing tomorrow morning.
Melissa, thank you so much. And we know we talk a lot about how much fun so many people are having out there, but these winter weather conditions can be dangerous. And we're not just talking necessarily about those car crashes that, as we've been warning people to stay off the road.
It goes far beyond that. In fact, staying safe during the winter weather is something we all need to be aware of. Matt Wayne, president of the University Hospital Division with Emory Healthcare, is joining us. We appreciate you for taking some time. We know a lot of places are closed today, but not the hospitals.
No, thank you for having me. That's correct. People need care. We can provide that care, and we can't close. We're here to take care of the patients and families who trust their care to us and need us even on a difficult day like this.
Matt, I know there's a lot to unpack when you think about it. It's not just, as we mentioned, those car accidents, but maybe it's somebody heading out and slipping and falling outside. Maybe it's somebody having a potential cardiac event or something when they're out there doing work in these conditions. What should people know and be aware of?
They should know and be aware that we're here. Also, if they can, stay home, right? If you don't need to go out anywhere, stay home. But if you do need care, if you do need us to provide care, we're here and we're happy to do it. We've been setting up for this since early in the week. We've got our doctors, our staff, our support staff in-house sleeping overnight. You know, one of the fun things or interesting things is our hospital ultimately transforms itself into a hotel as well. And so we spend a lot of time preparing for them when they need us. They'll sleep here, they'll stay overnight, and then at the same time, we ensure
needed. Before you go, I just want to ask you, we know that there haven't been that many people on the roads today compared to what we might have expected. In terms of emergencies, though, any specific issues that you've seen so far related to the weather happening today?
No, not weather specific, actually. We've been thankful that many people have. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the ice and what happens in the next 24 hours. But we're here and we're ready, and it's a privilege to care for people throughout greater Metro Atlanta.
All right, Matt Wayne, president of the University Hospital Division for Emory Healthcare. Thank you, and thank you to all of our healthcare heroes who are working around the clock to make sure that they can provide us with care if necessary. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, well, we have had crews spread all throughout Metro Atlanta today covering this snow event. It certainly has been an event. Yeah. Our Joe Ripley is live for us. Joe, you were in Gwinnett County last time we spoke to you. You've been moving around. Where are you right now? All right, we're having a little trouble with Joe's audio.
Yeah.
Perhaps it is the freezing weather has made things, kind of shake up a little bit. But we'll check back with Joe in just a moment.
We're going to take a quick break and
all of us stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live.
Welcome back. We want to get you now to our Joe Ripley, who has been out in Gwinnett County.
That's right, Joe. You've been there for hours now. How are conditions where you are right now at 4 o'clock?
Are outside the Gwinnett County Annex building, and right now the rain peak right now just after 4 o'clock. So we just got finished speaking with Michael Shaw. He is the EMA director of Gwinnett County. He was giving me an update from when we last spoke a few hours ago. Of course, earlier today, Gwinnett County was having to respond to numerous accidents on the road. Started in the early morning hours, and by around lunchtime, 1 o'clock, the EMA crews had given us the all clear that a lot of those major accidents had been cleared. And this is work that Shaw says takes all year long to prepare for. It doesn't just come down to the week of or the day of. It takes years, really, months of planning and looking at best practices to figure out how to best respond today. He told me that Gwinnett County had brought in extra fire crews, extra police officers as well to try and respond to as many of these accidents and incidents as possible. I'll give you a look at some video here that's Swanee Road in that county, and you can see here some of the conditions, which are, for the most part, roads were pretty good, but we did run into a lot of stranded vehicles. We ran into folks just kind of walking on the sidewalk or the road, trying to find some help if they were stranded. For the most part, though, the roads here in Gwinnett County have been well taken care of despite the conditions. Let's give you a listen to what Michael Shaw, the EMA director of Gwinnett County, says is on his mind most as a potential threat as we move into the evening hours. All right. So let's, Cody, pan down so you can see the snow that has kind of built up here. This was all shoveled here outside the Gwinnett County Police Headquarters. But the main threat we're concerned about now, look where my feet are. You can see how slick this is. This is a sidewalk for anyone out there who may be playing around in the snow. this is only going to get worse. This is ice, folks, a nice glaze that has formed on this sidewalk here. That is going to be what's going to build up on the roads, as you've heard Melissa and Chris speak to earlier in the afternoon here. This is one of the main threats. Also, ice could form on power lines, on trees. It could bring those down as well and cut power for thousands, leaving them not only in the dark but in the cold as well. If you've stepped outside, you know how cold it is. We've been outside for a lot of the day. People are bundled up, but nothing like not having access to that, who have to go trying to clear the roads to keep you safe. A word of caution today from everyone we spoke to, including Michael Shaw, the EMA director with Gwinnett County. Stay off the roads. Do not go out if you do not have to. This is serious weather, and it's only going to get more dangerous throughout the overnight hours. Sending things back to you.
Ripley reporting from Gwinnett County. Joe, thank you. And thank you for that illustration of the ice. That's what our meteorologists have been talking about in terms of what we will be seeing as we get colder temperatures, especially as we head into these.
The reasons we've seen some impacts at Atlanta's airport. We want to go live now to 11 Alive's Doug Richards, who is live at Hartsville-Jackson. Doug, are you the only one there today?
No, actually, you can see a very small crowd behind me. We've switched back over to the Delta side of the airport, and there are maybe about 25 or 30 people in this line. Most of the ticketing agents in the closed. So the crowd that was clamoring for attention from Delta is mostly the folks that you are looking at. These folks have gotten the message, as have hundreds of other people gotten the message about the fact that a lot of flights here, all the flights here, that situation is continuing into the evening. We talked with a couple of passengers who were trying to figure out how to get home to Detroit. Their flight had been canceled, and when they went through this line here, they came up asking themselves whether they should find alternate transportation. Let's hear from them.
From Birmingham to Atlanta, and then when we got here, our flight got canceled. So now we're trying to figure out if we drive home back to Detroit.
We could either wait or get on the road and make some progress.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you seen the road?
Well, we're from Michigan, so to us it's like, what?
And those folks, for us, is whether they left the car.
Certainly some big decisions folks are having to make there.
That's a long drive from here to Michigan.
Yeah, quite some time. Hey, Doug, I did want to ask you, there were reports about a Delta flight that had some serious issues earlier today. Can you talk to us?
Yes, posted video of that plane, and you could see the runway, you could see the chutes that they use to do emergency evacuations and folks exiting the plane by way of those chutes. That incident happened right around the same time that the plane, that the airport basically shut down this morning, like about 9 o'clock this morning. And that plane had that emergency related to weather. Delta has not elaborated on that. We're not even sure to what extent the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, is looking into it. But we do know that incident happened. 4 people were hurt. One of them was transported for treatment, and everybody else got off safely.
All right, certainly a scary situation for those passengers on Appreciated. We were told there were some engine issues as well. We'll, of course, pass along the latest as soon as we learn more. Doug Richards, live at the airport. Thanks so much.
All right, we want to get you to our meteorologists, our chief, Chris Holcomb, and Melissa Nord, joining us now with what you need to know. We know many of you have been spending the day huddled up at home and maybe enjoying some of the conditions, but we do have some seriousness we need to discuss going ahead.
Yeah, and we wanted to show you, again, this airport camera very closely. Melissa has been watching the statuses of the ground stop earlier, and we've been watching this earlier during the first miles here, moving along the runways and taxiways, and it looks like they did a good job with that right now. We do have a couple of planes taxiing, and there's another one over just kind of sitting there on, looks like one of the taxiways too, but we do have that ground stop still in effect, but it looks like they might be trying to maybe get a couple of departures out.
And that might be the airplanes coming in.
Yes,
they're in
the
ground
arrivals.
stop mode at the other airports that they'll be flying in from, because they know we've got now the temperatures dropping again. We're getting to 32, so freezing rain a threat through the evening, Chris, here in Atlanta. And what will happen on the roads depends on what those temperatures are going to look like. So the tarmac there at the airport and also the ground here driving on the highways.
And we have been watching. These are not the air temperatures. These are the actual road temperatures, the sensors that the Department of Transportation put out after the 2014 Snowmageddon event there that had so many people stranded. So we're able to use this tool to give us real-time information of what the road surface temperatures are. And we're going to go over these in just a second, but something that's really interesting to note is a lot of times when we're watching this, and sometimes when we get snow here in Atlanta, many times 2 or 3 days prior to a snow event, it might be 60, 65 degrees and a cold front comes in and we get snow. And that gives us warm ground conditions. And sometimes we may see an air temperature of 32 degrees or a road temperature of 32 degrees, actually an air temperature of 32, but the road temperature might be much warmer to 37.
And that's why you see it just on the grass and on the back deck, but you don't see it on the ground. But this time it was so cold in the last week and the last couple days specifically, we've had those deep low 20s for lows. So that meant everything stuck. If the road wasn't treated, it was snow covered this morning. And even some of these numbers right now, we have below freezing road surface temperatures. So this means if the road wasn't treated, all of this can turn icy really quickly as the sun starts to get lower this evening.
And 31-degree temperatures on the roads in Dalton, Blue Ridge, and up in Rabun County. When this rain comes in and hits that surface below freezing, that's going to add more of a glaze, not only on the roads, but now air temperatures are below freezing too. That's going to make it add up on the trees.
And you saw Joe's live shot in Gwinnett County, how he was showing you the slick ice on the ground. And Gwinnett's one of those areas we're most concerned about this evening, northeast of Atlanta, for seeing that icing effect on the trees, the power lines, and the roads. You may think it looks fine now. Don't go out this evening. The roads are going to get a lot more treacherous.
North and east of Gwinnett, there in Jackson County, right there up on I-85, 31 degrees right now. In town, temperatures are on the roads generally are above freezing, but those could be going down tonight as well. So stay with us. We're going to keep tracking the road temperatures, air temperatures, temperatures aloft, so we can dictate what's happening with the precip coming in. We'll talk more about that coming up on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iraq.
We are taking a live look outside right now. This is Truist Park out there in the distance, but you can just see how widespread this snow event is. We will, of course, continue our weather coverage with our team of meteorologists in just a bit, but we do want to get you to some of your other headlines that we are following for you. Right now, at least 10 people are dead as 4 major wildfires impact Los Angeles. The true death toll, though, won't be clear until it's safe for investigators to go into those neighborhoods. Tens of thousands were told to evacuate since the fire started this week. Authorities say about 10,000 structures have been destroyed by the Eden and Palisades fires. That Palisades fire now expected to be the costliest in U.S. history.
Also today, we're learning a federal judge is hearing arguments in Rudy Giuliani's second contempt hearing this week over his defamation case with 2 Fulton County election workers. Giuliani is accused of continuing to defame them on his streaming show despite a court order to stop. In 2023, he was found liable for defamation, and a jury awarded Freeman and Moss $146 million in damages. Giuliani is now appealing that decision. Also, the Supreme Court is likely to uphold a law that would ban TikTok in the U.S. starting on January 19th. The High Court is hearing oral arguments today. The Supreme Court can normally take months to issue decisions, but this case is expected to be much quicker. The law is scheduled to go into effect in less than 2 weeks. The law states that TikTok will face a national ban if the app is not sold. It all stems from concerns over national security.
And we are taking another live look at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where it appears one plane right there is working, hopefully, to get some folks on their way. We will, of course, continue to track this winter weather. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others.
very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa.
It is now 4:30. We appreciate all of you for being with us today as we continue to track the winter weather moving throughout Metro Atlanta.
So we want to get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, we have much more of what we might call dangerous conditions that are on the way for us.
It's not over yet. Even though we have seen the snow end and people are thinking, oh, it's just raining now and not a big deal, right? Well, yes, that rain is a big deal because these temperatures are now going back below freezing. And with more of that rain coming in, we're going to see some more icing out there tonight, and that's going to be more slippery than what we had this morning with the snow that already caused some travel issues. Look at the colors here on the map, indicating here the pink color and purple color showing where we're seeing that mixing. A lot of this is rain, liquid in the sky, but when it hits a surface that's at freezing, then it causes a glaze, and that's the freezing rain, and that's what we can see accumulating not only on the ground or on your windshield, but also on tree limbs that will weigh down those tree limbs, and that could fall on a power line and cause power outages. So that's going to be the threat for the evening hours tonight before a lot of this moisture starts to taper off. There's that pink color around Atlanta. We've got some mixing here. I went outside in the 3 to 4 o'clock hour. I took a little break, went outside for a bit, and it was rain that was coming down. But that's when our temperature was at 33. We're now at 32. So now when that rain comes down, that's going to give us a better chance of more of that icing to develop. So look at this. This is kind of the back edge of the main rain shield. That's going to keep pushing through, going this way during the evening hours tonight. But then there'll still be a couple of little lingering showers like what they have in Alabama right now that will move through our area. So this evening, yes, things will be tapering off, but it won't end immediately. It might kind of let up a little bit. Then we might see a couple of more showers move through before it finally tapers off later on tonight. We do have the winter storm warning that remains in effect until 7 o'clock in the morning. And even though the precipitation, what is falling from the sky, will be ending during the evening hours tonight, whatever is still on the ground tomorrow morning, which is still going to be a lot of snow and or ice, it is still going to be very slippery to start the day tomorrow too. The winter weather advisory that was down into central Georgia, that expired at 4 o'clock. So it's mainly that winter storm warning for our area. So we are in the midst of winter storm conditions right now. We're no longer tracking it moving in. It's over us. Now we're waiting for this precip to move on out of here. So what we're going to be watching for the rest of the evening, mainly a winter mix that will be ending later on tonight. We have those icing concerns continuing. In fact, the icing concerns are going up a little bit, and those travel impacts are very likely. Take a look at these temperatures. We've been talking about the wedge here. Notice here in Atlanta, 32 to 34, 31 in Carrollton. Gainesville's 31, Canton 31, Clayton 28. This cooler air is going to be sliding down into northeast Georgia, so it's those areas tonight that have the better chance of seeing not only icing, but maybe even some significant icing in some spots. Meteorologist Melissa Nord joins us right now, Melissa, and we're kind of seeing that wedge kind of take shape there with those temperatures cooling a little more north and east of us.
They absolutely are, and it could get dangerous tonight as both the air temperatures and the road surface temperatures all drop below freezing in those areas. And this is a visual image that's going to show you where are the areas that are going to maybe see the worst ice accretion. And that's going to be north of I-20, especially east of I-75 in northeast Georgia, where we have that, as Chris mentioned, the wedge of cool air building in. And we'll continue to see at times I would say moderate freezing rain coming down. We've got a pretty good swath of moisture over us right now, and we'll keep seeing that for the next 2 to 3 hours. Here's the forecast track showing a big area with freezing rain. Still a couple of sleet pellets mixing in far northeast Georgia, but for the inner metro, it's going to be a lot more of that, what looks like rain, but it's freezing on contact, and that is the freezing rain. So you can see here between now and 7 o'clock, we're tracking widespread freezing rain to the north, and into the south, we're seeing more just plain rain. Now, there could also be some sleet pellets mixing in. We could see some of that, but it's the freezing rain we want to avoid, but unfortunately we are going to see more of. That's what coats the trees, it coats the power lines, and that can cause power outages as the wind gusts pick up. In fact, we just took a power hit here in Atlanta. Generators are running here, and we could see more of that with these wind gusts picking up a little bit through the evening. Notice 10 o'clock, we're not seeing as widespread of rain and freezing rain across the area, but we could see still a little bit of that tapering off through the overnight. And then tomorrow by the afternoon, we're gradually going to see some sunshine coming in, but refreezing, we are going to see that tonight. Low temperature in Atlanta, we're at 32 right now. We're going to drop a couple more degrees here through the overnight, and all of us should wake up tomorrow morning at or below freezing. Even the places right now where it's 34, 35, the winter weather advisory expired. Expect black ice tomorrow morning. Anything that's wet out there now and doesn't dry out in the overnight is going to be icy tomorrow morning. Look at some of our forecast gusts. Low is tracking just south of us, so there could be some isolated power outages this evening because the wind is adding to that stress on the trees from the strong breezy winds, as well from the ice accumulating on the trees. So between now and 7 o'clock, freezing rain increasing, wind gusts are increasing. Then we'll see those winds calming down a bit overnight. But tomorrow, again, look what happens to them. They build back up. Some of those gusts tomorrow could be 25, 30 miles per hour. So again, more stress on the tree limbs and everything that could cause to more power outages. Now, a lot of folks are wondering, I see the snow outside right now. It's beautiful, but I've got weekend plans. What does this mean for my weekend plans? We've got a lot of refreezing happening tonight. Everything will be very icy tomorrow if GDOT or your local county crews don't get to it. We will get some melting in tomorrow afternoon. It's not going to be a warm day. It's a cold day, but we will get above freezing to the mid and upper 30s. And by the afternoon, bring in some sunshine. But then tomorrow night freezes again with another hard freeze. Let me show you in your 7-day forecast how low those numbers go. Sunday morning, 20 the low temperature, snowpack on the ground, easily teens up in North Georgia, 30s again on Sunday, 45 for Monday, but this week looks to stay cold as we track dry conditions moving back into our area. Jennifer and Jonathan.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much.
All right now we're going to turn things over to Angelina Salcido. She has been on the move today. Angelina, you left Midtown earlier this afternoon. Where are you now and what are you seeing?
We've been to several different counties, Jonathan. Right now we are on I-85 north. We were going south, but we just decided to make the turn to go north just to see what these conditions are going to be looking like, especially as Melissa mentions that from right now up until 7 o'clock, we're going to be seeing that freezing rain, which is going to be creating some potentially hazardous conditions here on I-85. I'll show you one of the issues right here, and it is the shoulders that are on the interstate. So as you can see here, these have not been cleaned off. It's the same thing as the HOV lane, and that is something that's going to be pretty consistent on the interstates because Georgia GOT tells me that they're kind of leaving the shoulders in the HOV lanes alone, making sure that the main lanes of the interstates are cleared off and treated with that salt, but leaving the edges alone so then that way it'll freeze overnight. Once it's safe to remove it and hopefully melted in the morning, they'll be able to remove all of that right now. We are seeing a little bit more people out on the interstate than we were seeing before. I'm assuming this is maybe people commuting, trying to get back home after going out for the day or that type of thing as we approach 438 right now. This is a lot more people than what we were seeing on the road so far throughout the day. People so far have been heeding the warning of just staying home and staying off of the roads. I would say that if you're on the roads right now, or if you know that you have family members that are on the roads, try and get them to a safe place. Make sure that they get home as we continue to see the temperatures drop, especially the road temperatures as well, because we're going to have that freezing rain and we could have some hazardous hazardous conditions with the slush that we're seeing on the road kind of melt off. If we take a look at our road camera right now, that's what the roads look like if you're in the center lanes of the interstate right now. So those are pretty clear. They have been treated. We've been hearing like a pinging or like a scattering noise, and that's a good thing because that means that we're riding over the salt that the plows have been leaving on the interstate to make sure that the roads are treated, and that will make sure that any of that freezing rain that hits the roads will hopefully melt away and not create that sheet of ice that we do often see whenever the temperatures tend to go a little bit lower. So out here on I-85 North, we're headed up towards Gwinnett County again, closer to Beaufort. We were also in Jackson County, out in Jefferson. They're also going to be seeing some cold temperatures there. So we're going to be monitoring what that looks like out there to see what the temperatures end up doing in that freezing rain as well. But things so far have been looking pretty good. I was talking to the Georgia DOT, one of the workers who happened to stop at the gas station. He was telling me, we've been working really hard. We've obviously been preparing for this. Our plows are consistently going to get filled up with the salt. They're also heading out right now as they continue to rotate through their shifts. They just want to make sure that everyone stays safe. Their advice right now is to stay off of county roads because those have not been plowed. They also have not been treated with the salt as well.
All right, Angelina, also some good advice to make sure if you see those crews out there on the roadway to give them their space to get whatever work they're doing done for our safety.
Yeah, we're grateful for those crews. A lot of them have been working since early in the morning, overnight. They'll be working tonight as well to keep our roads and keep all of us safe. We're going to continue our extended coverage after a short break. We'll be right back.
Also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this winter weather. We want to send you now to Alpharetta. That's where we find our Cody Alcorn. Cody, what are you seeing up there?
Well, Jennifer, right now we have the freezing rain coming down, and you can already see the effects of this. Look down here now. You can see it is ice now on top of the snow we saw early this morning. If you can walk with me here, we'll show you some of the impacts that we're still seeing. Right here on this sign, you can see the icicles hanging from here. We're at the racetrack right across from the Avalon. You can see these poles are coated with ice. And the other concern tonight, again, while the roads might not look so bad right now, you heard Melissa and them talking about this. Look at the ice already accumulating here on these trees. I mean, ice is coated this tree right here along Old Milton Parkway. We're going to walk over and actually talk about the road conditions because, again, right now, if you look at them, you don't know much. You think, oh, well, they're fine. Let's go out and, drive around, maybe go get some food, check out a game tonight. Of course, we know the Cotton Bowl is on tonight, so people might think it's okay to get out, but they're really stressing. Alpharetta Police here is the dangers that's going to happen here tonight. I was just checking the road temperatures. You've been hearing them talk about that. The weather, they have these sensors that actually can check the road temperature. The closest one to us is the Roswell area. We have one in Cumming as well. They're reading right now about 34 degrees. At one point this morning, they were around 28. So what's going to happen is these roads are going to freeze over again. As you can see, the freezing rain hitting them. So that is what they're really concerned about tonight. Of course, we are worried about the refreeze. Talked to Alpharetta Police. While right now they aren't having too major of an issue, they saw a lot of things happening this morning, stranded drivers, crashes. They've actually brought their officers into the city here, putting them up in local hotels so they don't have to travel outside the city. But one thing we were even talking about during the interview is how fast people are going here down Old Milton Parkway right across from the Avalon. The captain saying, that's not what they want to see. And they really don't want to see much traffic out here as we have been seeing in the last hour. They really hope people heed the warning because, again, we have freezing rain falling and it is freezing when it hits. They're also, as you mentioned, worried about trees coming down. We've already seen that across Metro. Not even during storms. When trees come down on top of vehicles, it has ended deadly here. We have already seen that in a couple incidents in the last 6 to 7 months. So if you don't have to get out and put your life in danger, please don't do so. And of course, not just your life, but also the first responders who are out here on the road responding to stranded motorists, to crashes. Move over. It is a state law. We do not want to see one of these first responders who are out having to deal with traffic issues be hurt on the job. So again, right now, I can tell you it's really picking up here, this freezing rain, and you can probably not hear it hitting the ice, but we can actually hear it hitting the snow right now. So the conditions are worsening here in North Fulton County.
All right, Cody, thank you so much for that look up from Alpharetta. And we know that while we are anticipating, we're starting to see that freezing rain that our meteorologists have been telling you about. We know that many of you spent the morning getting in some fun time playing out in the snow, and you've been sending us all your photos and videos, and we love to see them.
Yeah, keep them coming. Our Joe Hinkie is joining us live in the newsroom. Joe, you've been going through a lot of pictures today, a lot of beautiful and fun pictures as well.
Yeah, that's right, Jonathan. Jennifer, very serious side to this snowstorm, but of course it's a unique event here in Georgia and people are also having a great time with it. We have a lot of pictures coming in, and from snowballs to snowmen to sledding in the snow. If it deals with the snow, we are seeing it all. We want to take a look at some of the photos that we have coming in. This is from Heather Johnson in Rome. This is 8-month-old Evie, her first time in the snow right here. Memorable moment for that family. That is a Kodak moment, as they say, and something worth framing for them. The next image we have here is from Imogen Roncadori. I hope I pronounced that correct. It's from a farm in Jefferson. You can see the cows huddled here together around some hay. Imogen tells us these cows actually prefer the cold weather. They are a Black Angus breed, she says, a Scottish breed, that they actually prefer the cold over the Georgia heat, so they are handling this snow just perfectly fine. Heading to northwest Georgia now, this is from Deb Callisto in Tryon. That's up in Chattooga County. A great shot of her birdhouse. You can see a blanket of snow in the background there. Of course, we want to keep seeing your photos and videos, ones you took earlier today, or maybe you keep taking some throughout the evening here. Send them our way. We got the phone number on the screen there for you that you can text photos and videos to 404-885-7600. If you do send those our way, please include your name and where you are taking them from so that we can give you a shout out either here on air or over on 11 Alive Plus and 11alive.com. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
Yeah, Joe, thanks so much. It's been great to see those pictures because this was a snow day. And for a lot of these kids, you think this is the first snow because we don't get snow here in Atlanta very often.
Not at all. So you got to enjoy it while you can. can.
Yeah.
All right, we want to get you over to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord. And Melissa, you've been talking about some of the conditions that we could see as the temperatures fall and we experience more of that freezing rain out there.
Yes, absolutely. I was telling you yesterday at 4 o'clock, I was saying kids want to get outside and play first thing in the morning because in the afternoon things would turn into a sloppy, really messy winter slop, and that's exactly what's unfolding. So it's more freezing rain. We're done with snow in the metro. There's a little bit of snow in far north Georgia in the mountains, but even there it's transitioning into sleet. But the ice is starting to accumulate on all the elevated cold surfaces. So this photo coming in from Cherokee County, David Wentworth, you can see the icicles dripping there from one of the lights in his back garden. Also David Brooks, former 11 Aliver, also sent in photo of the ice accreting. This is in Marietta and Cobb County. And then Dr. Jamie Meacham up in Jefferson, Georgia, also said a lot of the icicles are really adding up quickly now as we've gotten through the past hour. So you can see some of those hanging pretty deep there. And you think about it, those are little leaves, right? That's the same weight that's been put on leaves as is the branches of the trees, the power line, so that starts to weigh them down. And that's why we are really concerned this evening about some of the freezing rain amounts northeast of Atlanta specifically, where the freezing rain, if you get the temperature at 32 and you have freezing rain, that's a different freezing rain than 30 freezing rain and 28 degrees in freezing rain. The lower the temperature is as you have freezing rain, the more of that ice accretes and sticks and accumulates and weighs all the trees and the power lines down. 32 in Atlanta right now, up in Chamblee 31. So in Alpharetta where Cody was, it's about 30 degrees and you can see how it was starting to coat all the trees in the background and create some icy conditions. Lawrenceville 30, that's where Joe Ripley was earlier, and we also saw how that was creating an ice rink outside the Gwinnett Emergency Manager Operations Center there. But you can see in pink on our satellite and radar, in the pink area, that's where we're seeing just freezing rain. So those little ice pellets we had earlier today, that's really ended inside Atlanta. We're now 32 degrees, freezing rain, and the number will continue to drop the next couple of hours for us. Winter storm warning continues until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The winter weather advisory has been expired to the south, but black ice is likely there for the overnight as well. So again, we've got a long way to go this evening. More freezing rain coming down. Now is not the time to say, hey, I want to go out to the grocery store. We're about an hour away, less than an hour away from sunset. The numbers are dropping. The freezing rain continues. Those roads are going to become very treacherous here in the coming hours. We'll have more 11 Live News at 4 coming up right after this.
Right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the winter weather making its way across Metro Atlanta. And as we know tonight, things could get tricky with some icier conditions.
And our crews have been making their way all across Metro Atlanta to keep an eye on what they are seeing, what so many of you are experiencing. So we want to head out to Erica Murphy. She's in Cobb County. And Erica, you're at Marietta Square.
That's exactly right, Jennifer. We're here at the picturesque Marietta Square. It looks like a winter wonderland, but I gotta tell you, the rain is steadily coming down, and it's chunky rain, so it's kind of freezing rain out here, and the wind has picked up. What would normally be a bustling area is pretty desolate right now. I think people are choosing to stay in their homes. What you might also notice is that the roads are fairly cleared off. I spoke with Cobb County officials earlier today, and they told me that they had crews out that were doing a pretty good job of making sure that those roads were clear. They were putting out brine, putting down salt. So the goal for the rest of today was to get plow trucks out to make sure that all of this slush was moved aside so that when these temps go down, which they feel like they are right now, that it won't turn into a sheet of ice on the roads. They said they did have a big problem out on the old Concord Road covered bridge. There was a head-on collision there, so police had to shut down that road while they did an accident investigation. But other than that, no big issues out here in Cobb County. Reporting from Marietta Square, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
That's good to hear, no big issues, which is really what we love to hear. There have been so many times where we have events like this, and there's there's so many issues, and so it's good to hear that things for the most part have been gone pretty well.
Yeah, not necessarily the case for a lot of folks who headed out to Atlanta's airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International. That's where we find our Doug Richards, where a lot of folks are either planning to not show up at all or trying to figure out what their options are.
Yeah, the ground stop that we've been talking about here, the Delta Airlines ground stop, which doesn't mean that that air traffic is completely stopped. We are seeing some flights coming in and people picking up their baggage, but the fact that this airport is still not functioning is kind of a cautionary tale for all of us, I think, who might think that, well, it's not that bad out. We can probably go out onto the roads, even though they may be a little slicker than usual. If these airlines can't get these aircraft off the ground with all the money that's at stake here and all the obligations that they have to all these ticketed people, it's fair to say that if the runway isn't passable, it's likely streets are not passable either. So, the good news here at the airport is that a lot of the people who were affected by the cancellations haven't shown up at the airport today. They are elsewhere, not crowding the airport particularly. In fact, the airport is rather empty. If we go down and look down here, we will see that the Delta ticketing section has probably less than 60 people in lines on both sides of this particular ticketing area. It is a much thinner crowd than you would typically see on any given day here in Atlanta. And so what we have here are folks who have adapted to what has been a very difficult day of air travel here at the airport. Live at Hartsfield, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Yeah, hopefully those folks can get to their destinations or maybe some even get back home.
Yeah, we were told earlier that it would be around 10 o'clock tonight before we started to see any type of change in some of those delays. But with the icier conditions, that could also be extended. We'll just have to see.
We will watch and we'll keep you updated with what we learn. We will be right back with 11 Alive News at 5 coming up in just a bit.
Weather impacting on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather.
11 Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
We are continuing to watch winter weather conditions across Metro Atlanta. Thanks so much for being with us for 11 Alive News at 5.
Yeah, we're so glad to have you here. We want to get things straight over to our meteorologist, starting with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, joined by Melissa Nord as well. We know that things are changing as the sun goes down.
And really, the worst is still yet to come, really, because what's coming next is going to be ice. And that's the part that we don't want. It is going to be rain in the sky, in the air, as it's coming down, but it's going to turn into ice as it hits these surfaces that have temperatures that are going to be at or below freezing. We have been seeing them mixing throughout the afternoon hours. We had this start off as snow earlier today, nice, pretty snow that people had a chance to go out and play in. And then it started turning into that winter mix, which was some freezing rain and sleet that was mixing in. Now we have what is called a warm nose in the air aloft of us. So that is going to be actually air that's a little bit warmer up above. So that's why it's rain up above, but it's falling into these temperatures that are at or below freezing at the temperature at the surface. And that's why we're seeing that mixing still going on. That's the kind of pink color here. Some of the purples up in North Georgia indicating some of that mixing as well. But then where the air is a little warmer, that is mainly rain that's moving through. So we're going to see this rain continuing with us for the next few hours here before it starts tapering off later on tonight. But as this rain is continuing now, our temperatures are coming down, and we've been hovering at that critical mark all day long. For a big part of the afternoon, we were at 32 and then at times up to 33 degrees, just above freezing. But now we're back to 32, and we're thinking we're going to see those temperatures maybe hover at 32, 31, or 30 for those overnight hours tonight. So as this rain comes in here, that is going to add to more icing. Not only a glaze on the roads, bridges and overpasses as well, but also we could see a buildup of ice on trees. And we are already seeing some evidence of that in some areas out there right now. We have the winter storm watch, or winter storm warning actually, in effect still until early tomorrow morning for North Georgia. The winter weather advisory that was just to the south of that expired at 4 o'clock. So here's what we're watching with these temperatures. Freezing here, freezing in Covington, Peachtree City, above freezing in LaGrange and Thomaston, below freezing in Carrollton, freezing in Duluth. So everybody pretty much hovering around the freezing mark, and that is going to be critical as this additional rain comes in here tonight. So what we're watching, let me go back to this ice map here. What you see here in blue is indicating as that rain comes in, hits those temperatures temperatures that are at freezing, we're going to see some ice accumulating, and we could see it up to about 1/4 of an inch. There may be some spots that pick up a little bit more than 1/4 of an inch of that ice. Meteorologist Melissa Nord joins us right now, and we're beginning to see some evidence of that ice collecting now.
We are, and you were explaining how the air is going through different, the snowflakes are going through different things in the atmosphere that make them turn into ice. And here's what happens. You have a snowflake that melts as it hits warmer air, and then with freezing rain, there's a very shallow area at the ground that's below freezing, so that falls as liquid and freezes on contact. And when we talk about road conditions, that's the most hazardous because you don't have any traction. It's like you're driving on black ice. It's hard to brake, it's hard to steer, it's hard to do any of that. So that's why freezing rain is the worst type of precipitation to drive on out there and when it comes to wintry weather. And we're seeing it adding up. Here's a photo coming in from Fayette County from one of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team members. Dale just sent this in. You can see a little bit of that freezing rain on the branches there. Also out in Sewanee in Gwinnett County. Now I would say about over 1/10 of an inch in Gwinnett County, and the temperature there in Sewanee is now down to about 31 degrees. So colder air being entrained into northeast Georgia. That's leading to a bigger freezing rain potential in those areas Chris showed you in northeast Georgia. So we've already got here some new ice totals that just came in the last 5 minutes. Sweat Mountain, 1/10 of an inch. That doesn't sound like a lot, but as that starts to weigh things down, maybe it climbs to 2/10 of an inch. You add a little gusty wind on this evening. That's enough for some power outages. We've already heard of some power outages in Pickens County, Dawson County, and also here in Atlanta, a couple of power outages as well. Sharpsburg, you can see 1/10 of an inch, Carrollton, 1/10 of an inch, and Buford as well, about 1/10 of an inch. So the next couple of hours for us are critical. The temperatures are falling below freezing, but the freezing rain is still coming down in pretty good rates here, right around the I-20 corridor and northeast of the I-20 corridor. You notice here as we get towards 10, 11 o'clock tonight, this is quickly moving out of here. So whatever falls in the next few hours, unless the road has a fresh new layer of some salt and has been scraped, it's going to refreeze out there and cause very tricky travel conditions. Even if the roads were slushy and decent today during the afternoon, they're going to become much more hazardous overnight. Jennifer and Jonathan.
All right, Melissa, and thank you so much. As Melissa was talking about power outages, we do want to note we took a power hit ourselves here in Midtown. We understand right now about 2,300 customers without power in the Midtown area. So that just goes to show what Melissa and Chris have been telling us to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, and we're still early. It's just 5 o'clock. We know conditions will change and that number could go up. So we'll be sure to keep you posted. Right now, we want to turn things back over to 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido. She has been on the move, as I said earlier. Angelina, at last check, we heard you were in Buford.
Yes, in Buford on I-85 North, headed up to Jefferson, where we know that they're starting to see some things ice over there. We saw a few pictures from people showing the ice on their plants and on their trees out there. We know that they're getting that freezing rain up in Jackson County and in Gwinnett County as well, because the temperatures are so cold, and they're going to continue to decrease as the night continues on. If we take a look in front of us, you're going to see that not as many people are here. I will tell you that the visibility has kind of changed for us throughout the day, though. I feel like we have a lot less visibility than we had when we first started driving to come out here to Gwinnett County, originally headed from Midtown. As the rain continues to pick up throughout the day, our visibility continues to decrease, and we have started to notice that some spots are starting to ice over out here as well. Now, the interstates are looking clear because of the fact that Georgia DOT was able to get out here several times throughout the day and make sure that layers of salt have been put out here, that slush that we were seeing is kind of removed from the main lanes on the interstates, and they're treated so then that way as the temperatures drop, they won't freeze over here. We know out in Jefferson and out in Gainesville as well, there are some road sensors there that give us the temperatures. They're anywhere from 30 to 31 degrees right now. So as things continue to change, we're going to continue to see some hazardous conditions out here. So just stay off of the roads if you can. Make sure that you stay outdoors. We're, of course, monitoring those conditions for you so that way you know what's going on throughout the night.
All right, Angelina Salcido live for us from the roads. Thank you, and your photographer there as well.
And not too far from where Angelina is where we find our Joe Ripley. He is in Gwinnett County. Joe, you were showing us the last time we spoke with you some of the icy conditions that are already developing there.
That's right, Jennifer, and we're just a little bit south of where Angelina and her photojournalist are right now, but the rain is steadily falling here. We're outside the Gwinnett County Senior Services Center in Lawrenceville. This is one of 5 warming stations, warming centers that will open up around 6 o'clock this evening and take in anyone, no questions asked, to stay out of the elements here. We understand it is going to plummet. The temperatures are, and as we've seen here, you know, the snow here is freezing as we speak, and so it was fluffy earlier. Now it's gotten a little harder, as you can see, and this layer of ice is starting to form in some parts of the sidewalk and some parts of the road, and these puddles, very dangerous territory here that could form. You can see a small line here outside of the Senior Services Center for folks just waiting to get inside. Folks who might be struggling here, may not have any other means to stay safe and warm, but this is something we are keeping an eye on here, along with the roads. As Angelina mentioned, GDOT and public safety crews here in Gwinnett County have worked alongside each other really for much of the year, preparing for a day like today. There is so much prep work that goes into this, so much communication that takes place. And so when you have those multi-vehicle accidents, as we have seen throughout the day today, when you have vehicles stranded on the roads because they have hit a rough patch of snow or ice, these crews are able to send info back to each other through networks and communication teams to stay up to date and mobilize crews quickly. We understand that Gwinnett County has called in extra fire crews, extra police officers on standby to prepare to respond to any incidents that may crop up. Earlier today, we spoke with Gwinnett County EMA Director Michael Shaw, who tells us this about the most concerning and paramount thing he wants you watching to understand tonight.
Biggest thing is to stay off the roads right now. Our public safety crews are responding and working the roads to keep the conditions as safe as possible. But as conditions deteriorate, it's going to be important to not go out unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, so the major concerns being on the roads, but you've also got to figure in the ice forming on trees, on branches, on power and utility lines. This could knock out power for thousands here in Gwinnett and all over metro Atlanta. As we've seen, these conditions start to get worse, as Michael Shaw alluded to. Thousands could be in the dark and without heat. But fortunately, to help yourself, please do whatever you can. Stay off the roads, and hopefully you've gotten those essential items necessary to keep you safe and warm this evening. We're live in Gwinnett County. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
It's good to see so many people so far taking those warnings seriously. Joe, thanks so much.
Well, we are going to take a break right now, but as we do, we want to show you some of the images that all of you have been sharing with us today. This is from Chad and Dunwoody, just a snow-covered lawn, and so many people taking advantage of those in their communities, like this picture from Susan and Covington.
Yeah, it's great to see some of these, and look at some of the family photos and some of the kids and dogs. This is from the Keltner family in Brazelton. We appreciate that. A really good time for a lot of people to just pause today and spend some good family time together.
And you can send us your pictures and video. The number is right there on your screen in the bottom corner. It's 404-885-7600. We'll be right back.
Right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breakage. Welcome back to our extended coverage. Right now we want to show you this video out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport from earlier today, where a Delta flight had to be evacuated. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, this happened around 9 o'clock this morning, and we're hearing right now that it was due to some engine issues with this flight 2668. Passengers, if you look closely there, had to leave the plane and get off the runway. Yes, it was freezing cold out there this morning. Right now we are told the FAA is investigating. Now, the latest information is that a ground stop on Delta departures, at least a ground delay, is in effect through 10 o'clock tonight. That was the latest information we got, but we know conditions could be changing.
So we want to send you now to our Doug Richards. He is out there at the airport. And Doug, some places, depending on where you are, it's like you're the only one there. There's not a lot of people, but some folks, correct, still trying to hopefully make a flight and get out?
There certainly are. I mean, when you look off to my left, screen right, you will see that there is a mere fraction of the amount of people that you would normally see in the South Terminal, the Delta Terminal of the airport. Less than 100 people probably in your view right now, compared to the hundreds that you would normally see. These are folks who are still trying to negotiate their way onto aircraft, typically for flights they have already missed, flights that have been canceled or postponed more or less indefinitely. We talked with one passenger. She got here at 3:30 this morning trying to get on a flight so that she could attend a funeral tomorrow.
We were on the tarmac for about 2 hours. They told us that they're trying to de-ice, and then they went back to the gate, and then they said the flight is canceled. So we're trying to rebook.
And she disappeared after I talked with her. She was booked on a 3:30 flight to Montego Bay, Jamaica, or she was trying to get booked on that flight, and it was unclear at that point whether she was actually going to get on. So this airport is as unbusy as you have ever seen it ever in your life. And the folks who are not here probably wish they were because they're missing their flights. We're live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Yeah, tough spot to be in when you've got to be somewhere for like a funeral or a wedding or something, and you know there's really no way out, at least not in Jamaica. Doug, thanks so much.
We're going to take a quick break, and our coverage will return after this.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results.
Even though you don't see any more snow falling out of the sky, we still have some winter weather to get through, and that's with this additional rain that's moving in. And as that rain comes down into these temperatures that are 32 degrees or lower, we're seeing, that's the definition of freezing rain coming in. As that liquid raindrops hits the surface, it freezes and glazes over trees, power lines, your car windshield. It glazes onto roads as well. And that's what we still have to get through this evening as we see more of this moisture and some of that rain that's moving in. Now you'll notice the green down to the south. That's mainly rain that is staying as rain. It's just the liquid as it hits the ground. Where you see the pink color and the purples here, that is where we have some warmer air aloft. So it's raindrops in the air, and then it comes down into the surface temperatures around freezing, and we are getting some of that freezing rain. And that's going to be with us still for a while. So that's just going to add to some ice accumulations in some spots. And when you get that ice getting thicker and thicker on tree limbs, that's where we start to have some issues with tree limbs coming down or trees coming down, and that could cause some power outages. Now look at these temperatures. Overnight, we held above freezing at 34. This morning when folks were waking up watching Chesley and seeing temperatures at 34, they're like, oh, okay, we're above freezing, we're fine, right? But when that moisture started moving in, we had what is called evaporational cooling. As some of that moisture evaporated in the air on the way down, it actually cooled us, and so at 7 we dropped to 31, 30 at 8, 32 at 9 and 10. We've had a few hours this afternoon with temperatures that have been just above freezing, and that has been a nice help there. But now we're going back below freezing. So take a look at the weather impact alert for tonight. We're in the midst of winter storm conditions now. We're going to see mainly winter mix ending late, icing concerns now, and some travel impacts are likely. 32 right now. Most places are near freezing. We're going to stay there for those overnight hours, and then take a look at the winds too. With ice coating tree limbs, the wind is just going to make it worse, and that's going to make some of those limbs fall or come down. We've got those gusts out there tonight. Those will be ending, but then tomorrow it is going to be gusty as well. So a lot to watch through the weekend. Stay with us. We've got much more to come in just a few minutes.
Hey, nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a...
All right, we want to welcome you back and thank all of you who've been with us throughout the day as we continue to monitor and watch this winter weather in Atlanta.
We want to get you now to our Grace King. She is live for us in Brookhaven and DeKalb County. And Grace, we know you had a little bit of fun with some little ones the last time we saw you, but it is starting to get a bit darker out there. Are folks still trying to enjoy?
Just 2 or 3 people are left, but earlier we had a ton of people out here and we joined in on the fun sledding down this big hill at Blackburn Park in DeKalb County, like you mentioned. Now this is Georgia, so it's a little hard to come by sleds, so we saw people bringing their beach stuff, their lake stuff, you know, the skim boards, the boogie boards, the pool floaties, all different kinds of sleds. And let me tell you, they had quite some fun. Take a listen to what they told us.
It's a swan float. Usually we bring it out to the lake, but today was special circumstances, so decided to bring it out to the hill.
Normally we use it at the beach, but snow is nice and slushy, and there's good hills, and we saw the opportunity, so decided to seize that opportunity.
Now that was a couple hours ago. You heard him saying the hill was nice and slushy, but we've seen this rain coming down for the last couple hours, so a lot of it is melting, possibly turning to ice later. We've seen a lot of trees coated in ice and icicles starting to form. So be careful if you're heading out anywhere. It looks like for now it's getting dark, so the fun unfortunately might be over here in DeKalb County. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right. Grace, thank you so much. You certainly see the creativity of people when they when it comes to having fun and getting out there in the snow.
Yeah, we saw Caitlin Ross earlier. She was saying some people didn't have the, I guess, official sleds. Use some cardboard.
Exactly.
That's all you need.
Whatever you got.
A good box, slice it up, and there you have a sled.
We're going to take a quick break and be right back with our continuing coverage of this winter weather. We'll be right back.
Thing and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
when weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the winter weather conditions we're seeing.
And right, the conditions are changing. That's why we want to go over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. We're more concerned about the icier conditions that come as the night goes on.
And that's the next phase of this system that we're watching right now as more of this moisture moves in. It is in the form of rain coming in right now, but that's becoming freezing rain. Now that temperatures are at or even below freezing in many spots, we're seeing some coating getting a little thicker here to the south and west of us. More of that coating here of ice on trees and on surfaces now as that continues to move in, pushing up toward the north and east. So this feed of moisture is going to continue for much of the evening hours. It is going to start tapering off some, and that would be good if we could get this to taper off. If this was a constant rain coming down, that ice would just get thicker and thicker and thicker. So we're expecting that for the next hour or so, and then just some scattered activity through the rest of the evening hours tonight that again will add to the ice thickness that is beginning out there right now. The pink color indicating that winter mix, which is generally freezing rain out there right now, and that will continue through part of the evening hours. Notice how all of this continues to move through our area. We're seeing a couple of breaks in northwest Georgia, but it doesn't totally end. But what we see in Alabama right now is more spotty rain. So that main rain shield pretty much right here, that is the back edge of that. That'll keep moving through, but still additional showers will continue to push into our area tonight before it finally tapers off a little bit later. Now, what we need to watch over the next few hours, we already have slippery weather conditions out there, but a lot of the roads are wet right now with some slush on the side. That's what Angelina Salcido has been showing us from our weather vehicle. But once these temperatures are falling tonight and many of those roads and bridges are already wet, the cold air gets up under those bridges and helps to enhance the coldness of that bridge. That's why bridges and overpasses freeze first, and that's what we'll be experiencing out there for tonight. And then many of the roads will be freezing as well. This is an example of that. You see these elevated surfaces right here. This is at the interchange of 285 and 75 there at Truist Park, where we see really not a lot of people on the roads right now. That is a good sign that people are heeding the advice. There you see that just kind of clicked back there. It was kind of stuck there, but even the people who are on the roads are moving very slowly, and there's one right there, and even a vehicle with flashing lights there on that bridge. We also have the wind that is kicking up out there too. That is not a good mix when you have ice-coated tree limbs, because then the winds will be knocking down those tree limbs that are weighted down by that ice. And of course, if that falls on any power lines, then we're going to have some power outages. So we are not finished with this system yet, or any of the impacts from this system, but it'll be tapering off later on tonight. Look at all these temperatures, either at or below freezing. 32 is the freezing mark. We have all of these areas here at 32, some at 31. Marietta right now, the only place still just slightly above freezing at 33. That's going to be at freezing or below in just a little bit. So you can see what we're watching here for the evening hours. That moisture is going to be tapering off, that winter mix through the evening hours. We'll have cloudy skies here overnight, but then temperatures still hovering around freezing. So even though the precip will be ending this evening, whatever is on the ground and whatever is frozen is still going to be very slick here tomorrow morning. So nothing else coming from the sky on Saturday morning, but it is going to be still very slick on Saturday morning. So you have to be very careful and use caution here early on Saturday too. Here's a look at that ice potential, those main areas here that we're watching north and east of the city where we could have more of those higher ice impacts. We'll be watching that for you and have more coming up.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We want to show you some images that we got earlier as those GDOT crews were out working hard to clear the roads and treat them as well.
Yeah, we heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens and the leaders with GDOT that they have been working really around the clock, some starting as early as Wednesday, working 12-hour shifts on, 12 off to get these roads clear. And one of the things we also heard from a lot of the officials today was that they learned a lot of lessons from previous storms, in particular Snowmageddon from back in 2014, I believe, that you got to almost over-prepare, treat the roads sooner, so you can get ahead of the game. And that's certainly what we've seen today, a lot of that work paying off.
Yeah, it's better to go ahead and get it done than wish you had later. We want to get you now to Alpharetta, where our Cody Alcorn is joining us now live. Cody?
Yeah, Jennifer and Jonathan, you can prepare all you want, but when you start seeing ice like we're seeing here in North Fulton County, there's not a lot you can do except just stay off the roads and be ready for it, because what we've been seeing is wind gust here. You can kind of see the flagpoles back there. It's quiet right now, but we are seeing those things whip around, those flags there. And what you can look here, you already see these icicles. We were showing this earlier. These poles are coated. And what we have noticed recently, we can hear the ice from these trees. When the wind gusts, you can hear it crackling. And you can see this. These trees are fully coated. You can hear that right there. And we have noticed now all around the Avalon here, that's where we're at here now, Alpharetta, off of Old Milton Parkway. All of these trees now are coated. I'm not going to have my photographer go up because the freezing rainfall will get on the lens, but I can tell you all the power lines here along Old Milton Parkway here right next to the Avalon and Alpharetta, they're coated with ice, and the sidewalk's starting to get more slushy. And while the road looks decent right now, even though it's got snow on it, it's wet. That is the concern tonight. Black ice and of course freezing as well. People are going to get out here and think it's okay to drive, but I can tell you just in the last couple hours we've been here in Alpharetta, things are deteriorating. Ice is building, and when we see the wind, that's the concern, bringing down power lines, which will cause power outages. And keep in mind that it will take crews a little while to get out there because they're dealing with the elements. And what we talked to Georgia Power earlier this week before the storm got here, they made a point. Unlike when we see hurricanes and tornadoes, when these trees come down with all of this ice on it, they're a lot heavier and they cause a lot more damage. So it's maybe not just two poles, they can bring an entire line down. So that's something to think about as well. And if power does go out, you see a line down, do not touch it. So again, we're monitoring here in North Fulton County, but I can tell you the freezing rain continues, the wind is picking up. Not a good combination as we head into the nighttime hours.
Yes, certainly it's not good. Cody, what was your drive like getting there to Alpharetta? We've been having crews, out throughout the metro today. What was it like heading up that way?
Well, I'll tell you, from this morning when I got up around the Midtown Buckhead area, roads were a lot worse. On the ride up here on the interstate, the roads here, things did clear off a little bit. You had the plows out clearing these roads, cars are on, and we warmed up a little bit. But what that did is, it's kind of deceiving. The roadways are now wet, so while it does look all right, things are going to go downhill. And I can tell you, I checked in with the Georgia State Patrol. They've worked more than 1,300 calls from this morning until 5 o'clock this afternoon. They're keeping track of that. So troopers are really staying busy. And again, the concern tonight, Jonathan and Jennifer, you've heard our meteorologist talk about this, is the fact people are going to be out. And Alpharetta police are telling people, do not be deceived, because they feel it's going to get very dangerous here as the sun goes down, the surface temperatures go down, and we start to see freezing all across Metro.
Yep, that's what is a big concern for us. Cody Alcorn live in Alpharetta tonight. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to head to another quick break. But before we do, we want to share this image with you. This comes from Cheryl and Jonathan Wu. And if you look close there, they took advantage of the snow day to shoot some pregnancy announcement photos. A big congratulations to
See the
Cheryl.
ultrasound there?
Yeah, a big congratulations to Cheryl and Jonathan. And hopefully when their little one arrives, they can enjoy another snow day.
Hopefully we'll get another
maybe
one.
in another few years.
Yeah, let's take a little. We'll be right back with more coverage right after this.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years.
All right, welcome back to our extended coverage as we are joining you tonight as we continue to follow the winter weather that is blanketed Metro Atlanta.
And as we went to break, we showed you a photo of a baby announcement on the snow day. It was so nice.
It was.
We want to see more photos. Let's get you over to Joe Henke now joining us from our newsroom. And Joe, you've been combing through a lot of pictures and videos for us today.
Well, that's right, Jennifer. Thankfully, we've had so many of you sharing your memories of your snow day with us, and we want to keep showing them on air here and also online over on 11alive.com. And here is a look, as you said, at some of the latest photos that are coming into the 11 Alive newsroom. This one from Sharon and Dana from Dunwoody, who say they have been watching all day, and we thank them for watching. Here's a look at the heart that they drew in the snow there. Here's a look up next at baby Sophia. She's going to take a quick trip in style in her brand new Mercedes-Benz there. She's not fooling around as she hits the road for the first time. This is from the Aguilera family out in Cartersville. And it's also not only fun for the kids out there, It is a doggy snow day around Georgia. Take a look at some of the furry friends that we are seeing. First this is Addison, photo of Bailey, Grace, and Swanee. Then we have a picture from Frank Thomas, 16-month-old Henry in the snow in Buckhead. And then also a picture from Buckhead here of Catalina Estrada. She sent this in, of her dogs, Ted and Bentley, once again in the Buckhead area. And we just received this photo also from the Cumberland area up in Cobb County, taken by viewer Melinda Cortez. She tells us she thankfully is visiting Atlanta after just escaping Los Angeles in time with all of the devastating wildfires happening out there out west. We know tens of thousands of people are affected by those. Our hearts go out to them and everyone impacted by the wildfires out west. We hope everyone also here with this snowstorm is staying safe. And if you've safely taken any photos or video during the last 24 hours here as the weather has been coming in and staying here, we want to see it. Just go ahead and text it to us, either photo or videos, to 404-885-7600. That phone number is on the screen and will stay there, so you have it handy. Make sure you include your name and where you took the photo when you sent it in so that we can pass those details along as we give you a shout out either online or right here on air. Jennifer, Jonathan?
There have been some good images and video.
Yeah, I've loved them, especially the one of the little girl with the Mercedes-Benz. I like that one.
That was cute. A lot of creativity. We love to see it. Send us your stuff, and you might see it on the news.
For sure. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back here on 11 Alive.
That protect your safety. Watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately...
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on 11 Alive as we continue to follow the winter weather that has blanketed so much of our city and really around North Georgia.
It really has. And our team of reporters have been out getting a view of what it has been like across Metro Atlanta. We're going to send you now to Erica Murphy at Marietta Square in Cobb County. Hey, Erica.
Hey, Jennifer. So we're here at Marietta Square. Gotta say that the rain has stopped, but the wind has kicked up here. This is usually a very vibrant area, but today it's very quiet. People are choosing to stay in their homes. I'm just going to step aside so you can take a look at what we can see. I just spoke with a gentleman who was just walking by because I can see there are a few people out here, venturing out of the house. He said that he was at a local bar, getting a drink because he's off of work, and so he's just enjoying himself. We spoke with Cobb County officials earlier, and they said that they did a pretty good job in getting, trucks out here to preempt the storm that was coming in by, laying down that brine and also some salt. They said they were also going to spend the afternoon going through the streets here and plowing some of that slush away. We also stopped by Kennesaw State University earlier. Of course, the university was closed down, but there were students out there and they were making snow owls.
I am loving this snow so much. I've never seen snow in like 10 years because the last time it snowed, I had to go down south. I'm really enjoying today.
And so they were having a good time out there. Classes were canceled, but they were making the best of it. So as I said, it's very quiet here at Marietta Square, very picturesque. There are a few people out here enjoying themselves, like I said, going to a couple of these local bars in the square that are open. Reporting from Marietta Square, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica, thank you so much.
All right, we want to turn things back over to our meteorologists. As you can see, we have both of our meteorologists here today, Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist, and Melissa Nord with the latest. So we'll turn it back over to you.
And we have been getting some pictures in. We've been talking about how this ice is going to start collecting and growing and getting larger of a coating on many trees out there. And we're starting to get a few more pictures of that. This is from Kennesaw. Jamie Herzig sent us this. This is from our 11 Alive Weather Impact group on Facebook. And you can see how it is building up here a little bit more. And what happens is, if this ice gets any thicker and thicker on those trees or on the bushes, they get weighed down, and any tree limbs that could break off or trees that could fall down, that could hit a power line and cause power outages. So that's what we're going to be watching still for the evening hours here tonight. This is our view in Fayette County, North Fayette County from Dale Klaus. Again, that ice starting to collect here on some of the trees, and some of our live reporters have been showing us that as well. We have the moisture still here with us, and it's that mix, mainly in the form of freezing rain right now. That main rain shield is trying to push through Atlanta. We'll have a couple of breaks, but the rain isn't totally over. More of this is back into Alabama that's going to be feeding in, but it's more of the scattered variety of rain, so it's not going to be a constant rain here. But still, with these temperatures that are at below freezing, we're going to see that coating on the trees, the coating on your windshield, on your back deck, on bridges and overpasses, and on roads get a little bit thicker, because we still have this to go through before it starts tapering off later on tonight. Here's a look at some of the road temperatures. This is critical as well. We're seeing some road temperatures. This is not the air temperature, but road temperatures there are below freezing, especially in North Georgia, in Dalton, Blue Ridge, and up in Rabun County, near Livonia there at the South Carolina line, just above freezing. I-85 there in Jackson County, below freezing at 31. 34 in North Fulton. 37 is the road temperature of the downtown connector right there at 10th Street. And then more of the roads on the south side are just above freezing too. Live view right now, this is our tower cam at 285 and 75. You can see those elevated surfaces that we have to watch very closely too. Right now, you can see these temperatures though at 32 degrees. Northeast Georgia will be cooling down a little bit more as that moisture moves in, all thanks to the wedge of cool air that we have there. Melissa Nord joins us right now. Melissa has been looking at some of those ice totals and snow totals, and they're starting to add up a little bit.
They are, and I'll tell you what, Chris, I was looking at some of the outage maps too. You've probably heard those gusty winds outside that may be causing the snow to kind of crash on the house, but it's also weighing all the trees and the power lines down, adding more stress in as we see some of these gusty winds. In fact, in Atlanta, the wind gust at the airport now 35 miles per hour. We've got now over 31,000 Georgia Power customers without power. But remember, there's a lot of smaller EMC or co-op power companies. For example, in Gwinnett County, we have Jackson EMC, a couple of customers without power there. Cobb County has over 4,000 Cobb EMC customers without power. So we're seeing the power outage numbers come up. Also, emergency managers back in Jasper and Pickens County saying that they have about 7,000 customers in their county without power right now. Wind gusts gusting 23 miles per hour in Gainesville and 35 in Atlanta. So what are we tracking the rest of the evening? For a brief window, still some moderate freezing rain the next couple of hours and gusty winds. The winds may not be as bad right around midnight tonight as what they are right now, but all that ice is going to be weighing down the trees for the whole overnight. So you can see the steadier area of widespread freezing rain and rain to the south is clearing and exiting around 8-9 o'clock tonight. Still a little bit of patchy freezing drizzle will linger for the next couple of hours beyond that. But overnight tonight, we have a refreeze. We're going to start off tomorrow morning down around 30 degrees. And then we're talking about temperatures tomorrow in the 30s for highs, and we'll stay in the 30s on Sunday as well. Stick with us. There's more 11 Alive news at 5 o'clock coming up right after this.
Had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this winter weather that we have been seeing all day here across Metro Atlanta.
And of course, as we get later into the night, the roads are a big concern. We want to go over to 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido, who has been around town today. Angelina, the last time we checked with you, you told us visibility had been decreasing. We know also some icier conditions are a concern. What are you seeing out there?
Yes, so we are currently in Jefferson in Jackson County, where people had been reporting that they were starting to see those sheets of ice come down as the temperatures continue to decrease throughout the night. And then also as we're seeing the freezing rain here, we decided to come and take a look at what the roads look like here. You can see as Georgia DOT was telling us, the roads, the county roads here have not been cleared. This is a little bit better, but as we've been driving through these neighborhoods, a lot of the roads still have that slushy mix there. And on the outer edges of the roads, that's where it's starting to freeze up. We found a tiny bit of a few slick portions here and there. So if you know that you are in an area where roads have not been treated, that's where they want you to make sure that you stay off of those roads. The interstates, as we've been showing you guys throughout the afternoon and the evening, those are going to be okay. Your only trouble spots there are going to be the HOV lanes or also the shoulders that have not been cleared off, and that is on purpose. Basically, they're waiting for those to freeze over and waiting until the sun melts away that ice so that way they can push everything out of the way and get everything out. But your main lanes on the interstates should be treated with salt and should be good to go. With that being said, though, with temperatures decreasing still in the freezing rain, they do want to make sure that people just heed the warning and stay home. They really don't want to see people on the roads if they don't have to. Their crews are currently out there treating the roads. They're going to be doing that until 10:30 tonight, and then they're going to be on standby for any incidents that happen overnight. That way they can respond as well. But that's kind of what they're anticipating here. What we're going to make sure that we do is that we head back to Gwinnett County, where a lot of freezing is currently happening right now. They have warming shelters that have opened as well, so we're going to be checking in with some of those people to see how they're doing tonight.
All right, and we'll be checking back with you, Angelina Salcido. Thank you so much.
And thank all of you for being with us. The coverage continues right here with 11 Alive News at 6 in just a bit.
Live Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton.
11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
And we'd like to welcome you to this special edition of 11 Alive News at 6. We have been with you since 4 o'clock this morning as we have been monitoring the conditions here in Atlanta as this winter weather has moved through.
And there are certainly a lot of moving pieces, just as our meteorologists have been telling us about all week long. So let's get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, we're in a different phase of what we saw early this morning.
And that's a perfect way to say it. This whole system has been in phases. It started off this morning with snow. It was pretty. It was fun for a while. We then changed to that winter mix of a little bit of snow mixing in with sleet and some freezing rain. Now we're entering more into the freezing rain phase of this system. As we see all of this moisture that's moving in, it's coming down in the form of rain. However, it is coming down and hitting a surface that is around 32, 31 degrees, and that is giving us more of some glazing happening right now with that freezing rain that's moving in. The pink color shows that winter mix, and also the purple color up to the north of us. Notice though to the west we are getting some breaks. So if you're seeing some breaks in the rain right now, it's still not over. We still have a little bit more to go of all this back into Alabama, but this is more spotty rain that's going to keep moving through tonight. So we will see things tapering off later on tonight, but just for the next couple to a few hours, we're going to watch the buildup of some ice thanks to some of this rain and this freezing rain that's moving through. This is a live look right now at Hartsfield Jackson. We've had some ground stops there today. Some of those ground stops were for arriving flights. We did see some planes trying to depart earlier. Right now, there's not a lot of activity on the runways and taxiways. You can see these delays, 236 minutes. A lot of flights were even canceled out there for today. Live view from our tower cam at Georgia 400 and 285. Not a lot of people on the roads. The ones who are out are going pretty slow there, but don't get too confident if you see wet roads out there tonight thinking everything is fine, because those wet roads with these temperatures are going to start turning slick. So stay off the road still tonight, because many of these roads are going to be very, very slick. So here's a look at that ice potential still through the evening hours tonight. The concentration of the highest risk for more of any significant icing, thanks to that northeast flow coming in and that wedge, is going to be north and east Georgia, where they could see 1/4 of an inch of ice, maybe up to 1/3 of an inch of ice, and there could be even some isolated areas picking up a little bit more ice than that. That will weigh down tree limbs. Those tree limbs can fall on power outages. We could see some power outages around. We are already seeing some come up now, and those numbers are beginning to rise a little bit with power outages. So the next few hours still critical. Then the precip ends, but whatever is still on the ground tonight is still going to be slick into tomorrow morning. Stay with us. Melissa Nord is with me right now as well. We're going to have much more for you on tracking this rain, freezing rain moving through, and if things will improve into the weekend.
All right, Chris, thank you so much.
Right now, let's get live to 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn, who is live for us up in Alpharetta tonight. Cody, what are you seeing as we are now seeing in the 6 o'clock hour? Conditions are changing.
Well, the freezing rain has let up. We have about 11,500 outages here in Fulton County. I'm in North Fulton County, right near the Avalon, if you're familiar with that in Alpharetta. Look at our gear. This is just since about 4:30. You can see the ice that has formed on our lights that we have covered here. This is the issue, Jonathan and Jennifer. It's these trees. Since we have been here, every tree up here is coated with ice. The power lines are coated with ice, and we are seeing these wind gusts. And just since I was on the air at 5:30, we have seen power outages across Metro increasing. And again, we have about 350, 400 outages here in the Alpharetta area. So we believe that is going to be the concern tonight. So hopefully people prepared. They heeded the warnings. We knew this ice was coming. And again, as you just heard Chris mention, the other thing we're likely to see is the black ice and just the icy conditions forming on the road. So we'll be here throughout the night. You're going to see me back on here at 11 o'clock tonight. We'll see how those conditions develop and see what we are seeing across the metro, because of course it'll only get worse overnight. And if you're heading out in the morning, you might want to give yourself some extra time or maybe cancel those morning plans. Of course, though, we'll be here throughout the night. I'll see you back here on air at 11 p.m.
All right, Cody, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
All right, we want to show you some images that we have now from Georgia Power as crews have been really at work today, but it's really a process that takes days ahead to get prepared for an event like this that we are experiencing now with the weather.
Yeah, so far we haven't heard of any widespread power outages. I know we reported in our last hour about 23,000 customers in Midtown.
About 2,300.
2,300, I'm sorry, yes, that's a big difference. 2,300 customers without power in Midtown, including here at the station. We had sort of a moment where the power went out.
Yeah.
But overall, you know, it looks like crews are just getting ready on standby for what could come tonight. Let's hope that we don't have those widespread issues.
And we're so grateful to them because as some of our reporters have mentioned, when you lose power, you're not only losing power, but in these conditions, you're losing heat as well. And that's not where we want folks to be at all, or not for long.
Yeah, so we appreciate those crews who've We've been working around the clock in preparation of the winter weather and the ice that really could cause a lot of the problems later today, because that's often when we see the power lines come down and trees come down. So we thank all those crews for working hard.
We certainly do.
All right now we're going to go live to 11 Alive's Joe Ripley. Joe, you have been out and about for hours today, spending most of your time in Gwinnett County. How are things out there tonight?
Yeah, good evening to you, Jonathan and Jennifer. We're outside the Lawrenceville Senior Services Center, one of 5 warming centers across Gwinnett County. And people have certainly had their fun on this snow day, but as you feel the wind and some of the rain start to pick up tonight, as day turns tonight, the threats of danger are looming.
ATA.
Jairus Maynor had no problem.
I've been looking forward to this all year.
Fighting the cold. He's been dreaming of it all winter and finally got his wish. A virtual day with a little snow play.
I built a snowman, had a snowball fight with my siblings, and I've just played around in the snow and practiced my karate.
The Nolfi family is in a race to see who can have the most fun.
We're playing out here as much as we can. We've come out here about 3 or 4 times. It's a lot of fun. We got a lot of snow earlier, and it's starting to turn to ice.
These snowballs certainly pack a punch as well, more like ice balls. The threat of danger only increasing as all the wintry weather could freeze over tonight.
This is what we prepare for all year long.
Gwinnett EMA Director Michael Shaw says extra police and fire crews were brought in to respond to rough road conditions. He warns ice forming overnight could bring down trees and power lines, leaving thousands in the dark and cold.
Biggest thing is to stay off the roads right now. Our public safety crews are responding and working the roads to keep the conditions as safe as possible, but as conditions deteriorate, it's going to be important to not go out unless you absolutely have to.
Dax Nolfi and his family will try and cram in a little more fun before the sun goes down and conditions get worse.
We know it's going to be gone by tomorrow, or at least the fun snow part, but so we're going to get as much as we can today.
And it takes all year to plan for a day like today. Over communication extremely important, and it's important tonight to note too, give those crews time and space to work. They will be at it, busy throughout tonight and into the weekend. We're live in Gwinnett County. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe Ripley, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting today.
That family, all those families having a lot of fun. We want to send you now to Angelina Salcido. She's not far. She hasn't been far from Joe Ripley. Last time we checked in with Angelina, she was in Gwinnett County, or she spent most of or much of her time today in Gwinnett County. Angelina?
Yes, so we are actually headed back to Gwinnett County now, Jennifer, from Jefferson, that is in Jackson County. Both counties seeing that freezing rain, and that rain has really continued to ramp up as the evening continues to go on. So we're on I-85 South right now in Brazelton, about 27 minutes or so from where Joe Ripley is, who you guys just saw right now. We are headed there to check on some people who are at the warming centers there to see how they're doing in terms of conditions here on the roads. Just like we've been talking about all day, the shoulders of the roads, or the HOV lanes, those are the ones that are tending to ice over right now because that slush has not been cleared by Georgia GDOT. So we are continuing to see the conditions deteriorate here. Of course, it's going to be a hazardous situation. As we were riding through the neighborhoods in Jefferson, we were seeing all of the trees and the branches and the limbs that were close to the power lines, and that's really going to be the hazard for those neighborhoods there. We know that some people have already seen power outages because of the weight of the ice that's going to be forming on those branches and on those power lines. We're going to continue to see that overnight. We're possibly going to see that in Gwinnett County as well. So we're going to be checking that out. We'll of course keep you up to date on the conditions out on the roads, and we'll see you later on tonight at 11 o'clock.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much.
Right now, we're going to take you to some pictures that we've been getting all day. Some great pictures. Some of you who've been out enjoying the snow with your families. And if you want to continue to text us pictures, you can see the bottom right of your screen. That's how you can text us. But this picture coming in from Charlie in Woodstock. This is what so many of you woke up to this morning.
And that number is 404-885-7600. We would love to see even videos like this one from Tyrone. This one out of Scottdale. Thanks so much for sharing your day with us and helping us to tell this weather story.
All right, we'll be back with more right here during our 6 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
We have heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. We want to tell you about this. This is video you might have heard about or seen out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International, where a Delta flight had to be evacuated earlier today. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, this all happened around 9 o'clock this morning. They say it was all due to engine issues with that flight 2668. Passengers, if you look closely there, were deplaning. They had to leave the plane and get off the runway. Right now, the FAA tells us they are still investigating what happened, but certainly glad everyone's okay. Nonetheless, scary for those people who were a part of this today.
Certainly a very serious situation. We want to get you now live to our reporter, Doug Richards. Doug has been out at Atlanta's airport. And Doug, in addition to this, a lot of folks dealing with worrying if their flights were going to make it. There was a ground stop. I mean, a lot of things going on with people who were hoping to get out of town or maybe get back into town.
Well, that's certainly the case, and it is emblematic here at the checkpoint which separates the not secure area of the airport from the secure area. I don't know how many stories we've done over the years where we've shown this checkpoint, all these bullpens filled with people overflowing out to the other end of the airport. As we look at it now, there are a few dozen people in there at most, and honestly, it's more crowded in there all day.
Our shot there with Doug Richards taking some hits, so we'll go ahead and bring back. But again, this is a situation that many people have been dealing with at the airport all day long. Doug, speaking with a lot of families trying to make decisions about what they were going to do for their travel plans and arrangements.
We heard earlier from a woman who was trying to get to Jamaica for a funeral, couldn't make it out. And we did hear from the Atlanta airport earlier today that 10 o'clock tonight, at least until 10 is when they'll have delays. So we probably won't see the airport get back to normal until sometime tomorrow at best. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, always a good idea to check the airport and your airline before you even head out that direction. All right, so we want to move now to our meteorologist, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, standing by. And Chris, as we've been saying, this is really a fulfillment of some of the things that y'all have been telling us about, and we're in this next part now as the day has gone into evening.
And this is the freezing rain part. This is the part that's a little more dangerous out there as we have raindrops coming down, freezing when they hit a surface, whether it is the road, whether it is your windshield or your back deck, or even the trees out there. Look at this. Now, as much as this looks beautiful out there, this is in Peachtree Corners from Levani Halberg, and you can see how all of that ice is just coating those trees. Not only is that pretty, but this could also be dangerous because we are seeing some wind gusts whipping up out there as well. And with these tree limbs already weighing down a little bit from that ice, and then you add in the wind, that will help to bring down some of those tree limbs. If they hit power lines, we'll have power outages, and we're seeing the power outage numbers coming up now. This is in Jasper. Look at that, how that ice is coating on the trees there too. This is from Eddie Donato. Thank you guys so much for sending us those pictures and helping us tell that weather story of freezing rain. The other thing that helps tell the story, radar. Now you'll notice here we have some of that winter mix still that's pushing on through, and this is mainly freezing rain that we're talking about here. Maybe a little bit of sleet mixing up in far north Georgia. We're seeing the main shield move out. Some dry spots here, but it's not all over. We have more of this moisture back into Alabama that's going to keep feeding in too, but it's going to be more scattered for the rest of the evening hours and then eventually tapering off here during the evening hours tonight. So the precip will be stopping later on tonight, but then the icy conditions and the slick conditions are most likely going to persist well into tomorrow morning. Look at all these temperatures, either at or below freezing. We're all around 32 here in Metro Atlanta. We do have 33 in LaGrange, 1 degree above freezing there, but then a little below freezing in Canton and in Gainesville, Clayton in the 20s. Rome, Dalton, you're just above freezing right now. We're watching this area here, north and east, where we have that wedge that's developing, which will be some cooler air, that shallow layer of air at the surface, and as more of that rain falls through there, it is going to add to some more icing. Melissa Nord joins us right now tracking the ice that's happening. And Melissa, we really have to watch those winds out there tonight and tomorrow too.
And it's the next couple of hours, Chris, that are critical initially for power outages, and then tomorrow again the winds are going to pick back up. I just want to read out those some power outage numbers. In total in the state we have about 62,000 customers without power. That includes now 45,000 Georgia Power customers without power, 10,000 from Greystone. We've got 3,400 from Coweta, Fayette EMC, and 4,000 for Cobb EMC. So a lot of these power outages coming in because even though it's not that much ice, it is weighing down the trees and power lines, and you couple that with some of these gusts, and that is enough to cause power outages. So you're probably hearing those trees, the ice crackling outside as those gusty winds roll in. What we're expecting though the rest of this evening is that steady, sometimes moderate freezing rain is going to be coming to an end. We'll still see a little bit of freezing drizzle here as we push the forecast track out into 9-10 o'clock tonight, but the really heavy accumulation stuff, that will be winding down. However, overnight tonight, even though we're not picking up anything additional, the temperatures are dropping below freezing. Anything not being constantly checked and retreated on the roads, doesn't have fresh salt on it or anything, it could all freeze back up. So icy spots are likely tomorrow morning. We'll start with clouds. Gusty winds build in again tomorrow afternoon. Some of those wind gusts tomorrow, I'll show you here on the forecast track, could be around 25 to 30 miles per hour. So cold temperatures to stay for tomorrow, sunshine returning by the afternoon, and gusty winds again for your Saturday. 7-day forecast. Notice we stay in the 30s over the weekend. Refreezing though each of the nights ahead. So anything that melts tomorrow afternoon and it's still wet at sunset is going to refreeze with a low of 20 degrees on Sunday morning. 40s on the way for Monday, but chilly temperatures through much of next week.
Melissa, thank you so much. Right now, a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where we're understanding that some flights are getting out tonight. The runway is slowly getting back up and running.
We also understand that across Delta's operations, 800 flights have been canceled today. And if you had any plans to head out to Hartsfield-Jackson, you should expect schedule adjustments to be possible throughout the weekend. We'll be right back.
Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase.
Welcome back to our extended coverage. You know, it's not every day or even every year that we get snow like this in Atlanta. So yes, people were out and about today enjoying all of this snow.
And, you know, we've been talking about how folks really wanted to get out there and sled, but we don't have too much of that equipment. So folks were using whatever they had to make it down those hills. We've seen plenty of snowmen, folks getting really creative to enjoy the snow.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Right now, we're going to go live and check in with 11 Alive's Grace King, who is in the Brookhaven area for us tonight. Grace, what are you seeing out there? Pretty dark behind you.
Well, it's dark now, it's rather empty now, and it's starting to get icy instead of that really good soft sledding snow. But earlier, we saw a bunch of people using whatever they had as sleds, from pool floaties to boogie boards and even skimboards.
Sledding. Oh, microphone.
Have you guys ever sledded?
Sledding on the highway? No.
At first, we were going to snowboard, and I got my snowboard, and they have the skimboards. I'm like, hey, let's go skimboarding.
Staying on the board, to be honest.
Lean back, don't fall.
It's a swan float. Usually we bring it out to the lake, but today was special circumstances, so decided to bring it out to the hill. It's a nice treat to be reminded of home.
And again, there was a lot of fun out here earlier, but it's getting dark, it's getting icy, so it's best to stay home at this point if you can. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
At least folks had a chance to get out there and have some fun before the conditions change. Grace, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water.
That weather impact alert is going to be with us through the day on Saturday. Even though we're going to see the precip ending tonight, we've got the freezing rain phase tonight that could cause some power outages and more slick spots on the road. Even though the freezing rain ends tonight, we still will have some slick spots early tomorrow, a lot of slick spots tomorrow, and then hopefully improving a little bit later in the day. Temperatures only up to 36 degrees, so we'll have a few hours there above freezing for a while. Then Sunday morning down to 20 degrees. Anything left on the ground will still be slick on Sunday. We do start improving, but we stay cold during the week. Drier weather this week, but lows in the 20s, highs in the 40s. We'll have much more for you throughout the night tonight and at 11.
All right, Chris, and thank you so much for being with us this evening. The news always on 11alive.com and always streaming on 11 Alive Plus.
Or we'll see you back here tonight at 11.